Chapter 1. Chiyuki. The gentle sunlight meanders through the village of Konoha in April, cascading through the gaps of cherry blossom trees and filtering through the expansive floor-to-ceiling. Windows illuminating the youthful and vibrant faces of the boys and girls, accentuating their exuberance. The spring breeze of April blows softly, warm yet not piercing, gently swaying the branches of the cherry blossoms, causing delicate pink and white petals to dance and flutter in the air, captivating the attention of passers-by. However, this moment of admiration is fleeting after a brief pause. Most people, with a soft sigh in their hearts, return to the busyness of their tasks, reflecting the intense workload of the school staff during this unique season. After all, it is the annual enrollment period at the Konoha Ninja Academy, and with the Second Shinobi World War recently concluded, this moment marks a crucial phase for the village to replenish its strength and nurture new saplings. Hey, look over there. Who is that boy sitting in the last row? He is so handsome, and his eyes are so big and bright. Just look at that clan emblem on his attire. He must be from the Uchiha clan. A soft exclamation from the front row of the classroom drew the attention of a group of girls, who turned to gaze at the solitary figure nestled in the corner of the classroom. The boy sported a head of jet black hair, and his youthful, cherubic face bore a pair of strikingly defined brows. Yet, what captivated attention even more were the pair of deep, luminous eyes beneath those brows. The depth within them seemed to transport one into the abyss entirely. Uncharacteristic of a child's demeanor, that moment, he sat in the corner by the large window in the last row, propping his chin with one hand, his gaze drifting toward the petals gracefully falling outside, as if lost in contemplation. His serene expression, however, hinted at an inner tranquility. Despite the distance across the spacious classroom, the boy's keen hearing caught the whispers of the girls, their words clear as if they were spoken right beside him. Feeling the unabashed gazes directed his way, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Yet he chose not to respond, having endured similar circumstances numerous times. He understood that engagement would only embolden them further. To remain indifferent was the only way to let the murmurs dissipate with time. Chiyuki-kun is also in this class. A somewhat familiar voice emerged behind Uchiha Chiyuki. Turning around, he encountered a slightly older boy, who greeted him with a warm smile. Dressed in a simple black high-neck short-sleeve shirt, adorned with the unique emblem of the Uchiha clan on the back, the boy possessed a rare round nose characteristic of his lineage. Seeing the sunny boy before him, a rare smile graced Chiyuki's otherwise serious face. Oh, it's you, Shursui. It seems we're destined to be classmates. I look forward to your guidance in the future. It is not that Chiyuki and Shursui are particularly well acquainted. They have merely crossed paths a few times among their peers in the clan. However, neither of them harbors the lofty arrogance often associated with the Uchiha lineage. Despite their limited interactions, they find themselves engaging in pleasant conversation, growing increasingly familiar with one another. Furthermore, this expansive classroom is not the domain of the Uchiha clan, but rather a gathering of nearly all the children of similar age from Konoha village. The sight of each other unexpectedly evokes a sense of camaraderie, akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land, which leaves Chiyuki both amused and perplexed. Haha, I'm the one who should be asking for your guidance. Chiyuki-kun, Shursui replies warmly. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door interrupts the lively chatter, causing a momentary hush to fall over the classroom. Everyone, including Chiyuki and Shursui, turns their attention to the podium, where a middle-aged ninja, adorned with a Konoha headband and sporting a full beard, strides in confidently and comes to a halt before the class. Please settle down and take a seat. We are about to commence our lesson, he instructs. Chiyuki and Shursui exchange glances and share a smile before taking their seats beside one another. The middle-aged instructor, after a brief introduction, swiftly moves on to distribute the textbooks of the Ninja Academy and begins to instill the so-called will of fire. Chiyuki tilts his head slightly, observing Shursui, who is engrossed in the lecture, oblivious to the fact that this very belief will one day lead to his demise. He silently sighs, realizing that altering such deeply ingrained convictions will not be a simple task. It has been 5 years since Chiyuki arrived in this ninja world. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual living in the early 21st century, and even then, he was less fortunate than many, having been born an orphan. Without the assistance of the villagers, he might not have survived to adulthood. After reaching maturity, he juggled various part-time jobs to make ends meet, but after collapsing from exhaustion, he awoke to find himself as a member of the Uchiha clan. In this life, he considers himself fortunate. He belongs to a prestigious family and enjoys the love of his doting parents and a kind grandmother. Although his parents are merely ordinary chunin lacking in renown, Chiyuki cherishes the happiness he has found in this life. Yet, this happiness was short-lived. 2 years ago, as the Second Shinobi World War was drawing to a close, tragedy struck when Chiyuki's parents were ambushed by mist ninjas during a supply transport mission, leaving no trace of their remains. The devastating news struck Chiyuki and his grandmother like a thunderbolt, as if the sky had collapsed upon them. In that moment, Chiyuki resolved to emerge from his sheltered existence, awakening his Sharingan amidst the overwhelming grief. Perhaps due to the innate mental fortitude that comes with being a transmigrator, this awakening began with a Totemo Sharingan. Over the past 2 years, Chiyuki has diligently trained his body and refined his chakra without a single moment of neglect. While he still falls short compared to seasoned ninjas, he stands among the few of his age who can rival him. Nevertheless, Chiyuki is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning of his journey. Only 12 or 13 years remain until the Uchiha clan's demise. If he were alone, he could simply escape from Konoha and return once he had attained sufficient strength. However, he has an elderly grandmother, and after losing his parents in his previous life, Qinchuang cherishes this sole remaining family member even more. Therefore, escape is absolutely not an option. He understands that he must make the most of every moment, thereby securing a glimmer of hope during the Uchiha coup and subsequent clan extermination. After careful consideration, Qinchuang has devised his own plan. What he currently lacks are strength and reputation. Possessing formidable power is essential for survival against formidable foes, while ample standing within the clan is necessary to influence the Uchiha's fate. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the latter is intricately linked to the former. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand is to expedite the enhancement of his abilities. With this thought, Qinchuang clenches his fists. Power. He must acquire greater strength. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Might Guy and his son. Very well, let us conclude today's lesson here. However, do not become complacent upon returning home. From today onward, allocate time each day to refine your chakra, as it is the foundation for performing jutsu. Unbeknownst to them, the morning session has already come to an end. Kind Schwanken, since there is still time, would you like to join me at the training ground to practice shuriken throwing? A voice pulled Qinchuang from his reverie. Turning his head, he saw that Shui had already packed his bag and was extending an invitation. Qinchuang smiled slightly and waved his hand. No need. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Do give her training your all. With that, he cast an encouraging glance. All right then, but next time, you must let me see your strength. Qinchuang nodded, watching Shui leave the classroom before picking up his own bag and exiting. In fact, shuriken throwing is an indispensable part of Qianshuang's training plan. The primary reason he declined Shizui's invitation was his desire to avoid revealing himself too soon. Over the past 2 years, he has mastered the level of shuriken throwing taught at the Ninja Academy. AKT his current skill level. Further progress would require the application of the Sharingan's exceptional insight, a technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Should he accept the invitation and aim for improvement, Qinchuang would inevitably activate his Sharingan. What does it mean to have a 5-year-old double Tomo Sharingan? It would surely astonish everyone, making it nearly impossible for Qinchuang to remain inconspicuous. Conversely, if he refrained from activating the Sharingan and merely practiced the skills he had already perfected, spending a day on such trivialities would be a waste of time. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Qinchuang decisively declined the invitation. Although he has a favorable impression of Shui in both this life and the previous one, it is essential to recognize that time is a luxury he cannot afford to squander. As she strolls along the narrow path of the bustling commercial street, the sun casts a tapestry of shadows upon the ground. Qinchuang slightly closes her eyes, reveling in the gentle caress of sunlight and the soft breeze that brushes her face. The lively sounds of vendors calling out their wares resonate around her, lulling her into a serene state of mind. I could see that moment. 2 figures clad in green emerge from the far end of the street, their attire and demeanor starkly contrasting with the vibrant atmosphere of the commercial district. Noticing the peculiar sight, Qinchuang helplessly raises a hand to her forehead, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat. Uncle Dai Kai, are you two practicing handstands again in the middle of the street? Did I not remind you to be mindful of your surroundings? Upon hearing her voice, the elder of the 2 figures lifts his head. His face, adorned with a bushy beard and an utterly ordinary middle-aged visage, is brightened by an exuberant smile that reveals a set of dazzling white teeth, accentuated by his snug green attire, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Oh, it's you, Qinchuang. Would you care to join us? On a sunny day like today, one should relish the opportunity to sweat and celebrate youth. The younger figure, who had not yet raised his gaze, is already drenched in perspiration and appears on the verge of exhaustion. However, upon hearing his father call out Qianshuang's name, he instantly seems invigorated, snapping his head up with enthusiasm. "Oh, what a delightful surprise to see you here, Qianshuang. Just in time for us to settle our rivalry. No, Kai, have you forgotten our current task? While your enthusiasm is commendable, we must first complete our training." "Ah, I see. Understood, Dad. Well then, Qianshuang, once I finish my training, let's resume our competition." Feeling the weight of curious gazes from those around her, Qianshuang looks across to meet the intense stares of the two green-clad figures, wishing desperately for a crevice to slip into. With great effort, she forces a smile, albeit a strained one. "Ah well, I just finished my class and haven't had lunch yet. You both continue your training. I shall grab a bite to eat and wait for you by the wooden posts in the forest this afternoon." Without awaiting a response, Qianshuang hurriedly departs. Once distanced from the two fervent workout enthusiasts, she breathes a sigh of relief. It is not that she dislikes them, rather, she genuinely enjoys the company of these simple-hearted individuals. However, their relentless enthusiasm can be quite overwhelming, especially when ensnared by their antics in public, which can be quite taxing on both her body and mind. Qianshuang's acquaintance with the father-son duo, Might Dai and Might Kai, began 2 years prior. After resolving to strengthen herself, she diligently practiced chakra control techniques, such as tree climbing and water walking, drawing from her memories of a past life. During her training, she fortuitously encountered the Might family, who were also engaged in their own physical conditioning, prompting her to join them and humbly seek their guidance. The Uchiha clan prides itself on being the foremost family in Konoha, attributing this status to their potent bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Ultimately, this can be regarded as a unique spiritual power inherited through generations. Consequently, the proud members of the Uchiha clan seldom divert their focus from the development of their bloodline limit, often neglecting physical training. However, Chisang holds a distinct perspective. Whether it be the Sharingan or physical prowess, both are facets of one's own strength. Only by exerting additional effort to enhance and cultivate these abilities can one secure the possibility of survival in critical moments. Chisang never considers himself a prodigy. He firmly believes that no genius can triumph without effort. If there exists such a genius, it merely indicates that their efforts are insufficient. The man who nearly propelled the ninja world towards a conclusive end serves as a testament to this notion. After a brief repast by the roadside, Chisang commenced his training early, fully committed to his path of self-improvement. Weighted running, dragging tree stumps, kicking legs, jumping rope. After a complete set of exercises, Qianshuang's collar was already soaked with sweat. She managed to lift her sore and numb legs and finally sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Two familiar green figures appeared in Qianshuang's line of sight again. Might Guy looked around, his gaze sweeping over the dumbbell-shaped wooden stumps kicked by Qianshuang and the path dragged out by the stumps, showing a rare look of surprise on his face. "I really didn't expect this. I thought you were just a naive joke 2 years ago. But you actually persevered for 2 years." Upon hearing this, Qianshuang's lips curled up slightly as she chuckled twice, then spread her arms wide and lay on the grass in a star shape. "No matter what others think in my eyes, both physical skills and the Sharingan are my strengths, and I believe physical skills are no weaker than the Sharingan." Mentioning this, Might Guy first trembled, then seemed to realize something, laughing heartily. You're absolutely right. As long as it's the power within you, there is no distinction between strong and weak. Cultivating everything to the extreme is what youth is all about. However, you must remember, Qianshuang, biting off more than you can chew means that a half-hearted effort on 2 paths is still far inferior to someone who reaches the peak on 1 path. Might Guy suddenly became serious, his smile fading. Sensing the change in Might Guy's tone, Qianshuang sat up straight and said earnestly, "I understand, Uncle Dai, but I am confident that I can take both paths to their extremes." "Ha ha ha. I knew I didn't misjudge you. This is exactly what you should be like." Might Guy returned to his boisterous self, walked closer, and patted Qianshuang on the shoulder, causing her to grin widely. Chapter 3, Battle with Might Guy. "Wow, Qianshuang, I didn't expect you to have such big goals. You truly are the only opponent I recognize besides Kakashi. Come on, let's start the duel we agreed on." Might Guy, who had been quietly listening, once again showed a look of eagerness, and the familiar gazes made Qianshuang feel a bit uneasy. I just finished training. How about we sit down and rest for a bit, talk about life, talk about ideals?" "It's okay, Qianshuang, I just finished training too, and I will be careful not to actually hurt you." Saying this, Might Guy raised his thumb, a dazzling light like a diamond appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Qianshuang, don't hesitate, and don't hold back. Burn your youth to the fullest. Might Dai clenched his left fist tightly, making a cheering gesture. Qin Shuang. All right. The father and son are harmonizing so well that they don't give him a chance to refuse. Now he truly understands the feeling of Kakashi, who wants to decline but doesn't know how. With challenges coming every few days, anyone would find it unbearable. Mato Guy, seeing that Qin Shuang wasn't speaking, assumed it was a silent agreement and immediately shouted as he charged towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, take this. Leaf Great Whirlwind. A spinning kick came him head-on. The gust of wind strong enough to create a slight stinging sensation on Qin Shuang's face. Qin Shuang did not dare to be careless. With a sudden push of her right foot against the ground, her body quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. Hey, I haven't agreed to your challenge yet. Wake up, Qin Shuang. This time I will definitely defeat you fair and square. Unfortunately, at this moment, Might Guy was already fired up, and, aside from his fists, there was probably nothing that could make him stop. With no other choice, Qin Shuang also extended her leg to kick out, countering Might Guy's incoming whirlwind kick once again. Bang! Their legs collided, and while Might Guy was able to maintain his balance, Qin Shuang involuntarily took 2 steps back, feeling soreness from the clash. Although Qin Shuang had been training continuously over the past 2 years, her physical condition had improved significantly, like being on a plane. However, it all depended on who she was comparing herself to. Against Might Guy, who was 2 years older and had training in physical arts that surpassed her own, Qin Shuang still had to avoid the brunt of his strength. Konoha's rock rising. Might Guy took advantage of his momentum, his toes tapping the ground as he charged forward again. A heavy upward kick struck Qin Shuang's crossed arms, sending her into the air with great force. With another tap of his toes, Might Guy quickly arrived beside Qin Shuang, twisting his body as a downward kick aimed straight for her abdomen came rushing in. Qin Shuang's lips curled slightly, and with a bang, her figure transformed into a cloud of smoke and dissipated, leaving behind only an amorphous wooden stump. Might Guy was taken aback, turning around to see a spinning kick, identical to the one he had just executed, aimed at his left cheek. Qin Shuang's timing was nothing short of perfect. At this moment, Might Guy was still in the middle of his downward kick, caught between the fading of old strength and the arrival of new power. With no other choice, Might Guy could only raise his arms to block, but the immense force of the kick sent him flying backwards in an instant. Qin Shuang did not pause, her hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. As soon as the words left her mouth, a fireball large enough to engulf an adult shot towards Might Guy. A hint of hesitation appeared on Might Guy's face, but it was quickly replaced by determination. First gate open. Konoha's strong whirlwind. A faint green steam enveloped Might Guy's body. Facing the enormous fireball, he chose not to evade, knowing he couldn't escape such a wide-range attack. His right leg, wrapped in green steam, boldly met the attack. Boom! A powerful explosion created a gust of wind, forcing Might Guy, who was watching from the side, to raise his arms to shield his eyes. Yet he still stared intently into the depths of the black smoke, worry evident in his expression. Cough, cough. As the smoke slowly cleared, a slightly charred figure emerged, breathing heavily. Clearly, the direct confrontation with the great fireball had drained a significant amount of chakra from Might Guy. Let go again. At this moment, Guy's face remained stubborn as he shouted and charged towards Qin Shuang's previous position once more. Soon, Might Guy's figure broke free from the smoke, but the next moment, he froze in place, because in his line of sight, Qin Shuang was nowhere to be seen. Might Guy's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly heard a whoosh from his left. He raised his right fist and struck toward the figure that appeared on his left side. However, in his vision, Qin Shuang's eyes had turned blood red at some point, with 2 tomo slowly spinning in her dark pupils. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. In the instant their gazes met, Qin Shuang unhesitatingly cast a Jinjutsu, causing Might Guy to freeze in place for a full second. When Might Guy regained his senses, he felt a cold, sharp object pressed against his neck, making him dare not move a muscle, fearing that the icy kunai before him might accidentally cut his throat. Might Guy, witnessing this scene, sighed and said, "You didn't even force Qin Shuang to use the 8 gates? It seems Guy's training is still far from enough." For the past 2 years, Qin Shuang had trained in taijutsu with the Might father and son every day, and her bond with this peculiar duo had grown quite deep. Might Guy, recognizing Qin Shuang's considerable talent in taijutsu, had generously imparted the secret of the 8 gates to her. However, he repeatedly cautioned her not to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. "Guy, you lost." Qin Shuang slowly put down the kunai in her hand and smiled faintly at Might Guy. However, this smile gave Might Guy a faint chill down his spine. At that moment, Might Dai walked over and, seeing his son's disheveled appearance, patted Kai on the shoulder. It's okay, Kai. I believe that one day you will have the ability to defeat Qinshuang and Kakashi. But before that, you need to train even harder. Indeed, upon hearing this, who was initially a bit disheartened, reignited his fighting spirit. Yes, father, I understand what I need to do. Following that, Kai's eyes sparkled with brilliance again as he looked at Qinshuang. Qinshuang, starting today, I will keep challenging you until one day I can defeat you. Qinshuang, that's right, Kai. This is what we call youth. Might Dai look pleased. Father, Kai. The father and son embraced and wept. However, Qinshuang beside them felt a bit choked up, as if stuck with a sticky plaster, secretly thinking, it seems I need to avoid Kai more in the future. Chapter 4. Infiltration as night gradually fell. Qinshuang finished today's training, bid farewell to the Might Dai father and son, and headed home. Along the way, Qinshuang kept thinking about how to become stronger as quickly as possible. After all, time waits for no one. Studying methodically at the ninja school, he directly skipped that. Not to mention studying, even participating in the graduation exam right now would pose no difficulty for Qinshuang, but he had no intention of graduating immediately, simply because it was too conspicuous. Qinshuang's parents were just ordinary chunin, so the ninjutsu scrolls they left for Qinshuang were very limited. Qinshuang's father is skilled in fire release, and her mother is proficient in wind release. Ever since Qinshuang discovered 2 years ago that she possesses 3 chakra attributes, wind, fire, and lightning, she has begun to learn the ninjutsu left by her parents. Over the past 2 years, Qinshuang has basically mastered the ninjutsu inherited from her parents, although they are all relatively low-level techniques. However, this has led to a stagnation in her ninjutsu training. After all, high-level ninjutsu is not easily obtainable, and Qinshuang finds herself at a loss for how to proceed. After much consideration, she realizes that there is only one path forward, to find a mentor. Although Qinshuang is confident in her talent and believes that no one would refuse to take her as a disciple, finding a mentor also means exposing herself. So she must be very cautious. Moreover, Qinshuang's identity poses another challenge. Since the third Hokage took office, the Uchiha clan has been subjected to suppression, and due to the existence of the police force, the Uchiha's reputation is quite poor. If she chooses someone from another clan as her teacher, it is uncertain whether she would be courted or eliminated by the higher-ups in Konoha, and the Uchiha clan might also have their grievances against her. Although she is indifferent to this, there is still her elderly grandmother to consider, making the risks outweigh the benefits. While there is the precedent of Uchiha Kagami, the approaches of the 2 Hokages have been quite different, and there is also the shadow of that dark figure in the ninja world lurking in the background. Qinshuang is merely an edge figure within her clan, and from any perspective, she is far from her predecessors. Therefore, seeking a mentor within her own clan would be more appropriate. Having read the original work thoroughly, Qinshuang remembers that the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, is a hesitant person. After the Nine Tails incident, he was bullied by the higher-ups in Konoha and hesitated to launch a coup. When faced with the confiscation of his own son, he simply waited for death. If he were to learn that there is someone like her in the clan, he would definitely find ways to hide her. And it might even allow her to take over Itachi's future role, navigating between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, which would make it more convenient for her to influence the Uchiha's direction. As for strength, there is no need to think too much about it. Anyone who can become a clan leader must be strong, right? If Uchiha Fugaku can't teach her, then it seems no one in the clan would be able to. With her strategy in mind, Qinshuang felt a sense of relief and unknowingly found herself at her doorstep. Qinshuang looked at the bright lights in her home and knew, without thinking, that her grandmother was waiting for her to come home for dinner. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and she quickly walked forward to open the door. "I'm back, Grandma," Qinshuang said with a smile as she looked at the elders sitting at the dining table. "Welcome back, little Qinshuang. You must be tired from training. Sit down, and I'll heat up the food," the grandmother replied. Seeing Qinshuang return, a smile unconsciously appeared on the elder's face, and she quickly got up and walked toward the kitchen. Watching her grandmother's lonely and slightly hunched figure, Qinshuang felt a bit of a sting in her nose for some reason. She hurriedly took off her shoes and ran to the kitchen. "Grandma, I'm not tired. Let me help you." "Hee hee, okay, our Qinshuang has grown up." The elder's comforting voice came from the kitchen, and the soft light fell on the 2 figures, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. After eating and drinking enough, Qinshuang quietly sat cross-legged in her room. She didn't extract chakra, but focused on regulating her breathing to maintain her best condition. A few days ago, Qinshuang had heard the news of the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku's wife giving birth, and it was expected that Uchiha Itachi had been born. With a newborn son and a weak wife, Fugaku, given his character, was unlikely to go out at night. Moreover, the arrival of night could avoid unnecessary attention. So Qinchuang decided to take action tonight. Taking a deep breath, Qinchuang stood up from her room, ensuring her state had reached its peak. She put on a black hooded cloak from the coat rack and transformed into a shadow, leaping out of the window and disappearing into the night. It was now deep night, with very few pedestrians on the street. Most of the Leaf Village's security team was stationed at the edges of the Uchiha clan territory, with only a few people patrolling inside. Over the past 2 years, Qinchuang had already figured out these patrol positions, making it not very difficult for her small girl to avoid them. As for why she didn't just enter openly, it was because Qinchuang didn't want to get involved in the power struggles. Since the death of the second Hokage, the third Hokage had implemented even harsher suppression of the Uchiha clan, and a considerable number of clan members had begun to contemplate a coup. If her visit to the clan leader's residence drew the attention of the Dove and Hawk factions, although her life wouldn't be in danger, it would likely still pose a significant problem for Qinchuang. After all, she had no background, no strength, and only decent talent. Who wouldn't want to claim an unclaimed genius for themselves? This was also another reason why Qinchuang chose to apprentice under Fugaku, as anyone from the Uchiha clan had to listen to the clan leader's words. However, before Fugaku took her as a disciple, Qinchuang still felt it was best to be cautious. Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his wife and son peacefully sleeping on the bed, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he quietly left the room and closed the door. Fugaku sat alone on a wooden plank outside, sipping his tea, with a frown on his brow, seemingly lost in thought or struggling with a dilemma. Now, several clan elders were considering putting pressure on Konoha to seize some political power. This would have been unthinkable during the reign of the first and second Hokages. However, after the second Hokage's death, the succession was verbally passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen rather than Uchiha Kagami. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took office, he further suppressed the Uchiha clan. And combined with the fact that Konoha's strength had significantly diminished after World War II, some proud Uchiha clan members felt it was time to fight back. Fight back. How Fugaku wished to reclaim the grievances he had endured all this time. But as the clan leader, even if he didn't care about Konoha, he had to think about the Uchiha clan. Konoha had indeed suffered losses during the war, but the Uchiha clan wasn't in any better shape. Even if they could win, it would only be a narrow victory, and the other 4 great nations were always watching. They might not even have time to stabilize their position before facing attacks from the other 4 nations. How difficult. After much thought, Fugaku still couldn't come up with any effective solutions. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. He scratched his head, wondering who would come to see him so late. Hadn't he already clarified everything regarding clan matters earlier? Puzzled, Fugaku went to the door to see who was outside. Chapter 5. I can help you deal with the problem. Uchiha Fugaku opened the door, and a small figure immediately squeezed into the room, naturally closing the door behind them. The moment the shadow entered, Fugaku activated his Sharingan, swiftly retreating to put distance between himself and the intruder. In his eyes, this shadow had evaded the security team's search, indicating they were not an ordinary person and should not be taken lightly. Who are you? Although he was somewhat puzzled by the intruder's small stature, Fugaku remained on guard. Qinchuang slowly removed the hood from her head, revealing a delicate and fair-skinned pretty face. Seeing the scene before him, Fuyue was taken aback, surprised not only by the youth of the person in front of him, but also because he seemed to have seen this person in the clan before. The junior Uchiha Qinchuang. I have met the clan leader. Qinchuang performed a standard junior's greeting to Fugaku, knowing that his reckless intrusion tonight was already quite disrespectful. So he dared not neglect other formalities. Uchiha Qinchuang, you know I am the clan leader, yet you still dare to intrude into the clan leader's residence. What punishment do you deserve? Uchiha Fugaku exuded a heavy and inviolable authority. Qinchuang hurriedly cupped his hands and replied with a hint of grievance in his tone. Tribe leader, please calm down. I came here without any malicious intent. I just didn't want my visit today to be exposed to the other seniors, which is why I resorted to this desperate measure. After all, I'm powerless and without influence. If others find out, how could I escape? Hearing this, Fuyue's expression visibly softened, but he couldn't help but smile. Given the boy's age and his entrance just now, he was indeed a rare talent. However, the kid really thought of himself as a prize cabbage that others would fight over. It's important to know that there are many geniuses in the Uchiha clan. Although Qinchuang was impressive, he wasn't at the level where those clan elders would lower themselves for him. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking echoed. Qin Shuang and Fuyue both turned to look towards the door, then exchanged a glance. Fuyue cast a puzzled look at Qin Shuang, who understood and slowly shook her head, indicating that she was unaware of the person outside. Fuyue slowly approached the door, but this time he was cautious and did not open it immediately. Instead, he inquired through the door. "Who is it?" "Esteemed clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion. While patrolling just now, I seem to see a shadow flash by your door. So, I wanted to ask if you have noticed any suspicious individuals?" Fuyue looked at Qin Shuang again, but his authoritative gaze now held a hint of strangeness and a touch of mockery, as if he were ready to push someone out if the matter was not clarified. Qin Shuang felt a bit helpless in her heart. Who would have thought that this lofty clan leader would have such a twisted sense of humor? Although she was complaining internally, Qin Shuang's expression remained calm as she lowered her voice and slowly spoke to Fugaku. "Lord Clan Leader, I can help you handle the issues with the higher-ups in Konoha." Just this short sentence stirred up a huge wave in Fugaku's heart, so much so that he didn't even hear the members of the guard outside calling him twice. Ahem. Noticing his loss of composure, Fugaku's old face turned red, and he took another deep look at Qin Shuang before saying to the door, "Don't worry. There are no suspicious people here. You might have mistaken something. Remember to take care and rest well." "Yes. Thank you for your concern, Lord Clan Leader. Since there is no issue, I will take my leave now." After that, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Fugaku turned around again, his gaze unabashedly sizing up Qin Shuang, as if trying to discern something from him. But apart from the respect and calmness on his face, he found nothing. "Uchiha Qin Shuang, come with me." Fugaku gave up on observing and walked straight toward the backyard, with Qin Shuang following closely behind. When Qin Shuang entered the backyard of Fugaku's residence, she saw that the spacious area only had a single figure with arms crossed, facing away from her. This figure was like a mountain, looking lofty and unattainable. After a while, Fugaku slowly turned around, his eyes crimson as blood, and a powerful pressure surged toward Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang braced herself, straightened her back, and met Faye's gaze with her equally crimson eyes, showing no sign of backing down. The surprise in Faye's eyes flickered, and he slowly closed his Sharingan. "To Tomo Sharingan. It seems I underestimated you. Speak your purpose and the matter you just mentioned. If you cannot satisfy me, you won't have the chance to leave here." Feeling the pressure lift, Qin Shuang moved her slightly sore limbs and bowed to Faye. "Clan leader, I've heard that since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, the higher-ups of the village have often marginalized the Uchiha, and even among the common people, the Uchiha's reputation has been declining. Is this true?" Faye nodded, saying nothing more. This was already considered an open secret within the clan, so he wasn't surprised that Qin Shuang knew about it. However, her next statement almost caused him to lose his composure again. "I imagine many in the clan have thoughts of staging a coup, right?" Looking at Faye's increasingly grim expression, Qin Shuang mentally scolded herself for going too far in her teasing and quickly added, "Clan leader, please don't misunderstand. Given our clan's character, reaching this point has almost become inevitable. Anyone could guess that. I'm sure you feel conflicted about it as well, and I have a way to help you." "Oh, you can help me with something I can't even figure out myself?" Although Qin Shuang had surprised him one after another tonight, he still didn't believe this child could solve such a difficult problem for him. Currently, the Uchiha clan faces two major issues: the exclusion from Konoha's higher-ups and the dissatisfaction of the Konoha populace. The latter is relatively easier to resolve. We just need to restrain our clan members and be more amiable to others, and naturally, others will treat us well in return. You say that lightly. When the second Hokage handed the Konoha police force to the Uchiha clan, it was partly to delegate power, but also to make us the scapegoats, responsible for maintaining the village's order. How can we be amiable? Faye's expression remained serious, clearly not hearing the answer he wanted. "Clan leader, Haven T, you realize that you and the entire police force have fallen into a misunderstanding?" This question left Faye momentarily puzzled. Strict law enforcement is understandable when dealing with truly heinous individuals, but for minor mistakes, a gentle approach is often more effective. The proud and reclusive Uchiha clan clearly cannot achieve this, and that is the real reason the second Hokage entrusted the police force to the Uchiha. With this statement, Qin Shuang fixed her piercing gaze on the clan leader before her. Faye's tall figure trembled slightly, and then his brow furrowed tightly as he fell into deep thought. Qin Shuang did not rush to speak again, but instead looked at Fuyue, quietly waiting for him to digest the information from earlier. Chapter 6. I want to be a disciple after a while. Fuyue's brows slowly relaxed, and he let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps it is really as you said. However, The nature of the clan is such that, even as the clan leader, I cannot fully understand Fuyue's difficulties. Qinchuang also smiled faintly and offered her plan strategy. Clan leader. To change the clan's attitude towards the villagers, we must start with their thoughts about the villagers and the village. Only by genuinely feeling a sense of belonging to the village can even someone as proud as Uchiha treat others calmly. Qinchuang's words cannot be said to lack basis. It is known that the Uchiha clan places great importance on emotions. Their pride is merely for show to outsiders. For those they genuinely recognize, the Uchihas value them more than anyone else. Otherwise, the Sharingan, which can only be activated under extreme emotions, would not exist. I understand your point, but it is still difficult to achieve. You also know that the conflict between the clan and the village has existed for a long time. It is truly challenging to instill a sense of belonging in the clan members towards the village. After saying this, Fugaku shook his head slightly. Leader, the conflict is not with the village itself, but only with the higher-ups of the village. We cannot generalize. However, the village is still governed by the higher-ups, and the village and the higher-ups are essentially tied together. So what if we have the ability to replace the Konoha higher-ups with our own people? Qinchuang's lips curved slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of a smile as she looked at Fuyue. Fuyue thought for a moment and quickly understood Qinchuang's intention. His pupils contracted. Do you want me to initiate a coup? No. The current situation is more unfavorable to the Uchiha. A coup would only be harmful, not beneficial. You mean for me to express the intention of initiating a coup, thereby dismantling the bond in the clan members' minds between the village and the higher-ups of Konoha, in order to improve the clan's attitude? Hearing this analysis, Qinchuang inwardly sighed. She had only hinted slightly, yet he was able to deduce so much. But after a moment, she understood. After all, he is the head of a clan, and it would be unacceptable to lack some intelligence and strategy. Truly worthy of being the clan leader. He was able to think of this so quickly. This is indeed what the younger generation had in mind. Initially feeling good after resolving a major issue, Fuyue twitched his mouth upon hearing this. This idea was proposed by Qinchuang, and him praising his own quick understanding was just a roundabout way of boasting about his own thoughts, wasn't it? However, Fuyue didn't say much more. After all, in solving such a significant matter, Qinchuang could be considered a contributor. Fuyue nodded slightly, and his expression was no longer as stern as it had been at the beginning. With the first problem resolved, what about the other one? Qinchuang frowned slightly, pondered for 2 seconds, then relaxed her expression and respectfully said, May I ask the clan leader to hear a small request of mine? Fuyue waved his hand and replied, Go ahead, I'm listening. In the next moment, Qinchuang suddenly knelt on one knee. I would like to request the clan leader to accept me as your disciple. The reason Qinchuang did not bring up this matter at the beginning of the conversation, but instead prioritized giving suggestions, was to ease the atmosphere between him and Fugaku, and to allow them more time to become familiar with each other. Now that the time is ripe, especially since Qinchuang intends to use the matter of taking on a disciple to address the conflicts between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, he has now put forth his request without any hesitation. Mentioning this sparked some interest in Fugaku, as he had already gathered a rough understanding of Qinchuang's talent from the recent probing. Even though he had no intention of taking on a disciple, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. However, being the head of a prominent clan, it was not easy to take someone as a disciple, who in the Uchiha clan did not wish to be accepted into the Master-S fold. Fugaku did not have sufficient reasons to take Qinchuang as a disciple, especially since he still did not know much about Qinchuang's background. Tell me, why do you want to be my disciple? Because the clan leader is very strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the strongest in the clan, right? I want to have strength to protect my family and my clansmen. I do not want to feel the helplessness I experienced when my parents passed away 2 years ago. Recalling the most painful memories, Qinchuang couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, his gaze filled with determination and a hint of stubbornness. Upon hearing the words about his parents' passing, Fugaku began to understand Qinchuang's situation, and a deep sense of guilt welled up within him, softening his gaze towards Qinchuang slightly. I am very sorry about your parents. This is a failure on my part as the clan leader. However, I still do not have a reason to take you as a disciple. What if I could be your eyes monitoring the higher-ups of Konoha in the future? Qinchuang had anticipated that Fugaku would not easily take on disciples, so she decisively threw out the important task that Fugaku had given to Uchiha Itachi in the original work. Oh, monitoring the higher-ups of Konoha? What are your thoughts on that? In just under 15 minutes, Qinchuang's unique ideas had already gained Fugaku's attention, and he no longer held the initial dismissive attitude. The younger generation's bold claims will surely earn them the attention of the higher-ups and be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future. I believe you can gain attention, but I don't agree with the latter part. Don't forget, your surname is Uchiha. The more outstanding you are, the less likely they will entrust you with important tasks. The clan leader is right. Qinchuang nodded slightly, but then ambiguously replied, but the premise is that my heart also bears the surname Uchiha. Qinchuang paused for a moment, looking at Fuyue's contemplative expression, then continued, I've been studying at the ninja school since childhood, with a will of fire ingrained in my heart. If the person standing in front of them is a Uchiha who is wholeheartedly devoted to the village, what do you think he would do? As soon as these words were spoken, Fuyue was already astonished for what seemed like the umpteenth time as he looked at Qinchuang. But he forced himself to calm down and organized his thoughts. What you're doing indeed has a chance of success, but you are gambling on their appreciation of talent. If you lose this gamble, it could be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Fuyue gazed seriously at Qinchuang, unable to comprehend how this 5- or 6-year-old child could have such bold ideas. Even if it was the bravado of a young calf that fears no tiger, this was still too brave. Sensing Fuyue's thoughts, Qinchuang smiled faintly. That's why I want to become your apprentice, Chief. If I can't even protect myself, how can I talk about protecting the family? Well, since you want to be my apprentice, I will give you a chance. Tomorrow morning, go to the training ground on the back mountain and wait for me. If you can satisfy me, I will take you as my disciple. After saying this, Fuyue walked away without looking back. Thank you, Chief. Qinchuang, half kneeling on the ground, bowed slightly, and only after watching Fuyue enter the house did he slowly stand up, transforming into a wisp of breeze, blending into the night. Leaving Fuyue's residence, Qinchuang felt great joy, as he had basically accomplished his main objective for the night. As for the opportunity that Fuyue mentioned, Qinchuang was confident that his current combat power was enough to pass tomorrow's test. However, to be safe, Qinchuang returned home to continue his training. Chapter 7. The Enthusiastic Obito. Not long after Qinchuang left, another figure departed from the Uchiha mansion. This figure walked much more leisurely than Qinchuang, even moving at a slower pace. However, despite the relaxed demeanor, the figure was not slow at all. In just a short quarter of an hour, he had crossed half of the Uchiha clan's territory and arrived at the headquarters of the Uchiha Guard, located at the edge of the clan land. As he reached the entrance, the 2 Uchiha clansmen guarding the door slightly bowed and respectfully called out, Lord Clan Leader. Indeed, this figure was Uchiha Fugaku. Nodding slightly to the 2 on duty, Fugaku continued at his pace into the interior of the guard headquarters. As Fugaku reached the upper floor, he saw a middle-aged man with short brownish-yellow hair, unique markings around his eyes, and dressed in a deep blue long robe walking towards him. Clan Leader, why are you here at this time? Seeing Fugaku, the middle-aged man was puzzled, as the clan leader had repeatedly instructed not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter, and now he had come himself. It's Hakadai, just the person I need to talk to. Noticing the person he was looking for, Fugaku disregarded Uchiha Hakadai's strange expression and stated his purpose directly. Please help me notify the clan elders one by one, telling them I have important matters to discuss with them tomorrow noon, and to wait for me at the Southeast Shrine. Also, I need all the information on a boy named Uchiha Qinchuang from the clan, and I need it immediately. Remember to keep all of this confidential. Uchiha Hakadai did not dare to be negligent and quickly agreed, turning to arrange the matters. Fugaku entered his office, sat in his chair, and fell into deep thought, recalling the conversation with Qinchuang. Before long, the information about Qinchuang was delivered to Fugaku's hands. One must say, the efficiency of the Uchiha clan was indeed high. Everything from family background to recent interactions had been thoroughly investigated. Fugaku carefully examined the paper documents in his hand, not missing any detail, and finally confirmed that Qinchuang had no suspicious points, which relieved him, seeing that Qinchuang had begun his tireless training after the death of his parents. Fugaku couldn't help but admire him even more. In the Hokage office, report, Lord Hokage, here is the basic situation of this year's students at the Ninja Academy. If Qinchuang or Shursui were there, they would immediately recognize that the speaker was the middle-aged ninja who had taught them in the morning. He was now looking at the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with great respect as he sat behind a desk. Are there any good prospects in this year's batch? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked casually. Report to you, Lord Hokage. This year, there are mostly civilian ninjas, with only a few children from notable clans. Among them, I believe the ones with the greatest potential are Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Qinchuang. The 2 Uchiha children, the middle-aged ninja, replied respectfully. Uchiha, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched slightly as he picked up a stack of documents beside him, flipping through and examining two of them closely. Upon seeing that Uchiha Shursui was a descendant of his fellow disciple, Uchiha Kagami, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his somewhat gloomy old face. He then looked at the other document, and, upon learning that Qinchuang's parents had unfortunately died during a mission, a trace of bitterness and guilt crossed his face. Sigh. Let us teach them well. If they can inherit the will of fire, they may become a great pillar of the village in the future. Yes, Lord Hokage, I will definitely teach these children diligently. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the middle-aged ninja understood, turning to leave. The office once again fell into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly picked up his pipe, took a puff, and the moonlight filtering through the smoke illuminated his aged face, casting light on his murky and calm eyes, leaving one to wonder where his thoughts had flown. The next morning, Qinchuang gradually woke from his sleep. As soon as he opened his bedroom door, a kind and gentle smile greeted him. Get up, Qinchuang. Come have breakfast, or you'll be late for school. Qinchuang rubbed her forehead, showing a helpless smile, and gently said, Grandma, today is the weekend. We don't have school. You must have gotten the time wrong again, right? Oh dear, Grandma is getting old, confused, and can't remember clearly. While saying this, Grandma still had a smile on her face, showing no signs of being affected, and continued to fiddle with the breakfast she had just made. Qinchuang hurriedly stepped forward to help set up breakfast, then pulled out a chair for her grandmother and assisted her in sitting down, smiling as she said, Grandma, I've grown up and can take care of myself now, so you don't have to worry about me. Good. My grandson has grown up and is doing well. If your parents could see you now, they would be proud of you. When her grandmother mentioned her parents, a wave of deep sadness surged in Qinchuang's heart again. But she quickly suppressed it, her eyes showing a determined look once more. Don't worry, Grandma. I will work hard to become the best ninja in the village, and then it will be my turn to protect our family. All right, Grandma is looking forward to that day, listening to Qinchuang's grand ambitions. Her grandmother's smile grew even brighter as she busily served her breakfast. After eating and drinking enough, Qinchuang headed towards the meeting place with Fugaku. As she walked through the streets, many vendors and passing elderly people warmly greeted Qinchuang, and she smiled back at each of them. Since there were only Qinchuang and her grandmother at home, she naturally didn't want to let her grandmother go to such a busy place to buy things. So at a young age, Qinchuang took on the responsibility of grocery shopping. Over time, Qinchuang became familiar with the people who frequented the street, and the vendors and elderly people had a great fondness for this well-mannered and handsome young boy. Qinchuang's gaze swept over the pedestrians along the way, finally resting on an old man who was hesitantly crossing the street. Without hesitation, Qinchuang hurried up to support the old man. Just as she held on to him, she noticed another figure approaching from the other side of the old man. It was a young boy dressed in sportswear, wearing a pair of sunglasses on his head. Qinchuang's eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the person in front of her, who was Uchiha Obito. Although Obito had not yet turned dark at this time, Qinchuang couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. On the other side, Obito seemed unaware of Qinchuang's presence. After gently comforting an old man, he assisted the elderly man across to the other side, with Qinchuang following along. The old man thanked Uchiha Obito and Qinchuang with a smile, and the two waved their hands in response. After watching the old man walk away, Obito finally noticed Qinchuang beside him. Oh, it's you, Qinchuang. What a surprise to run into you here. Where are you headed? I'm going to the back mountain. Qinchuang replied with a symbolic smile. Oh, I see. Then I won't chat with you for long. I have a meeting with Rin and the others soon, so I need to leave. Before Qinchuang could respond, Obito dashed away in a flash. Watching Obito leave, Qinchuang felt a wave of helplessness. She had tried to prevent Obito from falling for Rin, but ultimately failed. Now, the only way to stop Obito from turning dark was to ensure Rin's safety. Saving the Uchiha really was a long and arduous task. With a sigh in her heart, Qinchuang continued toward the back mountain. Chapter 8. Consideration training ground at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. A small figure sat quietly cross-legged under a tree on the outskirts of the training ground. Not knowing how many hours had passed, the sun was nearly at its zenith when a tall figure slowly appeared in the training ground. Sensing the arrival of this figure, Qinchuang ended her meditation, stood up, and approached the tall, middle-aged man with his arms crossed over his chest. There were some issues in the clan, and I want to handle them, so I'm late. Fugaku's expression was calm, as usual, and his indifferent seriousness revealed no hint of remorse for his tardiness. Qinchuang also remained unfazed and respectfully said as usual, It's all right, clan leader, you have many important matters to attend to. My affairs are secondary. On the surface, Qin Shuang appeared calm, but inside she had already cursed Fugaku hundreds of times. Although it was spring, the sun overhead was like a big furnace, and even with the shade of a large tree, it still made Qin Shuang feel restless. If it weren't for the desire to become stronger, she would have given up long ago. She couldn't leave, and although she wanted to train, she was afraid that facing Fugaku wouldn't guarantee her best condition. Caught in this dilemma, Qin Shuang had no choice but to sit under the tree, constantly repeating to herself that a calm mind brings coolness, while secretly cursing Fugaku for being as unreliable as a Beto. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Fugaku had said this morning, but did not specify a time. The sun was still a bit off from being directly overhead, so she forced herself to consider it morning. Fugaku didn't respond, only quietly stared at Qin Shuang, seemingly trying to discern some other emotions from her. After watching for a long time, he saw nothing but respect. A hint of satisfaction subtly appeared in Fugaku's eyes. Clearly, he thought Qin Shuang's character aligned quite well with his standards, which was quite rare among the Uchiha clan. It was no wonder Fugaku couldn't see through her. In her past life, Qin Shuang had mastered the art of hiding her emotions while mingling with various people. It wasn't that Fugaku couldn't tell. It was that Qin Shuang hadn't shown even a hint of her true feelings. I won't say much more. Come on, Uchiha Qin Shuang, show me your strength. If you can satisfy me, I wouldn't mind taking you as my apprentice. Fugaku's sharp gaze fixed on Qin Shuang. Even without activating his Sharingan, he still made her feel a sense of heart-pounding anxiety, prompting her to instinctively adopt a poised stance, ready to strike. Qin Shuang understood that this battle was inevitable, and she did not dare to hold back against the Uchiha leader before her. Since that was the case, be careful, clan leader. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Shuang's body shot forward like a spear, quickly closing the distance between her and Fugaku. Qin Shuang gripped the kunai that had appeared in her hand at some unknown moment, thrusting it straight towards Fuyue's face without any hesitation. As the sharp tip drew closer, Fuyue remained unfazed, tilting his head slightly just a second before the kunai struck, easily dodging the attack. His left arm, which had been crossed over his chest, shot out suddenly, and in the next moment, he had tightly locked Qin Shuang's neck. Bang! Qin Shuang's body immediately transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished from the spot. Hiding in the tree, Qin Shuang saw that his clone was no match for Fuyue, further deepening his understanding of Fuyue's strength. Without hesitation, he immediately released the ninjutsu he had prepared earlier. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. The flame spewed from Qin Shuang's mouth spread out in all directions, shooting towards Fuyue like the seeds of a phoenix flower that burst forth upon contact. Fuyue looked at Qin Shuang with increasing satisfaction, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly formed several hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A fireball large enough to engulf an entire house erupted from Fuyue's mouth. Compared to the one-person-high fireball Qin Shuang had unleashed earlier, it was like comparing heaven to earth. The phoenix fireballs, like moths drawn to a flame, bravely collided with the fireball, merging into it, and then fell silent. The fireball continued its momentum towards Qin Shuang's position, but by now, Qin Shuang's figure had already vanished. After releasing the phoenix fire, Qin Shuang had already hidden back into the nearby woods. He knew that in terms of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, even 10 of them combined would not be a match for Fuyue. Only in taijutsu did he have a slight chance. However, in a serious contest, whether it be taijutsu, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu, there would be no restrictions. So if he wanted an opportunity for a taijutsu battle, he had to carve out a path for himself. Therefore, after his previous strike, Qin Shuang immediately fled, not seeking to attack, but merely to attract Fuyue's attention. At this moment, Qin Shuang had reached the tree beside Fuyue. Taking advantage of Fuyue's focus on the great fireball, he lunged forward again, holding a kunai, and attempted to stab Fuyue in the face with the same trick. Fuyue turned around and saw the sharp point close at hand, shaking his head slightly. After all, he was just a 5 or 6-year-old child with little practical experience. His timing was quite good, but everything else was still lacking. With this thought, Fuyue tilted his head again, planning to dodge Qin Shuang's kunai once more. However, this time was different from the last. Unbeknownst to him, the blade of Qin Shuang's kunai began to emit a faint blue glow, a layer of chakra enveloping its surface, increasing both the length and width of the kunai. This was a ninjutsu Qin Shuang had practiced, based on Asuma Sarutobi's chakra blade from the original work, attaching his wind-release chakra with superb control to the blade of the weapon, which not only increased the attack range, but also enhanced the sharpness of the weapon. Fuyue's dodge did not completely avoid the cut of the kunai. At a critical moment, Fuyue displayed astonishing reflexes, and a kunai in his hand flashed coldly, blocking Qinchuang's chakra kunai just in time. Even so, the sharp chakra kunai left a small, almost negligible scratch on Fuyue's face. Fuyue quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Qinchuang. But Qinchuang, who had finally gained an advantage, would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He immediately followed up and engaged Fuyue in close combat again. Fuyue did not use ninjutsu this time. The two engaged in a taijutsu confrontation. The more they clashed, the more shocked Fuyue became. Although Qinchuang's combat skills were quite immature, the strength he displayed gave Fuyue the illusion of facing someone his own age. Coupled with the chakra blade's enhancement, Fuyue found himself unable to take down Qinchuang for the moment. Comparable to the strength of an adult ninja? What does that even mean? How did this kid train? Why is he so abnormal? On the other hand, Qinchuang felt very serious. He had thought that after 2 years of training, even if he couldn't defeat Fuyue in taijutsu, he wouldn't suffer too much. However, every time he blocked Fuyue's attack, the next one came from angles that even his Sharingan couldn't clearly capture, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Although he could still barely hold on for now if this continued, defeat would only be a matter of time. Chapter 9, Apprenticeship. Clang. 2 kunai clashed again, and the powerful force sent the exhausted Qinchuang flying back, skidding several dozen meters before he finally steadied himself. That's enough. A serious voice interrupted Qinchuang, who was about to charge forward again. Qinchuang looked at Fuyue with a slightly dazed expression, clearly still recovering from the recent battle. Fuyue slowly approached Qinchuang, his eyes unusually showing a look of praise and appreciation. Even with the pride of the Uchiha clan, I must admit that to be able to engage with me to this extent, you truly are a remarkable talent. Hearing Fuyue's appreciative tone, a faint smile appeared on Qinchuang's pale face without any obvious change in expression. Qinchuang knew that being praised by Fugaku meant that he had completely earned Fugaku's recognition. At this point, the matter of apprenticeship was basically settled. Sure enough, the next moment, Fugaku returned to a serious demeanor and said solemnly, "Uchiha Qinchuang, do you wish to take me as your master and follow me in training?" Upon hearing this, Qinchuang did not hesitate to kneel on one knee. Looking devout as he said, "Disciple Qinchuang pays his respects to the master." Watching the scene, even the stern Fugaku couldn't help but slightly curve his lips, looking at Qinchuang with satisfaction and reaching out to help him up. "Qinchuang, I must tell you in advance. My training is quite arduous. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Sensing Fugaku's change in attitude towards him, Qinchuang smiled at Fugaku and said, "I'm not afraid of hardship. Bring it on, teacher Fugaku." Fugaku nodded, patted Qinchuang on the shoulder, and said, "Let's stop here for now. You've used up quite a bit of energy. Go back and rest. Come to my place tonight." "Understood, teacher." After saying this, Fugaku turned and walked towards the training ground exit. He had not taken 2 steps when he paused, and his stern voice came again. "Make sure you don't sneak in again." He then continued walking out of the training ground, leaving Qinchuang to smile helplessly. After resting for a moment and consuming 2 soldier pills, Qinchuang began his training for the day. Now that he was already the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, he could barely be considered an internal member of the Uchiha. So there was no need to specifically run to the woods where Might Guy and Might Dai trained in taijutsu. Moreover, since it seemed he was now regarded by Might Guy as being on par with Kakashi, it was better to keep a low profile. Qinchuang expressed that he had just been beaten and could hardly cope. The Nanha Shrine, located at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, is considered a corner of Konoha village. It is unclear what deity is worshipped here, and nowadays, probably no one can answer that. The entire shrine, aside from the ancient temple in the center that still faintly exudes a sense of grandeur, has long fallen into disrepair due to its long history. But what others do not know is that in this seemingly abandoned place, Fugaku is discussing matters with 6 elderly men in a secret chamber underground. "Chief, can that child be trusted?" Uchiha Jin, sitting in the leftmost seat, asked Fugaku in his aged voice. "I have investigated thoroughly. Although Qinchuang has some unique ideas, his heart is with the Uchiha clan, and he has a grandmother in the clan," Fugaku replied steadily. "Chief, while that child's words have some merit, you cannot entrust the future of the clan entirely to him. Moreover, whether this child can be trusted is still debatable." Uchiha Jin wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a coarse voice. "Huh, you old man, all you ever say is to deliberate and consider, waiting to make decisions until it's too late. By the time you decide, the food will be cold. I think this kid is quite good. He dares to speak and act without being arrogant or rash. He's a good seed. Fugaku turned his head to see Uchiha Hiromu, sitting second from the right, glaring at Uchiha Jin with puffed cheeks. It was obvious to everyone that the two did not get along, and indeed they did not. Uchiha Jin is a member of the Dove faction among the clan elders, advocating for conflict resolution, while Uchiha Hiromu, true to his name, has a fiery temper and has long been dissatisfied with the higher-ups in Konoha, representing the hawkish side. The two, who have always been at odds, unsurprisingly had a disagreement over Qinshuang's issue. Uchiha Jin, being pointed at and berated, was taken aback when had a dignified elder of the clan ever suffered such indignity. Just as he was about to retort, Fugaku spoke up from the head seat. All right, Elder Jin, Elder Hiromu, let's all calm down. We are here to discuss opinions today, not to argue. Yes, let's calm down and listen to what the chief has to say. Exactly. Arguing doesn't solve anything. The other elders chimed in, and the two elder men, who were at odds, finally quieted down, but they still exchanged disdainful glances and turned their heads away. Seeing the elders quiet down, Fugaku continued his speech. I believe Qinshuang's viewpoint has some merit, and this is something we cannot deny. The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Fugaku nodded slightly and continued. Since there is merit, why not give it a try? However, we must ensure that our clansmen do not discuss or leak this matter. Elder Hiromu, you will handle the supervision in this regard. Is that all right? Leave it to me. I want to see if this kid's ideas are effective. Uchiha Hiromu readily agreed. As for the later mention of joining the Umbu to monitor the higher-ups in Konoha, I thought for a moment and realized that among the younger generation of Uchiha, only Qinshuang and Shisui have the ability to take on such a heavy responsibility. However, this matter should not be rushed. We need to wait for them to grow. I have already taken Qinshuang as my disciple, and during this time, I will personally teach him until he is capable of bearing this heavy responsibility. What do the elders think? One more thing, to be safe, before Qinshuang has sufficient strength, his matters should be kept confidential, including from those within the Uchiha clan. In Fugaku's calculations, if he directly announced that he had taken on a disciple, the elders would label Qinshuang as the chief's disciple, and after stating Qinshuang's series of viewpoints, everyone would probably attribute the credit directly to Fugaku, without forming a deep understanding of Qinshuang himself. This was not what Fugaku wanted to see. So, at the start of the meeting, he prioritized explaining Qinshuang's viewpoints before announcing that he had taken on a disciple, which not only demonstrated his support for Qinshuang, but also allowed the elders to gain a deeper understanding of Qinshuang, which would benefit Qinshuang's actions in the clan in the future. Seeing that their chief openly supported him, no elder dared to voice any dissent. Moreover, everyone's original intention was for the clan's benefit, and now that there was an optimal solution, no one would step forward to sing a different tune. With the chief personally teaching, we can rest assured. We all rely on the chief's words. Chapter 10. Master S. wife. In the afternoon, Qinshuang returned home, dragging his exhausted body. He first took a shower to wash away all the sweat, then sat down to meditate and refine his chakra for a while before getting up to help his grandmother prepare dinner. To avoid worrying his grandmother, Qinshuang did not tell her about Fugaku taking him as a disciple, but instead shared some interesting experiences from his journey and amusing anecdotes he knew from his previous life, which made his grandmother chuckle. After dinner, Qinshuang used the excuse of having an appointment with his classmates to leave the house. Along the way, Qinshuang noticed many gazes directed at him, but he didn't mind. With his current identity, there was no need to sneak around anymore. Although he still could not be complacent, this was at least a good start. Thinking of this, Qinshuang's mood improved significantly, and even his steps felt lighter. In no time, he had arrived at the door of the chief's residence. Looking at the door in front of him, Qinshuang felt a bit emotional. Just yesterday, he had to sneak in, and today, he could walk in openly. It truly was a new era with new officials. Shaking his head to discard the random thoughts in his mind, Qinshuang stepped forward and knocked on the door. A light footstep approached, and with a creak, the door was pulled open from the inside, revealing a woman with a calm demeanor and a gentle appearance, cradling a newborn baby in her arms. Strangely, this baby seemed different from others. Instead of crying as expected at that age, he was extraordinarily quiet. If it weren't for the curious look he cast at Qinshuang, he might have thought the child was already asleep. The woman did not speak, but carefully examined Qinshuang, which made him feel a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Master, just as Qinshuang was about to speak to break the awkward atmosphere, the woman spoke first, her eyes full of curiosity towards Qinshuang. You're the new disciple that Fugaku has taken, Uchiha Qinshuang? Yes, Master S. wife. I am Uchiha Qinshuang. Qin replied honestly. With Qin keen eye, he could tell that the person in front of him was the chief's wife, and the baby in her arms was undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. It must be said that Itachi was indeed remarkable. From birth, he was different, not crying or making a fuss, and his intellect was more mature than that of ordinary children. Indeed, a smart child. Come in. Your master is waiting for you inside. As she spoke, Uchiha Makoto naturally took Qin by the arm, cradling the baby in one hand and leading the child into the inner room. You are quite capable to have gained Fugaku's recognition at such a young age. Uchiha Makoto seemed to quite like this somewhat reserved and refined young man before her. The junior does not dare to claim that. I am honored to be valued by Master Fugaku. Qin did not lose himself due to the closeness of Uchiha Makoto. Moreover, in his view, Fugaku had not used his full strength in their fight. If it were a life-and-death duel, Qin would likely not last even 3 moves. I understand his character well. If you cannot earn his genuine recognition, he will never accept you as a disciple, no matter the reason. As she spoke, Uchiha Makoto slightly tilted her head, her gaze soft as she looked at Qin. So, you don't need to belittle yourself. Listening to her gentle voice and feeling that gentle gaze, Qin felt a faint illusion of facing his mother. He recalled that when he was young, his mother often spoke to him in this tone under such a gaze when he was still naive. Experiencing this long-lost maternal affection, Qin momentarily became dazed, and Uchiha Makoto called his name twice without him responding. Uchiha Makoto looked at Qin easily understandable eyes, combined with what Fugaku had previously mentioned about Qin's situation, and she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity for him. She reached out to touch Qin's head, her eyes filled with compassion. Without parents by your side, it must have been very hard for you. But it's okay now. You have a teacher and a teacher's wife, and everything will get better. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Feeling Uchiha Makoto's gesture, Qin was first stunned, and then emotions surged like a floodgate bursting open. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his eyes still became moist. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a strong sense of closeness to this teacher's wife he had just met. Perhaps it was because she was a new mother, radiating an unintentional maternal glow, which was extremely impactful for Qin. Qin worked hard to her emotions, raised her head, and happened to see Uchiha Makoto's affectionate and pained gaze. A warm current surged into her heart. Thank you, mother-in-law, I understand. A brilliant smile had unknowingly appeared on Qin's face, something she had never shown in front of others. Perhaps only her grandmother had seen it often. Seeing Qin, who had originally looked like a little adult, finally revealed the radiant smile that a child of her age should have, Uchiha Makoto also smiled knowingly, once again taking Qin's small hand and stepping forward. As they walked through the corridor, on the left side was a room the size of 6 tatami mats. Uchiha Makoto let go of Qin's hand, gently pulled open the door, and turned back to give a glance to Qin before entering, holding Uchiha Itachi in her arms. Qin did not follow immediately. Instead, she gently tidied her clothes, took a deep breath to calm her somewhat restless emotions, and then opened the door to enter the room. The room was quite simple, with no unnecessary decorations, only a low table and a cushion neatly placed in the center. On the other side of the table, Uchiha, Fugaku, and Uchiha Makoto, who had just taken a seat, were sitting quietly, while Uchiha Itachi continued to lie quietly in Uchiha Makoto's embrace. Teacher Fugaku, I apologize for the interruption. Qin slightly bowed and then consciously sat down on the futon opposite Fugaku. Qin, do you know why I called you over? The teacher wants to remind me of something, right? Qin replied quietly, lifting the teapot from the table and effortlessly pouring 3 cups of tea, pushing 2 cups in front of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. For some reason, Qin felt a bit awkward facing Uchiha Makoto, but felt much more natural when facing the more imposing Fugaku. Fugaku unceremoniously picked up his teacup, and the azure tea swirled with ripples as he moved his hand. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto listened quietly to their conversation. That's one reason, but more importantly, I want you to get to know the people here. Since you've entered my door, you cannot know anyone, right? This is my wife, your sensei's wife, Uchiha Makoto, and as he just became familiar with her, in her arms is our child, Uchiha Itachi. Qin followed Fujiwara's gaze to Uchiha Makoto, slightly bowing Shermu. Uchiha Makoto smiled gently at Qin. Chapter 11. Conversation. Qin, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I will hold you to my standards from now on. Fujiwara raised his teacup again and took a sip. Yes, I've already been aware of this. Qin replied earnestly. Seeing Qin's reaction, Fujiwara nodded in satisfaction. I have a few things to remind you about. Fujiwara fiddled with his teacup, speaking slowly. First, our master-disciple relationship must be kept confidential for now, to prevent you from entering the higher echelons of Konoha's attention too early. Qinchuan nodded without hesitation. In fact, even if Fugaku hadn't mentioned it, Qinchuan would have said the same thing. After all, Konoha had never been ruled by Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. If one were to enter Danzo's sights without some strength as a safeguard, it would be easy to get into trouble. The second point is that according to the method you proposed, you need to continue attending the Ninja Academy. Given that there was a precedent of Hatake Kakashi graduating early recently, you need to be cautious and avoid showing your strength unless absolutely necessary. However, I believe you can handle this even without my reminder. After all, if you hadn't taken the initiative to come to me this time, when would I have noticed you? That truly is a mystery. Fugaku looked at Qinchuan meaningfully. Qinchuan chuckled, his expression slightly unnatural, but he didn't think he was in the wrong. In a situation where he had no power or strength, if he wanted to develop cautiously, he had to fully embrace the idea of survival. Fortunately, he had now taken his clan leader as his teacher, which meant he had the entire Uchiha clan as his backing. Anyone who wanted to harm him would have to think twice. As for the third point, let's talk about your training. Aside from the courses at the Ninja Academy, I will set aside an hour to guide you. As for the remaining time, you can arrange it yourself. Whether you practice what I teach you, refine your chakra, or take a nap, I won't interfere. However, if you can't achieve the results I require within the designated time, you'll have to consider the consequences. Hearing Fugaku's arrangement, Qinchuan wasn't surprised. After all, in the original work, Fugaku also had a similar hands-off approach with his son. The techniques are handed to you, and you practice on your own. I only care about the results. But this method probably only suits a genius like Uchiha Itachi, and if it were a more mediocre person, they might really struggle to learn. However, Qinchuan didn't believe he was inferior to Uchiha Itachi. In self-study, Qinchuan had also mastered the C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique, and some C-rank wind release techniques, and he had even developed his own control methods for chakra blades. He believed that as long as his master led him through the door, his achievements would not be less than those of his predecessors. This was the innate pride of the Uchiha clan, as well as Qinchuan's confidence in his own hard work and talent. The only thing that made Qinchuan feel a bit dissatisfied was, Teacher Fugaku, isn't the guidance time a bit too short? Qinchuan weakly asked. Upon hearing this, Fugaku almost spat out the tea he had just sipped. Who didn't know that he, as the Uchiha clan leader, was notoriously strict? Whether an average person could even endure this hour was debatable, and this kid was complaining it was too little. Besides, as the clan leader with such a heavy responsibility, did he have nothing else to do besides teaching his disciple? He had already set aside an hour for you, and you still thought it wasn't enough. Was he trying to wear his teacher out? Uchiha Mikoto, watching Fugaku show a rare expression of being taken aback, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Fugaku swallowed the tea in his mouth, first glancing at Uchiha Mikoto, then glaring at Qinchuan and saying irritably, "You little brat, don't aim too high. Just focus on getting through this hour first. I hope you still have the strength to complain about the time being short then." "Yes, teacher," Qinchuan replied with an innocent smile. In fact, Qinchuan didn't think Fugaku's training would be easy. He mainly brought it up to tease Fugaku a bit. Since this teacher always had a stern face, he also wanted to indirectly show Fugaku his determination to become stronger. Seeing Fugaku get so flustered made Qinchuan want to laugh. But he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could leave the room in one piece. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now, let's talk about you. How can this 5-year-old kid have such absurd strength? And who taught you the technique of attaching chakra to shuriken?" After finishing what he needed to convey, Fugaku was also a bit impatient to know the answers to these questions. Qinchuan blinked her eyes, putting on a pure expression, and said the words she had already prepared. "You see, it's actually nothing special. Just do 5,000 squats, 5,000 push-ups, kick the wooden stake 5,000 times, jump rope 5,000 times, and then drag the tree stump around the forest for 50 laps." Listening to Qinchuan talk about her training routine with a face full of nonchalance, even the calm Fugaku couldn't help but twitch his mouth and inwardly curse her as a freak. However, it was undeniable that the results were immediate. At just 5 years old, Qinchuan possessed strength comparable to that of an adult ninja, which left Fugaku with no objections, only reminding her to take care of her health. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Qinchuan with a pained expression, clearly fully embracing her role as a mentor, treating Qinchuan almost like her own son. As for the chakra kanai, this was something I figured out on my own. Wind release chakra is sharp and fierce. So I thought if I could attach this type of chakra to the surface of the kunai, I could create a weapon with a larger attack range and greater lethality. However, this requires considerable control over chakra, and I can only manage it with difficulty. Fugaku nodded slightly upon hearing this, not doubting the validity of Qin words. After all, he had investigated all the people Qin had come into contact with and found nothing noteworthy, so her answer was clearly the only acceptable one. Well, your idea is quite good. This method will also help enhance your control over chakra flow. Keep practicing, and when you can fully master this technique, you could try to learn our Uchiha-style sword Leap Flame, which has a similar essence. Really? Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Qin was overjoyed. How could she not have heard of this technique? After successfully attaching wind release chakra to the kunai, Qin had also tried to attach fire release chakra to it. But the result was that the kunai melted away due to the excessively high temperature of the flames. After multiple attempts, she still couldn't find a balance that would maintain a high-intensity flame without melting the kunai. If she could receive Fugaku's guidance, it would surely lead to twice the result with half the effort. Alright, it's getting late. We've finished our discussion, so hurry back to rest. Starting tomorrow, come to me right after school. Fugaku glanced at the moon, which had risen high in the sky, and waved goodbye to Qin. Qin looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was dozing off in Uchiha Makoto's arms, and nodded. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, he got up and left the clan leader's residence. Chapter 12. 3 years in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze to the courtyard outside the window. With the moonlight shining down, he could see that the plants in the courtyard were thriving, each branch and leaf appearing orderly, obviously well-trimmed. What do you think of that child, Qin? Fugaku asked casually, without changing his gaze. Uchiha Makoto gently patted the drowsy Uchiha Itachi resting against her and smiled. Qin is different from most Uchiha clan members. He is a humble and polite good child. Besides being favored by you, I believe his talent is also commendable. It would be great if Itachi could be as outstanding as him in the future. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, this child is truly exceptional. A gentle breeze blew through, causing the plants in the courtyard to sway softly. The contrast between movement and stillness created a naturally harmonious scene. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Qin almost lives a life of going to school and training every day, and during her free time, she also practices with Might Guy and Uchiha Shursui. Although her life is monotonous, it is quite fulfilling. As for the Uchiha clan, under the intentional guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, the attitude of the police force at work is gradually improving. Although the results are not yet significant, the villagers' resistance to the Uchiha clan is visibly decreasing. Everything seems to be developing in a positive direction. However, outside of Konoha village, the situation is not as peaceful. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone missing, and the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure are suspecting Konoha and Iwagakure. Coupled with the instigation from Kyomogakure, numerous conflicts have erupted at the borders of the major nations. This has caused a headache for the high-ranking officials of Konoha, as they know that Konoha is no longer what it used to be. After experiencing 2 great wars, its overall strength has significantly diminished, and the current demand for ninjas is far from being met. Even some underperforming chunin have been sent to the front lines, indicating that the situation is quite urgent. The Uchiha clan, as a part of the village, is no exception, and several jonin from the clan have been dispatched to the borders. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku is carefully holding a watering can, gently pushing aside the lush flowers and branches and watering the exposed soil repeatedly. Behind him stands a black-haired boy, who is not very old but already about 1.5 meters tall. The most striking feature is his pair of deep, pitch-black eyes that seem as boundless as the starry sea. This is Qin, who has been studying with Fugaku for 3 years. Qin received a message from Fuyue early in the morning, saying there was something important to discuss. Without even having breakfast, she rushed over, only to find that this cheap teacher had her watch him water flowers for 10 minutes. Although Qin felt helpless in her heart, she didn't think too much about it. After all, for the past 3 years, Faik had done everything he could to nurture her, and she had seen all of this, feeling nothing but gratitude and respect for him. You must have heard about the conflict that broke out at the border of the Leaf Village, right? What are your thoughts on it? Faik did not turn around, still tending to the flowers and plants in his hands. Whether or not the third Kazekage has truly gone missing is not the point. Even if this incident hadn't occurred, war would eventually come. This was already destined since the first Hokage allocated the most fertile lands to Konoha. Naturally, Qin wouldn't say anything foolish about wrongfully accusing good people. In a situation of unequal resources, it was inevitable that other hidden villages, which were in harsh environments, would covet Konoha's land. The disappearance of the third Kazekage was merely an excuse. Fayek glanced at Qin for a moment, then quickly looked away, clearly not surprised by her mature thoughts. I didn't expect you to see through it so clearly. Since you know that Konoha has always been under the watchful eyes of other villages, you should also understand that the front lines probably need more participating ninjas now. What does the teacher mean? Qin felt a sense of unease in her heart. A couple of days ago, the Hokage subtly suggested to me that he wanted you and Shui to graduate early, and I have already agreed. Qin silently thought to herself, as expected. It seems that her beautiful school life is coming to an end. Fuyue turned around, his calm gaze carrying a hint of satisfaction as he looked at Qin, and his tone became a bit gentler. Over the past 3 years, I have imparted most of what I have learned to you. In my original expectation, it would take at least 5 years to reach this level, but you have only used 3 years. You have done exceptionally well. You truly deserve to be my disciple. Upon hearing this, Qin was somewhat taken aback. As usually, even when she exceeded the goals set by Fuyue, she would only receive a well done at most. Words of pride like this were something she had never even dreamed of. Qin little face turned slightly red. Who wouldn't want to be the pride of their mentor? Qin was no exception. However, just because you have learned a lot does not mean you can use it skillfully, so what you need now is experience, is real combat. Do you understand? Fujiyama's tone shifted slightly. I understand. So the teacher wants me to gain experience on the battlefield? Qin also understood what she was lacking. Although Qin usually practiced with others, it was not a life-and-death struggle, and there would be differences in both mentality and tactics compared to real combat. That's right. But you don't need to worry too much about safety. The tasks you receive will only be some lower-level ones. And I will also inform others that you have become my disciple. Those old guys who want to trouble, you'll have to think twice. Qin naturally knew who the old guy Fuya was referring to. Among the high-ranking officials in Konoha, it was Danzo who had the greatest opinion against the Uchiha clan. If he set his sights on them, Shui still had the relationship with Uchiha Kagami to rely on, but he was truly empty-handed. Now that he had the clan leader as a backing, Danzo really didn't dare to scheme against him. As for colluding with other countries, that was something to be cautious about, but Qin was equally confident in his current strength. No matter who he encountered, even if he was at a disadvantage, he was confident he could retreat safely, leaving the courtyard and strolling through the corridor. Qin was deep in thought about his future direction when a childish voice interrupted his train of thought. Qin, big brother. Qin looked up and saw a fair-skinned little ghost blinking its big eyes at her. It was Itachi. What was he doing here? Where was his mother? Mom went out to buy something. I was just about to look for Dad, hoping he could teach me some ninjutsu. How about it, Qin brother? Can you teach me a few ninjutsu? Itachi blinked his big eyes, looking eager to try. Qin put on a thoughtful expression, feeling a bit troubled. Although she had subtly guided Itachi's thinking during this time, no one could be sure whether he would be led astray by the third Hokage or Shui in the future. If he really went off course, wouldn't her efforts be aiding the enemy? But after thinking it over, she shook her head. They were just some simple ninjutsu. Even if she didn't teach him, he would have to learn them sooner or later. She was just being overly sensitive, shaking her head to dismiss those unrealistic thoughts. She reached out to pat Itachi's little head. Of course, no problem, but I still need to get your father's permission first. Itachi nodded obediently. Chapter 13. News. Qin pulled Uchiha Itachi back to the courtyard, and after obtaining Fugaku's permission, brought Itachi to the lakeside in front of the residence. Big brother Qin, what ninjutsu are you planning to teach me? Uchiha Itachi looked at Qin with curiosity and eagerness. Listen well, Itachi. What I'm going to teach you next is the C-rank ninjutsu created by our Uchiha clan, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. But before that, you must promise me that you will use your power to protect the people you cherish. Can you do that? While teaching ninjutsu, Qin did not forget to subtly guide Uchiha Itachi. After all, he was the son of his beloved disciple. Killing him was not an option, so he could only start guiding him from a young age, hoping he wouldn't be too deeply influenced by the will of fire. After all, Uchiha Itachi was still just a 3-year-old child, not having too many thoughts of his own. He obediently nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Qin movements. Qin received Uchiha Itachi's response and did not say more. He clasped his hands together to form hand seals and intentionally slowed down the speed of his seals so that Uchiha Itachi could see clearly. Siwei, Shun, Haiwu, In. As the seals were completed, the chakra within Qinchuang surged, transforming into a scorching power that gathered in his throat. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball large enough to cover the entire surface of the lake erupted from Qinchuang's mouth, the intense heat continuously scorching the lake's surface, creating a hazy mist. Uchiha Itachi blinked in surprise at this scene. To him, Qinchuang now appeared like a god controlling flames. Whether it was due to the high temperature or excitement, his small face had turned completely red. Qinchuang cut off the supply of chakra, and the enormous fireball dissipated into the air. Turning her head to look at Uchiha Itachi's flushed face, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Itachi, do you understand now? After forming the hand seals, you need to gather the chakra in your throat and then transform it into flames to spit out. Qinchuang did not repeat the sequence, as he knew that Uchiha Itachi had already memorized it. Uchiha Itachi nodded and, with a very awkward motion, mimicked the gestures that Qinchuang had demonstrated earlier. His mouth slightly opened, and a fireball, significantly smaller than Qinchuang's, erupted from it. Even though he already knew the outcome, Qinchuang couldn't suppress his surprise. After all, even had spent several hours perfecting this technique when he learned it. It was truly impressive that Itachi, the protagonist's brother, had such a terrifying level of talent. To be able to successfully perform the great fireball technique right from the start was remarkable. Qinchuang didn't hold back his praise. Hearing Qinchuang's compliment, a rare hint of shyness appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face as he humbly replied, I still fall far short compared to big brother Qinchuang. There's no need to belittle yourself. Itachi, your talent is undeniable. Qinchuang affectionately ruffled Uchiha Itachi's hair. But I hope you can use your talent in the right direction. Uchiha Itachi did not shy away from Qinchuang's touch. He was quite close to this older brother who had cared for him since childhood. Although he didn't understand why Qinchuang always emphasized the application of power, he didn't think there was no reason to it, so he obediently complied. All right, Itachi, next I'll teach you some throwing techniques. While speaking, a kunai appeared in Qinchuang's hand without him noticing. Uchiha Itachi followed behind Qinchuang, practicing what Qinchuang taught him. The next day, the entire Uchiha clan was shocked by the sudden news that their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had taken on a disciple. Although some had seen Qinchuang entering and exiting the clan leader's residence in recent years, they thought it was merely a young member admiring the leader and coming to seek guidance. No one expected it to develop to the point of taking on a disciple. In an instant, the name Uchiha Qinchuang became well known within the Uchiha clan. People began to wonder about Qinchuang, wanting to know what made him worthy of the clan leader's attention. There were also doubts about whether Qinchuang truly had that qualification. After all, this was a family that valued strength above all. Until they saw Qinchuang's own power, probably no one would truly acknowledge him, even with the title of the clan leader's disciple. The high-ranking officials of Konoha were equally stirred by this event. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, with Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Tsurugi Koharu gathered on the sofa nearby, quietly listening to the report from the Umbu below. Uchiha Fugaku is quite clever, thinking of using the tactic of taking on a disciple to bind Uchiha Qinchuang. Truly a good calculation. Tsurugi Koharu couldn't help but speak up after hearing the report, her words laced with sarcasm towards Uchiha Fugaku. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials, Uchiha Qinchuang was different from Uchiha Shursui. Shursui had connections to the Uchiha mirror lineage, which made him less resistant to Konoha than other clansmen. However, Qinchuang was different. With only a grandmother at home, he probably didn't have much reliance on the Uchiha. Instead, having grown up learning the will of fire at the Ninja Academy, he might have developed an attachment to the village first. If they handled it properly, they might gain a Uchiha genius who was close to the village and distant from the Uchiha clan. But all these calculations were thwarted by Uchiha Fugaku's action of taking on a disciple, which left Tsurugi Koharu quite exasperated. Beside her, Shimura Danzo's expression was calm, but his exposed left eye was filled with wariness and cunning, even holding a hint of concealed killing intent. Another Uchiha? Hiruzen, I've told you before. The Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. Uchiha talents should be. Shut up. Without giving Danzo a chance to finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. Danzo, I've said it before, the Uchiha are also a part of the village. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gloomy gaze, Shimura Danzo curled his lip and didn't say more, turning his head to look elsewhere, but the ferocity in his eyes only intensified. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze from Danzo and glanced around, noticing the not-so-good expressions on his old friends' faces. He sighed softly and comforted them. It's too early to draw conclusions. Fugaku, taking on a disciple, rather confirms that this kid Xinchuang is a good seed. Now is the time to use people. I hope you all put away your prejudices. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was hesitant. After all, no one knew what Xinchuang was thinking. But he was the Hokage, and in a struggle between family and country, he had to choose the former. But Hiruzen, if this kid grows up in the future, won't that? The quiet Mito came and couldn't he help but ask. I understand what you're worried about. Here's the deal. I will personally call this kid over sometime and see if he truly has inherited the will of fire. But there are no buts. If this kid really has inherited the will of fire, then he is a qualified ninja of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly interrupted Mito, came in doubts. However, he didn't say the second half of his sentence. What would he do if Xinchuang didn't hold a place for the village in his heart? At that time, he probably wouldn't care about what Shimura Danzo would do. Chapter 14. Graduation Exam. The playground of Konoha Ninja School. It was graduation season again. Groups of boys and girls gathered together, all of whom were graduates participating in this year's graduation exam. They chatted idly or shared their dreams while waiting for the exam time to arrive. Hey, have you heard? It seems like there are 2 kids who are 2 years younger than us who are going to take the graduation exam with us. Noera Rin looked around at her classmates and shared the news she had just received from the teacher. What? Graduating early like Kakashi. And it's 2 of them. What on earth is the Hokage thinking, letting 2 little kids graduate with us? Uchiha Obito expressed his dissatisfaction loudly. Hey, aren't you also a little kid? You're here criticizing others. Inazuka Kiba, with a kunai in his mouth and arms crossed, mocked him. You mean say I'm worse than 2 juniors who have trained for 2 years less? Uchiha Obito instantly got angry, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight at any moment. Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly stepped in to mediate. All right, Obito, the exam is about to start, so you should calm down. It must be said that Rin's words were effective. As soon as she spoke, Uchiha Obito immediately quieted down. Though his angry eyes still shot daggers at Inazuka Kiba, the 2 glaring at each other like sparks flying. Seeing this scene, Noera Rin helplessly rubbed her forehead. If the news is correct, it seems these 2 early graduates are both from your clan, Obito. Their names are Uchiha Xinchuang and Uchiha Shursui. Asuma Sarutobi, who had been silent nearby, spoke up. This remark elicited gasps from those around, including Uchiha Obito, who had no doubt about the accuracy of Asuma's words and certainly did not question the source of the information. After all, he was the 2nd Hokage. Upon hearing that these 2 individuals were from his own clan, Obito couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Although he hadn't heard much about Uchiha Shursui, he didn't know Chikage. They were old acquaintances. In Obito's view, Chikage was one of the few friends he had in the clan. Unlike those who looked down on him for bringing shame to the Uchiha clan, Chikage would not deliberately avoid him or look at him with disdainful eyes. Most importantly, like him, Chikage enjoyed helping the elderly, which made Obito, who was often late due to helping seniors, feel as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, he didn't expect that Chikage would be favored by the 3rd Hokage and graduate early. Could Chikage be a great genius? Due to his lack of status in the Uchiha clan and the fact that he rarely stayed within the clan's territory, Obito was unaware that Chikage had become a disciple of Uchiha Fugaku. Nevertheless, this didn't cause him any psychological discomfort. On the contrary, compared to Kakashi, who was a bit arrogant due to his talent, Obito felt that kind and amiable Chikage was so much better, and his fondness for Chikage only increased. Just as Obito was lost in his daydreams, a voice pulled him back to reality. Obito, since they're your clansmen, do you know them? What were they like? Yuhi Kurenai blinked her big eyes, curiously staring at Obito. Hearing this, all eyes turned to Obito, waiting for his response. Well, I don't know Uchiha Shursui, but I know Chikage. We are very good friends. Obito felt himself becoming the center of attention, and for a moment, he stammered. So, what kind of person is this Uchiha Chikage? Asuma Sarutobi, although aware from his father that there would be 2 students graduating early, did not know the details about them. He was also curious about what kind of person could attract the attention of his father, who was the Hokage. When it came to his friend, Obito transformed back into his carefree, fearless self. Chikage is a really good person. We often help the elderly in the streets together. The crowd fell silent, and everyone began to worry about Obito's ability to express himself. Is that all? Seeing the somewhat helpless expressions on the faces of those around him, Obito realized that his previous expression was a bit too concise and awkwardly scratched his head. Of course not. Let me tell you, Chikage is really handsome, even among our Uchiha clan. Moreover, he was very easy to get along with, unlike other clansmen. What about other aspects? Like strength? Obito's gaze began to wander. How would he know about that? He had only just learned from Asuma that Chikage had the talent to be valued by the Hokage. Seeing Obito's tongue-tied expression, everyone already knew they wouldn't get any useful information from him. You don't even know the other party's strength, and you call him a good friend? Nara Shikamaru once again entered his mocking mode. Obito immediately became angry and retorted, "What do you know? Friends don't talk about that. Is it that you don't want to talk, or that you don't deserve to talk?" Nara Shikamaru. All right, everyone quiet down. Just as Obito was about to jump in, he was interrupted by an unexpected voice. He looked towards the voice and saw a middle-aged teacher walking from the direction of the teaching building, followed by two short teenagers. One of the teenagers was handsome, with deep and expressive eyes, while the other, though slightly less impressive in appearance, had a gentle smile that felt refreshing. As the two teenagers with distinct styles appeared, the girls in the crowd were instantly drawn to them, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chikage had no doubt that if the occasion allowed, this group of girls would likely transform into wolves and pounce. Even Kurenai's face slightly flushed as she stared at Chikage, lost in thought, unconsciously murmuring. Obito really wasn't exaggerating this time. This scene made Asuma Sarutobi, who was watching from the side, grit his teeth, and his gaze towards Chikage was filled with intense hostility. Chinchuang felt extremely awkward, exposed under a barrage of intense gazes. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze filled with hostility and curiously looked over. After all, he was the son of the Hokage. Although she had never met him, she had seen plenty of pictures and immediately recognized this second-generation ninja who was hostile toward her. Glancing at the red-eyed girl beside him, who was gazing at her with infatuation, she understood that he was feeling jealous. Noticing the situation on this side, Uchiha Sure-Sui, who was beside her, smiled and teased, "Not bad. Just arrived here, and without saying a word. You've already made an enemy." Chinchuang shot Jisue an annoyed glare, but didn't say anything. She didn't care much about Sarutobi Asuma. After all, he wasn't his father. As long as the other party didn't provoke her, she didn't bother to make trouble for him. In contrast to the infatuated girls, Noara Rin, standing next to Uchiha Obito, was surprisingly the calmest one. Although she was slightly surprised, that was all. This made Uchiha Obito, who was nervously standing nearby, breathe a sigh of relief. If Noara Rin had shown such an expression, he wouldn't have known how to face Chinchuang. Chapter 15. Shuriken Throwing Test. Let me introduce these two students who will participate in the graduation exam with you. Uchiha Chinchuang and Uchiha Jisue. The middle-aged teacher pointed at the two as he introduced them to the classmates in front of him. Upon hearing this, whispers re-emerged in the previously calm crowd. Ahem. After feeling the restless crowd settle down again, the teacher nodded slightly and said, "Next, I will take you to the testing area where you will complete the Shuriken throwing assessment." Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously turned their varying emotions into seriousness. After all, for them, successfully graduating and becoming a genin was the most important thing. Even Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the Hokage, was no exception. In the crowd, it seemed that only Chinchuang's emotions remained unchanged throughout. Even Jisue, who stood beside her, couldn't hide a hint of seriousness beneath his smile. Seeing the change in Jisue's expression, Chinchuang couldn't help but curl her lips. Did Jisue really need to care about such a trivial graduation exam? It should be noted that during their usual matches, although Chinchuang could defeat Jisue with her strong overall abilities, Jisue's outstanding skills in the body flicker technique had caused her considerable trouble, let alone a mere genin, while she couldn't say anything about J-Nin for now. Among the Ch-Nin, Chinchuang was confident that no one could stand against Jisue. However, after all, no matter how capable he was, Jisue still had the mindset of a child. He hadn't yet transformed into the Jisue who worried about the clan and the village. It was understandable for him to be nervous about the assessment. As her thoughts raced, the group had already begun to move onto the teacher's lead. Chinchuang also didn't stop her footsteps, closely following at the end of the group. Chinchuang, just as Uchiha Obito had escaped the tense atmosphere of worrying about the exam, he excitedly ran up to Chinchuang. "I used to think you'd be a silly guy like me, but I never expected you to be a genius too. And Jisue as well." Uchiha Obito didn't hold back at all because Uchiha Jisue was beside them. Instead, he cheerfully chatted with the two, although it was mostly him doing the talking. Uchiha Jisue responded with a mix of enthusiasm, curiosity, and a hint of awkwardness to Uchiha Bido. Although he had a good impression of his fellow clansmen, he still felt a bit overwhelmed by Abido's chatter and could only cast a pleading glance at Qinchuan, who returned a look of helplessness. In Qinchuan's view, sometimes Uchiha Bido and Might Guy really had some similarities. Once their passion took over, no one could stop them. So Qinchuan indeed felt powerless. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The group that had gathered around Uchiha Bido earlier began to come over one after another. Qinchuan's eyes lit up. It was very likely that her future teammates were among the people in front of her. Rather than getting to know them hurriedly after forming a team, it was better to start building a good relationship right now. Abido, aren't they all your friends? Aren't you going to introduce us? Qinchuan pointed to a few people who were slowly walking over. Uchiha Abido clearly hadn't recovered from his earlier excitement. Looking somewhat dazed as he turned to where Qinchuan was pointing, and only then realized what she meant. I almost forgot about them if you hadn't said anything. Uchiha Bido scratched his head awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. He quickly walked up to his teammates and began introducing them to Qinchuan. As Qinchuan listened to the familiar names, she matched them with their corresponding appearances following Abido's introductions. When Abido introduced himself, everyone greeted Qinchuan and Shursui quite amicably, and Qinchuan responded in kind, except for Asuma Sarutobi, who nodded indifferently, clearly holding some discontent towards the two. However, Qinchuan wasn't annoyed. She smiled and nodded back. After all, she considered herself an adult mentally. What adult would get angry with a child? Are you confident about the graduation exam, Qinchuan? Noera Rin asked curiously, observant as she was. She had noticed that there was no trace of nervousness on Qinchuan's face. Instead, she seemed more relaxed. Feeling the gaze directed at her again, Qinchuan smiled, finding these somewhat naive kids to be adorably innocent. Even though she was nervous herself, she still had the mood to care about others. Who can say for sure about these things? As long as we try our best to perform at our best, whether we pass or not, at least we won't regret it, right? Qinchuan seemed to be expressing her thoughts and, in her own way, guiding everyone. Combined with her handsome and gentle smile, everyone was touched, as if she had spoken directly to their hearts. The Sunset Red, who was staring at Qinchuan, had stars in her eyes. Seeing the scene, Asuma Sarutobi gritted his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He twisted his mouth and secretly resolved to steal the spotlight during the upcoming assessment. After a while, everyone, under the guidance of their teacher, arrived at the training ground. They lined up according to their ninja numbers. I will examine each of you one by one. Uchiha Qinchuan and Uchiha Shursui. You two can stand at the end of the line. The middle-aged teacher announced loudly in front of everyone. Qinchuan and the other person naturally had no objections to this decision and nodded to the middle-aged teacher to show their understanding. What you will first undergo is the shuriken throwing assessment. Each of you can throw 10 shurikens, and the score will be determined by the total number of targets hit. Is there any question? Looking around, the middle-aged teacher saw no questions and without further ado, decisively began the examination. First up, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma slowly walked out from the crowd and approached the wooden target, not forgetting to turn back and give Qinchuan a provocative look. The onlookers showed expressions of anticipation, clearly eager to see who could outdo whom. Although they didn't know the reason behind it, it didn't stop them from enjoying the show. However, they were all smart people and chose not to help either side. After all, one was the son of the Hokage and the other was from the Uchiha clan. Both were not to be trifled with, so they wisely stayed out of it. Turning back, after receiving the teacher's permission, Sarutobi Asuma focused all his attention on the target, then leaped up and swiftly threw the shurikens in his hand. The sound of 10 shurikens slicing through the air echoed, and 10 shurikens had already embedded themselves into the wooden target 10 meters away. Wow, look! Asuma hit all the targets. No wonder he's the son of the Hokage. He's really impressive. The teacher in charge of counting at the target looked at the wooden board and then loudly announced, Sarutobi Asuma, 90 points. What? 90 points? Damn! Isn't he putting pressure on the rest of us? Feeling the envious and amazed gazes around him, Sarutobi Asuma enjoyed the spotlight, glancing back at Qinchuan as if to show off. Qinchuan, however, ignored him and instead engaged in a lively conversation with Uchiha Bido and others, completely free of the tension that usually accompanies an impending exam. This left Sarutobi Asuma feeling a sense of helplessness, as if he had strength but nowhere to use it. Chapter 16 full marks. Immediately after, one by one, students went up to complete the throwing assessment. Some returned to the crowd, joyfully jumping as if reborn after a disaster, while others came back looking ashen and dejected. Lin, Qinchuang, I passed. I passed. Uchiha Obito was among the former, unable to contain his excitement as soon as he returned. Yahiko Lin shook her head helplessly and said, Obito, what are you making such a fuss about? Didn't you just barely pass the threshold? If you had trained properly, you wouldn't be this nervous. Despite being scolded by Yahiko Lin, the smile on Uchiha Obito's face grew even brighter. Don't worry, Lin. I'm the man who will become Hokage in the future. How could I be defeated by a mere graduation exam? He then turned to Qinchuang and Shui, saying, Qinchuang, Shui, I've already passed the test, so you guys need to work hard too. Qinchuang smiled slightly at Obito and nodded. Uchiha Shui also smiled and clenched his fist, making a cheering gesture. Next up, Uchiha Shui. I'm going. Uchiha Shui waved to Qinchuang and the others. Qinchuang said nothing much, gave a reassuring look, and watched as Ji Shui walked to the exam position. Uchiha Ji Shui stood about 10 meters in front of the wooden target, not rushing to act, but carefully observing the position of the target. Beside him, 2 rows of shurikens were neatly arranged on the rack, shimmering with a cold light under the illumination. Uchiha Ji Shui, are you ready? A middle-aged teacher, standing not far from Ji Shui, asked in a deep voice. Ji Shui nodded seriously. Go for it, Ji Shui. The people behind him, including Uchiha Obito, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Ji Shui. Asuma Sarutobi beside him was also intently watching Ji Shui's movements. He wanted to see if this person who graduated early like Kakashi Hitaki truly had the corresponding ability. Without much conversation, the middle-aged teacher shouted, Then begin. Uchiha Ji Shui swiftly brushed his hand over the shuriken rack, and in an instant, what was once 2 rows of shurikens was reduced to just 1 row. The next moment, 10 shurikens were released almost simultaneously, all hitting the bullseye without exception. Not only the watching students, but even the nearby teachers could not see Ji Shui's movements clearly before it was all over. Uchiha Ji Shui, full marks. Despite their surprise, the counting teacher still reported Ji Shui's score truthfully. Is this for real? You're joking, right? The surrounding graduates looked at Ji Shui with astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Even the middle-aged teacher was somewhat dumbfounded. While full marks were rare, he had seen them before. But what truly shocked him was how fast Ji Shui threw the shuriken that he couldn't even see it clearly. The crowd's astonishment lasted for a long time, and even when Uchiha Ji Shui walked back to Qinchuang's side, no one noticed. Did I go a bit overboard? Uchiha Ji Shui looked at everyone's reaction and scratched his head with a bitter smile. You did well, Ji Shui. Qinchuang smiled kindly. At this level, you could do it too, Qinchuang. Don't hold back later. Uchiha Ji Shui teased. Qinchuang patted Ji Shui's shoulder and, without waiting for the teacher to call out, had already stepped ahead to the assessment position. When the middle-aged teacher finally came to his senses upon seeing Qinchuang, his gaze towards her changed. Indeed, none of the early graduates were ordinary. Years ago, Kakashi was an example, and now he dared not underestimate these 2 Uchiha geniuses. Uchiha Qinchuang, are you ready? The middle-aged teacher's voice snapped the surrounding graduates back to reality, their eyes intensely scrutinizing Ji Shui and Qinchuang, and whispers began to circulate. This Uchiha Ji Shui actually scored full marks. Impressive. Who can argue with that? How many points do you think this Uchiha Qinchuang can score? In my opinion, at least 80 points. With Ji Shui's performance as a precedent, no one dared to underestimate these 2 early graduates anymore. Even Sarutobi Asuma no longer viewed them as mere juniors. His eyes were filled with seriousness, and his instincts told him that Qinchuang's abilities might surpass Ji Shui's. When Uchiha Obito and the others snapped out of their daze, they stared wide-eyed at Ji Shui. They had never expected that their friend, whom they had just met a minute ago, had such formidable strength, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was Obito who spoke first. Ji Shui, you're amazing. Does that mean Qinchuang is as well? Ji Shui maintained his gentle smile and replied, Qinchuang is much stronger than I am. At this, everyone was once again shocked and turned their attention to Qinchuang. Begin. With the command, Qinchuang's movements mirrored Ji Shui's from earlier, grabbing a kunai, throwing it, hitting the target, a fluid sequence of actions. Coupled with the calm expression on Qinchuang's face, she truly appeared relaxed and at ease. Uchiha Qinchuang, full marks. Wow. Before the words had fully settled, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have thought that this batch would produce such geniuses, and 2 of them at that? The middle-aged teacher felt somewhat numb. He had scrutinized everything closely, nearly popping his eyes out, yet still couldn't see through Qinchuang's technique. Could it be that he was really getting old? Ultimately, he attributed it all to the sheer abnormality of their strengths. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma, though somewhat prepared for this outcome, was still shocked. Remembering his earlier reckless provocation towards Qinshuang filled him with a deep sense of humiliation, but he consoled himself, thinking that it was merely a good kunai throw. He wouldn't lose in comprehensive ninja abilities. When Qinshuang returned to Obito and the others, Obito stepped forward, grasping Qinshuang's shoulders with excitement, looking at her as if he had scored full marks himself. Well done, Qinshuang. You also got full marks. Truly worthy of being my left and right arms as the future Hokage. Not to be outdone, Inuzuka Kiba added, you're impressive. But not like someone who barely passed while dreaming of becoming Hokage. You want to fight, huh? In anger, Obito rushed towards Kiba again, watching the two chase each other. Noura Rin felt a bit helpless, but still stepped forward to congratulate them. Qinshuang, Ji Shui, congratulations. With her leading the way, others also came forward to offer their congratulations. Only Sarutobi Asuma couldn't bring himself to join in, silently moving to a distance away from the crowd, feeling quite uncomfortable watching the flow of people around Qinshuang and Ji Shui. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat watching the scene of Qinshuang and the others' graduation exam through a crystal ball. Upon seeing Qinshuang and Ji Shui's throws, a glint flashed in Hiruzen's eyes as he murmured, they truly are two exceptional kids. It seems I need to cultivate them well. He then called in the Umbu waiting outside and instructed, go to the ninja school and inform the assessment teacher that the final exam has been temporarily changed. After explaining the specific details, the Umbu member took his leave. Hiruzen continued to focus intently on the images in the crystal ball. Chapter 17. Assessment changes as the students began to chatter again. The middle-aged teacher clapped his hands, trying to continue with the next test, but was interrupted by a sudden figure approaching him. The teacher focused his eyes and saw an Umbu member wearing a mask. The two whispered to each other, and the teacher nodded before the Umbu used the body flicker technique to leave. Qinshuang observed this whole scene. Unsurprisingly, everything happening here was under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength could he gain the third's attention and continue with his plans. The middle-aged teacher turned back and spoke to the counting teacher before facing the students again. Everyone, I've just received news that your final exam has been altered. Hearing this, the students were puzzled but not overly surprised, as the format of the graduation exam varied each year, and the nature of the assessments depended on luck. However, it was generally understood that the contents of the assessments were decided days in advance, so the sudden change left them confused. The content of your assessment is that students will randomly pair up to battle. Only the winners will graduate. What? Does that mean only half of us can graduate? Is this a joke? This is not just about strength. It's also about luck. As the details of the assessment were announced, the students began to complain once more, clearly unhappy with this new format. The middle-aged teacher clapped his hands again to signal for silence. Everyone, don't be discouraged. While the winners will graduate, it doesn't mean the losers can't graduate. As long as you meet the graduation standards, even if you lose, you can still graduate. Upon hearing this, those who had objections calmed down. At this moment, the counting teacher approached with a box, joining the other teachers beside the middle-aged teacher. The teacher nodded slightly to the others and pointed to the box. Now we will begin the random grouping. Everyone will draw a slip of paper from a box. Those with the same number will form a team to battle, supervised by one of the teachers. The graduates obediently lined up to draw their slips. However, when it was Qinshuang and Ji Shui's turn, the box was unexpectedly empty. The two exchanged puzzled glances with the middle-aged teacher. I forgot to mention, since you two are 2 years younger than the other graduates, to ensure fairness, you two will be grouped together. The middle-aged teacher explained. Qinshuang immediately understood that the so-called fairness was clearly a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage. Anyone with a bit of insight could see that although Qinshuang and her companion were a couple of years younger, none of the graduates here were likely to be their match. The third Hokage, who had been observing, surely could not have missed this. In fact, he might even think that the teachers present might not stand a chance. That is why he temporarily changed the rules, allowing Qinshuang and Shi Shui to battle, which not only spared the others from humiliation, but also maximized the opportunity to observe their strengths. Truly a win-win situation. After realizing this, Qinshuang secretly cursed the third Hokage for his cunning, but did not voice any rebuttal. After exchanging a glance with Uchiha Shi Shui, she followed a teacher to an open area. Do you need a moment to rest? From the words of the middle-aged teacher just now, it was clear that he was quite accommodating towards the two talented students. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui both shook their heads. The teacher said no more, stood between the two, and extended his palm to block them. Since that's the case, both sides prepare. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui simultaneously raised their right hands, their fingers lifted to the same height as their cheeks to form a seal. This is a gesture of courtesy before a ninja battle, indicating that they are ready. Qin Shuang and Ji Shui locked eyes, silent. But the fighting spirit in Ji Shui's eyes seemed to ignite a flame in Qin Shuang's heart as well. Despite having memories from a past life, the combative nature inherent in the Uchiha clan was still very much present. Then, the ninja battle began. With a swift motion, Qin Shuang and Ji Shui simultaneously pulled out a kunai from their ninja tool bags and charged at each other. The kunai clashed, producing a piercing sound of metal colliding. The two figures intertwined, relying solely on physical techniques without using any ninjutsu. However, their speed was so fast that even the watching teacher struggled to keep up, only hearing the continuous clanging of their weapons. Clang! The kunai in both their hands clashed again, and taking advantage of her strength, Qin Shuang successfully deflected Ji Shui's kunai, causing Ji Shui's body to tilt backward uncontrollably. Seeing Ji Shui's open defense, Qin Shuang pushed forward with her back leg and closed in again, her left fist aimed at Ji Shui's chest. Qin Shuang's fist made contact with Ji Shui, but it didn't feel like she had imagined. In the next moment, Ji Shui's figure dissipated like a phantom in front of Qin Shuang, reappearing 5 meters away. Body flicker technique? Impressive, Ji Shui. Over the past 3 years, Qin Shuang had never stopped training her physical techniques, and she had put all her speed and strength into that punch. Yet, Ji Shui was still able to escape using the body flicker technique even in a disadvantageous position, indicating that Ji Shui had made significant progress during this time. Your physical techniques are still terrifying. Just now, I almost couldn't dodge. Ji Shui revealed a look of lingering fear, but his hands were not idle, swiftly forming several hand seals. Be careful, Qin Shuang. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged forth, heading straight for Qin Shuang. Here it comes. Qin Shuang did not panic, and her hands also began to form seals. Wind release, wind blade. Qin Shuang pinched with 3 fingers, sending out a semicircular wind blade with a diameter of nearly 20 centimeters. Although wind release is generally restrained by fire release in terms of chakra attributes, there are always exceptions. Qin Shuang's wind blade had nearly solidified to its extreme, with terrifying sharpness and toughness. When the two clashed, it was actually Ji Shui's great fireball that was sliced apart by Qin Shuang's wind blade, causing the flames to uncontrollably spread to the sides and incinerate many surrounding flowers and trees. What? Is this really a battle at the level of a genin? I wouldn't be able to easily withstand such an attack either. The proctor watched the barren ground in front of him, feeling a bit at a loss. He didn't know whether to stop the two. If he did, it seemed there was still no clear winner. If he didn't, the other graduates might not be able to determine a winner either. The reality was just as he thought. The commotion caused by Qin Shuang and Ji Shui was too great. If the training ground hadn't been large enough, the flames that had just spread out alone would have been enough to injure others. However, even so, a group of genins had never seen such a scene. They had all stopped their actions, looking over with curiosity and envy. Uchiha Bido and Noera Rin had already noticed Qin Shuang and Ji Shui's exceptional strength during the throwing assessment, but they hadn't expected the two to unleash such high-level ninjutsu. All of them gaping in surprise. Only in the corner, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness, despite the gazes gathered on them. The fighting spirit in Qin Shuang and Ji Shui's hearts did not diminish at all. Instead, it intensified with each exchange. Chapter 18. Battle with Ji Shui. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. After missing a great fireball, Uchiha Ji Shui did not stop his movements, forming hand seals once more. Flames surging from his mouth as fireballs came attacking Qin Shuang from above, middle, and below. Qin Shuang remained completely calm. At the moment the fireballs approached, she used her teleportation technique to dodge them one by one. When she raised her head again, however, she could no longer see Ji Shui's figure. Behind her, 3 years of relentless training had transformed Qin Shuang completely. Although Ji Shui's teleportation technique was exquisite, Qin Shuang was still able to sense her presence the instant she appeared. Qin Shuang suddenly turned around, raising the kunai in her hand to easily block Ji Shui's unexpected slash. The attack missed again, and Ji Shui did not linger. Using the reaction force from his strike to leap back, creating distance between himself and Qinshuang. Zhishui understood very well how abnormal Qinshuang's body technique was, so he gave her no chance to display that specialty. It's still not enough. A simple body flicker technique really can't do anything to you, Qinshuang. Zhishui said with a hint of regret. Zhishui, I can sense that this isn't your true strength, right? If you don't use your real skills, you might lose. Qinshuang replied with a confident smile, but inside, she was already on high alert. Unlike others, having read the original work, she knew that in the not-so-distant future, Zhishui's body flicker technique had been developed to its peak, capable of making the shadow clone indistinguishable from the real body, which is how he earned the title body flicker Zhishui. She wondered how much he had developed this technique years ago. Have you figured it out? Then I won't hide any longer. Qinshuang, this is a new technique I've developed through the body flicker technique. Although it's not fully perfected, it is enough for each shadow to be indistinguishable from the real body. You better be careful. Zhishui formed hand seals again, and his figure began to become illusory. 3 identical figures split from Zhishui's body, and from the outside, all 4 looked exactly the same, making it impossible to tell which was the real one. Seeing the scene, the ease and comfort on Qinshuang's face disappeared. After all, facing Zhishui's signature skill, she felt uncertain. Her Sharingan had quietly activated, the 3 tomo slowly spinning in her blood-red eyes, as if trying to see through the reality of the 4 figures before her, yet she still could not discern anything. Clearly, as Zhishui said, each shadow was indeed the real body, a manifestation of the body flicker technique pushed to its limits. The seals were for the body flicker technique, but the effect was similar to the shadow clone technique, yet completely indistinguishable from the real body. What was this? Even the teachers, who considered themselves well-informed, were baffled. Among everyone present, apart from Zhishui himself, perhaps only Qinshuang understood the principle behind this technique. However, knowing was one thing. If Qinshuang attempted to replicate it, the probability of failure would likely outweigh that of success. It's time to go. With no more time to think, Zhishui and his shadows charged forward. Zhishui's eyes had also transformed into Sharingan, seemingly intent on giving it his all. The 4 Zhishuis attacked from 3 directions, left, front, and right. Even with Qinshuang's strength, it became somewhat difficult to fend off the combined assault of 4. At this moment, Qinshuang's mind was racing, continuously devising strategies to counter this move. After an unknown number of exchanges, Qinshuang dodged 2 of the shadow's attacks, using her kunai to block another Zhishui's kunai, only to be kicked away by the 4th Zhishui that appeared before her. Even though she had raised her arm to block the kick just an instant before, her arm still felt a searing pain. Without giving Qinshuang any chance to catch her breath, the 4 Zhishuis moved in simultaneously. This time, their movements were synchronized, thrusting their kunai from different angles toward Qinshuang. Even the observing teachers and classmates couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Qinshuang. If all 4 stabbed at once, wouldn't they turn her into a sieve? Just as the supervising teacher was about to call for a stop, Qinshuang showed no signs of panic as everyone expected. A faint smile crept on her lips. Fire style, dust concealment technique. A cloud of hot, high-temperature dust burst from Qinshuang's mouth and quickly spread, covering a large area in a matter of moments. The thick dust immediately obscured everyone's vision, and even Zhishui, who was at the center, lost track of Qinshuang's position, despite the advantage of his Sharingan. Whoosh! Amidst the smoke, a shuriken shot out, aimed straight at Zhishui's face. But how could such a trick affect someone with Sharingan? Sensing the shuriken's trajectory, Zhishui easily sidestepped. However, Qinshuang's attack was far from over. Shurikens flew out from different directions and angles, and Zhishui and his shadows dodged one after another. Although the attacks did not inflict any substantial damage on Zhishui, the distance between the 4 Zhishuis was gradually closing. While blocking the attacks, Zhishui also used a Sharingan to continuously search for Qinshuang's position based on the shuriken's trajectory. Found it! Zhishui's 4 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly focused on a point in the dust, and all 4 figures dashed toward that direction. In the darkness, a light chuckle rang out. Discovered, have you? But it's too late. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Before Zhishui's 4 figures could run far, they felt an uncontrollable force pulling them together. Nanny? Zhishui looked down to see steel wires had appeared in front of him, tightly binding him. Due to the earlier smoke blocking the light, Zhishui had completely overlooked the wires tied to the shurikens. But it was too late now. He tried to resist, but it was utterly futile. Before long, Zhishui's 4 figures were bound together. In the limited space, the body flicker technique automatically deactivated, and the four figures transformed back into one. A gentle breeze swept through, and the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the situation inside to the onlookers. Qin Shuang stood before the now tightly bound Shui, kunai pressed against him. This is the Sharingan's manipulation technique. 3 blades of wind. You lose, Ji Shui. With the battle concluded, Qin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. So even using this technique, I still can't match you? A bitter smile crept onto Uchiha Ji Shui's lips. Your body flicker technique is indeed impressive. Next time, if you're prepared, it might not be so easy to win against you. Qin Shuang teased. At this moment, the supervising teacher approached. Seeing the scene before him, he already knew the result. He just couldn't quite understand the process, but now was not the time to ask questions. The important thing was to announce the result. All right, the victory has been decided. In this ninja battle, Uchiha Qin Shuang is the winner. Both sides seal the reconciliation sign. Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang. As the result was announced, cheers erupted like waves. At this moment, the gazes of the graduating students toward Qin Shuang and Ji Shui changed repeatedly, from initial underestimation to later respect, and now to admiration. The strength of both had gained everyone's recognition. Even the teachers nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Congratulations to you both. You are now qualified genin." Wait a minute, teacher. I clearly just lost. The just untied Uchiha Ji Shui questioned the supervising teacher with some confusion. The supervising teacher's mouth twitched violently. With such strength, how could he not be a genin? How would that allow the other graduates to live? But he still explained, your strength fully meets the requirements to pass as a genin. You both qualify to become genin. Chapter 19. Ji Shui's innocence. Congratulations. Qin Shuang, Ji Shui, congratulations. Haha, I knew you could do it. After the battle, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, and others gathered again. Since the dust released by Qin Shuang had not completely dissipated, the assessments of the others were delayed to avoid any impact. Once they had free time, these newly acquainted friends couldn't wait to come together and started to send their blessings. Qin Shuang smiled and said, "We're just taking the lead. And I believe everyone here has the strength to smoothly become a genin. Then I'll be counting on your good words." Yuan Lin joked. "Of course. I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage. It's just a graduation exam." Uchiha Obito pushed his thumb against his nose and started bragging again. On the side, Noera Kakashi nodded in agreement, while Yuhi Kirin seemed to hesitate, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent after a long pause. Qin Shuang's gaze shifted, noticing the unusual behavior of Ziyuri Hong. Although she didn't understand why this girl, who had hardly spoken a few words, seemed to have something to say to her, she decided to approach and ask, "Uchiha Qin Shuang, Uchiha Shui." Qin Shuang was just about to step forward when she was called by the proctor, and she had no choice but to deal with the matter at hand first. "What's wrong, teacher?" Qin Shuang and Ji Shui turned their gazes toward the proctor, who was slowly approaching. "It's like this, you two have truly become genin now. So you need to take some time in the next couple of days to go to the Hokage office to take photos and collect your certificates." While speaking, the teacher handed each of the 2 ninja their forehead protectors. "Got it. Thank you, teacher." Qin Shuang and Ji Shui exchanged glances, took the forehead protectors, and nodded slightly to the teacher. The proctor waved his hand and turned to call out to the other graduates. "Everyone, the dust from earlier has been cleared away by the wind release teachers. So let's continue with the assessments." "What? So soon? I haven't chatted enough with Qin Shuang yet," Uchiha Obito said with a dejected expression, showing none of the spirited determination he had before. "Stop talking nonsense," Noera Rin said irritably as she tugged at Obito's ear. Instead of complaining, "You should think about how to deal with your opponent." "Ouch, Rin, you're pulling too hard. Be gentler." Uchiha Obito grimaced, but still didn't break free, being pulled away in a mix of pain and pleasure. Qin Shuang watched as Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito walked away, then turned to look at Wai Kurenai and Nara Shikaku, who were also leaving, and shook her head. It seemed she would have to wait until next time to ask them clearly. Having successfully passed the graduation exam, Qin Shuang also lost interest in staying here. "Shirzue, I plan to head back. Want to join me?" Shirzue pondered for a moment and eventually nodded. The two said goodbye to their teacher and left the training ground. The twilight was dimming, the setting sun was blood red, and the sunset at the horizon seemed to be edged with gold. The hazy light shone into their eyes, dreamlike and surreal. Perhaps it was time for dinner, as pedestrians hurried home to reunite with their families. Along the way, the once noisy streets were now sparsely populated, making it particularly quiet. Walking side by side, Qin Shuang and Shirzue influenced by the tranquil atmosphere, also fell into silence. As they watched the disappearing sun, reminiscing about everything that had happened in this life, Qinchuang suddenly felt a sense of unreality in her heart. Rubbing her face, she finally emerged from this illusion. Qinchuang secretly reminded herself that the Third Shinobi World War was a crucial period that would determine the fate of herself, her family, and even her clan, and she must not show any slackness. "What's wrong, Qinchuang? You've had a strange expression since just now." Uchiha Shisui seemed to sense Qinchuang's emotional shift and asked with concern. "I'm fine, Shisui." At Shisui's reminder, Qinchuang returned to her usual easygoing demeanor. "I was just thinking, with the constant friction at the borders of the major nations, if nothing unexpected happens, the Third Shinobi World War is probably on the way." Upon hearing this, the smile on Shisui's face was replaced by worry. "Yes, at this rate, a major conflict is just a matter of time. So, Shisui, what do you think about the village and the clan?" Seeing the unmistakable concern on Shisui's face, Qinchuang seemed to ask casually. But this seemingly casual question made the hairs on Shisui's body stand on end. Was she asking for his opinion on the conflicts within the village and the clan? Qinchuang is now the disciple of the clan leader, so it's not surprising that she knows about such matters. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jishui's mind. "Why are you so nervous?" Qinchuang looked at Jishui's suddenly tense face and found it somewhat amusing. "I'm just asking casually." Sensing that she might have overreacted, Jishui awkwardly smiled. "How can I not be nervous? No one in the clan would bring up such questions." Qinchuang smiled lightly, but her expression immediately became serious. "If possible, I also hope that the village and the family can coexist peacefully, but things may not develop in the direction you imagine. If that day really comes." Qinchuang turned her head, her serious gaze seeming to penetrate Jishui. "How would you choose?" It seemed that Jishui felt somewhat uncomfortable under Qinchuang's gaze. Or perhaps he was moved by her words. His expression appeared conflicted, with a hint of pain. After pondering for a while, he replied in a firm tone, "No, I will never let such a thing happen. I will do my utmost to resolve the conflicts between the family and the village." Jishui's eyes looked directly at Qinchuang without flinching, and the determination in his gaze even made Qinchuang exclaim in admiration. Alas, not receiving a straightforward answer from Jishui, Qinchuang chose not to pursue the matter further, only feeling a sense of regret for Jishui's naivety in her heart. Resolving conflicts? It's easy to say, but how could the grudges passed down over 2 generations be resolved just like that? Unless the top leaders on both sides are completely replaced, there's no hope. However, Qinchuang felt relatively at ease with Jishui's attitude. Although in Jishui's heart, the village and the family are equally important, he would never make a choice to sacrifice one for the other, which is completely different from Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi was the ruthless person who was willing to destroy his own clan for his brother, and in his heart, his brother probably still held the top position. If the order to annihilate the clan had been given to Uchiha Jishui instead of Uchiha Itachi, would the outcome have been different? Qinchuang didn't know, but she raised her head again, looking at the setting sun that had dimmed a few degrees, lost in thought. In the Hokage office, a middle-aged man was kneeling halfway in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, holding a large binder. If Qinchuang and Shisui were here now, they would certainly recognize that this half-kneeling person was the teacher who had proctored their exam earlier. Hokage-sama, these 2 children are undoubtedly geniuses on par with Hitaki Kakashi. Upon hearing such high praise from the teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no surprise. After all, he had witnessed the battles of Qinchuang and Shisui, and even he was somewhat taken aback by their strength. They truly deserved such an evaluation. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely took a puff from his pipe and said slowly, "They are indeed 2 excellent children. What do you think about their team formation? My subordinate does not dare to make a decision. I just feel that it might be better to separate these 2 outstanding children into different teams, as this could motivate the children in both teams." Your suggestion is worth considering." Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of smoke, his gaze deep, lost in thought. Chapter 20. Jin and Grandma, I'm back. As soon as she returned home, Qinchuang couldn't wait to share the good news with her only relative. "From today on, I am a genin." Saying this, she waved the forehead protector she held in her hand. Perhaps it was only in front of her sole family member that Qinchuang would seem like a child. Grandma Qinchuang was taken aback for a moment. Even the usual welcome back was rarely said. "Is that so?" Grandma came to her senses, and with a slight tug at the corners of her mouth, revealed a somewhat forced smile. "That really is something worth celebrating." Qinchuang noticed that her grandmother seemed a bit unusual, so she quickly took off her shoes and sat down beside her. "What's wrong, Grandma? Are you feeling unwell?" Qin asked with concern. Grandma Qin shook her head, a hint of bitterness rising in her eyes. "Qin," Grandma gently called her grandson, raising her hand to touch Qin cheek. Qin obediently did not resist, but instead leaned her head forward. Grandma Qin looked at her grandson's increasingly resolute and handsome face, feeling 1,000 words she wanted to express in her heart, but when they reached her lips, they all turned into a sigh. Qin did not urge her, quietly waiting for her grandmother to speak. After a long while, her grandmother's emotions gradually stabilized, and her aged hand slowly took Qin hand, feeling the thick layer of calluses on it. The bitterness in her eyes unknowingly turned into helplessness. "Back then, your parents died during a mission, and not even their remains were brought back." At this point, her grandmother's emotions became agitated again, her face filled with heartache. Qin also felt a tremor in his heart. The loss of his parents was an eternal pain within him. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on his grandmother's hand. "I never hoped for you to become an exceptionally outstanding ninja, because strength comes with responsibility and danger. My only wish is to see you grow up happily and live a stable life, even if it's not as a ninja." Qin eyes were slightly red. If it weren't for the situation, how could he not want to live such an easy life? But in the end, reality could not go according to the wishes of this old woman. Grandma sighed. "I know you are now the disciple of the clan leader, a special graduate, and the outside world says you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. You are Grandma's pride, and I won't stop you from anything. But you must always remember to not be careless, and don't be like your parents." Feeling Grandma's deep love and concern, a warm current flowed through Qin heart as he tried to suppress his emotions, not allowing his weak side to show in front of Grandma. "Don't worry, Grandma. I will definitely protect myself well. When I become very, very strong and bring peace to the war, I will take you to visit every country," Qin said with a big smile. Upon hearing this, Grandma couldn't help but laugh, the oppressive atmosphere instantly becoming much more joyful. "All right, then Grandma will be waiting. Of course, I will keep my word." Seeing Grandma become cheerful again, Qin happily pulled her hand and stood up. "Grandma, I'm hungry. When are we having dinner?" "Such a greedy cat," Grandma said with a hint of affection as she poked Qin forehead. "I'll go heat up the rice. You must be tired after your graduation exam this afternoon, so just rest here for now." "I'm not tired. I'll help." In the quiet night, the brightly lit small room reflected the busy figures of the grandmother and grandson, and the sound of their laughter filled the air, bringing a bit of warmth to the cool night. The next morning, Qin arrived at the Hokage Tower early. After all, he had to come here sooner or later, so it was better to be early than late. Moreover, this might be his first meeting with the third Hokage, so Qin specifically chose the early morning when his mind was clearest. Qin's appearance today is not much different from before. The only notable thing is that she is wearing a forehead protector on her head, showcasing her identity as a genin. Before long, Qin arrived at the roof of the Hokage building. Looking around, she saw a machine that resembled a camera from her previous life set up there, and next to it stood a middle-aged man with a long beard. "Hello, is this where I take pictures and get my certificate?" Qin naturally approached and asked. The middle-aged man paused in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Qin's age, but he still replied, "Are you a newly graduated genin this year?" "Yes, I see. Please have a seat here and strike a natural pose. I will take your picture," the middle-aged man said, pointing to a chair in front of the machine. Qin nodded at the words, sitting down on the chair without hesitation, facing the camera with a smile. As a light flashed, a film appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. "Child, what is your name?" "Uchiha, Qin." The middle-aged man nodded and began to rummage through a pile of small notebooks on the table beside him, perhaps afraid of forgetting, occasionally mumbling Qin's name as he searched. Before long, the middle-aged man pulled out one of the many notebooks, attached a photo, and then stamped it. "All right, congratulations, Uchiha Qin. From today on, you are a true genin of Konoha. This is your ninja identification. Remember to keep it safe." Qin took the document and carefully tucked it into her bosom, nodding solemnly. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged uncle who took the photo, Qin walked down the stairs step by step. What Qin didn't expect was that everything today went smoothly, and she didn't encounter the third Hokage as anticipated. Logically speaking, the old man, being the leader of the Uchiha clan's disciple, should be eager to meet her. So why was there no response, even though she had come all the way to his doorstep? Was it because she came too suddenly and the news hadn't reached him yet? Or was it too early and the old man was still asleep? As Qin pondered these questions in her heart, she unknowingly reached the second floor of the Hokage building. At this moment, she was still deep in thought and had no idea that a white figure had appeared at the corner of the stairs. Without paying attention, Qinchuan almost bumped into this white figure. In a quick response, she stepped firmly on the ground to stabilize her advance and hurriedly took a few steps back to create some distance. Sorry. I didn't see you just now. Are you hurt? Although she hadn't actually collided with the figure, Qinchuan still expressed her apologies immediately. You didn't actually touch me, so there's no need to apologize. I'm not injured. The figure then turned around, revealing a slightly aged face. In her earlier nervousness, Qinchuan hadn't gotten a good look, only noting that the figure was wearing white clothing. But now that she calmed down and looked closely, her heart suddenly trembled. The Hokage hat, the ceremonial robe, and the embroidered words of the third Hokage on the back made it clear who this person was. You're the Hokage, Lord Hokage. The momentary panic passed, and Qinchuan quickly adjusted her mindset, displaying a demeanor of reverence mixed with a hint of excitement. Seeing Qinchuan's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with her. Child, what is your name? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a benevolent smile. Qinchuan rolled her eyes in her heart. Only a child would believe this was a coincidence. Anyone with a bit of sense could see that this old man was clearly waiting for someone here. Who would believe he didn't know his own name? However, she still respectfully replied, Hokage-sama, I am Uchiha Qinchuan. Meeting is fate. If there's nothing else, would you be willing to come with me and have a chat? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Really? Qinchuan looked surprised and delighted. Of course, I am willing. Well, there was no escaping this encounter. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk inside. Qinchuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief at Sarutobi Hizashi's attitude and hurried to catch up. Chapter 21. Sarutobi Hizashi's Test. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi sat down behind his desk, while Qinchuan stood respectfully in front of the desk. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand and pointed to the sofa beside him, saying, Since you're here to chat, why are you standing? Sit down. Qinchuan shook her head in surprise. In front of Lord Hokage, how could a junior dare to sit down? There are not so many rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and took a puff, saying, My current identity is not Hokage, but just an old man from Konoha village. Let's talk about life and ideals. So now it's okay to sit down, right? Qinchuan pretended to think for a moment and ultimately compromised reluctantly, sitting down on the sofa. Seeing Qinchuan sit down, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face broke into a smile once again. Qinchuan, can I call you that? Of course, Lord Hokage. Although she had sat down, Qinchuan remained respectful. In fact, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are a very outstanding child, and I deeply regret the death of your parents. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faded, replaced by pain and guilt in his eyes. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen mention her parents, Qinchuan's face revealed endless loneliness, which was not feigned. But soon, her loneliness was replaced once again by determination and respect. No, Lord Hokage, you don't need to apologize. This is not your fault. Besides, my parents sacrificed themselves for the peace of the village, and I am proud of them. Seeing Qinchuan's high level of understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. However, he still said with guilt, As the leader of the village, I feel guilty towards all the heroes who have sacrificed. But to achieve peace, sacrifices must be made. I hope you can understand my good intentions. Qinchuan nodded to show her understanding. What a good child. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that he had successfully resolved Qinchuan's inner conflict, and a smile of relief appeared on his face again. Were you here to collect your ninja identification? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked knowingly. Yes, Lord Hokage, Qinchuan replied, taking out her identification from her pocket and handing it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took it, glanced at it symbolically, nodded, and returned it. Congratulations. It's rare to become a ninja at your age. Fugaku has taken on a good apprentice. Qinchuan could easily sense the probing intent behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, so she quickly played along and said, This is all thanks to the guidance of the teachers at the ninja school. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. In the future, I will definitely strive tirelessly for the future of Konoha, dedicating my life and blood. Seeing the sincerity in Qinchuan's clear, dark eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost convinced that this young person perfectly inherited the will of fire, and his fondness for her grew even stronger. Dedicating life and blood, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, then laughed heartily. Good child. Having that intention is enough. Don't talk about blood and life. It's unlucky. Even if there is sacrifice, this old bone of mine will charge ahead of you. Shuang stood up excitedly, saying, "Yes, Lord Hokage, I will definitely not let you down." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, feeling more and more satisfied with Shuang. The respect he showed for him and the loyalty to the village didn't seem like an act at all. However, to be on the safe side, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to test him further. He slowly stood up, walked to the cabinet on his right, pulled out the second drawer, and took out a palm-sized scroll. Shuang had a big question mark on her head. What kind of tricks was this old man going to play again? The next moment, Shuang's question was answered. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll in his hand, and on it was an extremely complicated sealing technique. Given Shuang's current level of sealing technique, trying to open this was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to form hand seals, and the speed was not fast, as if he wanted Shuang to see clearly. After about 10 seals, it took nearly half a minute. With a sudden clap on the sealing technique on the scroll, a much larger scroll appeared out of thin air. At this moment, a word finally popped into Shuang's mind. Sealing book. Sensing Shuang's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Shuang, do you know what this is?" Shuang managed to suppress the excitement in her heart with great difficulty. After all, it was the sealing book filled with the ultimate techniques developed by generations of Hokage. Who wouldn't want to take a quick look? But clearly, now was not the time. Even looking at a moment longer would likely raise the third Hokage's suspicions. The younger generation doesn't know, Shuang replied, pretending to be confused. In fact, at the very moment the sealing book appeared before her, Shuang had already understood the various behaviors of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So he wants to test me, huh? This old fox really has a hard time trusting others. Since that's the case, I'll continue to play along and see who can outsmart whom. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, slightly smug, and said this is the sealing book, which contains countless powerful forbidden techniques accumulated by Konoha over the years. So amazing? Upon hearing this, Shuang's eyes lit up as she looked at the sealing book. Lord Hokage, how can I learn the jutsu inside? If you can make outstanding contributions to Konoha in the future, you will naturally have the opportunity to learn, Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. I understand. I will continue to work hard. While thinking this on the surface, Shuang was actually sneering internally, doubting the third Hokage's grand promises. Even if she made some contributions, it probably wouldn't be her turn to learn these forbidden techniques. After all, she was a Uchiha. Hearing Shuang's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Then, under Shuang's reluctant gaze, he put away the sealing book and sat back down, puffing on his pipe. Shuang, you must understand that where Konoha flourishes, the fire will continue to burn. You are the future of the village, the new sprouts of Konoha. What you need to focus on now is to lay a solid foundation and strengthen your aspirations so that you can grow strong. After a round of spiritual chicken soup, Shuang finally managed to walk out of the Hokage's office, rubbing her ears and thinking that she couldn't take it anymore. It seemed that as people got older, they liked to chatter on and on. This was indeed true, as even the high-ranking Hokage was no exception. Shaking her head, Shuang quickly walked down the stairs, fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would call her back in to discuss life again. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just served a large bowl of spiritual chicken soup, was in a good mood and murmured, "What a nice kid. Seems worth cultivating." With that in mind, the third Hokage thought for a moment and decided to place her in Asuma's team. It could also motivate that kid. With the decision made, Sarutobi Hiruzen happily picked up his pipe and began to smoke. Chapter 22. Fugaku's advice. After leaving the Hokage building, Shuang went straight back to the Uchiha clan grounds, stopping only in front of her own courtyard. However, she didn't choose to go inside right away. Instead, she looked around, and after confirming several times that there were no non-Uchiha people nearby, she relaxed and turned towards the center of the clan grounds. Before long, Shuang arrived at her teacher Uchiha, Fugaku's residence. Just then, a slender figure opened the door, colliding right into Shuang, who was about to knock. "Big brother Shuang, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Shuang, Uchiha Itachi's face lit up with joy. "Itachi, it's been a while, of course. I came to see you and master and mistress." Shuang smiled, patting Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, and jokingly said, Big brother Shuang." Itachi seemed to want to say something, and for once, a hint of shyness appeared on his usually calm face, his cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing Uchiha Itachi, who usually had a composed expression, show such embarrassment made Shuang chuckle a bit. It was hard to equate this blushing little guy with a future ruthless clan exterminator. "What is up, Itachi? If you have something to say, just say it." Perhaps sensing the amusement in Shuang's eyes, Itachi's face flushed even more. I wanted to say that I have fully mastered what you taught me earlier, and I wanted to ask if you have time to train with me again. Uchiha Itachi was more introverted and preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. This was the first time he had asked for something in front of someone else. His bright eyes looking hopefully at Qin Shuang. Sorry, Itachi. I have something to discuss with Master, Qin Shuang said apologetically, extending 2 fingers and playfully poking Itachi's forehead. Itachi was taken aback by the poke, but a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face. However, Qin Shuang suddenly changed the subject, but if you're willing to wait, I will have time after I'm done. Really? Itachi's eyes brightened again. Then it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. Looking at the delighted Uchiha Itachi, Qin Shuang couldn't help but smile. If possible, she truly wished for this child's smile to last forever. Returning to reality, Qin Shuang sighed and walked straight into the courtyard. In the familiar courtyard, Qin Shuang had been away for 3 years and naturally found her way to Uchiha Fugaku, who was drinking tea. You're here. Having long since Qin Shuang's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku didn't look over, but naturally picked up a teacup, poured some tea, and patted the spot beside him. Sit down. Yes. Qin Shuang slightly bowed and sat down without hesitation. The master and disciple sat side by side, like a father and son, neither speaking first, but both intently watching the lush flowers and plants in the courtyard. After a while, it was Uchiha Fugaku who broke the silence. Did you go to get your documents? Master, you really are perceptive. Nothing escapes you. Qin Shuang chuckled, a hint of flattery on her face that was quite different from her usual demeanor. You little brat, stop buttering me up. Get to the point. Uchiha Fugaku had clearly grown immune to Qin Shuang's antics, but the corners of his mouth still involuntarily lifted. Hearing this, Qin Shuang also put away her playful smile. This morning when I went to get my ninja documents, I ran into the 3rd Hokage. As if recalling the scene of being served spiritual chicken soup, Qin Shuang shivered involuntarily. What did he say to you? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, seemingly already expecting it, as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Actually, it wasn't anything special. The 3rd Hokage first expressed his apologies regarding my parents, and then it was just the usual cliché about passing on the will. But, as Qin Shuang spoke, she seemed to become thirsty and took a sip from her teacup. Noticing that Qin Shuang seemed to be deliberately keeping him in suspense, Uchiha Fugaku shot her a glare but didn't say anything further. For his disciple, although Uchiha Fugaku didn't say it, he was quite pleased. Qin Shuang's abilities and determination were commendable, and through 3 years of teaching, he had seen this clearly. In fact, in his and his wife's eyes, Qin Shuang was no different from their son, Uchiha Itachi. However, sometimes this child-esque character didn't seem to resemble that of the Uchiha clan at all. It always felt like he was a bit unconventional when facing him. But what he didn't know was that this was precisely Qin Shuang's way of showing closeness. Although there was some interest between the master and apprentice at first, after 3 years of selfless teaching, Uchiha Fugaku had long become both a teacher and a father figure to Qin Shuang. Because of this, Qin Shuang always tried to stir things up during conversations, wanting to change Uchiha Fugaku's stern demeanor. When Uchiha Fugaku shot him a glare, Qin Shuang didn't mind at all. Instead, he chuckled and casually continued speaking. However, it seemed that the 3rd Hokage, in the end, was testing me. He took out a scroll called the Sealing Book, claiming it contained many powerful forbidden techniques. Upon hearing the words Sealing Book, even Uchiha Fugaku, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But he quickly suppressed it, turned to Qin Shuang, and said solemnly, Qin Shuang, you must remember, do not covet that thing. Uchiha Fugaku knew very well how alluring powerful forbidden techniques could be to a young and reckless person. He was genuinely worried that Qin Shuang would try to steal it. So even though he recognized Qin Shuang as character, he couldn't help but give this warning. Feeling the concern in his teacher's words and gaze, a warm current flowed through Qin Shuang's heart, and he couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, teacher. I know what's important, as long as you understand. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's words, Uchiha Fugaku finally relaxed. Then, the two discussed some matters regarding Qin Shuang's future development, such as missions and promotion to CH Nin. Qin Shuang, are you really determined to participate in the CH Nin exam in 6 months? Uchiha Fugaku asked gravely. You should know that war may break out at any time. If you're promoted to CH Nin now, the tasks you will face could be very difficult, and you might even lose your life. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and the difficulty of CH Nin missions is certainly not comparable to that of Genin. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's warning, Qin Shuang couldn't help but recall his conversation with his grandmother that night, and he began to hesitate. But soon, he thought of his own future. The fate of the Uchiha clan and clenched his fists again. That's right, for the future, for destiny, I must move forward. Teacher, I have made my decision. Seeing the determination in Qin eyes, Uchiha Fugaku knew that nothing he said would change his mind. He could only hope for Qin own judgment. Chapter 23. Good news from Obito. The empty courtyard fell silent once more. Uchiha Fugaku leisurely finished the last sip of tea in his cup, casting a casual glance at Qin, who was relaxing nearby. Since we finished talking, why are we still sitting here? Uchiha Fugaku spoke plainly, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Is there nothing to do? Do you want me to assign you some tasks? Upon hearing this, Qin, who had been leisurely sipping tea, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, shaking his head like a rattle. Just as he was about to get up, he remembered something. By the way, teacher, can I take Itachi with me to train? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment and did not object, nodding in agreement. Qin then got up, bowed again and walked out. Just as Qin was about to push the door and enter the house, Uchiha Fugaku's voice came again. That's right, Uchiha Fugaku's tone remained calm, reminding her not to forget to come back for lunch. Qin was taken aback for a moment, turned her back to Uchiha Fugaku, and smiled happily, responded with a sound, opened the door, and walked into the room, leaving Uchiha Fugaku sitting alone in the courtyard, smiling as he refilled his teacup. Itachi. After just a few steps, Qin had already spotted Uchiha Itachi sitting quietly in a chair, waiting. Big brother Qin. Upon seeing Qin, Uchiha Itachi jumped off the chair and walked over to her side. Qin affectionately patted Uchiha Itachi's head and said with a smile, "Let's go to the training ground and see what level you can reach with what I taught you last time." No problem, Uchiha Itachi said eagerly, but Qin, you have to teach me some new techniques this time. Haha, no problem. The two boys, one big and one small, walked side by side out of the door and headed towards the forest, their shadows stretching long in the sunlight behind them. After finishing a morning of training, Qin took Uchiha Itachi back for lunch and then said goodbye to Uchiha Fugaku and the others. It was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky, baking the entire sky a golden hue. A gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, carrying a faint floral scent, while birds flapped their wings and sang joyfully. Everything seemed gentle and pleasant. Qin was also enjoying the current scene, walking unusually slowly and leisurely, as if she were just wandering around. Ah, make way. A sudden exclamation came from behind Qin, breaking the originally tranquil scene. A boy in blue was rushing towards Qin at high speed. It seemed he had only just noticed her ahead, and, in that moment, he couldn't stop in time, his body uncontrollably crashing into her from behind. At a critical moment, Qin slightly turned her body, calmly dodging the collision, and then grabbed the back collar of the boy. The boy, who had been speeding just a moment ago, was immediately pulled to a stop. Hey, I told you, don't run so fast on the road. It's very dangerous. Qin was about to scold him, but when she looked up and saw the person's face, she exclaimed, Obito? Hearing his name called by the person who grabbed him, Uchiha Obito turned his head in confusion. Upon realizing it was Qin, he instantly jumped up in joy. Qin, it's you. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Uchiha Obito, with a carefree demeanor, had completely forgotten about the near collision. Coincidence, my foot. Qin didn't indulge Uchiha Obito, raising her hand to slap his head. Haven't I told you many times? Why are you still running so fast? This time you were lucky to run into me. But what if next time you run into an old person? Uchiha Obito covered his head where she hit him, looking pitiful as he said, I'm sorry, Qin, I'll be more careful next time. Qin rubbed his head. He had heard this sentence countless times. Come on, what are you in such a hurry for? Every time Uchiha Obito dashed around the street, the reasons were mostly the same. He was delayed because he was helping an elderly person or something like that. Qin was already used to it. Hearing that Qin didn't continue to blame him, Uchiha Obito regained his smile, scratched his head, and said proudly, by the way, Qin, you don't know this yet. After you and Shui passed the exam last time, everyone else passed too. Now we are all Genin. Hearing that Obito and his group successfully became Genin was not surprising. After all, he was the one holding the script. Although the exam content deviated a bit, because of him, their strengths were evident, so it was not strange for them to become Genin. Congratulations. Qin offered his blessings. Seeing that Qin did not show the surprised expression he expected, Uchiha Obito pouted a bit in dissatisfaction, but then thought of something and showed an excited expression. By the way, Qin, we are planning to go out for a nice lunch to celebrate. I originally wanted to invite you, but you weren't home in the morning. Now it's perfect. Come with me. Lunch? Qin looked up at the sun, which was directly overhead, and twitched his lips. Although it was indeed a bit early to eat at the teacher's house, wasn't it a bit late for Obito to be going for lunch now? Sorry, maybe next time. I have things to do later. Qin waved his hand to refuse, adding, and if you want to invite me to lunch next time, could you do it a bit earlier? Saying this, Qin helplessly pointed at the sun above his head, originally feeling a bit disappointed by Qin refusal. Obito looked up in the direction Qin was pointing, his body shook, and he realized something. Oh no! Uchiha Obito hurriedly turned and dashed out again. Sorry, Qin. I'm going to be late. We'll talk next time. Sigh. Qin sighed as she looked at the dull-witted young man in front of her, unable to see any trace of the ruthless masked man. Shaking her head, she brushed aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind and started walking again. Qin walked out of the Uchiha clan grounds, passing through several streets, and finally saw her destination, the Konoha Hospital, in the central area of the village. Yes, Qin came to the Konoha Hospital with the purpose of learning medical ninjutsu. For Qin at this point, she had already made significant achievements in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, but that was still not enough. Qin knows that she will inevitably go to the battlefield in the future, and fierce battles are unavoidable. It's possible that she might sustain minor injuries or illnesses. Having medical ninjas around would be fine, but what if there aren't any? Qin did not dare to gamble. Nor could she afford to. As the saying goes, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. To be on the safe side, Qin decided to come to the hospital to learn a thing or two. As for how to learn and from whom to learn, Qin admitted she hadn't thought it through yet. For now, she just wanted to go in and take a look. Upon entering Konoha Hospital, Qin immediately smelled the familiar scent of disinfectant, reminiscent of hospitals from her past life. Looking around, her first impression was that it was large. Even in her past life, Konoha Hospital would probably be rated as a top-tier hospital. Of course, this was only considering the size of the hospital. If one were to factor in medical ninjutsu, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Konoha Hospital is the best hospital in the world. Chapter 24. Pharmacist Yin at that moment. Tensions were rising at the borders of various nations. Although it had not escalated to the level of full-scale war, numerous small skirmishes had already occurred, resulting in significant casualties. Even during the noon hour, when people should be resting and eating, the large hospital was still bustling with various doctors and patients coming and going nonstop. Qin looked at the patients with severed limbs or in a coma, silently lamenting the brutality of war, a wave of desolation rising in her heart. Hello, can I help you with something? At that moment, a blonde female doctor in white attire, wearing round glasses, approached Qin and gently inquired. Sensing the other person's kindness, Qin, who had been thinking for a long time without finding a way, didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Hello, I'm not here for treatment. I'm actually here to learn medical ninjutsu." Upon hearing this candid declaration from the good-looking child in front of her, the blonde doctor was momentarily taken aback and then curiously asked, "Generally speaking, boys tend to lean more towards learning combat ninjutsu. It's quite rare to see someone like you actively wanting to learn medical techniques." That's true. Qin nodded, agreeing with the doctor's words. If he didn't already have some proficiency in ninjutsu, he wouldn't take the time to learn medical ninjutsu. However, whether combat ninjas or medical ninjas, both are essential in a team, and there is no distinction between the two. The blonde doctor blinked, seemingly surprised to hear such profound reasoning from a 7- or 8-year-old child. Moreover, Qin smiled, saying, "Having more skills never hurts." The corner of the blonde doctor's mouth twitched as she swallowed the praise that had just come to her lips. From Qin words, she could tell that Qin wanted to learn everything. "Well, you're quite ambitious, kid." The doctor lightly tapped Qin forehead, saying with a hint of exasperation, "Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." Qin knew that she had just spoken a bit carelessly, so she quickly smiled and said, "I will definitely pay attention to this matter. I wonder if the doctor's sister can help me?" Seeing Qin relatively sincere attitude, the blonde doctor softened her heart and said, "Come with me." After saying that, she walked towards the second floor of the hospital. Qin hurriedly followed the doctor, afraid of losing the savior she had just encountered. On the way, the blonde doctor reminded Qin, "Although I can help you to some extent, how far you can go still depends on yourself." What does that mean? Qin was a bit confused. As you can see, border conflicts are ongoing and the number of injured will only continue to rise. The doctors in the hospital probably won't have time to teach you. The blonde doctor tilted his head to take a look and found that Qin's expression hadn't changed. So he continued, "With my ability, I can take you in and out of the hospital's library, where you can browse some non-classified medical books. If I have time, I can also give you some guidance, but most of the time you'll have to learn on your own. Do you have the confidence for that? Qin Shuang nodded. After all, nothing can go smoothly all the time. At this moment, being able to go to the hospital's library to study by herself, Qin Shuang was already very satisfied. I understand. Then I will trouble you, Doctor's sister. Seeing that Qin Shuang was not intimidated by difficulties, the blonde doctor nodded and said nothing more, striding forward. After a while, the two arrived at a tightly closed door where a nurse was sitting on the platform in front of it, standing guard. Miss Nakamura. The blonde doctor greeted the nurse with a smile. The nurse named Nakamura recognized the visitor and smiled back. Pharmacist. Are you here to borrow books? Pharmacist? Qin Shuang was taken aback, seeming to realize something. Looking again at the blonde doctor's long golden hair and round glasses, could this person be Pharmacist Yena? Pharmacist Yena shook her head slightly and explained, actually, a friend of mine wants to learn some medical knowledge, so I brought him to the library to take a look. While speaking, Pharmacist Yena pointed to Qin Shuang, who was following her. Since Qin Shuang was only an 8-year-old boy and not very tall, Nakamura hadn't noticed him earlier when he was blocked by Pharmacist Yena. When Nakamura shifted her gaze over, she immediately exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute little handsome boy." Saying this, she reached out to pinch Qin Shuang's cheeks. Generally speaking, even though Qin Shuang looked outstanding, strangers wouldn't normally dare to touch him without permission. However, with the relationship of the pharmacist-doctor, everything seemed so natural. Although Qin Shuang was somewhat resistant, he didn't fight back since he needed help, allowing himself to be touched and inspected, looking utterly helpless. Pharmacist Yena watched this scene with great interest, but after a while, she pulled Nakamura away. "All right, Nakamura, you should stop now." Nakamura scratched her head in embarrassment and smiled apologetically at Qin Shuang. Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Qin Shuang shook her head, quickly adjusting her mindset, and asked, can I go in and take a look? Of course. If you want to see in the future, just come find me anytime, Nakamura said, patting his chest confidently. Qin Shuang nodded slightly in gratitude and followed Pharmacist Yenao into the library. "All right, let me first introduce you to the classification here." Pharmacist Yenao pointed to the rows of bookshelves in front of them. The leftmost section is the herbal area, where the books record herbs that can be used for medicine. This section is the ninjutsu area, which documents the medical ninjutsu commonly used by medical ninjas. Qin Shuang did not dare to be careless and focused on remembering the locations of different categories of books. After introducing the entire classification of the library's books, the pharmacist Yano Yu swallowed and moistened her slightly dry throat. "All right, I've said everything I needed to say. I have other things to attend to, so you'll have to manage the rest on your own." Yano Yu did not linger and turned to leave. "Please wait a moment," Qin Shuang called out, blinking her clear eyes. "I still don't know your name, sister." Yano Yu turned around and smiled. "My name is Yano Yu, and I'm the director of a nearby orphanage. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me." Clearly, Yano Yu had a good impression of Qin Shuang, treating her as an ordinary child and showing concern. Watching Yano Yu's figure grow more distant, Qin Shuang murmured, "What a kind person. Can I change her fate?" Right now, Yano Yu is still the director of the orphanage and has not been reactivated by Danzo. But although Qin Shuang knows all this, she still cannot figure out how to proceed. She suppressed her thoughts and didn't let herself think too much. After all, she was still growing, and who could say what the future holds? Qin Shuang walked to the herbal area and took out an ancient book titled Compendium of Rare Flowers and Herbs. She began to read it. As she looked at the descriptions of the miraculous effects of various rare flowers and herbs, even Qin Shuang, who had seen much in her 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but marvel. Do such magical things really exist in this world? Qin Shuang was somewhat noncommittal. Chapter 25, Orphanage. Qin Shuang returned home, and it was already dark outside. "I'm back." Qin Shuang took off her shoes and neatly placed them at the door. At that moment, Grandma was bringing the prepared dishes to the table. Seeing Qin Shuang come in, she immediately smiled and said, "Qin Shuang is back. Come and eat." Qin Shuang responded and walked over with big strides. "By the way, that kid Abito came to find you this morning, saying that he wanted to celebrate your promotion to Genin together, but unfortunately, you weren't here." Grandma kindly picked up a piece of food for Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang ate his meal with big bites, answering in a muffled voice, "I ran into him later, but I had already eaten at the teacher's house, so I didn't go." "Is that so? Abito is a good kid. You should get along well with him." "Don't worry, Grandma, I will." After finishing his meal, Qin Shuang returned to his room, eager to try out the medical ninjutsu he had just learned. He took out a kunai and made a small cut on the back of his hand, then formed the hand seals for the healing technique. A very faint green light appeared in Qin Shuang's hand. Qin Shuang brought the light orb close to the wound on the back of her hand. Feeling a slight itch at the wound site, and then it began to heal slowly. It took a full 15 minutes for the wound to completely heal. Although the chakra consumed was not much, the long time taken left Qin feeling unsatisfied. Qin sighed, realizing that medical ninjutsu was not that simple. To become a well-rounded ninja, there was still a long way to go. However, after her sigh, Qin did not feel discouraged. With her first experience, she began her second and third attempts. In the days following her successful graduation exam, Qin life became regular again. She trained in the morning and sometimes even guided Uchiha Itachi. In the afternoon, Qin would spend time in the library of the Konoha hospital, and if she had the chance to meet Yakushi Nanoyu, she would discuss some questions with her. Sister Nakamura, is Sister Yakushi in the hospital? Qin poked her head out of the library and looked toward the door where Nakamura was. Nakamura thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, I haven't seen her all day. She probably didn't come. Do you need to find her for something? Well, I have some questions about techniques that I want to ask her. Qin said somewhat regretfully. Then a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Do you think she might be at the orphanage? Nakamura tapped her lips thoughtfully. It's very possible. Qin nodded, said nothing more, and began to think. According to the original work, during the Third Shinobi World War, Yakushi Kabuto would come to the orphanage of Yakushi Nan and then start his tumultuous life. However, it was unclear whether he had come during this time period. She could go to the orphanage to take a look and discuss some issues with Yakushi Nan. Having made her decision, Qin put the book back in its place and pushed the door to leave the library. Is she leaving? Qin nodded. I want to visit Sister Yaoshi's orphanage. Make sure to say hello to her and the little ones for me. Nakamura smiled slightly. It seemed she was a regular at the orphanage. I will. Qin waved her hand with a smile. After leaving the hospital, Qin did not go directly to the orphanage, but instead strolled along the street. After all, it's not appropriate to visit someone empty-handed. After some picking and choosing, Qin finally stopped in front of a snack shop. Half an hour later, Qin finally arrived at the orphanage located on the edge of the village. The orphanage was not large, consisting of only one bigger building. Looking through the upstairs window, the room's decor was simple but quite tidy, suggesting that someone cleans it every day. In the yard in front of the building, a slightly plump middle-aged woman was leading a group of about 10 children in play. Since the middle-aged woman had her back to the entrance of the yard, she did not notice Qin arrival. Instead, one child with big eyes blinked and stared intently at Qin. Auntie, look, someone's here. The child pointed with a small finger at Qin's position. The woman and the group of children immediately turned to see Qin. Seeing that the newcomer was a teenager, the middle-aged woman was clearly taken aback and approached to ask, Little friend, what are you doing here? You should go home. This is not a place for you. Hello, Auntie. I'm here to find Sister Yaoshi. Qin replied politely. Looking for the director? Although the middle-aged woman was puzzled, she chose to report it. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go call the director. Okay. After saying this, the middle-aged woman turned to say a few words to the children and hurriedly left. The child who had first spotted Qin came over, not afraid but rather excited, tugged at Qin's sleeve and asked, Hey, big brother, what are you here for? Are you also an orphan, coming to our orphanage? With the first child taking the lead, a bunch of other kids gathered around. Although Qin was also a child at the moment, the children in the orphanage were generally only 4 or 5 years old. So Qin still stood out like a crane among chickens. Qin gently patted the boy's head and said softly, Big brother is also an orphan. But big brother won't live in the orphanage. I came this time to visit you. As she spoke, Qin raised her hand and shook a large bag of snacks. The children, seeing the snacks, immediately turned into eager cats, their eyes shining as they stared at Qin's hand, saliva dripping. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Qin maintained order while distributing the snacks in her hand. Before long, a middle-aged woman brought the pharmacist Yanao over, followed by a somewhat timid white-haired boy. Yanao watched Qin mingling with the children, a smile appearing on her face. Qin, how do you have time to come to the orphanage? Qin turned her gaze away from the children who were wolfing down their food when she heard a voice. Isn't she here to see Sister Yaoshi? Qin smiled and decided to discuss some issues while she was at it. Yaoshi you shot Qin an annoyed glare, thinking that asking questions was probably the main reason for her visit. You all chat first. I'll go take care of the children, the middle-aged woman said, understanding the situation well, but she didn't take the white-haired boy behind her with her. Realizing that her thoughts had been seen through, Qin gave an awkward smile and shifted her gaze to the white-haired boy that Yaoshi was holding. Although she had some guesses in her heart, to be on the safe side, Qin pretended to be unaware and asked, Who is this child? Oh, him. Yaoshi Yenoyu also looked at the boy with a loving expression. He is an orphan I've just adopted not long ago. I was just doing a physical checkup for him. The white-haired boy noticed that both of their gazes were fixed on him and couldn't help but tense up, nervously squeezing himself further behind Yaoshi Yenoyu. Don't mind him. The children who just came here are all like this, shy. Qian Shuang nodded, indicating her understanding. Just arrived at the orphanage with white hair. This child is most likely the medicine master Do. It really is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Qian Shuang picked up the few remaining snacks in her hand and squatted down in front of the boy. At that moment, the boy was looking at the approaching Qian Shuang with a face full of terror, his small hands tightly gripping the dress of the pharmacist Yenoyu. Don't be afraid. I'll give you some snacks. Saying this, Qian Shuang extended the snacks in her hand towards the boy, looking at the tempting snacks in front of him. The boy's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously swallowed, but still didn't take them. Instead, he cast a hesitant glance at the pharmacist Yenoyu. Yenoyu smiled and nodded, and only then did the boy take the snacks and start devouring them. Chapter 26. Delivering gifts to the pharmacist. This child's examination isn't over yet. If you don't mind, you can join us, or you can go play with the children over there, Yenoyu said, looking at the pharmacist who was happily eating the snacks. With a loving expression, Qian Shuang naturally chose to follow along. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in the few lesser-known kids over there. In comparison, the two here intrigued him more. Pharmacist Yenoyu quickly led Pharmacist Do and Qian Shuang into a room. At this point, Pharmacist Do had finished his snacks, with crumbs all around his mouth. Pharmacist Yenoyu looked at Pharmacist Do's cat-like face and smiled gently, taking out a tissue to softly wipe his mouth, causing Pharmacist Do to turn red. After cleaning up, Pharmacist Yenoyu formed a seal that Qian Shuang had never seen before, and her hands glowed with green light as she slowly brought them close to Pharmacist Do's forehead. Pharmacist Do did not resist and slightly closed his eyes. What is this? Qian Shuang rarely encountered a knowledge blind spot. This is a medical exploration technique that can detect diseases within the human body, Pharmacist Yenoyu explained patiently while examining. Qian Shuang was taken aback. She originally thought it would be like the physical examinations in her past life, with blood drawn and vision tested. But it turned out she was still ignorant. It should be said that as expected of a ninja, they even saved money on medical equipment. In a moment, the light in the hands of the pharmacist Yenoyu dimmed, as if the examination had ended, but her brows were slightly furrowed. Pharmacist Yenoyu gently touched the head of Pharmacist Do and asked, "Child, can you see my face clearly?" Pharmacist Do was startled by the serious expression on Yenoyu's face and trembled as he replied, I can't see it very clearly." Qian Shuang's secret passage indeed confirmed that this child is undoubtedly Yakushi Kabuto. If nothing unexpected happens, the scene of giving glasses is about to begin. Sure enough, the next moment, Yakushi Nanoyu slowly took off his glasses and carefully placed them on Yakushi Kabuto's face. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes lit up, feeling that everything in front of him had become clear. "You don't have a name yet, do you?" Yakushi Nanoyu looked kindly at Yakushi Kabuto, who was full of freshness and looking around. "How about you take my surname? As for your name." Although Yakushi Nanoyu had some ideas in mind, Qian Shuang was also present, so he turned his gaze toward her, thinking about asking for Qian Shuang's opinion. Qian Shuang never expected that as an onlooker, she would be asked for her opinion. Adhering to the principle of not putting Yaoshi Yanao in a difficult position, Qian Shuang pretended to think for a moment and then spoke the name. "Do, how about Yaoshi Do?" Yaoshi Yanao was momentarily taken aback, then teased, "Looks like we're on the same wavelength. Since that's the case, your name from now on will be Yaoshi Do." The latter part of the sentence was directed at Yaoshi Do. Without the previous resistance, Yaoshi Do nodded heavily, seemingly very fond of this name. Seeing Yaoshi Do's joyful expression, both Yaoshi Yanao and Qian Shuang couldn't help but smile. "Congratulations, Do." Qian Shuang stepped forward, warmly patting Yaoshi Do on the shoulder. "As a congratulatory gift for your new life, let me give you some presents." Qian Shuang squatted down to face Yakushi Kabuto, his eyes suddenly widening, a flash of blood color disappearing from his gaze. Before Yakushi Kabuto could clearly see the change in Qian Shuang's eyes, he felt a strange memory that did not belong to him appear in his mind. This was the information Qian Shuang transmitted to Yakushi Kabuto through his Sharingan, which he called a gift. But it was actually just some basic chakra refinement methods and the technique of the three bodies. Since he would learn these in the future anyway, it was better to give them away in advance and earn some goodwill. This was Qian Shuang's most straightforward thought. Sure enough, Yakushi Kabuto had never encountered such things, and his big eyes looked at Qian Shuang filled with gratitude. Thank you, thank you." Yakushi Kabuto wanted to call the other person's name, but after thinking it over, he realized he didn't know it. So he could only awkwardly ask, "I still don't know your name?" "Chinchuang. I am Uchiha Chinchuang." Chinchuang stated his name without hesitation, knowing that Yakushi Kabuto, being a member of the root, was already aware of his identity. So he took the opportunity to say it himself. Moreover, since Yakushi Kabuto had already left the root, even if he knew, it wouldn't pose any threat to Chinchuang. As expected, Yakushi Kabuto did not show any unexpected expression, his smile remaining unchanged. "Kabuto, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. I believe you have this potential." Chinchuang patted Yakushi Kabuto on the shoulder, encouraging him. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the first person who taught him and recognized him, feeling countless flames surging in his heart, with all his emotions ultimately condensing into one sentence. "I will definitely work hard to become an excellent ninja. Thank you, Brother Chinchuang." It seemed that he had already left a considerable impression in the heart of one of the future initiators of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Chinchuang thought to himself. Yakushi Nan, on the other hand, remained silent, quietly watching everything with a look of satisfaction. Afterward, Chinchuang asked all his questions to Yakushi Nan, and after receiving answers one by one, he gave Yakushi Kabuto a few reminders about training before bidding farewell to the two. Leaving the orphanage, Chinchuang did not go to the Konoha hospital, but returned home. "Why are you back so early today?" Seeing Chinchuang home before sunset, his grandmother, who was cooking, was filled with surprise. After all, Chinchuang, the busy person, usually left early and returned late. So it was normal for his grandmother to be momentarily taken aback by his unexpected early return. I went to the orphanage in the village today, so I came back early." Chinchuang quickly took off his shoes. "I won't talk to you anymore, Grandma. I'm going to practice in the backyard." Chinchuang waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. This child, his grandmother felt a bit helpless, but seeing her grandson practicing so diligently also brought her a sense of comfort. In the backyard, Chinchuang eagerly began experimenting with the medical ninjutsu he learned today. After feeling that the effects were quite good, he felt a small sense of pride. After some contemplation, Chinchuang made another decision to create his own ninjutsu. Under the guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, he had made significant progress in wind release and fire release, but compared to that, his lightning release was lacking. Although Chinchuang knew some powerful lightning release techniques, he felt that he had not fully demonstrated the high explosive power and penetrating ability of lightning release. After much thought, he decided to create his own technique. In fact, Chinchuang had his sights set on Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori. This technique could utilize extremely high speed to deliver powerful penetrating damage, making it very suitable for Chinchuang, who possessed the Sharingan. However, since Chidori was created by Kakashi on the battlefield, Chinchuang didn't have the time to wait for it to be developed and then seek to learn it. So, he had to rely on his memories from his previous life to teach himself. Although Chinchuang wasn't very confident, he decided to give it a try, treating it like a desperate gamble. With that in mind, Chinchuang began to condense the lightning release chakra within him. He recalled the original work, forming the seals of the rat, horse, monkey, horse, and rabbit. He felt the lightning release chakra surge toward his right arm like a flood meeting a canal. The next moment, arcs of electricity began to appear on his right hand, crackling loudly. Before he could feel happy about it, he noticed that the chakra he had just condensed was rapidly consumed, and the arcs of electricity dissipated into the air. Chapter 27. Obito's worries feeling a tingling sensation in his right arm. Chinchuang couldn't help but smile wryly. Creating a ninjutsu was indeed not as easy as it sounded. After adjusting his state, Chinchuang condensed the chakra once more. This time, he took extra time to condense it, both the quality and quantity of chakra far exceeding the last attempt. Once again, he performed Chidori, and a sharp, piercing explosion echoed out. This time, the blue arcs of electricity significantly increased in intensity, covering his entire hand and part of his forearm with a strong blue light. A piercing pain shot through his arm, causing Chinchuang to involuntarily cry out, and he hurriedly cut off the chakra supply. After catching his breath, Chinchuang looked at his right arm, where the pores had burst and blood was flowing, feeling a wave of lingering fear. Silently performing the healing technique, he restored his slightly grotesque right arm while his mind continued to search for the balance point of the chakra. The Thousand Birds technique can be classified as an A-ranked ninjutsu, known for its powerful attack strength and equally high training difficulty. This technique requires the user to have an extremely high level of control over chakra. If there is too little chakra, the technique lacks power, and if there is too much, it can harm the user. Unfortunately, Chinchuang has encountered both situations. Finding the right balance is certainly not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires constant experimentation to accumulate experience, and even Qinshuang is no exception. During each attempt, Qinshuang continuously senses and adjusts. When chakra is depleted, she sits down to gather it again, and after recovering, she continues to try, repeating this process. This period is quite special for the ninja school, as it marks the time of old graduates and new enrollments. Students who successfully passed their graduation exams have already received their genin certificates, while those who did not graduate must unfortunately study for another year. Speaking of graduation, one cannot help but mention the team formations and guidance from Jounin afterward. For the Jounin guiding her, Qinshuang has no particular demands. After all, no matter how capable this leading teacher may be, they probably won't be as suitable for her as Uchiha Fugaku. Instead, she hopes to be assigned to a 3-man team with Uchiha Bido, as this would make her future plans to disrupt Uchiha Madara's schemes a bit easier. However, thinking about this, and that is futile, and the outcome is not up to her to decide. No matter how much she thinks, it's all in vain. Qinshuang decides to stop overthinking and focus her energy on learning and training. However, as the saying goes, some are joyous while others are troubled. Next door, Uchiha Obito's state is in stark contrast to Qinshuang's. He is so anxious that he might as well run to the Hokage's office to forcibly pair his name with Rin Nohara's. Because of this, Uchiha Obito has lost his appetite for tea and food, appearing worried all day long, and he seems to have lost some weight. Qinshuang, what should I do if I'm not on the same team as Rin? Uchiha Obito says weakly while walking beside Qinshuang. Qinshuang rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit frustrated as she said, "You've said that many times already. What can I do? Why did I have to run into you this early in the morning? Don't be so heartless, Qinshuang." Uchiha Obito shook Qinshuang's sleeve. "If I can't team up with Rin, I'm going to die. Help me think of a way." Today was the day for the graduation genin team assignments, and Qinshuang had gotten up early to head to school. Who would have thought that Uchiha Obito, worried about his team assignment, couldn't sleep all night out of excitement? So, the early bird and the night owl ended up going to school together. Qinshuang's good mood was extinguished by Uchiha Obito's complaints. "What can I do? If you really want to team up with Rin, why not go directly to Lord 3rd Hokage? Given your infatuation, he will definitely agree to your request." Qinshuang patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder. "Huh?" Hearing Qinshuang suggest he go to the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Obito hesitated. The 3rd Hokage is so busy. Would he have time to listen to my request? And is it really appropriate for me to just go find him? Qinshuang rolled her eyes and said, "Are you expecting me to go for you?" Unconsciously recalling the bowl of soul-stirring soup she had when she last saw Sarutobi Hizashi, Qinshuang couldn't help but shiver. "Whoever wants to go can go. I definitely don't want to." "Oh, it's Obito and Qinshuang. Are you also going to school?" Qinshuang and Obito turned to the sound and saw Noera Rin standing at the other end of the street, waving at them. Upon seeing Rin, the expressions of Qinshuang and Obito were quite different. The despondent look on Uchiha Obito's face vanished, replaced by a full expression of enthusiasm and fighting spirit, while Qinshuang let out a long sigh, looking relieved. Finally, someone could bear the brunt of Obito's output for him. He could finally have some peace. "Yes, Rin, let's go together," Uchiha Obito said, looking at Noera Rin who had jogged over, smiling foolishly. Qinshuang smiled at Noera Rin and greeted her. "Hey." Noera Rin just walked over and stared at Obito with a puzzled expression. Feeling a bit flustered under her gaze, Uchiha Obito quickly asked, "What's wrong, Rin? Do I have a problem? Have you lost weight, Obito?" Uchiha Obito suddenly became a bit incoherent. Feeling both happy that Noera Rin noticed his change and reluctant to let her know the reason for his lack of appetite. Qinshuang felt a sense of enlightenment upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, a girl who is bold, meticulous, and gentle. Who wouldn't like a simple and foolish guy like Obito? To be honest, Noera Rin noticed that Uchiha Obito seemed to want to brush things off, and immediately became strict. Just when Uchiha Obito was stammering and at a loss, Qinshuang, who was watching, spoke up to diffuse the situation. "In the past few days, Obito has been training with me to become stronger. He might have lost weight due to the intense training, but he'll be fine once he gets used to it. Is that so?" "I see." Noera Rin had no doubts about the truth of Qinshuang's words. Upon learning that Obito was training hard, she encouraged him, "Obito, you need to keep it up with your training." "Oh, of course." Uchiha Obito immediately seemed invigorated, then cast a grateful glance at Qinshuang. Qinshuang shook her head, secretly mocking in her heart. "Boy, it's no wonder you're single. With the way you stammer and can't get your words out. It's a miracle if you can win someone over." Of course, Uchiha Obito couldn't hear these words, but if he did, he would definitely retort, "How can you say that? Aren't you single too?" Chinchuang. I'm speechless. As the three of them just entered the ninja school, they saw a green figure charging towards them, raising a cloud of dust behind, attracting countless gazes. Ha ha ha! Chinchuang, you actually came? I didn't expect you to graduate early as well. Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival. Come and have a duel with me again. Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito looked at Might Guy in shock, seemingly not expecting Chinchuang to have any interaction with him. Chinchuang, on the other hand, looked troubled, wondering what was going on today. One wave hasn't settled and another rises. Did he violate some heavenly rule? Chapter 28. Grouping. Speaking of which, on the day of the graduation exam, I didn't see Guy. Did you graduate too? Noera Rin spoke first. Might Guy's expression instantly became awkward. Well, I got the exam date wrong. I took a makeup test a few days ago. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that let's settle this once and for all. Chinchuang. This time I won't lose. Might Guy's fighting spirit ignited again. His gaze on Chinchuang was so intense, it seemed like he was about to burst into flames. Guy, watch the occasion. Chinchuang felt a bit helpless. Being watched like a monkey in front of so many people made him want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Exactly. Who starts a duel right away? This is too strange, especially since we're supposed to be grouping soon. Uchiha Obito also stepped in to speak. Might Guy's momentum faltered, and he tilted his head in thought. It seemed to make sense. He then put away his stance. In that case, let's have our duel after the groups are decided. It's settled then. After saying that, Might Guy didn't give Chinchuang a chance to refute and dashed back to the classroom like a bullet. Why is this guy always like this? Even Noera Rin felt it was a bit tricky this time. Uchiha Obito agreed. Yeah, he doesn't even consider his own strength. How could he possibly be Chinchuang's opponent? By the way, Chinchuang, how do you know this strange guy? I met him by chance a few years ago during training. I've been training physical techniques with Might Guy and his father all these years, Chinchuang explained. Really? I heard this guy's father is just a genin. What can you learn from them? Uchiha Obito seemed incredulous, and even Noera Rin was having a hard time understanding. Seeing their expressions, Chinchuang found it hard to explain. After all, it's better for fewer people to know about the forbidden techniques. He could only say meaningfully, you must not underestimate Guy. Especially you, Obito. Huh? Me? Uchiha Obito was puzzled. Why? Chinchuang curled her lips. She couldn't very well say that you would be kicked away by Might Guy twice in the future, could she? She could only say no more and quicken her pace towards the classroom. Hey, Chinchuang, you guy, clarify your words. Uchiha Obito chased after Chinchuang, while Noera Rin could only helplessly follow behind. As expected, several graduates were already in the classroom, chatting in small groups. With a loud creak, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. The huge noise drew the attention of most people, but when they saw that the person entering was Uchiha Chinchuang, their expressions immediately turned to awe, and then they slowly averted their gaze. Of course, everyone present, except for the oddball, Might Guy, had seen the duel between Chinchuang and Shui. Who would dare to stir up trouble? That would be asking for a beating. Chinchuang, along with Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, did not pay attention to the gazes on them. Chinchuang glanced around and finally spotted Uchiha Shui surrounded by many people in a corner. Chinchuang was just about to step forward when a sudden voice behind him caught his attention. Nani, Kakashi, you bastard, how are you here? Uchiha Obito shouted loudly. Following the direction of Uchiha Obito's finger, Chinchuang saw a cool-looking white-haired boy wearing a mask. Is this Hatake Kakashi? It's really as expected, just pretending. Noera Rin walked up to greet Hatake Kakashi, who only responded coldly, while Kakashi didn't even glance at Uchiha Obito the whole time. Ah, you guy, you're really infuriating. Uchiha Obito was quite angry at being blatantly ignored. Come on, Obito, calm down. Noera Rin hurriedly stopped Obito, who was about to charge forward. Hatake Kakashi still ignored Uchiha Obito, merely glancing over briefly before turning his gaze toward Chinchuang and locking eyes with him. Hatake Kakashi was somewhat surprised that someone who could make even him feel a sense of danger appeared here. He didn't think his instincts were wrong, and the person in front of him must be very strong. Chinchuang looked at Kakashi Hatake, who seemed to be lost in thought, and did not intend to engage in further conversation. She gave him a slight nod to express goodwill and walked towards Shui Uchiha. Lin, who is that guy? Kakashi Hatake said coolly. Before Noera Rin could respond, Obito Uchiha jumped in first. What's wrong, scared? Chinchuang is a super genius who graduated early. You might not be able to beat him. Idiot. Kakashi Hatake shot Obito a cold glare with his dead fish eyes. Hey, you bastard Kakashi, try saying that again. Obito Uchiha fumed, rushing forward to grab Kakashi by the collar. Hut, hut, hut. A heavy knocking sound came from the podium, causing Obito, who had just grabbed Kakashi's collar, to turn around suspiciously. He saw the middle-aged teacher who had led the previous assessment standing on the podium, his gaze sharp. Students, I'm going to announce the groups now. Please take your seats. Although he addressed the students, the teacher's eyes were fixed on Obito, as he was the most exaggerated in his posture. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Obito reluctantly let go of Kakashi's collar and sat down next to Noera Rin. Kakashi, meanwhile, snorted, looking as if everything was going according to his expectations, and coolly took his seat, which made Obito grind his teeth in frustration again. The middle-aged teacher surveyed the now quiet classroom, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Next, when I call your names, step forward and go to the designated classroom to wait for your instructor. My guy, Ebisu, Nara Shikaku, step forward." 3 individuals of different heights and builds stood up in unison, waiting for the teacher's instructions. "You 3 will form a team and go to classroom 1 to wait for your instructor." They responded and walked out of the classroom with big strides. Next group, Obito Uchiha, Noera Rin, and, upon hearing this, Obito was so excited he nearly jumped up. Teaming up with his dream girl, Noera Rin, was exactly what he had been hoping for these past few days. But the next sentence hit him like a thunderbolt. "And Kakashi Hitaki. What? Isn't this guy already a Chunin? Why is he still in the group?" Obito panicked and shouted out loud. The middle-aged teacher, interrupted by Obito, was not angry but patiently explained, "These matters are decided by Lord Hokage, and I have no way to intervene." In the end, Obito had no choice but to reluctantly follow Kakashi and Rin to the designated classroom. Sitting in the back row, Qinchuang watched this scene thoughtfully. It seemed that her arrival had not broken up this trio, which would make future actions a bit difficult. At the same time, Qinchuang was also quite curious about who her teammates would be. As if seeing through Qinchuang's thoughts, Shursui Uchiha teased, "What's wrong? Are you starting to worry about your team? Don't you care?" Qinchuang pouted. "Of course I care, but compared to that, one's own strength is the most crucial, and it's also the only thing we can control. Don't you think?" Shursui Uchiha smiled. Qinchuang nodded, not denying it. This idea actually coincided with his own. Chapter 29, Moonlight Night. The next group, Sarutobi Isuma, Yuhi Kurinai, and Uchiha Qinchuang, went to classroom 7 to wait for their instructor. Sarutobi Isuma and Yuhi Kurinai. Qinchuang thought of the boy who had provoked him on graduation exam day, and the girl who seemed hesitant to say anything. After greeting Shursui, who had not yet been called, Qinchuang stood up and walked outside, accompanied by a displeased-looking boy and an excited girl who was slightly blushing. Upon arriving at classroom 7, the 3 remained silent. Qinchuang and Sarutobi Isuma were at odds. Actually, it was just that Sarutobi Isuma had a bad attitude towards Qinchuang, and Yuhi Kurinai didn't know what to say. Ultimately, the 3 could only sit apart and quietly wait for their instructor. It was truly desolate. Without making any sound, even Qinchuang didn't notice when a tall figure had entered the classroom, but this actually suited my personality. Qinchuang focused her gaze and saw a tall, thin middle-aged man wearing the standard green vest of a Konoha ninja. He carried a ninja sword on his back, had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. What struck Qinchuang as particularly strange was the man's pale complexion and the deep dark circles under his eyes. She would almost believe he was a patient. This image unconsciously reminded Qinchuang of someone, the Moonlight Gale, who was killed by the Sand-Hidden Village during the Chunin exam. "Are you our instructor?" Yuhi Kurinai asked curiously with wide eyes. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Moonlight Knight, a Jonin of Konoha. I have no particular likes or dislikes. My specialty is swordsmanship, and my dream is not particularly grand. I just hope that Konoha can continue to develop." Moonlight Knight? Qinchuang began to search her memories from her past life. It was said that there were 8 outstanding ninjas in Konoha, known collectively as the Konoha 8 Colors due to their powerful abilities. Among them, the Night Dancer had the surname Moonlight and was also the father of Moonlight Gale, which meant this man in front of her was likely him. However, Qinchuang didn't know much about him, only that Moonlight Knight had a steady personality, was skilled in swordsmanship, and was an all-around ninja, nothing more than that. Moonlight Knight scanned the 3 of them one by one. "Now it's your turn." Yuhi Kurinai stood up first. Due to her excitement, her pretty face flushed slightly. "My name is Yuhi Kurinai, a genin of Konoha. I like to eat wasabi octopus, dislike cake, and my specialty is illusion techniques. As for my dream, I hope to become an excellent ninja." Sarutobi Isuma did not stand up. Instead, he leaned on the table with his arms crossed, striking a cool pose. Then, in a nonchalant tone, he said, My name is Sarutobi Asuma. Things I like. At this point, Sarutobi Asuma subtly glanced at Waihai Kurinai beside him and quickly returned his gaze. Nothing. Things I dislike are arrogant people. He shot a glance at Qian Shuang, who was far away. Qian Shuang had a big question mark over her head. Arrogant and conceited? Are you talking about me? How could that be? It's so unfair. You're clearly just jealous, outright jealousy, skilled in body techniques. My dream is to protect this country in my own way. After saying that, Asuma Sarutobi turned his head away and stopped speaking. It was Qian Shuang's turn, and there was nothing flashy about it. This level of self-introduction didn't require any embellishments. My name is Uchiha Qian Shuang. I'm skilled in, well, let's say fire release. And my dream is to protect the people I want to protect. As for what I like and dislike, it seems I don't have any at the moment. Qian Shuang has always been a well-behaved youth who doesn't pick and choose his food and doesn't waste anything. He really couldn't think of anything to say in response. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Knight nodded slightly and said, I have a general understanding of your situation, but I am not clear about your strength. What does Teacher Moonlight mean? Qian Shuang asked in confusion. Very simple, Moonlight Knight replied, with his hands behind his back and a chilling aura emanating from his eyes that sent shivers down people's spines. The pressure he exuded was like a fierce flood beast, completely at odds with his sickly appearance. If you want to join my team, then show me strength that is worthy of my recognition. If you understand, come to the training ground. With that, Moonlight Knight left the classroom without looking back. Wow, how impressive. Just the aura alone makes Asuma feel a lingering fear. Only by experiencing such pressure firsthand can one understand the strength of a Jonin. Just the aura is enough to crush the weak. On the side, the situation for Kurinai Yuhi was even worse. She was trembling slightly and her face was pale, as if she hadn't recovered from the shock she just experienced. Qian Shuang looked at the appearance of Sunset Hong and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Just the pressure alone was enough to scare someone, and if a real fight broke out later, she feared she wouldn't be able to lend a hand. Although both were Jonin, Qian Shuang had already shown her battle potential against her teacher, Fujiyama, but the opponent was one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and she didn't dare underestimate him at all. Shaking her head, she stepped forward and patted Sunset Hong's back. The latter's body trembled, and she hurriedly turned her head. Upon seeing Qian Shuang, Sunset Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Shuang-kun, what should we do later? In this little girl's eyes, Qian Shuang was a super genius with immense combat power, and now she had seemingly become a lifeline. Seeing Sunset Hong's fragile appearance, Qian Shuang's heart softened. She patted the other girl's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, we're just students after all. Teacher Moonlight won't make things too difficult for us. Sarutobi Asuma watched Qian Shuang's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the previous pressure. At the same time, he felt humiliation accompanied by self-doubt. Just how strong was Uchiha Qian Shuang? How far was the gap between him and her? After calming Sunset Hong's emotions, the 3 of them arrived at the training ground. You're here? Faster than I expected. Moonlight Yuru suddenly appeared from nowhere. You have 5 minutes to discuss your strategy. After 5 minutes, the 3 of you will face me together. Moonlight Yuru strolled to the side, giving the 3 enough space, and finally reminded them, you'd better be prepared to kill me. Otherwise, be ready to be killed. Qian Shuang and the other 2 simultaneously showed a hint of seriousness on their faces. It seemed that this Moonlight teacher had no intention of holding back at all. However, that was fine. Qian Shuang also wanted to test just how much of a gap there was between herself and the famous night dancer of the ninja world. After the previous excitement, Sarutobi Asuma had temporarily set aside his competitive spirit. He was now solely focused on proving himself and closing the gap with Qian Shuang. I am good at taijutsu, so I can lead the charge later. You guys look for opportunities to attack. With that, Sarutobi Asuma took out his homemade chakra blade from his ninja tool pouch. Qian Shuang nodded and did not refuse the suggestion. Teacher Moonlight is skilled in swordsmanship, so we can use illusion techniques to limit him. Speaking of this, Qian Shuang turned her head to look at Sunset Hong and asked Hong, can I leave the illusion techniques to you? Upon hearing that her illusion techniques will be put to use, Sunset Hong's eyes lit up with joy, curving into little crescents, and she readily replied, leave it to me. Qian Shuang smiled and had no doubts, so I would support Asuma from the side using ninjutsu. The other 2 nodded. They had witnessed Qian Shuang's ninjutsu and naturally had no objections. Chapter 30. The bet the 5 minutes were up. Yue Guang Yi slowly walked out from the corner. Are you ready? We're ready, Teacher Yue Guang. Sarutobi Asuma said cautiously, holding a chakra blade. Qian Shuang and Yuhi Kurinai also entered a combat stance. Very good. Yue Guang Yi was quite satisfied with the trio's attitude. You take out an hourglass, I'll give you a chance. If anyone is still standing before the sand runs out, you will pass. Without giving the three a chance to respond, Yue Guangyi flipped the hourglass, placed it aside, and when he returned to face Qin Shuang and the others, the blades behind him had already been unsheathed. Qin Shuang held her hands in a virtual grip, several shurikens already appearing in her hands. With her exceptional throwing skills, she shot the shurikens towards Moonlight Knight from various tricky angles. Moonlight Knight remained still, a look of appreciation on his face as he gently waved his ninja blade, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens that had just been thrown with great force. Without giving Moonlight Knight time to react, Sarutobi Asuma charged in with his sharp blade drawn. Clang! The chakra blade and the ninja blade collided heavily. Sarutobi Asuma staggered, feeling a sharp pain in his palms, as if he had collided not with a person but with a steel body. Before Sarutobi Asuma could recover from the pain, the blade light from Moonlight Knight followed in quick succession. Helplessly, Sarutobi Asuma could only grit his teeth and struggle to fend off Moonlight Knight's relentless attacks. Even with Qin Shuang providing support from the side, Sarutobi Asuma was still being pushed back step by step. If this is all the strength you have, you might as well consider going back to ninja school for a redo, Moonlight Knight said as he sent the weary Sarutobi Asuma flying with a single strike. A result of his mercy. Otherwise, the battle would have ended much quicker. It's not over yet. Taking advantage of the moment Moonlight Knight spoke, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been waiting nearby, finally found her opportunity. Illusion, tree, binding death. A tree unexpectedly sprouted from beneath Moonlight Knight's feet, binding him in an instant. Is this the technique of True Red? Moonlight Knight was somewhat surprised. At the moment the illusion was cast, Yuhi Kurenai's figure disappeared from her original spot. And the next moment, she emerged from the tree. Holding a shuriken in her hand, her red, beautiful eyes revealed excitement and a hint of pride. Looking as if victory was assured, she thrust towards Moonlight Knight. However, there was no sensation of piercing as expected at the moment the shuriken struck. Moonlight Knight's figure bound by the tree transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Before Yuhi Kurenai could react, she was suddenly kicked away. Moonlight Knight emerged from behind Yuhi Kurenai. To master the tree binding death to this extent, you deserve praise. But if your father were here, he wouldn't give you time to be proud. Qin Shuang hurriedly caught Shiri Hong, who showed a painful expression on her face, indicating that the kick just now was not light. With both hands forming seals, she cast the healing technique, and only then did Shiri Hong feel some relief. However, even so, her body still felt a bit weak. So Qin Shuang had to gently help her sit down on the ground. Is this the healing technique? Yue Guangyi was somewhat surprised. He had never seen an Uchiha ninja who studied medical ninjutsu. You really make me curious. Qin Shuang looked back at the two defeated teammates with a silent sigh. The Jonin truly lived up to their reputation. Indeed, they were not to be threatened by such tricks. Now, only you are left, Uchiha Qin Shuang. What will you do? Under the moonlight, Uezuki stepped forward, holding a ninja sword, approaching Qin Shuang step by step. Qin Shuang turned her head to glance at the hourglass, which had barely lost a third of its sand. A flash of inspiration struck her. Moonlight teacher, how about we make a bet? Oh, Moonlight Knight clearly became interested. What do you want to bet on? Qin Shuang pointed to the hourglass beside her and said, let's bet on whether I can last until the sand runs out. If I win, I only want one thing. Teacher Yue Guang, please teach me your swordsmanship. Yue Guangyi did not agree immediately, but instead started to think about the pros and cons. In fact, even if Qin Shuang hadn't proposed this bet, with Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai in their current state, their effectiveness was almost zero. That's why Qin Shuang came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, seizing the opportunity to gain something first. Even if she lost, it would only be her own matter, and she could buy some time for the two behind her. However, Yue Guangyi clearly thought of this too. He wasn't planning to let Qin Shuang take advantage of him so easily. Betting was fine, but if you lose, all three of you will be eliminated. This move was undeniably ruthless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Shuang and Sarutobi Asuma didn't get along, and Yue Guangyi certainly knew that too, which is why he made this demand. As a result, Qin Shuang's bet fell apart on its own. Qin Shuang was taken aback by these words, secretly cursing Yue Guangyi for being so cunning, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, no one would willingly hand their fate over to someone else. Just as Qin Shuang was about to give up on the bet, a voice stopped her from speaking. No problem, we accept this bet. Qin Shuang turned her head in surprise and saw Zairong looking at her with a trusting expression. Qin Shuang-kun, you can do it. I believe in you. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who originally had no good feelings towards Qinshuang, acted out of character, tilting his head with a proud look and saying, "If you can't win the bet, I won't let you off the hook." Feeling their trust in her, Qinshuang unconsciously clenched her fists, a surge of unknown power flowing through her body. Yu Guangai didn't expect the scene before him either, but he quickly regained his composure. Although it was somewhat unexpected, since it is so, let me see if you have the qualifications to inherit my swordsmanship. With that, the sharp blade came rushing towards Qinshuang, who dared not be careless and quickly drew out a kunai to defend herself. Qinshuang's mastery of swordsmanship was naturally far inferior to that of Moonlight Yi. But with the powerful insight of the three-tomo Sharingan, Qinshuang successfully intercepted Moonlight Yi's attack. While Qinshuang focused on defense, Moonlight Yi noticed the three tomos in Qinshuang's eyes and felt unsettled. How could this child, at such a young age, have cultivated the Sharingan to 3 tomos? Truly, this child deserves the attention of even Hokage. As time passed, the sand in the hourglass accumulated more and more. At this moment, Qinshuang was already feeling exhausted. While Moonlight Yi, no longer calm as before, understood that with the bet in place, he had no right to casually share the techniques of the Leaf Village. Moonlight Yi swung his sword again, then retreated to create distance from Qinshuang. Uchiha Qinshuang, I must admit, you are the most outstanding newly promoted genin I have ever seen. Without exception. However, this battle should come to an end. Indeed, it should come to an end. Qinshuang nodded in agreement, smiling slightly. I am ready to learn from Teacher Moonlight's swordsmanship. Don't get too cocky. Moonlight Yi snorted coldly, saying no more, raising his ninja blade in front of him. A chilling light flashing across the blade. Chapter 31. The first appearance of Chidori, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Yi summoned 2 shadow clones, and 3 identical sword-wielding figures charged towards Qinshuang from 3 directions simultaneously, their speed making it even harder for the already fatigued Qinshuang to cope. After just a brief exchange, Qinshuang had already sustained injuries on both arms. In just 1 month, Moonlight Yi had overwhelmed Qinshuang, and now, with 3 clones, the situation was not simply additive. Their coordination had reached a level where 3 was greater than the sum of its parts, leaving Qinshuang with virtually no chance of defending. Shadow Clone Technique. Realizing he could not withstand Moonlight Yi's attacks alone, Qinshuang also summoned his own shadow clones. The 3 shadow clones rushed forward, attempting to halt Moonlight Yi's advance. But after just 1 encounter, the 3 clones were taken down and turned into smoke as if they had never existed. Moonlight Yi and his clones, armed with ninja blades, pressed on without losing momentum. As Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi watched the distance between Moonlight Yi and Qinshuang rapidly decrease, Asuma let out a helpless sigh, as if he could already see the fate of defeat, while Kurenai anxiously covered her eyes, afraid to witness the scene before her. Anyone could see that if Qinshuang was approached by Moonlight Yi now, even 10 of him would not be enough to withstand the opponent's attacks. Qinshuang was well aware of this, and although the earlier shadow clones were easily shattered like moths to a flame, they had bought him enough time. Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. 4 blazing, dazzling fire dragons erupted from Qinshuang's mouth, rushing towards Moonlight Yi from all 4 directions, leaving no room for him to evade. As Asuma and Kurenai saw this scene of impending reversal, they were filled with shock. Asuma instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a desire for strength, while Kurenai, without realizing it, had removed her hand from her eyes, staring in disbelief at the fire dragons Qinshuang unleashed. Moonlight Yi was equally stunned by the brilliant display before him. He certainly did not expect that an 8-year-old child could perform such a high-level ninjutsu. However, despite his shock, he knew that recklessly charging him could result in injury, and the 2 shadow clones beside him could easily be overwhelmed, which would not be worth the risk. Therefore, after weighing his options, he chose to retreat. Moonlight Yi quickly increased the distance between himself and Qinshuang, and before the fire dragons reached him, the 3 figures simultaneously formed hand seals. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. A water wall, astonishingly wide, rose up, seemingly intending to completely separate the 2 worlds. The fierce fire dragons, however, paid no heed to this and charged forward relentlessly towards the water wall. In the next moment, a thick steam was produced, and, aside from Qinshuang, who had the advantage of sight, the other 3, along with the 2 shadow clones, could barely see anything, everything around them becoming hazy. But as a jonin, Moonlight Yi was still perceptive. Despite his limited vision, his sensing ability remained impressive. Just a slight perception allowed him to lock onto Qin again, and the three figures swiftly darted forward once more. Although Qin had gained some advantage by using ninjutsu, his situation was not optimistic. He had already consumed most of his chakra in the taijutsu battle, and after supporting the recent fire release, his chakra was now nearly depleted. However, Moonlight Yi had no intention of giving Qin any more chances. The sharp blade light cut through the smoke, slicing through the air, mercilessly aimed at Qin. Even though Qin was nearly exhausted, he still raised the kunai in his hand with all his might, trying to buy some more time. But in the next moment, two cold beams of light struck from both sides, instantly leaving two deep wounds that could be seen to the bone on Qin open flanks. At this point, Qin was already covered in blood, the two wounds at his side clearly visible, yet he still knelt on the ground, holding his body up, refusing to fall. Uchiha, Qin, to be able to fight me to this extent at your age, I acknowledge your strength. I am willing to cancel the terms of our bet, but let's end this battle here. Your injuries need timely treatment. Yuguangai did not strike again, but looked at Qin still standing figure with admiration. Hith, until this moment. A brilliant smile appeared on Qin face, which had remained unmoved even in pain, but this smile seemed to reveal an eerie quality in Yuguangai's eyes. Qin, unaware of where the strength came from, suddenly pushed up with both hands on the ground, lifting his half-lowered head to reveal a pair of scarlet eyes. Don't underestimate the Uchiha. At that moment, Yuguangai seemed to understand something, but it was clearly too late. A piercing thunderclap echoed, and he lost contact with his two shadow clones simultaneously. Yuguangai no longer cared about the bloodied Qin in front of him. Sensing the danger behind him, he turned around, drew his blade, and slashed in one fluid motion. The blade's edge perfectly melded with his own momentum, achieving a high level of speed and power. However, this strike was effortlessly shattered in the next second. In front of Yuguangai, another intact Qin appeared, with countless arcs of lightning resembling spider legs gathering densely on his right hand. Clearly, this was the Chidori that Qin had been meticulously studying for the past few days and had made some progress with. Facing Yuguangai's fierce slash, Qin extended his palm, and the powerful lightning met the ninja blade with overwhelming force. A sharp cutting sound rang out as Qin managed to slice Yuguangai's ninja blade in half with his bare hands, and the Chidori charged forward without losing momentum, aiming directly at Yuguangai's head. Although Yuguangai was shocked by the power of Qin lightning release ninjutsu, the qualities of a strong ninja were revealed at this critical moment. He immediately leaned back, narrowly dodging Qin thrust, then used the momentum to kick out his right foot. Qin was caught off guard and could only raise his left arm to block. Qin involuntarily stepped back, stopping after several meters, feeling a sharp pain in her already injured left arm. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, managing to suppress any sound of pain. Yuguangai finally had time to examine his broken sword, noticing that only half of the blade remained, with the other half quietly lying on the ground. He touched the remaining blade with a hint of guilt, as if apologizing to his old companion. Yuguangai carefully sheathed the damaged sword, and then looked up to meet Qin gaze. At that moment, the steam generated from the clash of water and fire had dissipated significantly, and Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, who had been anxiously searching for the two figures in the mist, breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing Qin standing there unharmed. Yuguangai's gaze swept over, catching sight of the hourglass that had run out of sand. He hesitated for a moment before taking a step, looking at Qin again. Besides his original admiration, there was now a hint of complexity in his eyes. He sighed, acknowledging that time was up, and that they had to accept the outcome. You won. Chapter 32. The shock of Sarutobi Hisashi time was up, and they had to accept the outcome. You won. The initially anxious Yuhi Kurenai and the others immediately brightened up, with Yuhi Kurenai even joyfully exclaiming and excitedly jogging toward Qin. Qin also revealed a relieved smile. Her exhausted body could no longer support the consumption, and the chin bird in her hand had completely vanished. The tense expression suddenly relaxed, and Qin felt a wave of dizziness, her eyelids suddenly feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Stumbling, she fainted directly. This startled the nearby Sunset Red, who hurriedly supported the tilting Qin with her small hands. However, as a girl majoring in illusion techniques, she couldn't bear Qin's weight for long and almost fell over with her. At a critical moment, it was Moonlight Knight who stepped forward to support Qin, preventing both of them from falling. Sarutobi Asuma, noticing something was wrong, quickly approached. Moonlight Knight held Qin Shuang with one hand while the other hand was exploring her condition, seemingly checking on her situation. Seeing that Moonlight Knight had not spoken for a while, Sunset Red looked anxious. Her small fists clenched tightly. Moonlight Sensei, what is Qin Shuang's condition? Is she okay? Moonlight Knight glanced meaningfully at Sunset Red, noticing her slightly evasive gaze, and slowly said, she's fine. It's just excessive exhaustion combined with some injuries. She fainted, and she just needs to rest. Hearing this, Sunset Red finally relaxed her worried heart. Sarutobi Asuma, watching Sunset Red's concern for Qin Shuang, felt a wave of irritation in his heart. After confirming that Qin Shuang was not seriously injured, he greeted the two who were awake and left first. Moonlight Knight then picked up the fainted Qin Shuang and walked towards the training ground, with Sunset Red following closely behind. In the Hokage office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts back from the documents in his hands. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the documents. A tall figure carrying a ninja sword pushed the door open and walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama. Recognizing the visitor, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a faint smile, picked up the pipe that had been set aside, and took a couple of puffs. So, Knight, have you gone to see him? How is that kid? Moonlight Knight nodded, revealing a hint of praise in his eyes as he respectfully replied, yes, I've been there. That kid is great, with outstanding talent. Not just him. The other two kids are also very excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Moonlight Knight a casual glance and waved his hand. Come on, I can't say much about Ryu's daughter, but know my own kid very well. Although he has some talent, he is far behind Qin Shuang. Hearing this, Moonlight Knight smiled symbolically. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not press the issue further. What do you think of this kid's temperament? This question was self-evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely wanted to confirm whether Qin Shuang had a sense of belonging to the village and whether he could be used by him. I can't say for sure. Moonlight Knight supported his chin, pondering for a moment. During his self-introduction, he mentioned that his dream is to protect the people he wants to protect. Combined with my earlier observations, he gets along very well with the other students in his school, which shows that the village holds a significant place in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. After hearing Moonlight Knight's words, his determination to bring Qin Shuang under his wing grew stronger. By the way, Hokage-sama, Moonlight Knight's usually calm face showed rare guilt and awkwardness. I have something to report to you and to apologize for. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested, unable to imagine that the elite J-Nin went out for a stroll and ended up in trouble, especially in his own village. This morning, I planned to assess the strength of the three kids, and Uchiha Qin Shuang made a bet with me. Oh, what bet? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. The bet was whether he could withstand my attack until the sandglass ran out. If he won, I would teach him my swordsmanship. Moonlight Knight felt a bit frustrated, his feelings complicated. I thought that by proposing the condition that the loser would have to return to the ninja school for a redo, it would deter him, but unexpectedly, those two kids were willing to bet their futures on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally interjected. Hearing this, Moonlight Knight realized how clear the situation was. The originally curious expression was replaced by understanding. Then you lost the bet because you were uncertain about Qin Shuang's strength, right? Moonlight Knight nodded, feeling somewhat ashamed. After all, most of his swordsmanship was created by the second Hokage, and even he did not have the qualifications to teach it casually. Losing to a kid like this left his pale face feeling a bit hot. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his large pipe, exhaling smoke, and, after a moment, he sighed lightly as if he had made up his mind. Well, since you lost, just teach him. Moonlight Knight's eyes showed some surprise. Others might not know, but he was well aware of how much Sarutobi Hiruzen feared the Uchiha clan, yet he still made such a decision. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, interrupting Moonlight Knight's words. I know what you want to say, but this kid Qin Shuang is different. I want him to become part of our Konoha village Uchiha. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaningful gaze fell on Moonlight Knight. Although Moonlight Knight was somewhat puzzled, he nodded. After resolving the issue with Qin Shuang, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a noticeable lightness in his heart, and even a hint of a kind smile appeared on his face. Now, tell me about your battle experience. I'm quite curious about how this kid withstood your attacks. Yes, Moonlight Knight respectfully replied and began to recall the battle from the morning. Even you couldn't see through the illusion, and he also used lightning release ninjutsu to gather lightning in his palm. After listening to Moonlight Knight's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen became completely unsettled. The shock Qin brought him was too great, and he couldn't help but doubt whether he could keep this kid under control. Yes, the former must be an illusion from the Sharingan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to fall for it without noticing. As for the latter, Moonlight Knight's voice paused. Even now, he still couldn't hide his shock. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a self-created ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Even with his experience, he had never heard of such a technique. This Uchiha Qin was indeed an extraordinary little fellow. Knight, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke meaningfully. This kid Qin is even better than I imagined. We must cultivate him to become a true inheritor of the will of fire. Chapter 33. Visit as consciousness gradually awakened. Qin felt her head was empty. She struggled to open her eyelids, and a very unfamiliar white ceiling came into view, accompanied by the familiar smell of disinfectant. Shaking her head gently, she tried to recall what had happened earlier and realized that she had probably exhausted herself and fainted. After that, she was brought to this place by Teacher Moonlight. Where's this? Ah, Qin-Kun, you finally woke up? Sunset Red's voice came from beside her, sounding a bit tired. This is the hospital. The doctor said you exhausted yourself too much. After waking up, you shouldn't move around randomly for the time being. Your wounds have been treated, and you will recover in a few days. Is it Hong? Due to just waking up, Qin was still a bit unaccustomed to controlling her somewhat fatigued body. She turned her head with difficulty and happened to see Zaire Hong looking at her with concern. Thank you. Seeing the fatigue in Zaire Hong's eyes, Qin realized that this girl had been taking care of her all along, and a warm feeling flashed through her heart. It's nothing. Seeing that Qin was fine, Zaire Hong smiled gently. You just lie here for a while, and I'll go get a doctor for you. With that, Zaire Hong jogged away. Qin watched as he left, slightly moving his sore arms. He had slowly gotten used to this feeling, carefully supporting his body and leaning against the headboard of the bed. He began to recall the battle with Moonlight Knight in the morning. For the past 3 years, he had been diligently training, and the visible improvements had led him to believe that he was not far from catching up to a Jonin. However, in reality, no matter how outstanding Qin was, he was only comparable to others in his age group. Now, facing a true strong opponent, he truly felt his powerlessness. Whether in the intensity of physical techniques or the precision of ninjutsu, Qin was crushed without exception. He could only barely fight back thanks to the advantages brought by his natural bloodline, which intensified his desire to become stronger. But wanting to become stronger was not that easy. Unwavering willpower and strong talent were both indispensable, and Qin had plenty of those. However, apart from these, time to grow stronger, was what he currently lacked the most. It was important to remember that even with heavy thoughts, he was still just a boy under 9 years old. Reaching this level had already shocked the higher-ups of Konoha. Soon, Qin thought of another bloodline limit. Yes, if he could evolve his Sharingan to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, he could instantly possess power comparable to that of a Kage. But how to awaken it? Killing an important friend, that kind of madness was something Qin could not bring himself to do. Moreover, the after-effects of awakening were also a significant problem. After all, Qin was an only child, making that path unfeasible as well. Sigh. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. With no fruitful thoughts, Qin could only lean against the headboard and sigh. Forget about the long and arduous journey. It was better to obediently get checked first. Following the sound, Qin looked over to see a familiar blonde woman walking in. Wasn't Tia Yakushi non? She was followed by Yuhi Kurenai. Sister Yakushi, you're here too, Qin said, somewhat surprised. Isn't that right? Yakushi non stepped forward, checking him while saying irritably, I just arrived at the hospital today and saw some little unlucky guy being carried in. Qin face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, it's not something I can help. Teacher Moonlight is a Jonin. Ah, in the back. Yuhi Kurenai looked at the two chatting animatedly, glancing at Qin on the left and then at Yakushi Nanoyu on the right, and asked suspiciously, do you know each other? Yes, I met Sister Yakushi by chance when I came to the hospital before. Qin scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. The palm healing technique I used on you before was also taught by Sister Yakushi. Is that so? Yuhi Kurenai nodded. After a while, Yakushi Nanoyu's examination was over. All right, there's nothing wrong with your body. You just need to pay more attention to rest recently. Avoid doing any intense exercise. And also be mindful of your diet. Eat more light foods. Qin nodded to indicate she understood. Thank you, Sister Pharmacist. In response to Qin gratitude, Pharmacist Yena smiled and shook her head. Since there's nothing wrong, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, she gave a meaningful glance at Yuhi Kurenai, before turning to leave. Yuhi Kurenai felt her cheeks warm up from that glance. And with only her and Qin left in the room, she suddenly felt a bit at a loss, a slight blush appearing on her face, making her look quite adorable. Qin looked at Xiaorong's embarrassed expression as the sun set and couldn't help but laugh. She patted the empty space by the bed and said, "You also used up quite a bit of energy this morning. If you don't mind, you can sit down and rest for a while." Xiaorong blushed and nodded, sitting down beside Qin bed. Qin was about to say something when a voice interrupted her. "Qin, are you okay? That instructor of yours is too much. To have beaten you up to the hospital." Even before he appeared, Uchiha Obito's voice came through the hospital walls. "You idiot Obito, there are patients here. Besides, Qin is very weak. How can you speak so loudly?" Noera Rin's voice scolded Obito in a low tone. The next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the two, namely Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, and Might Guy. Sorry, I just got too excited." Uchiha Obito apologized to Noera Rin with a guilty expression. Might Guy, seeing Qin on the hospital bed, had his eyes sparkle again. "Qin." He rushed to the bedside, looking left and right, and after seeing nothing wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief. His emotions surged again. "I heard that you were able to fight with a Jonin for so long. You really are the opponent I recognized." However, Might Guy extended a shiny thumb. "Full of confidence, I won't fall behind. One day, whether it's you or those Jonins, I will defeat them all. But before that, when will you fulfill your promise to duel with me?" Might Guy looked at Qin with hope, wishing he could immediately get out of bed and fight him. Qin, who was initially a bit touched to see someone visiting her, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "You Guy, I'm in this condition." "All right, Guy. Can't you see Qin is still lying on a hospital bed?" Yuhi Kurenai quickly got up, shielding Qin like a hen protecting its chicks. Might Guy then scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry. I got a bit too excited just now." "Qin, you really are too careless." Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin walked over, with Rin placing the fruit basket she was holding on the bedside table. "Qin, is your body okay?" Noera Rin asked with concern. "I'm fine, just some superficial injuries." "Thank you for the fruit basket." Noera Rin smiled in response. "Hey, you clearly picked the fruit basket, and there's my share too. Why don't you thank me?" Uchiha Obito said, somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing that Qin only thanked Noera Rin. Yes, thank you too, my future Hokage." By now, Qin had already understood Obito's personality. Hee. Uchiha Obito smiled a bit shyly, but also with a hint of pride. Chapter 34. Hokage? Nanny? "Obito, will you be Hokage in the future?" Might Guy looked at Obito in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. "I always thought you were weak. I didn't expect you to be this strong." Clearly, apart from the self-satisfied Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, who only knew about fighting, didn't he understand the meaning behind Qin words. "What do you mean? Guy, how dare you underestimate me?" Uchiha Obito immediately became unhappy upon hearing Might Guy's words, who said I was weak. "Since you're so strong, Obito, let's have a passionate youth duel right now." Might Guy, thinking Obito was very strong, immediately burst forth with intense fighting spirit, his eyes filled with eagerness. Uchiha Obito was now a bit caught in a dilemma, but adhering to the principle of not losing momentum, he stubbornly replied, "Sure, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." "He, being young is great." Another familiar voice, somewhat old, came in. Although Qin didn't immediately recognize the owner of the voice, she couldn't help but wonder, do I have such good relationships? So many people came to visit me in the hospital. Everyone turned their heads to look. Even the combative Might Guy was drawn to the sight. Seeing an old man in a white robe and a middle-aged man dressed as a Jonin appear at the door of the hospital room, the old man continued, "But this is a hospital, a place for patient treatment and rest. If you want to fight, it's better to go to the training ground. It's Teacher Moonlight. This old man is." Compared to the other 3 who didn't recognize him, Yuhi Kurenai at least knew one Moonlight Knight. Looking at the old man who followed behind Moonlight Knight, she felt an indescribable shock in her heart. What kind of old man could be treated like this by a respectable Jonin? The next moment, Qin provided the answer, "Hokage." Just as Qin was about to force herself to get out of bed, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop her. "You are still injured, so just stay in bed obediently." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Qin kindly. "I just came to visit. It wouldn't be good if you ended up worse because of this." "Hokage?" The 4 children were simultaneously stunned into silence by this news. Who would have thought that the kind old man standing in front of them was the famous 3rd Hokage? "There's no need to be nervous. I'm just here representing myself today. Not as Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and gestured for everyone to relax. However, The four were clearly a bit more restrained than before. Even the two who had been clamoring for a duel, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, didn't say anything more. Qin Shuang symbolically stirred a bit, and the younger generation felt anxious, actually making Lord Hokage lower himself. Seeing Qin Shuang's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with satisfaction as he kindly said, "You child, no matter what, we still have some acquaintance, and besides, you are a promising seedling in the village. Yes, I will definitely continue to work hard and live up to Lord Hokage's expectations." Qin Shuang's eyes were filled with emotion. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged the other four young people before slowly leaving with Moonlight Knight. As they were leaving, Moonlight Knight, who had not spoken for a long time, said to Qin Shuang and Yuhi Kurenai, "We will gather at the training ground the day after tomorrow morning." After the two left, everyone in the ward noticeably relaxed a lot. Is this really Lord Hokage? He seems a bit more approachable than I imagined. Noera Rin was the first to express her opinion. Is that so? Why do I feel that Lord Hokage's aura is very intimidating? Might Guy, who usually feels very nervous in front of his teacher, let alone the Hokage, still hadn't recovered from the tense atmosphere. No wonder he's the Hokage. I want to become a person like that in the future. Uchiha Obito looked on with longing. But speaking of which, how did Qin Shuang know Lord Hokage? Hearing this, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang had no choice but to take her own documents and then mention her chance encounter with Sarutobi Hizashi. How infuriating! Qin Shuang, how can you be so lucky? Uchiha Obito said indignantly. Why wasn't it me who met the Hokage? Qin Shuang's eyes became somewhat strange upon hearing this. How can you blame me if you weren't chosen by anyone? I didn't expect you to actually gain Lord Hokage's recognition. Thinking of this, Might Guy looked eagerly at Uchiha Obito and said, "Let's quickly find a place to start the duel." Upon hearing Might Guy, Uchiha Obito's fighting spirit was ignited as he eagerly replied, "Are you afraid of me? Let's go out and practice right now." With that, the two of them walked out of the hospital room. Hey, Noera Rin, watching the two disappear at the door, turned to Qin Shuang and said apologetically, "Sorry, Qin Shuangkin. I'll go check on those two." Qin Shuang quickly nodded, indicating that he didn't need to be taken care of. He understood that if no one kept an eye on these two guys, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Yeber Rin was undoubtedly a very suitable choice. After thinking about this, Qin Shuang refocused his gaze on the ward. After going around in circles, the room was once again left with only Qin Shuang and Sunset Red, and the two sat there in silence for a long time. Red, Qin Shuang was the first to speak. "Thank you for taking care of me for so long." Sunset Red hurriedly waved her hand. "I didn't do much. I was just here watching over you. It was Teacher Moonlight who brought you here. Anyway, I still have to thank you." After a pause, Qin Shuang asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. I remembered during the graduation exam. "You seem to have something you wanted to say?" Upon hearing this, Sunset Red seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Her eyes dimmed a bit, and she felt conflicted, unsure how to start. Qin Shuang did not urge her, but quietly watched the Sunset Red, patiently waiting. After a long while, the Sunset Red finally made up her mind and looked into Qin Shuang's eyes again. "I wanted to ask you how you usually practice to reach this level." Clearly, in the eyes of the Sunset Red, Qin Shuang was already a genius who could rival or even surpass Kakashi Hatake. Although the Sunset Red usually appeared weak. Being the daughter of the renowned illusion master, Shi Zhanhong, she certainly had a strong heart. However, due to her father's busy work and lack of time for personal teaching, she could only self-study. While she still ranked among the top in the ninja school, it was merely within the normal range and far from the level of Qin Shuang or Ji Shui. In this battle with Moonlight Knight, she couldn't even intervene, which made her acutely aware of the gap between them. Qin Shuang looked at the stubbornness in the Sunset Red eyes, and a hint of smile flashed in her calm gaze. She's still a strong-willed girl. Qin Shuang raised her hand to rub the head of Yuhi Kurenai, causing the latter to blush. "Kurenai, you need to understand," Qin Shuang said seriously. "Effort and reward are proportional. Perhaps due to talent, the base of this ratio may differ, but as long as you work hard enough, even a genius like Kakashi can be surpassed. On the contrary, if you don't put in the effort, even if you are a genius like Kakashi, you will be surpassed by everyone. This is what is meant by diligence compensating for shortcomings." Yuhi Kurenai nodded in a somewhat confused manner. "So, does that mean Qin Shuang-kun is working very hard in training?" "It's okay." Qin Shuang started her casual bragging again. "I just refine chakra for 2 hours every day. Do 5,000 squats and 5,000 push-ups." Yuhi Kurenai. Chapter 35. Determined Obito under the treatment of Yakushi Nanoyu, Qin Shuang recovered rapidly and returned home that night. In order not to worry her grandmother, Qin Shuang did not mention the injury, only saying she passed her teacher's test. The next day, Qin Shuang was moving her gradually healed body and did not engage in her daily training, as she was still in recovery. So, she could only stroll around the streets. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, she encountered a familiar face. Obito? What are you doing here? Qin Shuang saw a blue figure helping an old lady cross the street from a distance, and without needing to think, she knew who it was. So she naturally approached to greet him. However, when Uchiha Obito turned around, Qin Shuang couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Before her was Obito, with a bruise on his left cheek, a purple mark on his right cheek, and even some swelling around his left eye. Given what happened yesterday, Qin Shuang quickly realized he had clearly been beaten up by Might Guy. Seeing Qin Shuang laughing without restraint, Uchiha Obito angrily said, "What are you laughing at? I was just in a bad state yesterday. Just a bad state. Next time, I will make him pick up his teeth from the ground." While saying this, Obito shook his fist fiercely. "Obito!" Qin Shuang patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder, using healing techniques to treat the wounds on his face. Although she stopped laughing, the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but rise. "I warned you long ago not to underestimate Guy. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such amazing medical ninjutsu." Uchiha Obito touched the now painless wound on his face and couldn't help but exclaim, "But did you ever say that? I don't remember." Uchiha Obito began to think hard, but after a long time, he still wore a blank expression. Qin Shuang twitched the corners of her mouth, realizing that you didn't listen to my reminder at all. Before the group division, when we just entered the ninja school, Qin Shuang reminded him with annoyance. It was only then that Uchiha Obito patted his forehead in realization. So it was said back then. Seeing Qin Shuang's somewhat helpless expression, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, maybe I was too nervous during the group division and forgot. But none of that matters now." Uchiha Obito straightened his chest again, hands on his hips, and declared, "I've decided to train hard with you, Qin Shuang. By then, I must make that bushy brow guy look good." "Oh, are you really serious about this?" Qin Shuang was a bit surprised to hear this, as Obito had always seemed unmotivated. If one didn't know better, they might think the sun had risen in the west. However, to avoid dampening his enthusiasm, Qin Shuang kindly reminded him, "Just to be clear, my training is very tough. Can you handle it? Stop underestimating me." Uchiha Obito said arrogantly, not taking Qin Shuang's training seriously at all. Seeing that Qin Shuang wanted to say something else, Obito quickly pulled her along. Okay, stop being so naggy. Let's get to training." 2 hours later. "Damn it, I'm not training anymore, not even if I die." Uchiha Obito, drenched in sweat and looking like a broken sack, plopped down on the ground, refusing to get up. "I told you long ago that my training is very tough, but you wouldn't listen." Qin Shuang sat leisurely under the shade of a big tree, comfortably leaning back and smiling at Uchiha Obito. Qin Shuang remained silent, but once he spoke, Obito was once again ignited with anger. "You still dare to say something? With so much training content, how could we possibly finish it? You're definitely lying to me, absolutely." If Uchiha Obito still had the strength, he would have rushed at Qin Shuang without hesitation, but he didn't. He just wanted to stick tightly to the ground and never separate again. "Do I need to lie to you? There's no benefit to it." Qin Shuang was truly innocent, but Uchiha Obito refused to believe him and had no way to change that. "If it's true, then why don't you train with me?" Hey, use your brain. I just came out of the hospital, and I'm still in recovery." Qin Shuang shrugged, indicating he had no choice. Uchiha Obito thought for a long time and couldn't come up with a counterargument. So he simply gave up and lay down on the ground, declaring, "Anyway, I'm not training anymore no matter what." The two sat and lay there in silence, neither knowing what the other was thinking. "Hey, Qin Shuang," Uchiha Obito said, resting his arms behind his head, "do you think that since we are already genin, will we go to the battlefield in the future?" "Wow, I didn't expect you to think about that." Qin Shuang was a bit surprised. "I thought your mind was only on helping the old man and Rin. I can think of these small matters too." Uchiha Obito responded with a mix of shame and anger, but then he felt a bit worried, wondering if, when that time came, they would all be able to return safely. Qin Shuang looked at Uchiha Obito and couldn't help but flash some images of the future in her mind. She encouraged him, saying, "So, you need to start getting stronger from now on." "You're right, Qin Shuang." Obito suddenly sat up, clenching his fists. "No matter what, I will protect Rin and my friends." Qin Shuang looked at the glowing Obito in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. She secretly resolved that she would never let the tragedy of the original story replay. Another day passed, and Qin Shuang woke up beautifully from her dreams, feeling that her physical condition was no different from before. She was clearly almost fully healed. Stretching her somewhat loose muscles and bones, Shuang arrived early at the training ground, waiting for her instructor and two teammates. Unlike Kakashi Hitaki from the original story, Tsukuyami Yoru was a punctual person, and there was no glitch of waiting all morning. Shuang only waited for a moment before the other three arrived one after another. It seems you all are very punctual. Tsukuyami Yoru looked at the three young people lined up in front of him with satisfaction, then turned his head to Shuang. Shuang, how is your injury? It's all good now. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tsukuyami. Shuang smiled slightly. Seeing this, Tsukuyami Yoru nodded and said no more. Since we have formed a team, we naturally need to do what we are supposed to do. He scanned the three of them in turn. So next, I will take you to accept a mission. Upon hearing this, both Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma showed excitement on their faces. After all, every ninja dreams of the glamorous scenes of taking on missions and earning money after becoming a ninja, and they were no exception. However, what they didn't know was that this so-called mission might differ somewhat from what they had in mind. Shuang naturally thought of this, so he hesitated a bit. After all, during this critical time, he had no mood to engage in such low-level tasks. But he also had no decent reason to decline. Chapter 36, Konoha Flowing Blit Technique. Teacher Moonlight, I wonder if we can participate in the CH exam? Shuang raised his hand to ask. If possible, he hoped to extend the training time a bit. Moonlight Knight turned his gaze to Shuang, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. To participate in the CH exam, one needs a recommendation from a guiding jonin. And whether I recommend you or not depends on your performance during this time. Seeing the profound expression on Moonlight Knight's face, Shuang realized that his little thoughts had been seen through. Yes, it seems he could only obediently continue with the tasks. Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma's eyes lit up at the mention of the CH exam and the word recommendation. Don't worry, Teacher Moonlight. We will definitely complete the tasks well, Sarutobi Asuma said confidently. Moonlight Knight nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since everyone was so motivated, let's start taking tasks now. Saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the task assembly place. Moonlight Knight took on 3 Durang tasks and then set off with the eager Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, as well as the reluctantly following Shuang. Although the so-called Durang tasks were simple, they were quite time-consuming. For example, a task like catching a small cat required them to gather information on where the cat often appeared before starting to check various areas one by one. While there was no life danger, it was clearly a huge challenge to their patience. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that they barely completed the 3 D-rank tasks. This seems a bit different from what I imagined. Yuhi Kurenai, panting and leaning against a tree, clearly found that doing 3 tasks in a row took a toll on her. Damn it! Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, muttering angrily. How could they make me do such tasks? All right, you've worked hard, so let us call it a day for now. See you tomorrow. Moonlight Knight had also done tasks all day, but his pale face showed no signs of change, his expression as calm as the surface of a lake. What? There's more tomorrow? Sarutobi Asuma finally couldn't contain his dissatisfaction. Teacher Moonlight, we didn't become ninjas to do these trivial matters. Trivial matters? Moonlight Knight's expression turned cold, his sharp gaze as piercing as the blade in his hand. Ninjas need to cultivate step by step, and tasks must also start from what you call trivial matters. If you think you have the ability to undertake life and death tasks, then feel free to try. Sarutobi Asuma felt a chill down his spine under Moonlight Knight's icy glare. Although he remained stubborn, he opened his mouth but didn't retort. If you can't, then obediently do these trivial matters, or simply don't become a ninja. Moonlight Knight's tone was filled with disdain. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward and tugged at Moonlight Knight's sleeve. After a day of tasks, she was no longer so afraid of this teacher. Teacher Moonlight, we understand your meaning, so please don't be angry. Sarutobi Asuma, on the other hand, clenched his fists in humiliation, remaining silent. Shuang also echoed to ease the situation. Teacher Moonlight does have a point. If we can't even handle these D-rank missions, then taking on higher-level tasks would only lead to our deaths. Sarutobi Asuma lowered his head, and in his heart, he vaguely understood Moonlight Knight's intentions. But his stubborn nature made him choose to remain silent. At that moment, Moonlight Knight also regained his calm, as if the words he had just spoken weren't his at all. All right, that's it for today. You all can head home now. After a pause, Shuang stayed behind. Sarutobi Asuma left with an unhappy expression. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Shuang with some worry, but after receiving a reassuring look from Shuang, she bid farewell to the two and went home as well. What's wrong, Teacher Moonlight? Why did you keep me here? Shuang thought for a while, but couldn't figure out why Moonlight Knight wanted to talk to him. Moonlight Knight shot Qin Shuang an annoyed glare and said, "Don't you want to learn swordsmanship?" Hearing this, Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. "Teacher, are you really willing to teach me?" Initially, he thought that the possibility of Sarutobi Hizashi agreeing to teach him the Konoha-style swordsmanship was extremely slim, almost non-existent. The bet he proposed was merely an attempt to see. Who would have thought it would be agreed upon so easily? Am I dreaming? Qin Shuang hurriedly pinched his thigh, and only when he felt the soreness did he realize the surprise was real. "I always keep my word." He said this, but even he was surprised that the third Hokage agreed to teach him swordsmanship. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and learn swordsmanship." Qin Shuang took the lead and walked towards the training ground, fearing that the other party would change their mind. Moonlight Knight shook his head helplessly and followed closely behind. "By the way, Teacher Moonlight wasn't really angry earlier. You were just scaring Asuma, right?" On the way, Qin Shuang suddenly interjected. "How did you figure that out?" Moonlight Knight looked at Qin Shuang with interest. "Well, it's just a feeling. After all, Teacher Moonlight, you wouldn't get angry just because of what he said, right?" Qin Shuang shrugged. And with Asuma's personality, even if you spoke to him nicely, he wouldn't listen. Listening to Qin Shuang's analysis, Moonlight Knight's lips curled into a slight smile. Since he understood things so clearly, why ask? Soon, the two arrived at the training ground, and Moonlight Knight pulled out a ninja sword from somewhere and tossed it to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang quickly took it, drew the blade to feel it, and looked at the sharp, snow-white edge with a broad smile on his face. He clearly loved it and reluctantly set it down. "Qin Shuang, listen carefully. What I'm going to teach you next is the Konoha-style swordsmanship passed down from the second Hokage. However, before that, you must promise me that you will never teach it to anyone else, no matter what. Can you do that?" Guai said solemnly. "I can." Qin Shuang replied earnestly. "It's not every day you get to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. Only a fool would refuse." Guai nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now," he said, drawing a complete new ninja sword from his back and began to demonstrate the sword techniques. Qin Shuang has also activated the Sharingan to memorize the movements of Moonlight Knight, and then imitated the movements with the knife in hand. It must be said that the Sharingan is indeed a learning cheat. Qin Shuang almost memorized all of Moonlight Knight's movements in no time. However, even with the Sharingan's advantage, Qin Shuang only managed to remember the forms of the sword techniques, the momentum contained within them, and the experience of adaptability. He is still just starting out, and in these aspects, he needs to learn well from Moonlight Knight. Nevertheless, this is a good start. Even Moonlight Knight, who is guiding Qin Shuang, couldn't help but admire the abnormal learning ability of the Sharingan. It's no wonder that even fellow villagers are wary of the Uchiha's power. Such abilities are simply too overpowered. Chapter 37. C-rank mission with the guidance of the Jonin Moonlight Knight. Qin Shuang's swordsmanship practice has become more impressive, and his life has returned to a regular routine. However, compared to before, most of Qin Shuang's time is now spent with his teammates Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and their instructor Moonlight Knight. During the day, they go to the assembly hall to take on missions. At this stage, Moonlight Knight only accepts suitable D-rank missions, and no amount of pleading from Qin Shuang and the others changes this. The remaining time is spent completing these tasks. It is worth mentioning that since being reprimanded by Moonlight Knight, Sarutobi Asuma's attitude towards missions has improved significantly. He no longer complains in front of the others and has become much more proactive during missions. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she has been quite happy during this time, seemingly enjoying the life of doing little tasks like catching kittens and puppies every day. Occasionally, she would use Moonlight Knight's lack of proficiency in Jinjutsu as an excuse to ask Qin Shuang for advice on illusion techniques. This made Sarutobi Asuma, who was watching from the side, filled with envy and jealousy, but there was nothing he could do since he couldn't use Jinjutsu either, so he could only watch the two chat enthusiastically. In contrast, Qin Shuang has been feeling a bit depressed during this time. He has to do these unproductive tasks every day, which are time-consuming and mentally exhausting. To avoid delaying his regular training, Qin Shuang can only move his training time to the evening. However, even so, the mental exhaustion from daytime tasks has greatly affected Qin Shuang's evening training, resulting in minimal progress over the past few months. The only good news is that during this time spent learning from Moonlight Knight, Qin Shuang's swordsmanship has shown significant improvement. Nowadays, he carries a ninja sword with him. But unlike Moonlight Knight, Qin Shuang prefers to keep it at his waist. Also, during Kurenai's occasional inquiries, Qin Shuang inadvertently learned a few illusion techniques passed down from her father. But he must keep this a secret, so he won't use them unless absolutely necessary. "Good morning, Qin Shuang." It's another day of doing missions. As soon as Qin arrived at the training grounds assembly point, he heard Yuhi Kurenai greeting him. After a few months of getting to know each other, Qin and Kurenai's relationship has become more familiar. Now, Kurenai no longer uses the honorific Kun when addressing Qin. Good morning. Qin waved back. You're really early. Kurenai glanced at the time and shot Qin a playful glare. It's not that early. We already set off at this time yesterday. Is that so? Qin scratched his head sheepishly. Due to the daytime's labor, he's been somewhat distracted during his evening training lately, leading to poor sleep and causing him to wake up late in the mornings. You're really unreliable. Sarutobi Asuma leaned against a large tree with his arms crossed, looking as indifferent as ever. Not at all. I think Qin is very reliable. Kurenai blinked her big eyes. He often teaches me about Jinjutsu. Asuma felt a black cloud pass over him, as if his heart was bleeding. Looks like everyone is here. Moonlight Knight silently approached the group and smiled slightly. Perhaps due to his changed identity, the formerly strict Moonlight Knight, who used to be part of the Umbu, has started to show a bit more humanity after spending time with Qin and the others, though just a little. It seems you all are in good spirits, Moonlight Knight said, looking at the three with a smile. Now let us begin today's mission. Yes, Kurenai shouted energetically. In comparison, Qin and Asuma were less enthusiastic, even sounding somewhat reluctant. However, Moonlight Knight didn't notice the two and instead took out the pre-selected mission scroll. Just as Qin was about to close his eyes and listen to where they would be helping out or which pet they would be catching today, Moonlight Knight's words made him open his eyes wide. Didn't you all want to do some missions with a bit more difficulty? Sensing the three gazes on him, Moonlight Knight shook the scroll in his hand. This mission was originally rated as a B rank, but since the content is relatively easy, it has been downgraded to C rank. Do you want to give it a try? Is that even question? Of course we want to do it. Sarutobi Asuma was the most excited, and if the scroll weren't in Moonlight Knight's hand, he would probably have reached out to grab it. Qin was excited to hear that he no longer had to continue with those boring tasks, but he still suppressed his excitement and asked Yuguangai, Teacher Yuguang, you haven't told us what the task is about yet. Yuguangai looked at the curious gazes from the three and decided not to keep them in suspense. The task is actually very simple. We need to escort someone safely to the Land of Waterfalls. The Land of Waterfalls? Among the genin present, aside from Qin, who had some understanding of other countries, the other two, having never left the village since childhood, naturally knew little about other countries. Qin also thought for a moment, and for a moment couldn't remember anything about the Land of Waterfalls. She only recalled that there was a seven-tailed beast there, but according to the current timeline, the Jinchuriki of that seven-tailed beast seemed not to have been born yet. The Land of Waterfalls is a country located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. It is said to be composed of countless huge waterfalls. And because of this, the Land of Waterfalls has been able to survive numerous wars due to its unique geographical environment. Moonlight Yekao said, Wow, waterfalls? I've never seen a waterfall before. Yuhi Kirin's eyes sparkled with longing. It seems you all really like this mission. Moonlight Yekao smiled slightly at everyone's reactions. Well, there's no time to waste. Let's go meet the person we need to escort now. Moonlight Yekao led the three to the client's residence. Teacher Moonlight, are you sure we're looking for the client and not Lord Hokage? Unknowingly, Moonlight Yekao had already brought them to the Hokage building. Could it be that the client lives in the Hokage building? Moonlight Yekao maintained his pace, leisurely pointing to the Hokage building. The client lives right there. Really? Sarutobi Asuma was the first to ask. Those who live in the Hokage building are all important figures of the nation. Escorting such a person is actually just a C-rank mission. The specifics are a bit complicated. In short, let's go inside first. Moonlight Yekao waved his hand at the three and then led the way into the building. The person we are escorting is actually a high-ranking official from the Land of Waterfalls, but due to it being a small country, the level of danger is much lower, which is why it was ultimately rated as a C-rank mission. Moonlight Yekao explained softly, by the way, the reward will still be based on the B-rank mission standard. Around 50,000 Rio. What? 50,000 Rio? Hearing this, even the second Hokage, who had no concept of money, couldn't help but widen his eyes. To know that in the D-rank missions they had done over the past few months, the highest reward was only 3,000 Rio, and even that took them a lot of effort. Who would have thought that escorting someone on a trip could earn them more than 10 times that amount? This made Qin sigh. Having strong power really makes it easier to earn money. Arriving at a room, Moonlight Yekao politely knocked on the door. After hearing a voice from inside say, Please come in, Moonlight Yekao led the three into the room. Chapter 38 Departure. Hello, Mr. Shirchuan. I am Moonlight Yekao. These three are my students, Yuhi Kurin, Sarutobi Isoma, and Uchiha Chinchuan. We will escort you back to the land of waterfalls, Moonlight Yekao said very politely. The person residing in this room was a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man who was thin and somewhat short. So does Lord Moonlight. I've heard so much about you. Shirchuan, seeing the three young kids following behind Moonlight Yekao, frowned slightly, but still warmly invited them to sit down. So Teacher Moonlight, is this well known? Even the seniors from other villages have heard of him? Yuhi Kurin asked Qinshuang in a low voice, watching Shirchuan's respectful demeanor towards Moonlight Yekao. Of course, Teacher Moonlight is a powerful figure who can be compared to Konoha's White Fang. Before Qinshuang could speak, Sarutobi Isoma, seeing Yuhi Kurin whispering to Qinshuang instead of him. Answer quickly. Qinshuang nodded slightly in agreement and said, Indeed, it is said that Teacher Moonlight once had the title of Night Dancer. Lord Moonlight, time is pressing, so I won't beat around the bush. As soon as he sat down, Shichuan spoke frankly, this mission might not be what you expect. Although Lord Hokage assessed it as a C-rank mission, we are very likely to face enemies. Your students. He did not continue, but everyone present understood his implication. Clearly, Shichuan was not optimistic about these inexperienced genin. However, the focus of Moonlight Yi was not here. Instead, he questioned, You said we are very likely to face enemies? Although you are a high-ranking member of Takinan village, with Konoha's deterrence, I don't think any other country would dare to attack you and risk offending Konoha. So who exactly are the enemies you are referring to? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Shichuan's face, and he broke out in a light sweat, as if he was concealing something. I'm sorry. Shichuan leaned on his legs and lowered his head slightly. I cannot disclose the reasons for this speculation. However, please trust my words. Then please believe my words as well. Mr. Shichuan. Moonlight Yi looked directly at Shichuan and said word by word, My students are no longer fledglings. They have the ability to face enemies. All right then. Ultimately, Shichuan chose to compromise. He had no other choice. One reason was that he was pressed for time to return to Takinan village. And another reason was that if he refused Moonlight Yi, the next team might not be better than this one, especially since this team included Moonlight Yi. After agreeing on the departure time for the afternoon, Moonlight Yi took Qinshuang and the others out of the room. I didn't expect Teacher Moonlight to think so highly of us. Yuhi Kurinai said cheerfully, Nothing is more uplifting than the recognition of a teacher. Moonlight Yi smiled slightly and reached out to pat Yuhi Kurinai's head. Then you must not let my trust down. Qinshuang chimed in from the side, Don't worry, Teacher Yueguang. We won't let you down. As she spoke, she mimicked my guy and gave Yueguang Yi a thumbs up. No matter how mature Qinshuang's mind was. This was her first time leaving the village as a big girl, and she couldn't help but feel a bit excited and curious about the world outside the village. As the four of them just walked out of the Hokage building, Yueguang Yi stopped and said sternly to Qinshuang and the others, You have half a day to say goodbye to your families. We might be gone for a while, so let's meet at the entrance of Konoha in the afternoon. After saying this, Yueguang Yi disappeared in a flash. The three of them parted ways, and Qinshuang quickly returned home. Grandma, I'm back. Upon seeing Qinshuang return early in the morning, her grandmother's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something, but she quickly regained her smile. She put down her needlework and walked over to Qinshuang, pulling her to sit down. Qinshuang, why are you back at this time? It's like this, Grandma. I'm going on an escort mission and might be away from the village for a few days. Qinshuang's eyes showed some regret. After all, she had never left home before, and now suddenly going out on a mission, both she and her grandmother would likely find it hard to adapt. To Qinshuang's surprise, her grandmother didn't seem too shocked, as if she had already experienced such things and anticipated them. Is that so? It seems our Qinshuang has grown into a reliable ninja like your parents. Her grandmother looked gratified, but no one noticed the hint of loneliness in her eyes. You go ahead, just remember to take care of yourself. Grandma will be waiting for you at home. I will come back safely, Qinshuang said with a smile, not wanting her grandmother to see her vulnerable side. So she could only hide her reluctance with a smile. In the afternoon, the group gathered at the village entrance. Besides Yueguang Yi and Shichuan, the three of them had varying degrees of reluctance on their faces, clearly having just experienced parting from their families, which inevitably made them feel sad. Qinshuang was no exception. All right, from now on, put away your emotions and always remember your mission. We need to set off. Yueguang Yi noticed the condition of the three and reminded them. Seeing the three gather their emotions, Yueguang Yi nodded in satisfaction and turned to Shichuan, who still looked worried. Mr. Shichuan, Shall we depart? Shichuan sighed and nodded. Meanwhile, by a relatively remote waterfall in Takigakure, two shadows merged together. There's news. I heard the leader is planning to return to Takigakure from Konoha. One shadow reported respectfully to the other. Oh, he is coming back? The other shadow's voice was icy cold. Find out who is coming back with him. We've found out. The leader issued a B-rank mission in Konoha, but due to the low difficulty, it was downgraded to a C rank and taken on by a three-man team led by a Jounin. Who was that Jounin? Clearly, the three Jinin were not considered significant by this person. This person might be a bit tricky. He is a night dancer, Yue Guangyi. Damn it. Notify everyone to prepare. Are you really sure? What if we can't keep him? Then call on the Rain Village people as well. I believe those guys 1T refuse my good intentions. Understood. Just as the shadow was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and almost forgot. There's another piece of news you might like. Oh, go on. This person was clearly intrigued. One of those three little kids has the surname Uchiha. Uchiha? Interesting. A chilling laugh echoed around the waterfall. But due to the remote area, no patrolling ninja noticed anything unusual. Chapter 39. Temporary Captain. The climate in this country is really special. The five of them trekked through mountains and rivers and just recently crossed the border of the Land of Fire. As they entered the Land of Waterfalls, Qinchuan was surprised to find that the humidity in the air had noticeably increased. Even in this relatively remote area, there are already a few scattered waterfalls. Because the Land of Waterfalls is a coastal country, the humidity is high and rainfall is extremely abundant, which creates these spectacular waterfalls. Shichuan patiently explained, his eyes shining with a hint of pride. After all, the ninja of Takigakure rely on these unique waterfalls to conceal themselves and survive through numerous wars. Look, this waterfall is obviously much larger. After walking for a while, they had encountered more than 10 waterfalls, and theoretically, they shouldn't be surprised anymore. But seeing the waterfall in front of them made Yugao gasp. The waterfall before them was completely different from the others, in terms of both height and width. It was far beyond the rest. The rushing water cascaded down from nearly 100-meter-high cliff, crashing onto the churning surface with a thunderous roar, giving a sense of a waterfall flowing straight down 3,000 feet. Upon reaching this point, Shichuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He turned around and slightly bowed to the group. This is far enough. There shouldn't be any danger from here on. Thank you for escorting me. I'll continue on my own from here. That won't do. Since we accepted the mission, we have to escort you back to the village. Sarutobi Asuma said firmly. Exactly. This place clearly doesn't look like Takigakure. What if you encounter bad people later? Yugao nodded in agreement. Shichuan cast a somewhat troubled glance at Yue Guangyi. Ahem. Yue Guangyi understood immediately. Since the client has said so, our mission can be considered complete. Let us head back. After saying this, he turned first and walked back in the direction they came from, with Qinchuan deep in thought following closely behind. Sarutobi Asuma wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yue Guangyi's gaze and could only leave reluctantly. Teacher Yue Guang, why aren't we continuing to protect him? This place is clearly not Takigakure. Not far along the way, Sarutobi Asuma began to express his dissatisfaction to Yue Guangyi. Before Yue Guangyi could respond, Qinchuan, who had been pondering, spoke up first. Teacher Yue Guang said before that the Land of Waterfalls relies on waterfalls to survive, so Takigakure is likely hidden by a waterfall. Such important strategic information shouldn't be casually revealed to us. So that is how it is? Yugao, who had also been confused, suddenly understood. Looking at Qinchuan with admiration in her eyes. Yue Guangyi also looked at Qinchuan in surprise and then nodded. That's right. They probably don't want us to know the exact location of Takigakure, which is why they ended the mission early. Is it really like this? Konoha and Takigakure are clearly allies, yet they are hiding it. Sarutobi Asuma pouted in dissatisfaction. However, judging by Shichuan's earlier demeanor, we should be close to Takigakure. Yue Guangyi casually stuffed his hands into his pockets. Well, but our mission has been completed, so none of this matters. Qinchuan and the other two nodded in agreement. And Qinchuan felt somewhat unreal. It was surprisingly smooth for her to complete a task outside the village for the first time. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing the ninja eagle, Yue Guangyi was clearly startled and then extended his right arm, allowing the eagle to gracefully land on it. Teacher Yue Guang, what is this? Shiri Hong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ninja eagle. Most girls tend to like such small animals, and Shiri Hong was no exception. While Qinchuan looked on in confusion. This is a ninja eagle used by Konoha to relay information. While speaking, Yuguangai quickly removed the paper tied to the eagle's leg. Then with a flick of his arm, he released the eagle once more. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Yuguangai read the note in his hand, raised his head, and frowned slightly. "What's wrong, Teacher Yuguang? Has something happened?" Seeing the worried expression on Yuguangai's face, Qinshuang realized that the situation might not be simple. There has indeed been some trouble. Tensions at the border have escalated again. I need to return immediately for an emergency meeting. Yuguangai did not hide anything and revealed the contents of the note, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he scanned the three of them and finally fixed his gaze on Qinshuang. Time is of the essence. I need to get back as quickly as possible, so I fear I will have to part ways with you for a while. During this time, Qinshuang will serve as the temporary captain, and we will meet again in Konoha. Why does this guy get to be captain? Sarutobi Asuma protested. Qinshuang is strong and smart. If he doesn't become captain, should it be you? Shiri Hong said disdainfully, glancing at Sarutobi Asuma. Hearing this, Asuma looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his face paling slightly, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. Qinshuang did not expect that Waihai Kurenai would be so blunt with Asuma Sarutobi, directly hitting the nail on the head. For a moment, he felt a bit guilty. After all, in the original work, these two were a couple. If he were to break them apart because of his own involvement, that would truly be a sin. As for the idea of tricking Kurenai into becoming his wife, Qinshuang wasn't thinking about that for now. One reason was that he was still quite young, and another was that he might not even be able to protect his own life. So where would he have the heart to think about these things? With that thought, Qinshuang shook his head in distress, deciding to just let things take their natural course. The moonlight night seemed to show concern for the heartbroken Asuma Sarutobi, giving him a comforting pat on the shoulder before turning around and disappearing from the spot. Qinshuang also felt a bit reluctant and said to Zairong, "What you just said was a bit too much." Zairong nodded slightly, feeling somewhat guilty, as if she realized her words were too harsh. She stepped forward to apologize to Asuma Sarutobi, which finally eased his emotions. However, even so, Asuma still appeared downcast, silent, and lost in thought. "Hey, Qinshuang, since we finally came out, why don't we take a look at the waterfall here before we go?" Zairong admired the magnificent scenery around her, completely uninterested in going home. Qinshuang neither agreed nor refused, but began to think. After recalling the journey, Qinshuang vaguely remembered that there was something called the Hero's Water in the Takinan village, which, although having side effects, could instantly increase a ninja's chakra by 10 times. This could be a good trump card. Since they had come this far, Qinshuang felt a bit unwilling not to go after it. However, as the captain, he should consider the safety of his team members. And for a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 40. The Surprise Attack of the Rain Ninjas. Boom! As Qinshuang was still pondering, a loud noise caught his attention, startling the two people beside him as well. It seemed to come from the direction where Asuma Sarutobi was surprised. "It's from the direction of that big waterfall," Yuhi Kurenai responded. Indeed, this loud sound was indeed coming from the place where the four of them had just parted ways with Shichikawa. Qinshuang's heart stirred slightly, as if she thought of something bad, and she secretly smiled, saying to herself, "Just when I was worried about not having a reason to stay, you delivered yourself right to me." She then warned the two people beside her, "You stay here, I'm going to check the situation over there." After saying that, she ran towards the direction of the explosion. Naturally, Shiri Hong and the other person could not let Qinshuang go alone, so they ignored her words and followed closely behind. On the other side, Shichuan watched as Qinshuang and the others walked far away, finally letting out a slight sigh of relief, and turned to head towards the waterfall. Unexpectedly, in the next second, 3 figures sprang out from the waterfall, all wearing gray cloaks, wooden hats, and a black cloth covering half of their faces, unmistakably the appearance of rain ninjas. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them threw shurikens, which they had prepared earlier, at various tricky angles toward Shichuan. Although Shichuan reacted quickly and pulled out his kunai to defend himself, he was still hit by several shurikens he hadn't noticed and was injured. Ninjutsu. Like rain dew, 1,000 shurikens. One of the rain ninjas threw out the umbrella that was on their back, which opened rapidly, and countless dense shurikens flew out from it, targeting Shichuan directly. Water release, water barrier. Of course, Shichuan couldn't just sit back and wait, so he immediately formed hand seals and created a water wall in front of him to block the incoming rain of shurikens. But just as Shichuan let out a slight sigh of relief, the other 2 rain ninjas had somehow appeared on either side of him without him noticing. Got him! The 2 rain ninjas wore cruel smiles, swinging the iron chains in their hands. At such a close distance, Shi Chuan had no time to dodge. And as he saw the chains about to ensnare him, the ferocity in the eyes of the two rain ninjas only grew stronger. At a critical moment, a figure, slightly smaller than the three rain ninjas and Shi Chuan, appeared in front of Shi Chuan and effortlessly grabbed hold of two iron chains with both hands. The two rain ninjas were taken aback. They never expected this kid could catch the iron chains they had swung with all their might. Just as they were about to pull the chains back with force, Qin Chuan would not let them have their way. Chidori flow. Streams of electricity, like spider legs, spread from Qin Chuan's hands with a crackling sound, and in the blink of an eye, they traveled along the iron chains to the two rain ninjas. They felt a sudden wave of pain and numbness throughout their bodies, instinctively letting go of the chains, narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, the rain ninja, who had been blocked by the water barrier, finally broke through the obstruction. Upon seeing Qin Chuan standing in front of Shi Chuan, he froze for a moment. Panic involuntarily flickered in his eyes as he immediately hurled his umbrella again, shooting out a dense rain of shuriken. The plan had changed. Retreat. Want to escape? Watching the three of them try to flee, Qin Chuan sneered. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A hurricane swept through, instantly scattering the incoming shuriken, while the strong wind continued to rush towards the rain ninjas. Strangely, none of the three rain ninjas intended to stop defending, even as deep, ghastly wounds were left on their backs. They frantically fled as if something terrifying was right behind them. The battle came swiftly and ended just as quickly, everything happening in the blink of an eye. Are you all right, Qin Chuan, Mr. Shi Chuan? Ino, who had been delayed along with Asuma Sarutobi, asked the two with concern. Qin Chuan and Shi Chuan shook their heads at the same time. Mr. Shi Chuan, didn't you say there wouldn't be any danger afterwards? What is going on? Qin Chuan turned to Shi Chuan, looking serious. Shi Chuan's expression was filled with guilt and helplessness, as well as the lingering fear from just facing a life-and-death moment. I'm very sorry for making you all laugh. I truly appreciate your help. Shi Chuan bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. It's nothing. Qin Chuan waved her hand, her gaze sharp. But Mr. Shi Chuan, what do you plan to do next? What do you mean? Having witnessed Qin Chuan's skills earlier, Shi Chuan naturally could no longer view him as just a child. Hearing the underlying meaning in Qin Chuan's words, he humbly sought advice. Qin Chuan seriously reasoned. Why did those range shinobi choose to ambush you in this place? If you had Teacher Moonlight by your side, even if the enemies came tenfold, they probably wouldn't be able to harm you. Yet they chose to ambush you knowing this. And you just happened to disperse us here. Don't you think that's a bit coincidental? Guided by Qin Chuan, Shi Chuan clearly understood. What you mean is, they are aware of the location of Tekinen village? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Qin Chuan pretended to nod knowingly, but in her heart, she thought, guess away. Let your imagination run wild. Then we can go in and help with great justification. After that, we can ask for some rewards. That wouldn't be too much to ask. How is that possible? The location of Tekinen village is almost unknown to outsiders. The more Shi Chuan thought about it, the more afraid he became. Unless there is a traitor in the village. Hearing this, Qin Chuan pretended to ponder and nodded. If that is the case, then it might really be possible. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly catch this traitor and eliminate them. Sarutobi Asuma said indignantly. Qin Chuan secretly gave Sarutobi Asuma a thumbs up in her heart. But on the surface, she showed a troubled expression. This is a family matter of the Tekinen, and it's not very appropriate for us to interfere. Moreover, with Teacher Tsukikage not here, it wouldn't be good for us to take matters into our own hands, right? What? Tsukikage is not here? Qin Chuan, who had originally felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Sarutobi Asuma's words, immediately turned pale. Yes, Teacher Tsukikage had urgent business and left ahead of time, Qin Chuan answered honestly. It's okay, Mr. Qin Chuan. Even if it's just us, it's enough to help you root out the traitor. Yuhi Kurenai comforted Qin Chuan with great enthusiasm. Qin Chuan looked at Shi Chuan, who seemed to be somewhat moved and no longer put on a hesitant expression. Mr. Shi Chuan, as the saying goes, the one who is involved is confused, while the bystander sees clearly. Perhaps we really can help you root out the traitor. The bystander sees clearly? Shi Chuan hesitated, but if they had truly allied with Yurin, then with our strength, I'm afraid. If that traitor doesn't want to cause chaos in Tekinen village, he definitely won't have too many accomplices. As for these few miscellaneous soldiers, Qin Chuan showed no hesitation in revealing her 3-tomo Sharingan. I should still be able to handle it. Shi Chuan looked at Qin Chuan's blood-red eyes that astonished him, and hearing the confidence in her words, he felt inexplicably more at ease. Then the three of you. Shi Chuan finally made up his mind. I would like to entrust this commission to you all. Shuang exchanged glances with the two people beside her and nodded. We agree to your request, but we have one condition. Seeing that her goal was achieved, a faint smile appeared on Shuang's face. Please tell me, as long as I can do it, if we successfully help you identify the traitor, can we choose our own reward? Shuang cast a reassuring glance at the bewildered Asuma and Kurenai. Of course, if we fail or guess wrong, we won't ask for a reward. A look of hesitation appeared on Shuang's face. He didn't dare gamble on whether the other party knew about the treasure to Keenan Village, but in the end, his luck prevailed. All right, I agree. Chapter 41. Water Smoke, Mr. Shuang. Since we have accepted your request, can you take us to Keenan Village this time? Shuang surveyed the waterfall in front of her, remembering that the entrance to Keenan Village seemed to be within this waterfall. Upon hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai also cast curious glances. Of course, previously it was for self-preservation. Please forgive us. Shuang chuckled apologetically. Follow me. I'll take you to Keenan Village. With that, Shuang led the way towards the waterfall. Under the astonished gazes of Asuma and Kurenai, the four of them walked straight through the waterfall and arrived inside, where a large pool of water came into view. We can reach Keenan Village through this pool, Shuang explained, pointing at the water. He was the first to jump in. This, Asuma and Kurenai hesitated, seemingly unable to believe that the entrance to a village would be such a pool. He's not lying, let's go. Shuang followed him in without hesitation. Seeing Shuang jump, the two no longer doubted and, gritting their teeth, jumped in after her. You three useless fools. You couldn't even catch one person with three of you working together. Can you be any more useless? A few figures perched on a large tree. One tall female ninja was glaring fiercely at the three kneeling figures in front of her. It was indeed the three rain ninjas who had attacked Shuang. All right, Ice Water. Calm down and listen to what they have to say. Beside the female ninja named Ice Water, a casually dressed ninja, wearing a Takinan forehead protector, said lazily. Ice Water glanced at him coldly, not saying anything further, and turned her gaze to the three rain ninjas, clearly wanting to hear their explanation. Upon seeing that their superior had finally calmed down, the three of them simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The leading rain ninja hurriedly said, It's like this, Ice Water-sama. We were about to succeed, but it seems we made too much noise, and those guys from Konoha came back, so we had no choice but to retreat. What? Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed Takinan man immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you saying those guys from Konoha came back? The three rain ninjas nodded. Did they enter Takinan Village? The Takinan man still held a glimmer of hope. He hoped Shuang wouldn't bring outsiders from Konoha into the village. Otherwise, if Konoha got involved, his plan would be delayed indefinitely. We don't know. The leading rain ninja thought for a moment and shook his head. We saw the Konoha ninjas turn back and leave first. What happened afterward, we are not sure. No way. At this point, the expression on the Takinan man's face had become very grim. I need to go back and take a look. Hey, no need to rush. Anyway, if Konoha's people have come, they won't leave anytime soon. Ice Water looked at the anxious Takinan man with a smirk, her eyes filled with a hint of schadenfreude. The Takinan man shot Ice Water a fierce glare and said, We are on the same side now. If I can't get that thing, you won't fare any better. After saying this, he turned and jumped down from the large tree, disappearing in an instant. What a self-righteous guy. Ice Water disdainfully curled her lip, clearly unhappy with this Takinan ninja. All right, Ice Water, let's prioritize the mission. A masked rain ninja beside Ice Water patted her shoulder, reminding her. I know. No need to nag, Ning Shui. Ice Water shook off Ning Shui's hand irritably and then followed the others away from the spot. The empty tree returned to silence, as if no one had ever been there. Wow, is this Keenan Village? It's so beautiful, completely different from Konoha. Kurenai observed everything around her with sparkling eyes, deeply captivated by the scenery. In Keenan Village, every street had a stream flowing through it, and the villagers lived by the water, coexisting with it, resembling a picturesque water town. In the center of the village, there was a vast and exceptionally clear lake, from which several tributaries branched out, serving as the source of the streams in the streets. In the middle of the lake, there was a small island with only one large tree. But this tree was impressively tall, towering over 10 meters, its lush branches blocking out a large area of sunlight, casting a shadow over the lake. Even Shuang, who was prepared, was somewhat shocked by the sight of that tree blocking the sun from afar, let alone the already dumbfounded Kurenai and Asuma. Look, isn't that Lord Shuchuan? Lord Shuchuan is back. Who are those people beside him? They look like Konoha ninjas based on that forehead protector. As Shuchuan walked down the street with Qian and the others, passers-by quickly noticed them. Seeing Shuchuan among them, they eagerly approached to greet him, showing that Shuchuan held a significant status among the villagers. The glances directed at Qian and the others were filled with curiosity. Although they had just experienced a life-and-death battle, Shuchuan showed no signs of panic to the villagers. Instead, he responded warmly. "Make way, please clear a path." A serious voice emerged from the increasingly dense crowd, and immediately the crowd parted to make way. A young ninja, around 20 years old and wearing a Takinan forehead protector, slowly walked over, followed by two seemingly powerful ninjas. "Welcome back safely, Leader Shuchuan. May I ask who these three are?" The young ninja's face showed a hint of arrogance, but he still bowed obediently in front of Shuchuan. "It's Water Smoke. Thank you for coming all this way. These three are Konoha ninjas who escorted me back. I will trouble you to arrange accommodation for them later." Shuchuan turned to Qian, proudly introducing, "Let me introduce you. This is our village's most outstanding young ninja, Water Smoke, and he is now a special jonin in the village." The three nodded kindly at Water Smoke. Seeing that they were younger than him, Water Smoke felt a bit disdainful, but still nodded in response. Then he began to scan the surroundings with his eyes. Although this action was not obvious, it was still noticed by Shuchuan, who immediately asked, "What's wrong, Water Smoke? Are you looking for something?" Shuyin was startled by the sudden sound, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. But she forced herself to calm down and replied in a steady tone, "Ah, I see. These three Konoha ninjas don't seem very old. They must have just become ninjas not long ago. In that case, they should have a teacher leading them." Upon hearing this, Shuchuan hesitated a bit. He wasn't sure whether he should mention the news of Tsukikage Yoru's departure. But before he could think it over, Qian answered first. "Our teacher has already gone back ahead of us. We just received Mr. Shuchuan's invitation to visit Takinan village, and we will be leaving in a few days." Hearing that Tsukikage Yoru had already left, Shuyin felt a huge sense of relief, and even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. Shuchuan cast a puzzled glance at Qian, who nodded slightly in response. "By the way, it's not too late yet. Can we go for a walk?" Qian looked up at the sky and said, "Of course." Shuyin eagerly volunteered, "Leader Shuchuan, you've had a tiring day. You should go back and rest. Let me entertain our three guests." The latter part of her statement was clearly directed at Shuchuan. Shuchuan glanced at Qian, nodded, and felt he could trust Shuyin. With Shuchuan's permission, Shuyin led Qian and the others around Takinan village for a tour. Chapter 42. Throwing Mud in the Hazy Night. The three returned to the accommodation that Shuyin had arranged for them, looking exhausted after touring Takinan village. "Weren't we here to investigate the traitor? How come we ended up sightseeing?" Sarutobi Asuma said with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tired expression, completely forgetting how enthusiastic he had been about the tour just moments ago. "We need to familiarize ourselves with the situation here in order to find the traitor." Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Let's rest for today. We can take action tomorrow." The three of them had been walking around for quite some time and were already quite tired. Hearing their temporary leader say this, they nodded in agreement and turned to head back to their rooms. Qian watched the two enter the room, and just as she reached out to pull the door, her hand paused for a moment before she slowly withdrew it without a sound. The fatigue in her eyes flickered and was quickly replaced by vigilance and caution. Qian carefully sensed her surroundings and only relaxed slightly after confirming that there were no abnormalities. Shadow clone technique. Qian created a shadow clone, and the two exchanged nods. The real Qian used the body flicker technique to leave the spot, while the shadow clone replaced her and entered the room. Because they had only just separated, Qian quickly found the Water Smoke who had previously shown them around Takinan village and quietly followed behind. Having read the original work, Qian had some impression of this Water Smoke. If she remembered correctly, this person was the traitor colluding with the Rain Ninja. But what Qian needed to do now was to find evidence. Otherwise, with Shuchuan's trust in Water Smoke displayed during the day, he would never believe Qian without any basis. This was also the reason why Qian had deliberately mentioned that Moonlight Night was not present during the day. Only by completely alleviating their worries would they come out to cause trouble again. Otherwise, if they were deterred by the name of Moonlight Night, not only would Qian be unable to complete the commission and receive the reward, but it would also reduce Shuchuan's guard against the traitors in the village, which would be counterproductive. "Lord Chief, Water Smoke requests an audience." After parting ways with Qian and the others, Water Smoke arrived in front of the residence of Shuchuan, the chief of Takinan village, and spoke towards the house. After a while, the door opened, and Shuchuan walked out. "It's Water Smoke? What brings you to me at this late hour?" Shuchuan asked, puzzled. "Lord Chief, I have something I wish to discuss with you, Water Smoke said, not continuing, but casting a pleading look at Sichuan. Sichuan understood, and after a moment of contemplation, he still let Water Smoke into the house. As the door closed, Qian Shuang, who was quietly observing from the shadows, could no longer hear their conversation. However, she chose not to intervene or eavesdrop further. Water Smoke seeking out Sichuan was merely to speak ill of the three of them, trying to cast blame on others, but without evidence. Such inferences would only raise Sichuan's suspicion. Qian Shuang remained calm. The main thing now was to track Water Smoke's movements, listen to his conversations with the Rain Ninja, and find evidence so that she could formulate a strategy in advance. Lord Sichuan, I recently discovered the traces of the Rain Ninja in the village, but I was unable to capture them. Please punish me. As soon as Water Smoke entered the room, he knelt and pleaded for forgiveness, a decision he had contemplated repeatedly. Since the chief was attacked at the village gate, he would inevitably question the village's ninjas. Rather than being questioned, it was better to take the initiative, and by bringing up the Rain Ninja, he could significantly increase Sichuan's trust in him, effectively killing two birds with one stone. As expected, upon hearing Water Smoke's voluntary confession, Sichuan was taken aback at first, then raised his hand to help him up, and his gaze towards him showed much less suspicion. The Rain Ninja indeed appeared in the village. I was attacked by them outside the village today. If it weren't for the help of the Konoha ninja, Sichuan did not hold back and told Water Smoke everything about his assassination attempt. What? They actually dared to attack you, Lord Chief? That's outrageous, Water Smoke exclaimed, his eyes bulging with anger. However, his expression quickly calmed down. Lord Sichuan, don't you find this matter a bit strange? Who informed them of Takinan village's location? Sichuan nodded, realizing something was off. I suspect there is an insider in the village. Water Smoke's expression remained unchanged, but his heart tightened, silently grateful he had come today. Otherwise, he might have faced suspicion, and being suspected could lead to revealing his true identity. So he immediately started to mislead. While that is a possibility, I believe the odds are not high. After all, the people in the village are all our own, whereas those outsiders from Konoha are the ones who are more suspicious. Water Smoke saw Sichuan fall into deep thought and secretly thought it was promising. He hurriedly pressed on. Although the Land of Fire is the largest country, the continuous wars have also burdened them significantly. They might very well have the idea of plundering resources and jinchuriki from us small countries. And besides, you were attacked during their escort mission. It's obvious they want to gain your trust. But who informed the Rain Ninja of Takinan village's location? Sichuan raised the question. The higher-ups in Konoha might have information about Takinan village's location passed down from the previous generation. It's hard to say, Water Smoke replied ambiguously. I believe those few people are here for the resources of Takinan village. All right, Water Smoke, let's not discuss this matter any further, Sichuan interrupted Water Smoke sternly. Konoha and Takinan are currently in a friendly cooperative relationship. You have no evidence, so do not speak recklessly. Lord Sichuan, better safe than sorry. If we wait until they succeed, it will be too late. Water Smoke knew in his heart that Sichuan would not easily believe him, but he still wanted to struggle a bit more. That's enough for today. You've had a long day, so go back and rest. Sichuan's eyes showed some irritation, but at the same time, there was a hint of hesitation. As the chief of Takinan village, he had commissioned Qian Shuang and the others to help him find the traitors in the village, but if they intended to harm Takinan village, he would not show any mercy either. Tomorrow, you will continue to stay close to those Konoha ninjas. In his view, Water Smoke had already become a ninja of Takinan village whom he could trust, so it was appropriate to send him to monitor those Konoha ninjas. Hearing this, Water Smoke, who was just about to step out of the room, suddenly froze, fully understanding the meaning behind the words, and a fleeting excitement flashed in his eyes. This not only gave him the opportunity to monitor those annoying Konoha brats, but also represented Sichuan's trust in him. With these 2 points, how could he not be pleased? He respectfully bowed and accepted the order, then exited the room. Once outside, Water Smoke's mood clearly improved. He quickly glanced around, and not noticing anyone, he then began to make his way towards a dark direction. Qian Shuang, hidden in the shadows, naturally noticed his movements and followed closely behind. Chapter 43. Eavesdropping. Qian Shuang followed Shui Yin, winding her way to avoid a group of patrolling ninjas from Takigakure village, and finally arrived at a dilapidated little house on the edge of the village. The house was dark inside, with crumbling walls covered in dust. Passers-by would only regard it as a long-abandoned, broken-down house, and no one paid it any attention. Qian Shuang's eyes lit up. Perhaps this is the place where Shui Yin and Yurin are gathered. Shui Yin walked into the small room and closed the door tightly. Qin Shuang waited outside for a moment, and seeing that no one was coming in or out, she approached the house, pressed her body against the wall, and squatted down. Qin Shuang has not fully developed yet, and compared to adults, he is already quite short. Moreover, he is currently squatting down, making it hard for anyone to notice that there is a person crouching in the corner in the darkness if they don't look closely. Qin Shuang concentrated her chakra at her ears, pressing them against the wall, and immediately heard the sound from inside the door clearly. Since Moonlight Night hasn't come, what are we afraid of? Let us just take action and capture Shi Chuan, and conveniently catch that Uchiha kid too, Ice Water urged eagerly. Clearly, during the time Qin Shuang was waiting, Shui Yin had already explained the situation in the village to the rain ninjas. No, we can't take action yet. Shui Yin's tone was serious, and without any hesitation, he rejected Ice Water's proposal. What? Are you scared? Ice Water's mocking voice came. You should ask fewer pointless questions in the future. Ever since I chose this path, I have never regretted it. Only I can lead Tekinan village to glory. Shui Yin's emotions didn't waver at all because of Ice Water's ridicule. He remained calm throughout. There are two reasons why we can't take action now. At this point, Shui Yin paused, pondering for a moment before continuing. First, we still can't be sure that Moonlight Night has really returned to Konoha. After all, this is just the word of those few Konoha kids. We need to confirm the information properly before making any plans. What do you plan to do? At this moment, Ning Shui, who had been quietly listening in the corner, suddenly spoke up to ask. Just now, Shi Chuan entrusted me with the task of monitoring those Konoha kids, and tomorrow I will go to gather some intelligence from them. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was taken aback. He had considered that Shui Yin might pin the blame on them in Shi Chuan's room, but he didn't expect that after Shi Chuan had just tasked them with finding the traitor, he would immediately issue an order to monitor them. Even more surprising was that this order was given to Shui Yin, which left Qin Shuang momentarily unsure whether to praise Shi Chuan for his cleverness or to scold him for being foolish. However, this also showed that Shui Yin's credibility in Shi Chuan's eyes was quite high. Without solid evidence, it would indeed be difficult to bring him down. And what is the second point? Ice Water urged impatiently. Qin Shuang also stopped thinking and perked up his ears to listen carefully. The second point is that we cannot act while these three little ghosts are staying in Tekinan village. Otherwise, if the news reaches Konoha, it would be a huge blow to both Tekinan village and Rain Ninja village. Shui Yin stated the second consideration straightforwardly. What? Are you saying we have to watch that Uchiha brat go back just like that? No matter who it is. Being forced to give up a well-prepared prey would leave anyone unwilling, especially Bing Shui. Since we have to obediently wait for the Konoha people to leave before acting, then why do you need to gather intelligence from the Konoha brat? This would only make it easier for you to be exposed. Ning Sui, who was much more meticulous than Bing Shui, immediately pointed out the problem, hitting the nail on the head. Clap, clap, clap. A round of dense applause followed, and then Shui Yin's voice came. As expected of Ning Shui, you noticed so quickly? Could it be that you want to? Shui Yin's words seemed to validate Ning Shui's guess, and Ning Shui immediately realized. That's right, although we can't act in the village, once they leave the village, who knows what unexpected things could happen, and no one could say for sure. Shui Yin's voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. When something happens then, we can't be blamed for it. After we deal with them, we can come back and properly handle Shi Chuan. Ning Shui agreed. That's a good idea. Bing Shui surprisingly did not refute. Hey, how are we going to divide the Sharingan then? Bing Shui's voice was filled with greed, clearly coveting Qin Shuang's Sharingan. The old rule, half for each person. But Bing Shui clearly did not accept this, arguing. Intercepting them is basically all on the Rain Ninja. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to get in. Shui Yin also retorted, unwilling to back down. You. Bing Shui was furious, but momentarily had no good retort. If it weren't for Shui Yin bringing them in, they probably wouldn't even know about the existence of the hero's water, let alone the Sharingan, which is an extra gift for them. All right, Bing Shui, half is half. Let's prioritize the mission. Ning Shui spoke, and only then did Bing Shui stop arguing with Shui Yin. Ning Shui said to Shui Yin, in that case, we'll wait for your news tomorrow. Shui Yin nodded. Everything they had just discussed was based on the premise that the Moonlight Night was absent, so confirming this information was their top priority at the moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang retracted his ear close to the wall, as he could clearly hear footsteps approaching the door. Probably Shui Yin was about to come out. Without further delay, Qin Shuang immediately used the body flicker technique, flashing a few times to distance himself from the small house. He had mostly understood Shui Yin and the Rain Ninja's plans, and there was no point in continuing to follow. Compared to that, thinking of countermeasures was the urgent task at hand. So Qinchuang did not pay attention to the Shui Yin who had exited the door, but instead returned to his residence. He dispelled the shadow clone left in the room and searched the memories of the shadow clone, confirming that no one had discovered his outing during this time, which put him at ease. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the bed, recalling the content from earlier, and fell into deep thought. The next day, Shui Yin arrived early at the residence of Qin Shuang and the others, his expression quite calm and natural. On the surface, no one could tell he harbored ill intentions toward the three. I wonder what brings you to us. Although Qin Shuang was clear in his heart, he still had to put on an innocent facade of ignorance at this moment. Seeing the three approaching, Shui Yin immediately greeted them with a smile. How was your rest last night, three? I was sent by Chief Sichuan to help you better understand Takinan Village. So that's it. Thank you for Chief Sichuan's concern. Qin Shuang looked at Shui Yin's annoyingly smug expression, secretly grimacing but still responding enthusiastically. Then today we would trouble you to show us around Takinan Village. Shui Yin smiled and nodded, turning to lead the way, but secretly chuckled. You should take the chance to wander around now. Soon you won't have this opportunity. Chapter 44. The Holy Tree along the way. Many passers-by clearly recognized Shui Yin, each one enthusiastically waving and greeting him. Shui Yin nodded in response, but the pride and slight disdain in his eyes did not escape Qin Shuang's notice. I remember seeing a very large tree in the center of Takinan Village yesterday. What is that? Qin Shuang asked. Oh, you mean that? Shui Yin smiled slightly, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. That is our holy tree in Takinan Village. If you're interested, I could take you to see it. Since it's a holy tree, it must be something very important, right? It might not be good for us to just go over there. Yuhizaka Red frowned, her expression somewhat hesitant. Sarutobi Asuma nodded in agreement, thinking this wasn't very appropriate either. Shui Yin's smile stiffened slightly. He didn't expect these Konoha brats to think this far, truly surprising him. However, he quickly began to explain. It's fine. You are the great contributors who escorted Chief Sichuan back. Chief Sichuan has already instructed me that you can freely visit any place. Yuhizaka Red and Sarutobi Asuma understood, recalling that yesterday Chief Sichuan had entrusted them to find the traitor, and combining that with Shui Yin's earlier words, they both thought this was Sichuan providing convenience for their investigation. Only Qin Shuang, who observed everything coldly, knew that sending Shui Yin to monitor them was not out of kindness from Sichuan. The latter half of the sentence was clearly Shui Yin talking nonsense, but he chose not to expose it. He was also curious about this so-called holy tree and what miraculous qualities it possessed that could give rise to something as extraordinary as the hero's water. Seeing that the three accepted this explanation, Shui Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to give them more time to ask questions, and hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. Wow, what a big tree! Even though they had seen the scale of this giant tree from afar, Yuhizaka Red couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as they got closer. Qin Shuang carefully observed the sacred tree and had to admit that it was the largest tree he had ever seen, without exception. The trunk was exceptionally thick. It would take at least a dozen people to wrap around it. The branches and leaves were even more lush, with some leaves probably the size of a human head. Under the cover of the large branches and leaves, the sunlight that filtered down was minimal, which could truly be called a dense shade. In Qin Shuang's memory, perhaps only the legendary chakra god tree could compare to it. Speaking of which, just as the three of them were immersed in their shock, Sarutobi Asuma was the first to come back to his senses and asked, how do we get across? At this, Qin Shuang and Yuhi Kurenai realized they had reached the end of the path. Ahead was the lake surrounding the sacred tree. Moreover, looking around, there were no boats or bridges to cross. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the three, Mizuki explained, there really aren't any facilities for crossing here. The only way is to control your chakra in your feet to walk on the water, or if you're a good swimmer, you could swim across. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's expression didn't change, but Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma suddenly stiffened, showing a hint of embarrassment. It was clear that, having just become ninjas, they were different from Qin Shuang. They were not yet capable of something as demanding as walking on water with chakra control. Mizuki also noticed their awkwardness, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. But she maintained a facade of ignorance and suggested, shall we get a little closer to take a look? Qin Shuang looked at the two people with wandering gazes, not understanding what was going on. These two were shy and definitely found it embarrassing to say such things. How about this? You go to a place with more people to take a look. The sacred tree area is sparsely populated. I can check it out by myself. Shuang quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Zairong and Sarutobi Asuma nodded in relief and turned to walk towards a busier street, while Shuang nodded to Shueyin and stepped onto the surface of the lake first. Shueyin watched as Shuang naturally eased the atmosphere and said no more, pouting slightly, and followed suit. Not good, leader. Those three from Konoha seemed to be heading towards a sacred tree. A Takinan ninja was half kneeling in front of Shuang, speaking anxiously. What? Shuang's expression darkened. Countless thoughts sprang up in his mind. Where is Shueyin? Isn't Shueyin with them? Shueyin was indeed with them, but for some reason, he did not intervene. Shuang pondered. Perhaps Shueyin wanted to see what their intentions were. Continue to observe, but do not approach to stop them. Report any situation immediately. Yes. Under the shade of the trees, Shuang looked at the tree roots exposed outside the soil, as thick as his waist. He then looked up at the lush branches and leaves that blocked out the sun, feeling as small as an ant in front of this giant tree. What shocked him even more was that even without activating his Sharingan, he could still feel the immense chakra contained within the sacred tree at such a close distance. It is known that he is not a sensory-type ninja, just relying on his body's instinct to sense chakra without using ninjutsu. How immense must it be? Shuang couldn't imagine it, nor could he fathom it. No one knows how many years this sacred tree has stood. It is said that since the establishment of Takinan village, the sacred tree has always stood here, guarding the village. Seeing the shock in Shuang's eyes, Shueyin also showed a sense of pride, introducing it proudly. However, he did not say anything excessive, such as about the hero's water. After all, it is better for fewer people to know about such things. Shuang nodded, raised her hand to touch the tree trunk, and pondered for a while, still at a loss about this sacred tree. Let's go. Shuang immediately turned around and left gracefully without looking back, leaving Shueyin stunned beside her. Is she really leaving just like that? The time they spent in front of the tree was even shorter than the time it took them to cross the river. Is she really leaving without taking another look? Shueyin hurriedly followed Shuang, hoping she would glance at it a bit longer, as it would strengthen Shuang's suspicion towards Mai. Although Shuang was aware of Shuyin's little schemes, he didn't care at all about his mischief. However, he understood that staying any longer would be useless, and it was better to do something productive rather than waste time. Soon after, Shuang quickly met up with Yuehong, and the three of them wandered around for half a day under Shuyin's lead, only to return to their residence empty-handed in the afternoon, while Shueyin went back to report to Sichuan. Chapter 45 Departure. So tired. After a whole half-day of work, there were no clues at all. When will we find anything? Asuma Sarutobi slumped wearily in his chair, a sense of helplessness spreading throughout his body. Yeah, I haven't discovered anything either. Did Shuang find anything? Yuehong was equally exhausted and looked hopefully at Shuang. Asuma Sarutobi also cast a glance at Shuang. Although he was reluctant to admit it verbally, he knew deep down that Shuang was indeed stronger than him in many aspects. Shuang was leisurely sitting in a chair, eating the fruits sent by the ninjas from Takinan village, with no trace of worry on her face. Seeing this scene, the two people who looked over immediately brightened up, thinking that Shuang had discovered something, and perked up their ears to listen. But in the end, she hadn't found anything. Shuang seemed to ignore their gazes, shrugged her shoulders, and continued to eat her fruit. Discover? The person you are looking for is right beside you. So of course you haven't discovered anything. According to Shuang's original plan, the daytime investigation was merely for show. If she wanted to find evidence of the water smoke, she would have to rely on gathering information in secret. But the key issue now was that the daytime investigation was far from easy. The three of them had only just arrived in Takinan village, and they had already almost explored the entire village within less than a day. At this rate, Shuang simply didn't have enough energy to quietly collect evidence at night. Although Shuang appeared relaxed on the surface, her mind was racing, but after thinking it over, she couldn't find a suitable reason to stop this meaningless investigation. As for revealing everything, Shuang didn't intend to do so unless absolutely necessary. After all, the more people who knew, the greater the risk of leaks. Moreover, the two were only Chunin, and when it came to emotional management, they probably couldn't handle things as calmly as an experienced ninja could. Seeing that Shuang had no leads, Yakumo and Asuma's expressions noticeably dimmed. We can't keep searching like this, Asuma said. This really isn't a good method. Shuang agreed, nodding her head as she looked at the two sitting beside her. Do you have any good suggestions? After all, this bit-by-bit investigation is really exhausting. Shuang can only hope that these two people can come up with some new ideas. But hope comes quickly, and disappointment comes just as fast. After a long time of deep thinking, the two of them ultimately shook their heads with a. Qin let out a bitter laugh, a hint of helplessness showing on his face. Is this all there is to it? Just as he was about to resign himself to fate, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped some key point. The target of Shuiyin has always been the hero's water, that is beyond doubt. However, since Qin team got involved in this matter, Shuiyin's target has unknowingly increased by one, which is his Sharingan. Since that is the case, why can't he take advantage of this? With this thought, Qin felt his mind suddenly open up, and before long, he had reached a conclusion in his heart. Shuiyin, you should know that the holy tree is a forbidden area in Takinen village. Why didn't you stop those 3 Konoha ninjas? I want to hear your reasons. In the room, Shichuan sat in a high seat, his gaze toward Shuiyin filled with scrutiny and anger. Although these 3 Konoha ninjas were brought back by him, Shuiyin took them to such an important place as the holy tree without permission, which still made him seethe with rage. Lord Shichuan, I did try to stop them when they said they wanted to go to the holy tree, but they wouldn't listen. They insisted on going to take a look. And besides, they have saved your life, so I had no choice but to follow them and keep an eye on them. Below him, Shuiyin half knelt on the ground, his head lowered, showcasing his acting skills that rivaled those of a top actor, his face filled with a pitiful expression. Punish me, please. This matter was my own decision, and I dare not have any complaints. At this point, Shuiyin wore a resigned look, as if he couldn't fight back or retort. Seeing this scene, Sichuan's heart softened as expected. Forget it. After all, it was I who let you follow them. If we must say, I have some responsibility as well. But remember next time, no one is allowed to approach the holy tree casually. Upon hearing this, Shuiyin immediately expressed his gratitude with tears in his eyes. Yes. Thank you for your leniency, Lord Shichuan. Shichuan waved his hand, and Shuiyin quickly expressed his thanks and left Sichuan's room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the tears squeezed out by his convincing performance hadn't even been wiped away before a sinister smile instantly replaced the earlier gratitude. Just wait. Soon you won't have the chance to be so overbearing here. With a cold glare cast back at the tightly closed door, Shuiyin then left. After Shuiyin left, Shichuan, who was seated, finally relaxed for the first time in a while. Since returning to Takinen village yesterday, he certainly hadn't been idle, dealing with village affairs. Investigating information related to the Rain Ninjas and various matters had kept him from having any free time. Coupled with the news of Qinshuang and the others going to the holy tree this morning, his heart was filled with worries and speculations that left him overwhelmed. He still couldn't figure out whether there was a traitor in his village or if Konoha was plotting against Takinen village. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was troubled, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Is there something else Shuiyin hasn't reported? He speculated in his heart and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a person much shorter than he had imagined appeared before him. The newcomer wore a dark blue long-sleeved top with a ninja blade at his waist, and the conspicuous red and blue emblem on his chest made his identity clear. Uchiha Qinshuang. Shichuan looked at the handsome young man in front of him, who had saved his life yesterday, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. It seemed Shuiyin's words had an effect. He now harbored considerable wariness towards Qinshuang as well. Qinshuang naturally noticed the guarded look in Sichuan's eyes, but he simply smiled and didn't mind at all. Mr. Shichuan, I think we should leave. Leave? A quarter of an hour later, Shichuan escorted Qinshuang out of the house. Just as Qinshuang was about to turn and leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned back to say, Mr. Shichuan, tomorrow is likely to be anything but simple, so be sure to prepare well. Shichuan nodded thoughtfully, watching Qinshuang leave. If he really could, Shichuan found it hard to believe as he watched Qinshuang's departing figure. He couldn't imagine that such a young boy would possess this kind of temperament. Even more so, he couldn't fathom what kind of impact such a boy could have on Takinen village and even the entire ninja world. After returning to his residence, Qinshuang greeted the other two and went back to his room to practice, and there was no conversation throughout the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Qinshuang had already woken up the still lazy Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma. The three quickly tidied up and quietly left Takinen village. Qinshuang, even if we don't complete the mission, we don't have to leave without saying goodbye, Yuhi Kurenai said, blinking her still drowsy eyes in confusion. Qinshuang reached out and pinched the red face of the sunset twice, which finally made her perk up under the other's reproachful gaze. Don't forget, there are still hidden rain ninjas in Takinen village. No one can guarantee they won't set a trap for us halfway, Qinshuang said with a serious expression. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Chapter 46. Surprise attack. The fierce wind howled, blowing the ends of her hair back, and as she waved her arms, droplets of glistening sweat seemed to rise. The sky had completely brightened, and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. After 2 hours of relentless travel, Qin Shuang and the others finally spotted a dense forest at the edge of their vision, which was clearly the boundary between the two countries. The terrain within the Land of Water is primarily characterized by mountains, rivers, and streams. And it is precisely because of the undulating landscape and abundant water that such wonders as waterfalls have formed. While water inevitably brings trees, the trees in the Land of Water only grow around the rivers, serving at most as a complement to the rivers and mountains. In contrast, the Land of Fire can truly be called a world of trees, a fact that can be observed just from the boundary between the two countries. Look, we've finally reached the boundary. Sunset Red exclaimed with uncontrollable excitement, having been worried about an ambush by Rain Ninja. Seeing hope at last, how could he not be thrilled? Who knows how they managed to endure those 2 hours? A hint of joy also flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, but Xinchuang's expression remained serious. For he knew all too well that if nothing unexpected happened, an unexpected event was about to occur. Although it was already mid-morning, the area at the border between the two countries was surprisingly quiet. Looking around, there was not a single figure in sight. Aside from the sound of the wind caused by their rapid movement, all that could be heard were scattered bird calls and the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. Xinchuang's footsteps suddenly halted, and his gaze turned to a sturdy tree trunk in the front right. Although he hadn't experienced life-and-death battles much, Xinchuang's combat experience was not lacking. In that brief moment, even the slightest change in aura was keenly sensed by him. Is this the intent to kill? The next second, Xinchuang's whole body shook violently, feeling that the small aura he had just sensed had suddenly surged to its peak in an instant. They are making a move. The moment Xinchuang noticed, his body had already reacted. He immediately reached out with both hands to grab the bewildered Yujito Ni and Asuma Sarutobi, pulling them back forcefully. As Xinchuang made his move, a row of kunai carrying explosive tags accurately and swiftly landed where they had just been. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a thick cloud of smoke into the air. No more hiding, come out. Having narrowly avoided the previous round of explosions, Xinchuang steadied himself, shielding Yujito and Asuma behind him, and shouted into the thick fog. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause rang out from the smoke, followed by a sharp female voice. As expected of the Uchiha clan, even at a young age, you are not to be underestimated. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 5 figures, with the speaker being the only woman among them, Hyuka. At that moment, she was eyeing Xinchuang with a greedy gaze, as if she wanted to devour him immediately. Uchiha kid, how about this? If you obediently hand over your Sharingan, we can let you and these 2 little ones go. Although she was confident in capturing Xinchuang and the others, she still laid out conditions, as she couldn't guarantee that Xinchuang wouldn't let his team suffer losses. However, before she could hear Xinchuang's refusal, another voice interrupted. Why waste words with these kids? Just eliminate them. A 6th person abruptly appeared next to the 5 figures. Xinchuang and the others turned their gaze and immediately recognized this person. Shuiyin, what are you doing here? Yujito's surprised shout came from behind Xinchuang. Asuma Sarutobi also expressed his anger. Bastard, I should have guessed you weren't a good person. Ha ha ha, you guys have no chance now. But don't worry. Once I take you down, I'll deal with that old man Shikawa, and you can keep each other company in the underworld. Shuiyin was no longer the same as before. He looked like a madman, his eyes filled with malice and greed. Asuma's eyes were already filled with rage at Shuiyin's words. He despised those who repay kindness with enmity. Shuiyin, you beast! Are you even human? Takigakure is your home, and Mr. Shikawa values you so much, yet you do this. Do you still have a conscience? Conscience? It's precisely because I have a conscience that I want to replace Shikawa. Only under my leadership can Takigakure have a brilliant future. Shuiyin's eyes bulged as he spoke, becoming increasingly agitated. What do you guys understand? What does that old man Shikawa know? He has something so precious in his hands, yet he seals it away? What a joke, it's simply a waste. By the end, Shuiyin's voice was nearly a roar, and Asuma and Yujito were stunned by the grotesque scene before them. It was Xinchuang who turned back and quietly called out to the 2 of them a few times before they snapped back to reality. Can we still fight? Xinchuang asked with some concern. Both responded with determined gazes. All right, you 2 take care of those 3 cannon fodder, and I'll handle the remaining 3. The cannon fodder Xinchuang referred to were the 3 Rain Ninjas who had originally ambushed Shikawa. The 2 nodded heavily. They knew their strength was limited, and helping Xinchuang deal with those 3 was already their limit. Xinchuang, You must be careful too. Yujito couldn't help but express her concern. Qin nodded slightly, returning a reassuring glance. So, have you come to an agreement? It seemed that Shueyin had noticed her previous lapse in composure. As she restrained her emotions this time and resumed her usual calm demeanor, saying, in that case, for the better future of Tekinan village, I must ask you to die. For now. Shueyin's gaze gradually darkened, as if she could strike at any moment. The rain ninja beside her also remained silent, ready to spring into action. Even with the excuse of doing it for Tekinan village, it couldn't hide your greedy and ugly heart. Qin mocked mercilessly, her eyes filled with disdain. You've lost your mind to power. You're truly a pathetic creature. Shut up. Hearing Qin words, Shueyin could no longer suppress the killing intent in her heart. Before the rain ninja beside her could react, she charged at Qin. Shaptongpat, D. Shueyin's right arm was enveloped in water, quickly transforming into a blade made of water. At this moment, she was consumed by rage, and the blade ruthlessly stabbed toward Qin head. However, Qin was not intimidated by Shueyin's momentum. Instead, a barely noticeable cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Shueyin's heart trembled. A bad premonition surged within her, just as she wanted to retreat. She inadvertently locked eyes with Qin perfectly. It was too late to escape now. A strange red light flashed in Qin eyes. Illusion seal resistance technique. Shueyin felt the world spin around her, and before she knew it, her body was bound to a pillar, her limbs firmly nailed down with wedges, leaving her with no chance to break free. A strong sensation of pain engulfed her. Before she could scream, her head tilted, and she lost consciousness, her body collapsing to the ground like a broken sack. Chapter 47. Technique of Black Rain Shock. The entire scene was filled with astonishment. With just one move, the most talented genius of Tekinan village was taken down in an instant. TCH, with such weak willpower, you're a genius? Qin kicked the fallen Shueyin, noticing that she showed no signs of waking up. With a hint of disdain in her eyes, she grabbed Shueyin by the collar and threw her aside. After all, a grand battle was inevitable later, and she needed to keep this girl alive for the time being. In her expectation, although Shueyin would be weakened after experiencing her illusion technique, she thought there would still be some fighting strength left, and it would take some effort to subdue her. She never expected this girl would be unable to withstand even the illusion, and yet she was a special jonin? How could this be? How is this little brat so strong? One of the Rain Ninja's soldiers exclaimed in disbelief. That was the Sharingan's illusion, calm and knowledgeable. Jing Shui quickly recognized Qin technique and warned, remember, don't make eye contact with that kid. Impressive. As expected of Qin. Igrega ikuranai istut bain qian. Watching the entire battle unfold. At this moment, her gaze towards Qin was filled with admiration and fervor, much like a fan looking at their favorite star in a past life. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Isuma, who initially wanted to praise Qin, silently retracted his compliment. Everyone, attack together. Don't give that kid a chance to take us out one by one. The six-man team had lost one Shueyin, and the remaining 5 no longer dared to be careless. Under Jing Shui's command, they charged toward Qin and her group. Red, Asuma, be sure to protect yourselves. Qin reminded the two behind her before drawing her blade to face the charging Rain Ninja. Don't get too cocky, Uchiha brat. You think you can stop us all by yourself? Jing Shui's eyes were filled with humiliation as they 5 were reduced to attacking a kid under 10 years old. Jing Shui quickly formed hand seals in midair. Water-style water whip. A water whip, as long as a python, coalesced in her hand. Jing Shui swung her arm, and the water whip spiraled through the air like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching Qin. Qin remained calm, wielding her ninja blade and slashing at the incoming water whip. Humph. You think a broken blade can block my water whip? How naive. Ice Water smirked coldly, already imagining the scene of Qin being pierced by the water whip. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. The ninja blade in Qin hand suddenly emitted a brilliant red light, and a scorching flame instantly engulfed the entire blade. The fiery edge of the sword clashed violently with the water whip, producing a piercing sound. The icy long whip, accompanied by a surge of steam, vanished into the air, while the flames on Qin ninja blade were equally extinguished. It seemed that the two were evenly matched, but only Qin knew that he had used all his strength in that moment, barely managing to sever the water whip. After all, water extinguishes fire, and Qin fire release was inevitably suppressed by the Rain Ninja's proficiency in water release. If he had used Chidori instead of Kairi, and just now, the outcome would likely have been different. However, unfortunately, Qin had only been training in Chidori for a few months, and reaching his current level was already his limit. He had not yet achieved the transformation of lightning chakra necessary to infuse it into his ninja blade, so he could only resort to using fire release as a second option. Water release, water break wave. The attack from the icy water had failed, but the assault from the condensed water followed closely behind. He spat out an extremely fine, ultra-high pressure water column, though unassuming, its speed was astonishing. And Qin had no doubt that if it struck him, it would pierce right through him. Qin pupils shrank, and the Sharingan instantly activated. With his powerful, dynamic observation ability, he quickly predicted the attack position of Shui Duanbua and sidestepped just in time. This is the three Tomo Sharingan. Bing Shui and Ning Shui both exclaimed, their greed unmistakable in their tone. Earlier, when Qin used the Sharingan Jinjutsu, they couldn't see his pupils because of the water smoke blocking him. Now that they thought about it, the only thing capable of instantly resolving a Jinjutsu as formidable as Shui Yan's would seem to be the three Tomo Sharingan. But thinking about it was one thing. Seeing it was another. They could hardly believe that someone as young as Qin had already evolved his Sharingan to such a level. This only strengthened their resolve to eliminate Qin. Let's go all out and surround this kid. The five rushed towards Qin without hesitation, believing that even if Qin was talented, he could not possibly be a match for their combined strength. Don't forget about us. Don't underestimate people. Waihai Kurinai and Sarutobi Asuma would certainly not let Qin fall into the encirclement of the five, although their strength was not great. They still did their utmost to hold off two rain ninjas for Qin. Qin felt the burden on him lighten immediately. Faced with the three-person assault, he was initially a bit flustered, but gradually adapted. With his superb swordsmanship and strong insight, he was now able to deftly fend off attacks and even find openings to counterattack, which made the three rain ninjas increasingly frustrated. Ning Shui stopped dragging it out. Use that move. Ice Water said impatiently as he waved his hand to unleash a water whip, which was once again blocked by Qin ninja blade. Ning Shui also realized how tricky Qin was, nodded, and while forming hand seals with both hands, shouted, "Everyone, step back." Upon hearing this, both the two who were entangled with Qin and the two who were blocked by Zairong and Sarutobi Asuma quickly retreated to Ning Shui's side. This is bad. Qin didn't need to think. Just by looking at the reactions of the opponents, he knew they were about to unleash a big move. Not daring to slack off, Qin immediately flew in front of his two teammates, watching Ning Shui's actions with a cautious and serious expression. It wasn't that he didn't want to interrupt Ning Shui's spellcasting. It was just that there were four people protecting him closely, making it quite difficult to interrupt before the technique was cast. It was better to focus all attention on defense. Water release, black rain technique. Ning Shui's ninjutsu was completed, and the three of them cautiously observed their surroundings. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no substantial change. Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned slightly mocking. Just as he was about to mock the opponent for being unable to cast ninjutsu, he felt the sky seemed to be raining. Drops of water soaked his hair and clothing. Strange, how could it be raining on such a sunny day? Be careful, this isn't rain, it's oil. Qin smelled the oily scent in the air and saw the black oil droplets dripping onto him, his expression turning extremely serious. He immediately pulled his two teammates and ran towards the edge of the black rain's range. Chapter 48. Reinforcements trying to get out? Not on your watch. Ice Water had a playful expression, as if Qin and his team were already in their grasp. It seemed to be a common tactic for the five of them. Ice Water and the three rain ninjas simultaneously took out explosive tags and kunai, throwing them towards the direction where Qin and his team were escaping. Damn it! Qin watched as each kunai exploded nearby, turning the ground into a sea of fire. He knew they couldn't keep exploding like this, otherwise the three of them would definitely be turned to ashes before the explosive tags ran out. With this in mind, Qin stopped. You guys leave this area first. I'll hold them off. However, Zairong looked at Qin with a worried expression. Listen, that's an order from the captain. In the urgent situation, Qin had no choice but to invoke his status as captain. Zairong wanted to say something else, but was forcibly pulled away by Sarutobi Asuma. Qin felt that the two people behind her had already gone far away, but there was no time to think much about it, as a new round of explosive tags began to detonate. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind erupted from Qin mouth, violently blowing back the shurikens, which then fell back in front of the five rain ninjas. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, stirring up a significant amount of smoke. Taking advantage of this gap, Qinshuang quickly used body flicker technique to escape the range of the black rain. Seeing Qinshuang safely return to their side, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma felt their anxious hearts finally relax. Yuhi Kurenai even grabbed Qinshuang's arm, looking her up and down, worried that she might be hurt. Qinshuang patted the hand that was tightly holding her, giving a reassuring glance, but the fatigue on her face indicated that she was not at ease either. Right now, the amount of chakra in Qinshuang's body was barely slightly more than a chunin, just managing to reach the level of a special jonin. Having consecutively used so many techniques and fought 1 against 3 for a long time with taijutsu, Qinshuang's physical strength and chakra were now severely depleted. As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures of the 5 rain ninjas reappeared, but they all looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having suffered quite a bit from the explosive tag blown back by Qinshuang. Kid, I admit you're a genius for forcing us to this extent. Being continuously blocked by a kid, Hayuzuki is now furious to the extreme. With your current exhaustion, how much longer can you hold on? Qinshuang did not respond, but the gloom on his face reflected the unrest in his heart. His mind was racing with thoughts of countermeasures. Otherwise, his life would likely be in danger. Just when Qinshuang was in a state of desperation, he seemed to suddenly sense something. The frown on his face instantly disappeared, and the corners of his mouth even lifted slightly. The 5 people standing opposite clearly noticed the change in Qinshuang's expression, seeing his previously gloomy face brighten in an instant. They couldn't help but think that the kid had lost his mind. Hey, what's wrong? Have you been scared, silly? Bing Shui mocked as he looked at Qinshuang. Ning Shui then urged from the side, stop with the nonsense and hurry up. Yes, yes, Bing Shui replied perfunctorily. But the fierceness in his gaze towards Qinshuang intensified to the extreme. If that's the case, are you ready to die, little brat? Qinshuang looked at the 5 people slowly surrounding her, her face showing no signs of panic, instead revealing a hint of mockery. Are you also sure you've got me? Ning Shui watched Qinshuang's confident demeanor with some unease in her heart. Don't give him another chance. Attack immediately and take them down. With that, Ning Shui was the first to launch an attack towards Qinshuang. As Ning Shui got closer, Qinshuang made no move at all. Instead, her smile grew wider. Water release, water dome. A sudden voice rang out, and water began to gather out of thin air. Before anyone could react, a thick curtain of water had already surrounded the 5 rain ninjas. Ning Shui's forward momentum was abruptly halted by the water curtain that appeared in front of her. What's going on? Ning Shui and the 4 others behind her looked at the water curtain in shock, realizing that Qinshuang's earlier confidence must have been due to her anticipating help. But the problem was, this was the border, with no village or shop in sight. Where could the reinforcements be coming from? The next moment, their unspoken question was answered, and their lives were about to be in jeopardy. Finally here, Mr. Qinshuang. If you were any later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Qinshuang looked at Shun Xuan, who had landed beside her, along with 5 ninjas from Takigakure, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, even her tone unconsciously carrying a teasing note. Sorry for the distance. I was afraid you'd be discovered. Shun Xuan replied, his eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of apology. He couldn't let the 3 die within the land of waterfalls. And aside from Qinshuang's favor, he had to manage the situation with Konoha as well. Those must be all the rain ninjas that infiltrated Takigakure. Qinshuang pointed to the 5 people trapped by the water curtain. Shun Xuan understood and waved his hand, and the 5 ninjas immediately charged into the water curtain, engaging in battle with the rain ninjas. The 5 ninjas Shun Xuan brought were at least of special jonin level, and against the rain ninjas who had already been worn down by Qinshuang, they were unstoppable, quickly pushing them back and eventually killing them one by one. Seeing this, Qinshuang finally relaxed, having been worried that Qinshuang's team wouldn't be able to stop these guys. If they had managed to escape, it would have been a huge problem. Fortunately, the situation was resolved smoothly in the end. In fact, Shun Xuan also sighed in relief. He wasn't sure if the people he brought were enough, but he had to consider the safety issues of the village, which is why he had only brought these 5. This was evident from the tightly held water gourd in his arms. Hey, Mr. Shun Xuan, what are you doing here? The 2 people behind Qinshuang, although clearly aware that they had been saved, were still in a state of shock. Let me explain your questions. Qinshuang turned to face them, sorting out her thoughts, and explained, actually, I had noticed something was off with the water smoke long ago. What? Sarutobi Asuma said, somewhat dissatisfied. If you noticed, why didn't you tell us? If we had caught him earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Qinshuang shook her head and asked in return, do you have evidence? Without evidence, how can you catch someone? Asuma was left speechless. That's why I thought of this tactic to lure the snake out of its hole. To make them expose themselves. Lure the snake out of its hole? What is that? Kurenai asked curiously, as it was the first time she had heard such a phrase. Qinchuan's mouth twitched slightly as he remembered that there seemed to be no such thing as idioms here. The general idea was to lure them out with what they wanted and then seize the opportunity to capture them, Qinchuan explained. I see. Zairong realized they won your Sharingan. Qinchuan, so you teamed up with Mr. Shichuan to bring them here? Exactly, Qinchuan said, rubbing his nose with a somewhat smug expression. Chapter 49. Reward by the way, Mr. Shichuan. Qinchuan suddenly remembered something. He activated his Sharingan and transmitted the memories of their encounter with the Ray Ninja and Shueyin to Shichuan. Then he pointed to Shueyin, who had been discarded like a pile of mud, and said, "You guys can deal with this guy yourselves." A segment of memory that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in Shichuan's mind. He was initially startled, but after reviewing it, he looked at Shueyin with a face full of anger. He deeply bowed to Qinchuan and gratefully said, "Lord Qinchuan, thank you for your contribution to Tekinan Village. If you need any assistance, Tekinan Village will do its best to help. Qinchuan has helped Tekinan Village so much that Shichuan has automatically upgraded his title to Your Excellency." Upon hearing the phrase, "I'll do my best," Qinchuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all this effort, wasn't this the phrase he had been waiting for? However, he still waved his hand symbolically and said, "No need to be so polite. As long as the promised reward is delivered, that's all that matters." "Then what do you want as a reward?" Shichuan asked, feeling anxious and instinctively clutching the gourd in his arms. Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma also looked at Qinchuan with curiosity, wondering what kind of reward he had set his sights on. "I want." Qinchuan's gaze subtly glanced at the water gourd in Shichuan's arms. Hero's water. Hero's water? This was another unfamiliar term. Yuhi Kurenai pouted. This was the second unknown term that Qinchuan had mentioned today, and she began to doubt whether she had studied properly at the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma began to ponder. Combining the reasons behind the previous defection of Mizuki, he had a faint suspicion that the hero's water Qinchuan referred to was the precious item Mizuki had mentioned. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to waste such a significant favor. But when did Qinchuan learn about the existence of hero's water? If he had already calculated everything before entering Tekinan Village, where did his information come from? The more Sarutobi Asuma thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. He felt that there was a vast mystery behind Qinchuan. Qinchuan vaguely sensed that Sarutobi Asuma was looking at her with a scrutinizing and confused gaze. She wondered if this guy had figured something out. It seemed she would have to continue to deceive him. Unlike the reactions of Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, Shichuan's heart immediately jumped to his throat when he heard Qinchuan's words. His eyes turned vigilant as he looked at her, and his brain began to race. The 5 ninjas he brought were currently in the aftermath of a battle, although they were not far away. He was not confident he could stop Qinchuan before they could come to his aid. "I'm sorry, I can't agree to that request. The hero water is the most precious thing in Tekinan Village. Even if you have done me or Tekinan Village a favor, I still cannot give it to you." Shichuan's expression was resolute, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Whoa, Mr. Shichuan, please calm down." Qinchuan waved her hand. She knew that a fight now would likely result in more losses than gains, so she decided to reason with him. "I'm not asking for all of your hero water. I just need a small portion as a reward, and that would be enough." Shichuan felt a bit shaken, although he was extremely reluctant. The two had made a prior agreement. As the leader of a village, he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, it was just a small portion of the hero water. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Qinchuan looked at Shichuan with a conflicted expression, knowing that there was a chance, so she quickly pressed on. "Mr. Shichuan, we can guarantee that, aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, we won't mention the secrets of Tekinan Village to anyone." After saying this, Qinchuan turned back and exchanged glances with the two behind her, who understood and, being equally curious about the so-called hero's water, also promised alongside Qinchuan. "Sigh. All right, since I promised you earlier, I'll give you some." Upon hearing Qinchuan's promise, Shichuan finally chose to compromise, but there were some things I need to state up front. Shichuan's expression suddenly became serious as he said, "The hero's water is a sacred water that is produced from the holy tree once every 100 years. Drinking it can increase the chakra within the body tenfold, but it is extremely rare, so I can't give you too much." After a pause, Shichuan reluctantly took out the water gourd from his arms, and the three immediately focused their gaze on it, curiously observing what was special about the water inside the gourd. "The reason we are keeping it instead of using it is not only because it is scarce, but also because the hero's water has side effects. Side effects? Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma instantly felt that the hero's water in the gourd was no longer appealing. Such a rare item, while beneficial to people, naturally has its drawbacks, which is not surprising. Qinchuan seemed to see through it all, her expression still calm. Mr. Shichuan, what exactly are the side effects? To prevent discrepancies with her memory, Qinchuan humbly inquired. Seeing that the side effects didn't deter Qinchuan's decision, Shichuan felt a slight disappointment in his heart, but still patiently explained. The hero's water will consume the life of the user as the price for the surge in chakra. The more you drink, the more vitality you will exhaust. This method of enhancing chakra is ultimately a shortcut. Accumulating it bit by bit yourself is the best way. After hearing Shichuan's explanation, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but scoff at the hero's water. I think Asuma makes a point. Yuhi Kurenai also rarely agreed with Sarutobi Asuma, tugging at Qinchuan's sleeve and saying, "Let's just train ourselves, we don't need this hero's water." She was genuinely afraid that Qinchuan would recklessly drink such a dangerous substance just to become stronger. "Don't worry, Kurenai." Qinchuan looked at Yuhi Kurenai's concerned expression, feeling warm in her heart. She patted her hand and said, "I know what to do. As for the hero's water, it's just to be prepared for emergencies. After all, having a part of your life consumed is better than having no life at all." I think Chief Shichuan and the past leaders feel the same way. The last sentence from Qinchuan was directed at Shichuan. Originally furious after hearing Asuma Sarutobi's words about the hero's water being a crooked path, Shichuan's expression softened a bit upon hearing this, and he pretended to be profound by nodding. After listening to Qinchuan's explanation, Yu Gao was half convinced and did not stop them. But her eyes were still fixed on Qinchuan. Witnessing Shichuan's change of expression, Qinchuan found it amusing, but chose not to say more. "In that case, Mr. Shichuan, you can give us some hero's water now, right?" Having said all that needed to be said, Shichuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. He carefully opened the stopper of the water gourd and poured some into the jar that Qinchuan had prepared in advance. Then hurriedly closed the stopper and tucked it into his pocket, fearing that someone might snatch it away. Qinchuan weighed the jar in her hand. Looking at the meager amount of water inside, she felt somewhat dissatisfied, but after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. After all, it was already a special exception that they were willing to give anything at all, and this amount was barely enough for the three of them to share. Qinchuan put away the jar under the anxious gaze of the setting sun, feeling quite pleased that her objective was achieved. "Thank you, Mr. Shichuan." Shichuan waved his hand helplessly. He was the first to give away the hero's water as the leader of Tekinan Village, and now he only felt a bit guilty towards the ancestors of Tekinan Village. Chapter 50. Return Journey Leader. All the ninjas from Rain Ninja Village have been eliminated. How should we handle Shuiyan over there? Just as the transaction between Qinchuan and Shichuan concluded, the battlefield was also coming to an end. Shichuan listened to the report from the ninja beside him, glancing at the still unconscious Shuiyan, and waved his hand. Shuiyan colluded with Rain Ninja, betraying Tekinan Village. Bind him up and bring him back for questioning. The ninja beside Shichuan didn't have the same information from Qinchuan. Although he had guessed a little about Shuiyan's situation, it wasn't much. Upon hearing Shichuan's words, he was first shocked, and then, after coming to his senses, he took his leave to carry out the orders. "Three of you." Shichuan looked at the ninjas of Tekinan Village who were swiftly binding Shuiyan. He then turned back to Qinchuan and her group. "You have successfully completed your commission. We should be leaving soon. If you have no other matters, why not join us to celebrate?" Although he had given away some hero's water, resolving the potential crisis within Tekinan Village left Shichuan in a generally good mood. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Shichuan, but there's no need." Qinchuan refused without a second thought. Who knows if he was trying to get the hero's water back? "We have already been away from the village for some time, and if we don't return soon, Teacher Moonlight might get worried." Hearing Qinchuan mention Teacher Moonlight, Shichuan no longer insisted and could only kindly say, "In that case, I won't keep you any longer. If you need anything, feel free to come to Tekinan Village." Qinchuan smiled and nodded, chatted a bit with Shichuan, and then continued her journey with Zairong and Sarutobi Asuma. It must be said that without the lurking threat in the shadows, entering the land of fire made the three of them feel much more relaxed, and even the air seemed to have become a bit sweet. "Qinchuan." Sarutobi Asuma finally couldn't help but ask, "When did you learn about the existence of the hero's water, and how did you find out?" After all, still just a child at heart, unable to keep secrets and not skilled in probing or leading questions, she directly asked her doubts. "In fact, after noticing the unusual behavior of Shuiyan, I have been secretly following that guy. His plans and the matter of the hero's water were all overheard from him. Qin Shuang leisurely stated her half-truth, half-fabricated reasons that she had prepared in advance. Huh, is that so? Sunset Red said, pointing at her lips, thinking for a moment. I remember there has always been someone in Qin Shuang's room, right? Qin Shuang tapped the seemingly naive Yuhi Kurenai on the forehead and said irritably, of course. That's just a shadow clone. Yuhi Kurenai realized it but still stuck out her tongue. As for what you said about choosing the reward, Sarutobi Asuma was still somewhat persistent. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Shuang. You mean that? Qin Shuang smiled. I just didn't think about how much to ask for at the moment. So I said it casually. Faced with Qin Shuang's unreasonable excuse, Sarutobi Asuma could only relent. With the three of them focused on their journey, they finally returned to Konoha in the afternoon. Just as they arrived in Konoha, to be precise, the three were still outside the village gate, when they ran into a pale-faced ninja carrying a ninja sword. Uegwang-sensei, how did you know we were back? You even came to greet us. Qin Shuang felt inexplicably close to Uegwang Yi and couldn't help teasing him. Greet you, my foot. Uegwang Yi showed no leniency towards Qin Shuang, giving him a light chop with his hand. If you hadn't come back, the Hokage would have sent someone to fetch you personally. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although the three were just genin, their identities were not simple. The daughter of the elite Jonin Yuhi Zhenhong, the apprentice of the Uchiha clan leader, plus a second-generation Hokage. If anything really happened to them, wouldn't the Hokage's office be turned upside down? Come with me. Originally planning to go out to search, Uegwang Yi felt relieved to see the three return safely and led them to the Hokage's office. That's how it is, Hokage-sama. After entering the Hokage's office, Qin Shuang recounted everything that happened after Uegwang Yi left and the explanations from Sarutobi Asuma and the others to Sarutobi Hizashi and Uegwang Yi. Yuhi Kurenai followed behind Qin Shuang, feeling a bit apprehensive. Although it wasn't her first time meeting the Hokage, she still felt nervous inside. As for Sarutobi Asuma, facing his father, he still maintained his arrogant demeanor, acting like a rebellious child. I see. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flashed with surprise. He never expected such a thing would happen in the small Takinen village. Uegwang Yi looked at Qin Shuang with some concern. From Qin Shuang's words, he already understood the effects of the hero's water, and although Qin Shuang was just a disciple he had known for a few months, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Qin Shuang naturally noticed the worries of Moonlight Night, but he couldn't muster any feelings of emotion because he now had to take out the jar containing the hero's water. This was all the hero's water, to be distributed by Lord Hokage. Standing in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Qin Shuang felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, although he was painfully reluctant in his heart. He still had a hand over the spoils. According to Qin Shuang's plan, he intended to secretly stash some hero's water before meeting the Hokage, so that even if he had to hand it over, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. But the problem was that he had Asuma Sarutobi by his side on the way, and when they arrived in the village, he was forcibly taken to the Hokage building by Moonlight Night, leaving him no chance to hide anything. Qin Shuang felt her heart bleeding. The trump card she had fought so hard to obtain was gone, just like that. But to her surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take the jar. Instead, he gave a symbolic nod and said earnestly, since this is the reward you receive for accepting the commission, I have no right to claim it as my own. You can divide it among yourselves. However, I must remind you not to do anything that would harm yourselves. Initially despondent, Qin Shuang was taken aback by his words. She turned to look at Tsumi Yoru, and at the other's encouraging gaze, Qin Shuang finally regained her composure. She put away the jar and said excitedly, Thank you, Hokage-sama. We know what to do. Qin Shuang felt that this was the most genuine moment she had expressed her emotions in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. She still hadn't recovered from the excitement of regaining something she thought lost. Since you've finished discussing your matters, shouldn't I share mine as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely took a puff of smoke, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement as he looked at Qin Shuang. Huh, your matter? Qin Shuang broke into a cold sweat under Sarutobi Hiruzen's malicious gaze, feeling that something bad was about to be said. Uchiha Qin Shuang, as the temporary captain of the night shift, you accepted a high-difficulty mission without regard for your team's safety. Do you realize your mistake? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze instantly became sharp, the cold light in his eyes piercing into Qin Shuang's body like a blade. Chapter 51. Punishment. No, Hokage-sama. This was a decision we made together. It's not just Qin Shuang's fault. Although she felt very fearful, Yu Gao still resolutely stepped forward to stand in front of Qin Shuang. Even Asuma, who had always been at odds with Qin Shuang, joined in the rebuttal. That's right, old man. If you want to punish someone, punish us all together. Hong, Asuma, you can't be disrespectful to Hokage-sama. Yukimura tried to pull Yugao back from in front of Chinchuang, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen raising his hand. Do you know why the captain is called captain? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angered by the two's insolence. Instead, he began to explain. Because the captain is the one who makes decisions in the team. Regardless of whether the team members agree, as long as the captain makes a decision, no one has the right to refute it. Conversely, if the captain's decision is wrong, the corresponding consequences must also be borne by the captain. That is the captain's responsibility. However, before Yugao could argue further, Chinchuang stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. All right, Hong, thank you for saying so much for me. Chinchuang slowly pulled Yugao back behind her, but since I am the temporary captain, let me take responsibility. Hokage-sama, this matter is my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. I haven't even said what the punishment is yet, and you're accepting it? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Chinchuang a deep look. Chinchuang respectfully said, I believe in Hokage-sama's decision. Please make it clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. After a while, he slowly spoke. You are still young, and although you have outstanding talent, your temperament still needs to be tempered. Therefore, I will punish you by canceling your qualification for this Chunin exam. What? Then one TI and Hong be left without teammates? Asuma Sarutobi expressed some dissatisfaction. According to the usual Chunin exam process, teams are made up of 3 members, and it's frustrating to be inexplicably removed from the team. Chinchuang's position will naturally be filled by someone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also helpless regarding his younger son's temperament, and turned his gaze back to Chinchuang. In addition to that, I have another task to assign to you. Hokage-sama, please give your orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chinchuang, who showed no signs of dissatisfaction, and felt increasingly satisfied. Asuma, Hong, this matter does not concern you anymore. You may go back and rest. After dismissing Asuma Sarutobi and Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a piece of intelligence from the table and handed it to Chinchuang. Chinchuang took it and just glanced at the content, and he was already shocked to the extreme. Luan Dragon Vein? Memories buried deep in his mind surged again. If you remember correctly, in this mission, Naruto would briefly travel to this era, but now that he was involved, would the plot still develop like in the original work? Chinchuang couldn't answer, and no one else could either. Since that's the case, I can only go and find out for myself. If Naruto really will come back from the future, he can also inquire about the situation of himself and the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Chinchuang had been silent for so long and thought he was scared by the information in his hands. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. After all, it might be a bit too early for you. No, Hokage-sama, I accept this mission. Chinchuang certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and quickly agreed. He was then reminded by Sarutobi Hiruzen not to disclose any mission secrets and to gather at the Hokage's office tomorrow morning before leaving. Hokage-sama, isn't this mission a bit too dangerous? After Chinchuang left, Tsukikijuru picked up the information sheet and looked serious. Even he found it somewhat tricky. The power of the dragon vein is extraordinary, and it's better that fewer people know about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out at the blue sky through his murky eyes. And this mission will probably require Chinchuang's Sharingan. Rather than entrusting it to someone from that clan, I'd feel more at ease giving it to Chinchuang. Under Chinchuang's excellent acting skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun to cultivate Chinchuang as a successor of the Will of Fire, so he trusted Chinchuang more than the Uchiha clan. But that's still a bit too reassuring, Yuru. Before Tsukikijuru could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. This time, I'll send Minato with him. There won't be any danger. Upon hearing the name Minato, Tsukikijuru finally relaxed. He recognized the strength of Namake's Minato, and moreover, Minato's space ninjutsu would be more than enough to take care of Chinchuang. On the other side, after leaving the Hokage building, Chinchuang quickly headed home, as he had been away for several days and wasn't sure if his grandmother was worried. Upon returning home, Chinchuang saw his grandmother, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, and couldn't help but feel excited. He grabbed his grandmother's hand and began to recount his experiences over the past few days. Of course, in a version that minimized the dangers. His grandmother still wore a smile and listened attentively to Chinchuang's description. Grandma, I need to go to teacher's house again, and we'll be back later. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, Chinchuang remembered that he hadn't gone to the Fugaku family yet as the sky gradually darkened. Go ahead, but remember to come back for dinner. His grandmother smiled helplessly and got up to prepare dinner in the kitchen. After Chinchuang agreed, she went out and arrived at the Fujiwara's house. Chinchuang, big brother, you're back. It was Uchiha Itachi who opened the door for Chinchuang. He quickly let Qin in and asked, I heard you went out of the village for a mission these past few days. Did you just come back today? Qin nodded as she listened to Itachi's words. Is teacher at home? Yes, father is in the yard. Qin patted Uchiha Itachi's head, said nothing more, and quickly made her way to the courtyard. Teacher. Pushing open the courtyard door, Qin saw Uchiha Fugaku still sitting in his usual spot. Back already? Have a seat. Uchiha Fugaku's face showed no surprise. Clearly he had already received the news before Qin arrived. It seems there were some issues with your mission this time. Qin did not hide anything and recounted the entire process in detail. After listening, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, wanting to say something but ultimately kept it to himself. I know you're a child who understands boundaries, so I won't say much about my advice. However, you took it upon yourself to do something so significant this time, and the Hokage will probably not miss this opportunity to suppress you. Indeed, nothing can escape the teacher's notice. The third Hokage canceled my qualification for the Chunin exam. Although Qin didn't care much about this exam qualification, the feeling of being punished was still unpleasant. Uchiha Fugaku then patted Qin on the shoulder and said earnestly, This might not be a bad thing. Being too much in the spotlight is never good. Qin nodded in agreement. By the way, teacher, I have been learning the Konoha-style swordsmanship from Teacher Moonlight during this time. Oh, a look of surprise flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. I never expected that old guy Hokage would agree to pass this on to you. It seems he really has plans to cultivate you, which isn't a bad thing. Chapter 52. Namikaze Minato. After chatting with Uchiha Fugaku for a while, Qin was just about to leave when Uchiha Mikoto called out to her. Qin, aren't you going to eat before you go? No. Annie, my grandma is still waiting for me at home. Qin politely declined. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto understood and did not keep Qin any longer. Qin, big brother. Just as Qin was about to leave, Uchiha Itachi called out to her. Do you have some time recently? Qin looked at the other person's shy expression and knew what he wanted to say. He extended 2 fingers and gently poked Itachi's forehead. Apologizing, sorry, Itachi, I have a mission during this period. Maybe next time. With Itachi's somewhat disappointed gaze, Qin left the Uchiha Fugaku's residence. In this conversation with Uchiha Fugaku, after some contemplation, Qin did not inform him about the dragon vein. He only mentioned that he would carry out an unknown mission tomorrow. It's not that he still didn't trust Uchiha Fugaku. On the contrary, Fugaku was both a teacher and a friend to him, having already become someone very important in his heart. However, in order for Naruto in the future to return to the past, as usual, he had to minimize his influence on the future plot as much as possible. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether Uchiha Fugaku would take any extreme actions upon learning about the power of the dragon vein, which might mean that it wouldn't be Naruto who would carry out the mission in Lulan when he grew up. If it wasn't Naruto who came, it was still uncertain whether Qin could extract some information about the future, or even if this mission would be successful. After all, Qin knew he wouldn't have Naruto's cheesy way with words. Without Naruto, whether the Queen of Lulan could pull herself together was hard to say. It seems everyone is here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still smoking his pipe as usual, but his eyes lacked the usual warmth and were instead serious. This mission is of great importance and could directly affect the course of this battle, so you must treat it with caution. He looked at the 4 people lined up in front of his desk, speaking solemnly. Indeed, if the intelligence is true, the massive chakra of the dragon vein, comparable to that of tailed beasts, must not fall into the hands of enemy countries, or it would deal a devastating blow to us. Standing next to Qin was a handsome and easygoing blonde youth who nodded seriously. In that case, you all prepare, and let's leave the village tonight. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze back to Qin. The reason I called you all here so early is actually to let you get to know each other in advance, as there is a new face joining this mission. Hearing this, the 3 people beside him all turned their attention to Qin. Nice to meet you, Uchiha Qin. I am Namikaze Minato. The blonde youth showed a polite yet warm smile. I've often heard Obito mention you. It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about you. Hello, I'm Uchiha Qin. Although he was prepared, seeing Naruto's father still made Qin feel inexplicably nervous. I've also heard Obito mention you. Oh, what did Obito say about me? Namikaze Minato looked at Qin with curiosity, making Qin feel a bit uneasy. In the past few months, Qin had been doing missions with Suki no Yoru almost every day. When would he have time to meet Uchiha Obito? Even if they happened to meet, it was just to complain about the hard missions. Who knew how he evaluated you? Clearly, it was just a very ordinary polite remark, but Qin had put himself in a difficult position. racking his brain and recalling the plot. Qinchuang finally stammered a response. Abito said that Teacher Minato is a very gentle and excellent teacher, and so on. Just as Qinchuang seemed unable to continue, a voice from behind Namikaze's Minato came to the rescue. Well, Minato, don't put this kid in a difficult position. Qinchuang focused her gaze, and even though there were waves and a water gate blocking the front, she could still easily see the person speaking, because this person was simply too fat. My name is Cho Dao Dingswa. Nice to meet you. The chubby uncle grinned foolishly at Qinchuang. I am Abiram Shimi, a black-clothed man, completely wrapped up and lacking any sense of presence, walked out from behind Cho Dao Dingswa. Qinchuang was taken aback. If he hadn't revealed himself, he might have even forgotten about this person's existence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire the stealth abilities of the Oil Woman clan. Qinchuang kindly greeted the two of them. I was just simply curious. Why does that make it difficult? Although Minato Namikaze seemed gentle and easygoing, when it came to matters like this, he still had a pure innocence similar to Naruto's. In comparison, since we were going to carry out such an important mission, why not have a big meal together at noon? Akimichi Choza didn't continue with the topic about Minato, but instead patted his big belly and suggested, I am sorry, Koza-senpai, but I have something to do at noon, so I'm afraid I have to decline. Qinchuang was the first to refuse. He still wanted to take advantage of the time he had in the village to deliver the hero's water to Asuma Sarutobi and Kurina Yui. They had left in such a hurry yesterday that Qinchuang didn't have time to distribute it. Minato Namikaze also apologized. I'm afraid I don't have time either, sorry. Choza, and Shimi Yamanaka's response was even simpler. Not going. Choza's face immediately fell. Lord Hokage, I have a request. Minato Namikaze shifted his gaze back to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could you let Kakashi participate in this mission as well? In the end, Hiruzen agreed to Minato's request. After the four of them left the Hokage building, they greeted each other and went their separate ways. Surprisingly, Qinchuang and Minato were heading in the same direction. Minato-senpai, are you going to that new ramen shop too? Qinchuang vaguely remembered that Asuma Sarutobi would go there for ramen, so he planned to take a chance. I'm going there to find Kakashi. You should have met him before, right? Minato walked side by side with Qinchuang, always wearing a warm smile. We've barely met. I remember he is also your student, Minato-senpai. If he hadn't mentioned it, Qinchuang would have almost forgotten that white-haired guy who was all high-profile during the group assignment. That is true. However, I'm not much older than you, so could you not call me senpai? Minato felt a bit embarrassed by Qinchuang calling him senpai and quickly suggested changing the title. Then I'll call you Teacher Minato like Abito and the others do. Qinchuang didn't mind. After all, it was just a title. Minato nodded, acknowledging this form of address. A long silence fell between the two, and they were very close to their destination. Speaking of which, are you going to the newly opened ramen shop to eat ramen? Minato suddenly asked. Qinchuang shook her head. I just wanted to deliver something. Is that so? After all, there seem to be quite a few people over there. Even though they're quite far away, they can all feel the lively atmosphere coming from that direction. Chapter 53. Encountering Jiraiya. Oh, isn't that Minato? At that moment, a lewd and hoarse voice came from beside them. Qinchuang and Namikaze Minato turned their heads in unison to see a tall, middle-aged man with white hair sticking up like a hedgehog. Minato's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly walked forward, saying, Jiraiya-sensei, you're back from your trip? Of course. I have a surprise to show you this time, Jiraiya said, his face full of pride. His gaze inadvertently landed on Qinchuang, who was staring at him, and he pointed and asked, Who is this little brat? Minato slapped his forehead. He had been too excited and only now remembered that there was someone else with him. Jiraiya-sensei, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Qinchuang, an exceptionally talented ninja. Minato quickly pulled Qinchuang forward for the introduction. Although Qinchuang didn't have a good first impression of this lewd old man, she still needed to maintain some politeness. I've long heard of your great name, Lord Jiraiya. I am Uchiha Qinchuang. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, you must be the new disciple that Fugaku took in, right? Qinchuang nodded. This matter was almost common knowledge, so he didn't need to hide anything. Being taken as a disciple by Fugaku, you must be quite impressive, little brat. Jiraiya curiously looked around Qinchuang, while Minato Namikaze had a somewhat apologetic look towards Qinchuang, seemingly wanting to apologize for his teacher's rudeness. Jiraiya observed for a long time, but couldn't figure anything out, and he lost interest in Qinchuang. By the way, what were we talking about? He recalled, alright, surprise, surprise. With his thought, Jiraiya once again displayed his proud demeanor, raising his right hand as chakra instantly thickened in the air, then began to condense, ultimately forming a sphere in his hand. How about that? The Rasengan you've worked so hard to study has already been completely mastered by me, truly worthy of being Jiraiya-sensei. Although Minato answered respectfully, it was obvious he was distracted. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. He had just sensed Kakashi Hataki's presence nearby, so he left without hesitation, leaving behind a Jiraiya who looked awkward, as if frozen, and Qinshuang, who was focused on the Rasengan and hadn't paid attention to their conversation. Is this the Rasengan? Truly amazing. Qinshuang looked at the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, becoming more and more astonished. He could clearly feel the high density of chakra within the Rasengan, which was constantly moving at high speed, yet somehow always rotated along a spherical trajectory. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could create such a ninjutsu. Qinshuang truly understood the difficulty of creating one's own ninjutsu, because he had experienced it firsthand. How about it, little brat? Impressive, right? Jiraiya, seeing that his surprise had completely failed to impress Minato, who was awkwardly looking for a place to hide, suddenly realized that there seemed to be another audience nearby. Qinshuang did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. This technique is indeed very impressive. Hearing Qinshuang only praise the technique and not the person, Jiraiya, who was originally smiling, twitched the corner of his mouth and dispelled his Rasengan. Hey, you little brat, who asked you about the technique? I was asking if I'm impressive. Qinshuang looked at Jiraiya, who seemed somewhat flustered, feeling a bit speechless. It's really trivial to fuss over such a small matter. It truly proves that saying, a man remains a boy until death. I said the technique is impressive, which is essentially saying that the person using it is impressive too. Qinshuang responded smoothly. Hearing Qinshuang's explanation, Jiraiya's expression improved significantly, and his pride returned. That's true. So how about I teach you? Teach me? Qinshuang was a bit puzzled. Is this guy just showing off? As far as I know, this technique seems to belong to teacher Minato, right? Is it appropriate for senior Jiraiya to casually pass it on to others? Jiraiya proudly curled his lips and said, Minato is my student, so of course my words carry weight. Qinshuang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat unable to argue with this willful old man. However, the situation was complicated, and how could he make a decision so easily? I see, but I have a bit of business to attend to. Let's meet again, Jiraiya-senpai. Qinshuang didn't want to linger any longer and ran off without waiting for Jiraiya's response, leaving him alone and stunned. In fact, Qinshuang, who was well aware of the training method for the Rasengan, didn't need anyone to teach him. He could learn it on his own if he wanted to practice. But the key issue now was that Minato Namikaze had created this jutsu long ago, and using it without anyone to teach him could easily lead to controversy or suspicion. To use it openly, he needed Minato's approval. However, this wasn't an urgent matter for Qinshuang. He already had plenty of attack jutsu and planned to wait until this tense period was over before learning this technique. He could also try out the upgraded version of the Rasen Shuriken. Is this Ichiraku ramen? Qinshuang looked at the bustling noodle shop in front of him and couldn't help but swallow. After all, this was the place that the protagonist, Naruto, highly praised. And combined with the influence of the diners and the aroma wafting through the air, even Qinshuang's willpower was tempted to try it. However, he still knew what he should do now. Following the long line that spilled out from the shop's entrance, Qinshuang quickly found Asuma Sarutobi waiting in line at the corner, with Might Guy beside him. Qinshuang, over here. The sharp-eyed Might Guy immediately noticed Qinshuang, waving his arms in case he didn't see him. Qinshuang felt the gazes coming from all directions and quickly walked over. Qinshuang, did you come here specifically to duel with me? Might K saw Qinshuang's sudden surge of fighting spirit, but this time he calmed down on his own. However, it wasn't the right time. He had promised Asuma to eat ramen together. Qinshuang felt a bit helpless. What are you talking about all by yourself? I haven't said anything, okay? I'm here to find Asuma. Qinshuang explained her purpose. Looking for me? Sarutobi Asuma was somewhat puzzled. He had never had a good attitude towards Qinshuang. So why would she come to him for something? Qinshuang took out 2 slender glass bottles, only the size of a pinky finger, from her ninja tool pouch and handed them to Sarutobi Asuma. Since the total amount was already small, dividing it into 3 portions made it even more pitiful. But for this reason, Qinshuang placed it in smaller containers for easier carrying. Sarutobi Asuma accepted the bottles with some confusion, and Qinshuang explained, This is your hero's water. I have a mission the next few days, so please pass the red one to you. Thank you. Sarutobi Asuma realized, his face slightly reddening as he thanked her and carefully stored the bottle away. Hero's water? What is that? Might Guy curiously examined the bottle until Sarutobi Asuma put away. Let Asuma explain that to you. Qinshuang achieved her purpose and immediately slipped away. leaving the curious Might Guy and the bewildered Asuma behind. Might Guy turned his gaze to Sarutobi Asuma, who twitched his mouth and looked away, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 54. The trust of Sarutobi Hisashi. That night, Qinshuang and Minato Namikaze met up with others outside the village. The five of them quietly left the village and set off for Lulon. Teacher Minato, I remember that Lulon seems to border the Wind Country. If we're going there, do we have to pass through the Wind Country first? Kakashi Hitaki asked curiously as they walked through the woods. Minato shook his head. No. This time we will avoid the Wind Country. After all, it's wartime, and we should try to avoid encounters with the Sand Shinobi. This might not be simple, Qinshuang said with some worry on her face. At this stage, the Wind Country will definitely send a lot of personnel to guard the borders. It won't be easy for us to pass safely. Indeed, Minato nodded gravely. So, everyone must try to maintain their best condition and be prepared for any crises that may arise. Yes, Minato's words had an unusual rallying effect, and everyone responded in unison. By the way, Qinshuang, what is that on your ear? Akimichi Choza curiously looked at Qinshuang and Minato. Yamanaka Ino, and even Kakashi unconsciously directed their gazes over. Compared to yesterday, Qinshuang had a noticeable dangling item on her left ear, which, upon closer inspection, looked like a charm. You mean this? Qinshuang touched the item hanging from her ear. This is of course my share of Hero's Water. To make it easier to carry, I simply hung it on my ear, so it can also be mistaken for an ornament, perfectly suitable for confusing enemies. This is just a simple decoration. Qinshuang naturally wouldn't reveal the secret inside, so she could only respond vaguely. Minato and the others nodded and did not delve deeper, refocusing their attention on the journey. Thanks to Qinshuang's Sharingan, whenever they encountered Sand Shinobi, Qinshuang could foresee it in advance and lead them around. Although Sharingan was not as perceptive as Byakugan, in the absence of Byakugan on the opposing side, no one could surpass Qinshuang's insight. With a smooth journey, the five traveled at full speed for several days and soon arrived at the junction of the forest and the desert, which was also the necessary path for Qinshuang and the others to head to Lulon. Stop! Qinshuang halted, and the other four followed suit. Throughout the journey, aside from Minato pointing out the general direction, it was Qinshuang leading everyone to avoid nearby Sand Shinobi. Over time, everyone had great faith in Qinshuang's commands, and no one raised any questions. Qinshuang gazed ahead, and after a moment, slowly retracted her Sharingan, her expression somewhat serious. What happened, Qinshuang? Minato Namikaze felt a tightening in his heart upon seeing her expression. I'm afraid we're in for a battle this time. After a long period of contemplation without a solution, Qinshuang could only relay what she had seen. A team of Sand Shinobi was stationed at the junction ahead, and judging by their appearance, they might not leave anytime soon. Minato's expression darkened. If this team of Sand Shinobi didn't leave, their only option to get through would be to force their way down this path. Moreover, they would have to wipe out the opposing team completely. Otherwise, letting even one escape could potentially expose their whereabouts. Realizing this, Minato quickly asked Qinshuang, "Can you see how many of them there are?" Qinshuang nodded, activating his Sharingan once again. The three tomo in his pupils slowly rotated. After watching for a long time, he finally closed his eyes wearily. There were a total of 13 people, judging by their chakra levels. 8 were CH Nin, while the remaining 5 had strength above CH Nin. Is that so? Upon hearing that the enemy's numbers were more than double his own, Minato Namikaze's expression grew even more serious. He looked up at the gradually dimming sky and said solemnly to everyone, "It seems we need to take advantage of the night and deal with these guys as quickly as possible." While Qinshuang and Minato were on their way, an unexpected guest appeared in the Hokage office in the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked with some surprise at the person before him, whose body was wrapped in bandages. "What are you doing here instead of managing your route in your old nest? We're old friends. Do I need a reason to come and sit with you?" Shimura Danzo casually sat down on the sofa. "You're still the same, always beating around the bush." Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered, clearly not believing Danzo's words. Danzo shot Hiruzen a gloomy look, curled his lip, and decided to stop pretending. "I heard that Uchiha Qinshuang has returned?" Upon hearing Qinshuang's name, a flicker of understanding passed through Hiruzen's eyes, but his expression remained calm as he replied, "He did come back, but he was sent on a mission not long ago." Oh, hearing this, Danzo felt somewhat taken aback. He had received clear news from Moonlight Knight before coming that Qinshuang had not left the village. Since Moonlight Knight hadn't left, it could only mean that this mission was specifically assigned to Qinshuang by Hiruzen. "What kind of mission is it?" he asked, somewhat curious. Danzo, that is classified. It's better not to ask about things that shouldn't be asked. Be careful of eavesdroppers. The reason Hiruzen only sent people from the Hokage faction was to prevent certain individuals in the village from getting wind of the news. This naturally included Danzo. If he found out about the existence of the Dragon Vein, the things he would do would likely be more terrifying than the Uchiha. Upon hearing that this mission was something even he could not easily disclose, endless humiliation and anger surged in Danzo's heart. Hiruzen would rather assign such an important task to a young Uchiha than tell him the details. He instantly felt a sense of betrayal from a longtime friend. Hiruzen, that SA Uchiha kid, and also Fugaku's disciple. Isn't it inappropriate for you to unilaterally give him such an important mission? Danzo's voice was already tinged with anger. Hiruzen certainly wouldn't be intimidated by Danzo. As Hokage, he had his own authority. Danzo, I've told you before, Qin is the inheritor of the will of fire and a member of the Leaf Village. Foolish. Danzo slammed the table in anger. How do you know this kid bring the secrets he got from you back to the Uchiha clan? He and Shursui are both good kids who have inherited the will of fire. They would never betray the village. Hiruzen calmly denied Danzo, his eyes firm. He had already tested this clearly. Qin had never made a choice that disappointed him, which allowed him to stand here and confront Danzo resolutely. Who can say for sure? Even if his relationship with the Uchiha clan isn't deep, he is now Fugaku's disciple. Who knows when he might return to the Uchiha's embrace? It's better for me to. At this point, Danzo's expression turned fierce, and he slowly raised his left hand, making a gesture across his throat. Upon hearing Danzo's intent to kill someone he valued, Hiruzen's temper immediately flared. He disregarded their years of friendship and sternly reprimanded. Enough, Danzo. Put away your insidious thoughts. I am a Hokage. Seeing Hiruzen genuinely angry, Danzo, though unwilling, did not show it. After all, as Hiruzen just said, he was the Hokage. But in his heart, Danzo had silently placed Qin on his blacklist. I've already warned you. Don't regret it later. Danzo knew that he wouldn't achieve his goal this time, so he shrugged his shoulders, left a harsh remark, and left in a huff. Only Hiruzen remained in the office, silently sighing. Chapter 55. Confrontation. Back in his own territory, the more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he got. Wishing he could immediately kick Hiruzen out of the Hokage position and take it for himself. Why couldn't he have been more decisive back then? If he had proposed to stay before Hiruzen, wouldn't he be the one sitting in that position now? Every time he thought about this, endless resentment and regret filled Danzo's heart. Where's Orochimaru? In the dark corner of the room, a ninja with a mask that obscured his face slowly walked out, respectfully kneeling on one knee, and replied, Orochimaru-sama left for the front line some time ago. The front lines? Danzo pondered, realizing that this war was quite significant if even Orochimaru had gone. He had originally wanted to use Orochimaru's hands to eliminate the troublesome Uchiha Qin. But now it seemed unnecessary to go through such trouble. Uchiha Qin, the war is brutal. Don't die in there cold. Hoarse laugh echoed in the empty room, lingering for a long time without stopping. At the border of the land of wind, at the junction of desert and forest, a simple camp stood. As it was already evening, large bonfires in the camp had been extinguished, except for a few people on night watch. The rest had gradually fallen into a deep sleep. Qin, what is the strength of those 3 night watch ninjas? Not far from a large tree, Minato Namikaze, Qin, and the other 5 gathered together, observing the 3 wandering ninjas in the camp. Although it was called a camp, it was actually just 3 tents and a few piles of extinguished bonfires. The 3 night watchmen were merely patrolling around the tents. One was AJ Nin, and the other 2 were CH Nin. As Qin looked closer, he easily saw through the chakra of the 3, noting that one of them even had chakra levels above his own, clearly AJ Nin. Minato lowered his head in thought for a moment before making a decision. In that case, we'll act simultaneously. The patrolling J Nin is mine. The remaining 2 CH Nin will be taken care of by Qin and Kakashi. Then he shifted his gaze to Aburame Shimi and Akimichi Dingza. As for Shimi and Dingza, I'll leave it to you to eliminate the people in the tents. Otherwise, if they all wake up, we'll be in trouble. With the targets clarified, everyone nodded gravely. Oh, and Minato suddenly added, this time we must not let anyone escape. Otherwise, there's a high risk of leaks. Everyone understood the importance of this mission and dared not be negligent. Seeing their reactions, Minato nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us begin the operation, he said. Taking advantage of the moment when the J Nin turned around, His body moved like a ghost, quickly advancing forward. Shuang and Kakashi followed closely behind, while Akidu Dings and Yun Zaimi quietly made their way toward the tent. As the running Minato Namikaze saw the approaching Sand Ninja, his expression turned serious, and he quickly threw the kunai with the flying Thunder God technique. A faint sound sliced through the air, even though it was small. The sharp instincts of a ninja allowed the Sand Ninja to immediately sense the anomaly behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw the kunai coming toward him. He slightly tilted his body and easily dodged it. Seeing that the sneak attack was made with a thrown kunai, the elite ninja looked at Minato with some disdain. Just as he was about to mock him, the next second, the opponent's figure had already disappeared from his sight. However, as an elite ninja, his experience was vast. Sensing the coldness coming from behind, he forcefully leaped forward a distance while turning around, allowing the sharp kunai to only leave a deep scratch on his neck. Otherwise, it would have been enough to take his head. The camp was not large, and the sounds of fighting from the Sand Ninja elite could not escape the attention of the other two patrolling ninjas. They immediately shouted and rushed forward to help, but were stopped by two somewhat shorter figures. At the same time, the area near the tent was filled with the sound of chirping insects. Rasengan. Minato did not eliminate the enemy with a single blow as he had imagined. Instead, he formed a Rasengan in his hand and charged forward again. Due to the close distance between the two, the Sand Ninja elite had no time to form hand seals and could only reluctantly attach his chakra to the kunai to defend. However, a mere kunai could not possibly withstand the Rasengan, and in just one confrontation, it shattered the kunai in the Sand Ninja's hand. The rampant chakra in the Rasengan struck the Sand Ninja squarely in the chest, instantly shattering his sternum, and his body was sent flying, clearly not surviving this encounter. Minato did not pay any more attention to this elite ninja. He knew the power of the Rasengan well. A direct hit to the chest meant that even if the ninja's body was strong, there was no chance of survival. He was just about to go help Shuang and Kakashi when Shuang interrupted him, saying, "Teacher Minato, we can handle it here. You go help Senior Dings." Minato hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and ran toward the direction of the tent. A mere child dared to speak such arrogance. The Sand Ninja on the opposite side could naturally hear Shuang's words. He felt completely underestimated by this little ninja from Konoha, and his heart was filled with anger. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The Sand Ninja had been suppressed by Shuang's swordsmanship and had no chance to use his ninjutsu. But now, taking advantage of Shuang's distraction with Namikaze Minato, he, in a fit of rage, disregarded everything and launched a ninjutsu attack towards Shuang. A hint of mockery flashed in Shuang's eyes. The next moment, a violent whirlwind, like countless wind blades, sliced Shuang's body into fragments. And even the large tree beside him could not escape, being cut into countless wooden pieces. Arrogant little ghost, do you now realize the gap between us? Before Sand Ninja could finish speaking, the sound of a weapon piercing flesh interrupted him. How is this possible? Sand Ninja looked down in confusion, staring blankly at the ninja blade that had pierced through his chest. He still couldn't understand how he had been defeated so easily. As you said, you should now know the gap between us. Shuang's cold, emotionless voice came from behind him. What? Didn't I just pull the ninja blade out of you with great force? The excruciating pain stimulated every nerve in Sand Ninja's body, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. From the moment our eyes met, you were destined to die under my illusion. Sand Ninja felt a chill throughout his body. The last thing he saw before he died was a pair of cold, emotionless blood-red eyes. In the next second, he felt a chill at his neck, and after a dizzying spin, everything returned to calm. Chapter 56. Kakashi hit by a blow on the other side. Hatake Kakashi did not have the speed of Shuang. He was continuously swinging the white blade in his hand, evenly matched against the confronting Sand Ninja. Although Sand Ninja was surprised by Hatake Kakashi's strength, he was still just a child. In terms of stamina and strength, Sand Ninja was clearly far superior to Kakashi, and over time, he gradually began to suppress Kakashi. However, just as he was smiling from having the upper hand, a huge explosion sound came from the tent, interrupting him. The intense explosion generated a powerful whirlwind, and the original tent had vanished in an instant. Even the ground in that area had been blasted into a large pit, with rocks scattered everywhere. At this moment, Shuang had just killed the Jonin in front of him, and he looked at this scene in shock. Such a powerful ninjutsu made even him feel a bit embarrassed. It must have been the work of Minato Namikaze. However, Shuang quickly cleared his thoughts. His immediate priority was to help Hatake Kakashi. He could not allow any sand ninja to leave here alive. Is this a joke? What kind of ninjutsu has such power? The sand ninja confronting Hatake Kakashi was equally dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that anyone in his small team could use such a level of ninjutsu. If it wasn't from their side, it could only be from the enemy. The earlier blonde had killed one of their jonin in a very short time. Could it be him? Thinking of this, the sand ninja felt a chill and involuntarily started to have thoughts of retreat. But while he was in a daze, Hatake Kakashi did not let his guard down. The white blade in his hand moved like an extension of his arm, piercing through the sand ninja's shoulder blade. In pain, Sand Ninja snapped back to reality, raised the kunai in his hand to deflect the white blade, and glared at Kakashi with malice, wishing he could swallow him whole. But soon, he calmed down due to the pain in his shoulder. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The Sand Ninja quickly distanced himself from Hatake Kakashi, unleashing countless wind blades. Kakashi was just about to chase after the retreating Sand Ninja when he was blocked by the incoming wind blades. With no choice, he had to choose defense. Earth release, earth flow wall. A dirt wall engraved with a dog's head rose in front of Kakashi, successfully blocking the aggressive wind blades, but also delayed Kakashi's pace. Frustrated, Kakashi gritted his teeth and was about to pursue when Qinchuang arrived to stop him. Leave it to me. Qinchuang stood in front of Hatake Kakashi, quickly forming hand seals, lightning release, earth walk. Qinchuang placed her hands on the ground, and the lightning chakra within her was transmitted through her hands into the earth. With her deliberate guidance, it quickly caught up to the fleeing Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja, at that moment, was feeling pleased with himself for escaping, when suddenly a tingling sensation surged through his feet. Immediately after, visible currents of electricity enveloped his entire body, and a strong sense of paralysis instantly halted all his movements. Even though he desperately tried to move, his body remained completely still under the influence of the electricity. This is good. Qinchuang looked at the paralyzed Sand Ninja, gripping her right wrist tightly with her left hand, as a large amount of chakra began to surge towards her right hand. Lightning release, Chidori. The lightning exploded, and endless currents flickered and danced in the night, producing a piercing sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. In order to ensure she could smoothly eliminate the Sand Ninja before her without any mishaps, Qinchuang decisively chose to use this ninjutsu. Standing in the back, Kakashi Hatake watched the lightning in Qinchuang's hands, filled with an indescribable shock. Although previously both Obito Uchiha and Minato Namikaze had told him that Qinchuang was a genius on par with him, he had never really taken this younger girl seriously, thinking she was just a child from a clan relying on her bloodline limit. But today, he realized how absurd his previous thoughts were. Her superb swordsmanship, powerful genjutsu, and even her control over ninjutsu were probably not inferior to his own. And what was this lightning ninjutsu she was gathering in her hand? What surprised him the most was that, for some reason, he felt a strange connection to this lightning release technique, and a faint desire to learn it began to stir in his heart. Qinchuang suddenly stepped on her toes, and her whole body seemed to transcend time and space, moving as fast as a sharp sword, arriving in front of the Sand Ninja in an instant. The blinding lightning pierced through the Sand Ninja's body without obstruction, and the rampant electric current crazily destroyed his internal organs. After a tragic scream, the Sand Ninja gradually lost his breath. Qinchuang coldly withdrew her hand, and the pierced body immediately collapsed to the ground, with a steady stream of fresh blood flowing from the wound, dyeing the surrounding weeds completely red. Qinchuang glanced at the vacant eyes of the Sand Ninja once more, and only then did she feel relieved enough to turn around and look at the somewhat bewildered Kakashi Hatake. All right, Kakashi, this side has been taken care of. Let's go meet up with Teacher Minato. Kakashi Hatake clearly had not yet processed Qinchuang's recent combo attack. His brain had not received her message, and he unconsciously nodded. It wasn't until Qinchuang had walked far away that he came to his senses. Watching her back, he felt a heavy blow to his confidence, and a sense of disappointment washed over his face, but he still took a step forward to catch up with her. By the time the two arrived, the last remaining Sand Ninja had already been killed by Minato Namikaze, marking the successful annihilation of the Sand Ninja team by Qinchuang and her group. How's the situation over here? Qinchuang asked. Akiyama Dingzwa, who was closest to Qinchuang, replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, with Minato here, we've taken care of everyone in the tents. No one managed to escape." Qinchuang nodded as expected. After all, with Minato Namikaze sometimes possessing space ninjutsu, dealing with a few Sand Ninjas was a piece of cake. Just as Minato turned his head after taking down the last enemy, he noticed the two of them, glanced at the calm-faced Qinchuan, and then at the somewhat dejected Kakashi Hatake. How's it going on your side? Just 2ch Nin, they've already been dealt with by Kakashi and me. Qinchuan, considering Kakashi's feelings, didn't elaborate on the details. Is that so? That's good. Minato, not suspecting anything, looked at the silent Kakashi, lost in thought. Minato, what are our plans next? The battle had ended, and Shimi Yamanaka had gone to deal with the corpses, while the idle Choji Akimichi patted his slightly less round belly. Looking quite miserable, the five had waited from sunset until midnight, hardly eating a grain of rice, although they had soldier pills to replenish energy. It was clear that such things couldn't satisfy his appetite. Minato understood Choji's intentions and sighed with a bitter smile, saying, "It's already very late. Let's rest here and continue our journey early tomorrow. We can also have a late-night snack." Choji added. Chapter 57. Enlightenment. Although the tents in the Sand Ninja camp had been completely destroyed in the recent battle, a few campfires remained. Soon, the five were seated around a campfire, and Choji was happy to roast some wild rabbits over the fire. In no time, the rabbit meat was sizzling and juicy, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Choji swallowed hard and eagerly picked up a roasted rabbit. "Are you really not eating?" Choji asked each one in turn, and after receiving unanimous refusals, he no longer hesitated and began to feast. "By the way, Qinchuan, it's impressive that you and Kakashi could take down 2ch Nin at such a young age," Choji said, his mouth full of grease. "It's nothing special. It's all thanks to our teacher's good teaching." Qinchuan scratched his head modestly. "There's no need to belittle yourself. At our age, we certainly don't have that kind of strength." The usually silent Shimi Yamanaka rarely spoke, looking at Qinchuan through his sunglasses. Although it was unclear what kind of look he had, it was probably encouraging. While the three were chatting, Minato called Kakashi aside. "What's wrong, Teacher Minato?" Kakashi was puzzled as Minato pulled him over. "Kakashi, you've been acting a bit off since just now. Is something bothering you?" As a guiding jonin, Minato naturally wouldn't ignore a student's abnormal behavior. Hearing this, Kakashi lowered his head somewhat guiltily, struggling for a while before shaking his head. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Minato had already guessed. It must be because of Qinchuan. Kakashi was taken aback. He never expected Minato to see through his thoughts so easily. "No, Teacher Minato, I'm Fine." He wanted to refute, but the image of Qinchuan using Chidori to take down a sand ninja resurfaced in his mind, and the words he was about to say felt powerless. He had to admit that he was indeed hit hard by Qinchuan's strength. Minato understood, smiling as he patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Didn't I tell you before? Qinchuan is an extraordinary genius. Even though he is still a genin, his strength is not inferior to yours." Even so, Kakashi still held onto a bit of luck, but after considering various aspects, he couldn't be sure he was stronger than Qinchuan. Even the swordsmanship he inherited from his father, which he was so proud of, felt lacking. The spark of hope in his eyes flickered and went out again. "What's wrong, Kakashi? This isn't like you." Minato looked at the somewhat dejected Kakashi, his eyes dimming. "I'm sorry, Teacher Minato. I've disappointed you." "No, Kakashi, if you stay in this state, then I would truly be disappointed." Minato grasped Kakashi's hand firmly, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Qinchuan is even 2 years younger than you. Have you thought about the possibility that he grew up hearing about you? At that time, who was stronger, him or the Kakashi who graduated early?" Kakashi was stunned. He clearly hadn't thought about such a complex issue. Minato continued. "So, temporary strength means nothing. Only a firm will and an unyielding belief are the keys to true strength. And all of this comes from here." Saying this, Minato pointed to Kakashi's left chest. "Heart?" Kakashi asked in confusion. Minato nodded and then shook his head. "It's about character. Do you know how Qinchuan trained before this?" Kakashi widened his eyes, sensing that this would be the key to surpassing Qinchuan. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he did a massive amount of taijutsu training every day, and after becoming a genin, he learned the swordsmanship of his predecessor, Moonlight, in addition to his already impressive ninjutsu. It's very likely that he didn't slack off at night either. Kakashi was struck speechless, unable to imagine how strict Qinchuan was with himself. "So Kakashi," Minato said earnestly, "no one is born a strong person. Whether a genius or an ordinary person, everyone needs a steadfast heart and sufficient trials to transform into a strong one someday. Is that so?" Kakashi now realized how ridiculous his pride as a genius had been. But soon, he regained his composure. "I understand, Teacher Minato. I will never fall behind." Seeing Kakashi awaken with renewed fighting spirit from his words, Minato smiled with satisfaction. "Since you've figured out, let us hurry back to rest. We still have to continue our journey tomorrow." Saying this, Minato paused. By the way, wasn't today your and Chinchuang's turn to keep watch? Extinguishing the campfire, Minato, Choji, and Shimi lay down next to the still warm fire to rest. The night grew quiet again, leaving only Chinchuang and Kakashi alert to their surroundings. What's wrong, Kakashi? You seem like you have something to say. Chinchuang looked at Kakashi, who sat beside him, hesitating to speak several times. Originally a bit nervous, Kakashi felt calmer upon hearing Chinchuang's inquiry. Chinchuang, I want to ask, why do you set such strict requirements for yourself? Although they had been together for several days, neither of them was particularly talkative, so their conversation still felt somewhat awkward. Chinchuang was initially surprised, but quickly understood, realizing that Hokage Minato must have talked about him after pulling him away, otherwise he wouldn't know about his strict training. However, since he was going to be the future teacher of his master's second son, Chinchuang didn't mind sharing a bit with him. He then pretended to be profound and said, only when you truly lose something important will you realize your own helplessness. At that time, no matter the path, you'll choose to try everything without hesitation. Losing something important? As he saw a hint of helplessness flash in Chinchuang's eyes, Kakashi felt a bit confused, thinking that Chinchuang's words sounded like something a seasoned jonin would say, obscure and difficult to understand. After all, Kakashi's father was still alive, and he had not yet experienced the pain of losing a parent, so it was natural that he couldn't understand Chinchuang's words. Kakashi pondered over Chinchuang's words for a long time without a response. Chinchuang didn't rush him, instead looking up at the bright moonlight in the night sky. Perhaps because he had just spoken from the heart to Kakashi, memories of his childhood involuntarily surfaced in his mind, recalling his deceased parents, and a hint of bitterness rose in his heart. Chapter 58. Teaching Chidori. After thinking for a long time, Kakashi could only understand the literal meaning of Chinchuang's words. He shook his head in frustration, not wanting to dwell on them anymore, and instead thought of the unique ninjutsu Chinchuang had used earlier, which had given him a strange feeling. Although conflicted, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. Chinchuang, was that thrusting lightning release ninjutsu you used earlier from the Uchiha clan? In his memory, there was no such ninjutsu in Konoha, and the only possibility was that it was passed down within the Uchiha clan. He didn't dare to think that Chinchuang had created it himself. Upon hearing this, Chinchuang was slightly surprised. Although he had created Chidori before meeting Kakashi, it seemed natural that Kakashi, as an original character from the story, would take an interest in the Chidori he used. Understanding this, Chinchuang noticed the eager look in Kakashi's eyes and waved his hand, replying, "It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Kakashi felt a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as it wasn't a family inheritance ninjutsu, it meant he had the opportunity to learn. However, Chinchuang's next words struck him again. This is actually my original ninjutsu. Although this was the truth, saying such a thing to a true original creator made Chinchuang feel a bit guilty. What? Original? Kakashi widened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought he fully understood everything. But after their conversation, the gap between them seemed to grow rather than diminish. Even after being guided by Minato, he still felt a bit unbalanced. Moreover, since this was someone else's original ninjutsu, it was unlikely that a person he had only known for a few days would fully teach it to him. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. All the changes in his expression were noticed by Chinchuang, who immediately understood his thoughts and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. But after some consideration, since Chidori was originally Kakashi's ninjutsu, and teaching him would also earn him a favor, he made a decision. Kakashi, what do you think of this ninjutsu of mine? Chinchuang began to guide him gently. Without thinking, Kakashi blurted out, "It has powerful explosive force and penetration. It's a great ninjutsu." But he added in his heart, "But it has nothing to do with me." "Then do you want to learn this ninjutsu from me?" Chinchuang looked at Kakashi with a smile, watching his expression shift from confusion to surprise, and finally to excitement. "Such an important ninjutsu, can I really learn it?" he thought, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Chinchuang nodded without hesitation. "Of course, this is my ninjutsu, and I can teach it to whoever I want. But we have only been together for a few days." Hatake Kakashi hesitated. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, who would casually teach their ninjutsu to others? Those who receive the true teachings are usually disciples or important family members. He was genuinely afraid that Chinchuang might make some outrageous request later. Seeing Kakashi's obvious hesitation, Chinchuang secretly complained, "But doubting me while I'm offering free benefits? I can't tell you that this is actually the ninjutsu you'll create in the future, can I?" Left with no choice, Chinchuang raised her arm and hugged Kakashi's shoulder, then started to persuade him. Think about it. After this mission, we have been partners who have lived and died together. Since we are partners, it's just sharing a ninjutsu. You could trust me and learn it. After hearing Qin coaxing explanation, Kakashi's doubts miraculously diminished by more than half, as the temptation of Chidori was simply too great. Thank you, Qin. Kakashi felt an overwhelming excitement, and his gratitude and closeness to Qin had reached an unprecedented height. Of course, if he knew that Qin was using his own ninjutsu to win favors from him, it would have been a different outcome. In the following time, Qin began to teach Kakashi Chidori, while Kakashi listened attentively to her explanations, not daring to miss a single word. Although they were supposed to be on guard duty, they engaged in this other activity, and fortunately, no danger occurred, and gradually, the sky began to brighten. It must be said that Hitaki Kakashi was indeed an extraordinary genius. In just one night, he had completely mastered the nature transformation of Chidori. He was exceptionally excited at this moment, no longer resembling the aloof Kakashi from before. In contrast, Qin had developed some faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that teaching Kakashi ninjutsu for the entire night had consumed a considerable amount of her energy. Good morning, everyone. The three who had rested the whole night began to wake up one after another. Just after waking up, Minato Namikaze rubbed his still sleepy eyes, and then his gaze focused on the excited Hitaki Kakashi, wondering what had happened. He looked at the somewhat fatigued Qin, although he didn't know the details. His intuition told him that Kakashi's ability to regain his spirits was definitely related to Qin. He then showed Qin a gentle smile mixed with some apology. Thank you, Qin. After all, guiding and helping students should be the responsibility of a teacher like him. Qin responded with a kind smile and shook her head. Namikaze Minato, showing some concern, said, I can see you're not feeling well. Do you need to rest a bit more? I'm sorry, Qin, for delaying your rest because of me. It was only after hearing this that the excited Kakashi Hitaki finally noticed Qin's fatigue, and his gratitude towards her deepened. No need, Teacher Minato. Qin, touched by Minato's thoughtfulness, still declined his suggestion, saying, I can't let my situation delay the progress of the mission. Besides, I could take a short break while on the road. It doesn't have to take up travel time. Minato could only nod and said, all right then, but if anything special happens, you must let us know. We will slow down our pace a bit while continuing on our journey. Qin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It was only now that he truly sensed the charisma of Minato Namikaze. This meticulous warmth was hard not to like. No wonder he gained a large number of followers in Konoha and became Hokage. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi, who were completely unaware of the situation, were puzzled. However, seeing Qin's somewhat fatigued appearance, and with Minato having spoken, they did not refuse. After a brief rest, the five of them set off again on their journey to the kingdom of Douluo. Since this area was at the junction of forest and desert, they quickly found themselves standing on an endless expanse of yellow sand. The vast desert resembled a golden ocean, shimmering under the sun like countless stars twinkling. With no boundaries in sight, wandering in the endless desert for several days, Qin felt as if he was about to be sun-dried. Finally, guided by the map, a magnificent structure seemed to suddenly appear before everyone's eyes. Chapter 59. Naruto, it seems this is Douluo. Kakashi Hitaki said lazily with a weak tone. The excitement of mastering the Chidori had long been worn away in the desert, and he had returned to his normal state. All right, now we are about to truly begin this mission. Minato waved his hand, and everyone gathered around knowingly. According to the intelligence we currently possess, there's a rather ambitious minister in the kingdom of Douluo named Lushan. Undoubtedly, he will be our biggest enemy in this mission. Minato's expression was particularly serious, but we did not know his abilities or trump cards. So, we need to gather as much information as possible before that. Kakashi interjected, having identified the key point. Minato nodded in agreement. That's right, so next we will split into two groups to gather intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Minato grouped himself with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi, while Qin and Kakashi formed the second group. After the arrangements were made, Minato took out a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch and, after hesitating for a moment, handed it to Qin. This is a special kunai marked with my Flying Thunder God technique. If you encounter danger, infuse it with chakra, and I will rush over immediately. Minato chose to give the kunai to Qin because Qin was stronger. If danger arose, he would be more capable of creating an opportunity to activate the kunai. Once everything was arranged, the five of them put on masks at Minato's request and then began their separate actions. Qin, Where should we gather intelligence? Since the incident of teaching Chidori, Kakashi had completely recognized Qinshuang, and their relationship had been steadily improving. Now, they could be considered good friends. Qinshuang pondered for a moment and made a decision. Let's go to the square and ask someone directly. From a distance, the square in front of the architectural center was filled with a dense crowd, and without a doubt, the coronation ceremony of the new queen was about to begin. Although Kakashi was somewhat surprised by Qinshuang's bold decision, he thought about it and chose to agree. After all, it was the simplest and most direct approach. Moreover, they had Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, so if they encountered any dangers they couldn't handle, they could always call for help. After some inquiries, they learned about the minister in Lushan. And Lushan had suddenly appeared 6 years ago, and with his help, Lulon had transformed from its original barren state into the towering buildings it had today. However, not long ago, the former queen had passed away under mysterious circumstances. And, as Qinshuang had anticipated, they were currently holding a welcome ceremony for the new queen. Suddenly, a melodious music began to play softly, and in the center of the square, an elegant figure emerged from the crowd, revealing a woman dressed in a magnificent gown. As soon as she appeared, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Qinshuang watched this scene with a slightly furrowed brow, knowing that an unexpected turn in the plot was about to occur. Sure enough, a mysterious hand reached out from behind the woman and pushed her down, causing the ground beneath her feet to collapse. And she suddenly fell from the high building. At a critical moment, a blurry yellow figure caught it, then stumbled and fell down. Qinshuang's gaze focused. Although the speed was very fast, he still saw the person clearly in an instant. The person was around 16 or 17 years old, with the same golden hair color as Namake's Minato. Who else could it be but Uzumaki Naruto? Qinshuang's heartbeat quickened as he saw Naruto. He could no longer suppress the panic about the unknown future in his heart. He feared he wouldn't be able to accept the future that Naruto spoke of. But fear aside, what needed to be faced still had to be faced. Qinshuang quickly ran towards the spot where the two had fallen with Hitaki Kakashi. On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki caught the falling woman, but due to the sudden increase in weight, he momentarily lost his balance and was about to fall backward. At that moment, a hand reached out from behind and pushed him back from the brink of falling. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and turned around with a smile, saying, "Thank you." But the next moment, he furrowed his brow because he saw two familiar masks. "You two aren't with those three, are you? Who exactly are you?" Naruto said warily, protecting the woman he had just saved behind him. Standing opposite him were Qinshuang and Hitaki Kakashi. From his earlier words, it was clear that he had already encountered Minato Namake's group. "Why are you here? As a Konoha ninja, in a place like this?" Kakashi said, glancing at Naruto with some disdain. In his view, Naruto resembled Obito somewhat, carefree and somewhat foolish. "Ah, what the heck?" Naruto said, scratching his head in frustration. "So where exactly is this place? I ended up here for no reason. This is the land of Lulon." The woman behind Naruto suddenly replied. After some introductions, they learned that the woman in front of them was the new queen of Lulon, while Naruto was puzzled, unable to understand why Lulon, which had just been ruins, had now transformed into what it was. "Sensei Minato." Following Kakashi's voice, Minato Namake's group arrived. "I didn't expect you all to be here too." Minato first looked at Qinshuang and Kakashi with surprise, then turned his gaze to Naruto. "We meet again. It seems you didn't keep our promise." "Of course, how could I leave without understanding the situation here?" Naruto said, looking wary. "Say, you guys aren't here to harm the Queen of Lulon, are you? Fool, if we were really here to kill her, do you think you would have time to chatter here?" Qinshuang said helplessly. Minato nodded. "We are not here to assassinate the Queen. On the contrary, we are here to protect her." "Protect her?" Naruto said suspiciously, clearly still not convinced. Minato immediately took off his mask, revealing the Leaf Village forehead protector on his head. When Naruto saw Minato's face, he felt a sense of déjà vu and pondered deeply. "Ah, I remember now," Naruto said, his eyes shining as he looked at Minato. "Big brother, your face looks just like the fourth Hokage on Hokage Rock." Upon hearing this, Qinshuang's body shook. It sounded like Naruto didn't know Minato's identity, which meant that Minato and his wife would die on the night of the Nine Tails. Although he deduced this information, Qinshuang remained calm because it didn't directly relate to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, on the night of the Nine Tails, the entire Uchiha clan would receive an order to refrain from action, and it was reasonable that he hadn't acted. But the only uncertainty was whether the one who released the Nine Tails would still be Obito, or if Madara Uchiha had found someone else. Chapter 60. Sasuke, has he defected? Fourth Hokage? Akimichi Chusa scratched the back of his head, in confusion. But wasn't the Hokage only at the third? Let's talk about this after the mission is over. Minato already had some guesses in his mind, but the urgent matter now was to resolve the crisis in Lulon. By the way, Sensei Minato, do you have any leads? Kakashi asked. The information he and Qinshuang had gathered was common knowledge in this place and did not contain anything crucial. Minato nodded, looking at Naruto with meaningful eyes. It is said that 6 years ago, a ninja named Baizu suddenly appeared in the land of Lulon. This guy has been using the power of Lolon's dragon vein to develop puppet weapons. Oh right, Naruto exclaimed, slapping his head excitedly. Our mission is to capture this guy, named Baizu. Please stop lying here. The queen, Sarah, who had been quietly listening, said angrily. There is no one named Baizu in Lulon. There was only an excellent minister named Lushan who came to Lulon 6 years ago. Seeing this poor soul who was still speaking for someone while being kept in the dark, Qinshuang sighed with pity. What if that person is lying to you? I can't believe that. It's clearly you who suddenly appeared that is more suspicious. Is that really the case? Qinshuang's gaze through the mask was like a sword. Since you fell from the building until now, has anyone come to look for you? Sarah was stunned, and even Naruto, who was trying to persuade her beside her, was also taken aback. They had been thinking about Lushan all along and had overlooked these subtle details. At this moment, doubt finally appeared on Sarah's face for the first time. No, I must go back to confirm. She suddenly turned around and walked away. Hey, Sarah, where are you going? Seeing Sarah walk away, Naruto hurriedly chased after her. Minato watched Naruto chase after Sarah and did not stop him. Since that's the case, let Naruto protect Her Majesty the Queen. As for Kakashi and Qinshuang, I have a special task to assign to. Sensei Minato. Qinshuang knew that Minato was about to assign tasks, but this meant he couldn't continue to get close to Naruto. How could he gather intelligence if he couldn't get close? I think the guy named Naruto is somewhat unreliable. Let me help. This. Minato thought for a moment, but still agreed. All right, then the task of protecting Her Majesty the Queen will be entrusted to you. Qinshuang felt a surge of joy in her heart as she nodded seriously and chased after the direction where the two had already left. Hey, Naruto. With all her might using the body flicker technique, Qinshuang quickly caught up with Naruto Uzumaki, but Sarah was not beside him. It's you little brat, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Qinshuang with a surprised expression. Qinshuang suppressed her anger and did not strike her already clenched fist at Naruto's face. She didn't know why being called kid by a junior made her inexplicably furious, even though, in terms of age, she was indeed younger than him. Haven't you found Sarah yet? Unsurprisingly, Naruto nodded slightly, looking a bit disappointed. Qinshuang patted his arm, originally intending to pat his shoulder, but the two were a head apart, making it impossible for her to reach. In that case, let me help you look for her. The two searched for Sarah's traces while Qinshuang pretended to chat casually with Naruto. Naruto, it seems like you've gotten separated from your teammates? Yeah, as he thought about this, a hint of disappointment and worry appeared in Naruto's eyes. I suddenly saw a flash of white light during the capture, and then I ended up here. Qinshuang looked at his expression and smiled slightly, saying, seeing how worried you are, you must have a good relationship with your teammates. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately perked up. Of course, we're the best team, but then he seemed to remember something sad, and his mood dropped again, although one guy just silently walked away. Qinshuang was shocked. Did Sasuke leave? Logically, if he had changed the fate of his clan's destruction, Sasuke should have no reason to betray the village anymore. Could it be that the entire Uchiha clan had defected? Or he didn't dare to think about what happened next, even though his mind was racing with deductions. He couldn't stop the nails digging deeper into his palm. Found it. Naruto's exclamation shifted Qinshuang's attention. It turned out he had spotted Sarah's figure in a building. Qinshuang forced herself to suppress her anxious feelings and followed along. Hey, Sarah. Just a few meters away from Sarah, Naruto excitedly called out. Before Sarah could react, a hand suddenly reached out from the door beside them without warning, pulling Sarah into the room. Not good. Sarah's figure disappeared from sight, and both of them became alert at the same time. Qinshuang, feeling quite upset, quickly used her teleportation technique and, in the blink of an eye, entered the room. Naruto immediately followed her in, and as he stepped into the room, he saw that Qinshuang had already drawn her long knife, protecting Sarah behind her. The blade was flowing with intense flames, causing the masked figures in front, armed with wooden sticks and forks, to tremble in fear. Who are you? Even through their masks, Naruto could feel the coldness in Qinshuang's gaze, as if it were frozen ice from 1,000 years. Please, don't kill me. We're not bad people. A chubby figure at the front spoke in a somewhat childish voice, filled with extreme panic, clearly intimidated by Qinshuang's presence. The leader of the masked figures was the first to remove the cloth covering their face. "I apologize. My name is Yako. We just have something we want to request from Her Majesty the Queen." The masked figures behind her also successively revealed their true faces, ranging from a 60-year-old elder to children under 10 years old, clearly not looking like bad people at all. Qin Shuang slowly sheathed her knife, and the people who had been too scared to breathe finally let out a sigh of relief. Sarah inquired about the reason, and learned that in Lushan had taken their family members in the name of the queen to do hard labor, and they had not returned since. They had originally planned to take Sarah and the others to the square to find out more, but were stopped by Qin Shuang. There are too many people going, which could easily lead to danger. They should stay hidden here. Faced with this not very tall, but imposing Konoha ninja, they did not dare to say anything, fearing that they might get a knife in return. Sarah, considering Qin Shuang's perspective, also tacitly agreed with his view. However, before setting off, she specially promised the villagers, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring your family members back to you." With the villagers' hopeful gazes, the three of them successfully reached the square above ground through the tunnel dug by the villagers. Chapter 61. Preaching Wow. So beautiful. As soon as they arrived above ground, Sarah joyfully stared at the parade of flower floats in the center of the square, her eyes wide open and seemingly forgetting her purpose entirely. "Haven't you noticed anything?" Qin Shuang's voice came from behind. "Notice what?" Sarah turned her head, slightly puzzled, looking at Qin Shuang, feeling that the person in front of her was inexplicable, while Naruto also curiously looked at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang helplessly shook her head and turned her gaze to Sarah. "You fell from a high building in front of everyone, and they not only don't worry about you, but are here watching the parade. Don't you find that strange?" "Hey, now that you mention it, it does seem that way." Naruto scratched his head and began to look around. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a direction. "You guys look, what is that?" He couldn't help but shout out loud. Sarah and Qin Shuang followed Naruto's line of sight and saw an unforgettable scene on the high platform where Sarah had previously stood. There was Sarah, a puppet made of her, standing on the platform, receiving waves and cheers from the crowd. At that moment, Sarah's face turned pale. Anyone with eyes could see in Lushan's intention. He was going to replace the queen with a real puppet. Qin Shuang drew her ninja blade and gently slashed it across the head of the nearest commoner in front of her. The person immediately collapsed, completely limp. Qin Shuang reacted quickly, catching the body with one hand and then throwing it in front of Sarah. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly a puppet. "Is this a puppet?" Naruto's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine that this lively scene was all orchestrated by puppets. It's a trick, right? How could Lushan do something like this? The truth was right in front of him, and Sarah felt everything in her mind collapse. She ran out without a second thought. "Hey, where are you going?" Naruto wanted to call out to Sarah, but there was no way to stop her, so he hurriedly followed her. Qin Shuang helplessly rubbed her head and followed along. After all, if this queen didn't get her act together, they would never be able to defeat in Lushan. The two of them followed Sarah to a corner of the square, where Sarah finally stopped, curling up in the corner with a look of despair, humming an unknown tune. Under Naruto's comfort, Sarah finally expressed the pain of losing her mother that she had buried in her heart for so long. Looking at Sarah's pitiful appearance, Qin Shuang couldn't help but remember how she had once felt as lonely and helpless as he did, and a sense of sympathy and emotion arose in her heart. "You are not the only one who has lost a loved one in this world. My parents also left me forever when I was very young." Originally, Qin Shuang had been watching coldly from the sidelines, but she stepped forward to Sarah and slowly removed the mask from her face. Both Sarah and Naruto were taken aback by Qin Shuang's appearance, instantly captivated. With her fair complexion and distinct features, although still youthful, her deep black eyes were filled with an indescribable charm, and the pendant hanging from one ear added an air of mystery and coldness. Sarah couldn't help but blush slightly, and after realizing it, she secretly pinched herself, scolding herself for her lack of composure. Meanwhile, Naruto wore a nostalgic expression, seemingly recalling a beautiful memory. Seeing the different expressions on their faces, Qin Shuang continued to speak to herself. "Although they are gone, the will of the deceased will forever remain in my heart. I will protect my family and my people in their place." Saying this, Qin Shuang cast a sharp gaze at Sarah. "What about you? What is it that you should do? Or will you just continue to be so despondent?" Qin Shuang, although sympathetic, still used stern words to admonish the other person. Facing Qin Shuang's gaze, Sarah felt inexplicably timid. But after thinking carefully, her gaze became resolute once again. "You're right, I must inherit my mother's will. I will stand tall and protect my people." Seeing Sarah regain her fighting spirit, Qin Shuang felt somewhat relieved, but then also a bit strange. perhaps due to the resonance. Qin Shuang had just been emotionally stirred and unconsciously started to lecture, seemingly taking over Naruto's role. Could it be that I have a talent for verbal persuasion? He couldn't help but glance at Naruto, but Naruto was completely oblivious to their recent conversation, instead scrutinizing Qin Shuang with great focus. Why are you looking at me? Qin Shuang said somewhat irritably. You remind me of someone I know, Naruto replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. But I might be mistaken. How could you possibly be related to that person? Qin Shuang was completely confused and couldn't understand Naruto's cryptic mutterings. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no time for him to think more about it. Sarah immediately led the two of them towards the power tower where the pipes gathered. They easily evaded the patrolling mechanical soldiers, and the three successfully infiltrated the bottom of the tower, seeing the common people being forced to labor like slaves. Both Sarah and Naruto were extremely angry. Guilt and regret filled Sarah's eyes as she immediately cut off the flow of power from the dragon vein to the factory. This should do it. I've terminated the energy supply from the dragon vein to the factory. It probably isn't that simple. Qin Shuang looked around, and everywhere were parts of mechanical soldiers produced by the factory. The weapons manufactured were already numerous. Sarah also noticed this. What should we do? Faced with so many war machines, she felt even more nervous. Having read the original work, Qin Shuang knew how to solve it and directly told her the final solution. We can only completely seal the dragon vein and cut off Lushan's connection to it to truly stop him. Okay, Sarah nodded firmly without doubt. I'll go do it right now. Where are you going, my esteemed queen? Before anyone was seen, the surrounding parts began to assemble under the dense web of chakra lines. Next to the railing above the three, a greasy uncle with a full beard and a plump figure appeared. Lushan, bastard, it's really you, Baiju. Although Lushan had transformed from a firewood stick into a plump uncle, Naruto still recognized him at first glance. An insignificant brat from Konoha. Lushan merely glanced at Naruto with indifference before losing interest and shifting his gaze to Qin Shuang, contemplating. I didn't expect you to understand so well. It was clear that everything Qin Shuang had just said reached Lushan's ears. He was indeed surprised that Qin Shuang could think of these things, but it only strengthened his resolve to eliminate Sarah. Lushan, as your queen, I command you to immediately stop your plans and release the people you have enslaved. At this moment, Sarah still held a glimmer of hope that Lushan might turn back from the wrong path. But unfortunately, the reality was contrary to her expectations. Chapter 62. Lushan's threats, it seems you already know so much. Lushan's expression gradually darkened. Then it can't be. All right, are you just going to start making threats? There's nothing new about it. Qin Shuang did not indulge him and interrupted before he could finish. On the surface, she seemed to be annoyed by his rambling, but only Qin Shuang understood that if Lushan continued, he would surely reveal that Sarah's mother was killed by him. By then, Sarah would inevitably fall into despair, and it would take Naruto a lot of effort to cheer her up. It was too troublesome, and Qin Shuang didn't want to wait. She simply decided to cut off the root cause and shut Lushan's mouth. Sarah, you go close the dragon vein. This is something only you can do. As for Lushan, I will hold him off. That's right, we'll take care of holding this guy off. Naruto chimed in, looking eager to try. No, it's me, not us. Qin Shuang gave Naruto a somewhat disdainful look. I have another very important task to assign to you. Upon hearing very important, Naruto ignored Qin Shuang's strange gaze and eagerly asked, what is the task? Qin Shuang naturally pointed to the people bound by chains in the center and said, save them. What? Naruto felt tricked and a bit angry. Why should it be anyone else but him to save the people? Are you confident you can hold him back? Qin Shuang asked. Are you confident? Naruto retorted defiantly. Watching the two argue over task assignments before the fight even began, Sarah, who had just witnessed Lushan's betrayal, felt her initial disappointment vanish and quickly intervened. Stop arguing. The priority now is to stop Lushan's plan. Indeed, I will stop him. Naruto, you go save the people. Qin Shuang immediately picked up on Sarah's words, and Naruto gritted his teeth, finally running off to rescue the enslaved citizens. Sarah also turned and ran towards the outside of the power tower. There's no way I'm letting you ruin my plan. Lushan's face turned ashen, and with a wave of his hand, countless puppets surged forward to block Sarah's path. Your opponent is me, Qin Shuang said, striking down, and the puppet blocking Sarah was instantly shattered. Lushan's attacks were far from over. The number of puppets not only didn't decrease, but increased. Yet all were severed from their controlling chakra lines by Qin Shuang. Sarah was able to exit the factory without obstruction. Seeing that his puppet army couldn't do anything to Qian Shuang and watching Sarah slip away right under his nose, and Lu Shan's eyes turned fierce. Sarah was the only one who could restrain him. He absolutely could not allow her to continue living. Damn brat, let me show you my ultimate form. He transformed, and the shattered puppet parts that Qian Shuang had destroyed began to pile towards him, quickly forming a monstrous spider puppet. He raised its sharp forelimbs and began to slash wildly at Qian Shuang. Qian Shuang knew it was unwise to confront him head-on, so she dodged in Lu Shan's strike instead. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Flames spread along the blade as Qian Shuang took advantage of the moment when Lu Shan was regaining his strength, swinging the searing blade towards Lu Shan's thick spider leg. The destructive power of a ninja sword engulfed in flames was immense, with just a single clash. It severed Lu Shan's 2 front limbs. The cold light of the Thousand Frost blade flashed again, and Lu Shan's remaining 6 limbs were severed in the same manner. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shan had transformed into a spider-like creature that could be slaughtered at will. Useless. In Lulan, my power is limitless. A terrifying and gloomy voice echoed from the giant spider again, and the severed 8 limbs instantly restored to their original state. The sharp spider legs once again lunged at Qian Shuang, but this time, Qian Shuang chose not to retaliate. Instead, he focused solely on dodging. He knew that as long as Sarah had not sealed the dragon vein, he could not inflict any real damage on this giant. At that moment, Lu Shan's enormous body suddenly exploded, broken limbs flying in all directions, filling the air with clouds of black smoke. Sensing something, Qian Shuang looked up. He saw 3 figures rapidly descend beside him. It was Minato Namikaze and his companions. Are you okay, Qian Shuang? Minato smiled, but his gaze was fixed on Lu Shan at the center of the explosion. Akimichi Dingswo approached and patted Qian Shuang's shoulder with his robust hand. Well done. This guy cannot be defeated by anyone in Lulan. The only way is to have Sarah seal the dragon vein. Qian Shuang explained seriously. So before that, we must hold this guy off as much as possible. Is that so? I understand. Minato nodded gravely and then looked up as the explosions resumed. Buildings falling from the sky like raindrops onto the spider puppet. It seems like Kakashi is making good progress. Above, Kakashi was frantically repeating the process of sticking explosive tags and detonating them. The massive factory already destroyed beyond recognition. Don't interfere with me, you wretched Konoha ninjas. And Lu Shan's voice echoed again from the smoke, but this time it sounded somewhat frantic. Dingswa, Shimi, Minato called out, and the two immediately understood. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Dingswa raised his enlarged arm and threw a punch, the immense force sending the restored Lu Shan crashing into a wall. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of dark parasitic insects surged from all directions, enveloping the massive puppet in an attempt to drain its chakra. The puppet, completely covered in insects, was soon eroded to the point of becoming like a pile of mud, helplessly falling to the ground. Its massive weight crashing through the tower's base and creating a sizable pit on the ground. Did we succeed? Looking at the dark pit, Akimichi Dingswa asked. It probably isn't that simple, Qian Shuang said with a grave expression. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless parts began to converge towards Lu Shan, and this time his body visibly increased in size, an unparalleled ominous aura emanating from him. Let me show you my brand new body. The gigantic puppet had already far surpassed its previous spider form in size, making Qian Shuang and the others seem like ants in comparison. And Lu Shan's enormous body leaped up, no longer paying attention to Qian Shuang and the others, and landed on the ground. Sarah, where have you run off to? And Lu Shan's unwilling voice echoed throughout Lulan. He could not allow Sarah to seal the dragon vein. Meanwhile, under Qian Shuang's foresight, Sarah had already arrived above the dragon vein, and upon hearing Lu Shan shout, she dared not hesitate. This is bad. After looking around and not finding any trace of Sarah, Lu Shan's heart flashed with a sense of foreboding. He dared not linger and immediately rushed towards the dragon vein. Chapter 63. Delay. How could I let you succeed? Naruto, responsible for rescuing people, appeared on the square at some point. Seeing Lu Shan about to chase after Sarah, he could not let that happen and immediately formed a Rasengan to throw at him. However, the giant puppet merely lifted its arm and swatted Naruto away, ignoring him entirely as it charged towards the dragon vein again. Are you okay? The group of 4, originally at the tower's base, had now rushed out and just landed on the ground when they saw Naruto being flung away. I'm Fine. The civilians have been moved to safety. Let's stop that centipede. I have to say, Naruto is indeed tenacious. Being knocked away so far and still getting back up like it's nothing. Could it be because of the tailed beast? Qin mused to himself. They all knew they needed to buy time for Sarah to seal the dragon vein, so they continued to chase after Lushan without stopping. I will never let you. Just as Naruto, having used his small and agile size to reach near Lushan, was about to rush forward, he was stopped by Akimichi Dingswa raising his hand. Wait, this is our job. The nearby Aburame Shimi also stepped in front of Naruto. Let's split up. You go protect Sarah. That will save more time. Naruto was somewhat reluctant to argue, but was stopped by Minato. They are right. We will go to Her Majesty the Queen. But Naruto hesitated, but in the end, he compromised. Fine, I'll leave this to you. Then he followed Qin and Minato towards the direction of the dragon vein. You wretched guys, I will never let you near the dragon vein. Lushan panicked, controlling the puppet to charge over. Such words are better left until after you defeat us. As they spoke, Aburame Shimi and Akimichi Dingswa had already assumed their stances. Secret technique, insecte déception technique. Countless parasitic insects swarmed up from the ground beneath the puppet, slowing its movements, and a dark pillar of insects shot up into the sky, quickly surrounding the puppet. Then it's up to you, Dingswa. Leave it to me. Akimichi Dingswa tossed a pill into the air, his corpulent body leaping high with incredible agility, swallowing the pill, and instantly growing several times larger, transforming into a giant in the blink of an eye. The enlarged Akimichi Dingswa wasted no time, swinging the puppet's tail and performing a series of grappling moves. After the dust settled, the puppet lay limp in the pit it created, unmoving. However, the expected scene of the insects draining the puppet's chakra did not occur. A bolt of lightning struck down. An immense chakra surged back into the puppet's body, an endless supply of energy that even the Aburame clan's insects could not completely digest. This level of chakra, I can give you as much as you want. And Lushan laughed triumphantly, causing the expressions of the two on the opposite side to grow increasingly grave. Puppet spiral fist. And Lushan dared not waste any time, controlling the puppet's massive fist to swing at Akimichi Dingswa. Under the endless energy supplied to the puppet, the two quickly fell to defeat, the raging energy creating a massive wave that blasted a hole above the dragon vein. Just having entered the dragon vein a short while ago, Naruto and his companions immediately saw Lushan coming in through the hole. I will never let you pass here. Seeing this, Naruto immediately summoned shadow clones under Minato's watch and formed another Rasengan, launching another attack at the puppet. But this was still futile. With a flick of its tail, Lushan sent Naruto flying back faster than before. Minato looked at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand with some surprise, but quickly regained his composure. You guys go protect the queen. I'll find his weakness. No way. This guy is too dangerous. Naruto countered. All right, stop being wishy-washy. Let us hurry up. Qin couldn't listen any longer. At such a critical moment, there was still time for banter. He reminded Naruto irritably, what are you saying? Damn brat. Naruto, in a fit of anger, retorted without holding back. Being called a brat by his junior made Qin mouth twitch, but thinking of his mission, he pulled Naruto along and continued towards the dragon vein below. Wave Wind, Minato watched the two bicker with a wry smile. Then, through the flying thunder god, Kunai, from his hand, executing the shadow clone technique with shuriken, the kunai transformed into thousands mid-flight, mercilessly crashing into the puppet like a rain of light. Bang, 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 bang. The fierce impact struck, and the puppet's body was immediately riddled with holes, its massive form momentarily stalling, revealing the spider puppet that had previously transformed from Lushan in the gaping hole on its chest. It seems this is your weakness. Just as Wave Wind Minato was about to take action, another bolt of lightning struck down. The puppet, bathed in the immense energy, instantly healed from the damage just inflicted. The puppet roared, seeing that Sarah had already approached the dragon vein, and disregarding Wave Wind Minato and the front-running Qin and Naruto, it charged towards the dragon vein. Qin, Naruto, Wave Wind Minato followed closely behind, but for a moment, he was still distanced by Lushan. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Qin leaped high, and flames like a tidal wave surged down from above, cascading toward the puppet like a waterfall, instantly engulfing its entire body. However, the puppet seemed unfazed, its massive mouth slightly ajar as it absorbed all the flames into its belly. Then, with a flick of its tail, it sent Naruto, who was charging in again, flying. Was this level of attack still ineffective? Qin was not surprised at all. Without closing the dragon vein, and Lushan was simply unsolvable. Is your fire release only at this level? And Lushan's mocking voice came from the puppet. Let me show you the power of my fire release. Dragon Vein, Grand Dragon Fire. A thick pipe extended from the puppet's giant mouth, and a scorching wave like a fire serpent surged forth, but the target was not Shinchuan, but Sarah, who was already close to the dragon vein. "Sarah!" Naruto shouted, but he was already at the end of his strength and could not stop the incredibly fast fire serpent. In the distance, Sarah seemed to have noticed the situation, but at this moment, her will was firm. Although she was scared, she did not stop. In this critical moment, Minato finally arrived. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall rose up, colliding head-on with the oncoming flames, but fortunately, it managed to withstand the attack just in the nick of time. Naruto's worried expression finally relaxed, but having exhausted himself earlier, he was now slightly unsteady, his body heaving as he gasped for breath. Is he already unable to continue this quickly? Unlushan, who was close at hand, would not miss such a good opportunity, as his tail swiftly coiled around Naruto, trying to strangle him. Shinchuan suddenly appeared beside Naruto, pulling him to perform the body flicker technique, narrowly avoiding the puppet's tail. Chapter 64 ends. Are you okay? Shinchuan looked at Naruto with concern. Naruto weakly shook his head, forcing himself to stand straight. Minato Namikaze also arrived beside them. Naruto. Minato stared intently at Naruto. I'll create an opportunity. You find a chance to finish him with a Rasengan. Naruto shook his head helplessly, but I can no longer gather chakra. It's okay. I'll lend you a hand. Minato said gently. No, the Rasengan is a technique of the fourth Hokage. Only I and the pervy sage can use it. That's what I'm saying. I can use it too. Minato smiled slightly, his eyes filled with an unclear meaning. Shinchuan, watching from the side, was taken aback. Could this guy have guessed that Naruto was his son? However, since both of them had blonde hair, it didn't seem too surprising. While pondering, Naruto extended his right hand under Minato's urging, and with Minato's help, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his hand. Immediately after, Minato also formed one, causing Naruto to exclaim in surprise. The two Rasengans drew closer together, gradually showing signs of fusion. What's going on? Naruto watched the two responding Rasengans visibly enlarge. Filled with curiosity, after using the Rasengan for so many years, he had no idea such a thing was possible. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he said earnestly, when chakra of the same nature comes close, it resonates. After merging, it can produce the strongest Rasengan. As he spoke, the spheres in their hands completely fused together, and the dissipating energy swirled around them, forming a protective shield. What is this? Naruto was momentarily stunned. This power was far beyond that of an ordinary Rasengan. Not knowing when Minato had come up with the name, he shone with brilliance and proclaimed loudly, "This is the most powerful Taiji Rasengan." What technique is this? Noticing the Rasengans in their hands, Unlushan immediately shifted his focus to Naruto. Another bolt of lightning struck down, and the massive chakra once again elevated the puppet to its peak, then began to gather towards the mouthpiece. Let me show you my strongest technique. Unlushan roared, Dragon Pulse Super Fire Technique. A fire serpent, twice as massive as before, erupted, violently crashing and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Unlushan saw that the place where Naruto and the others had stood was completely devoid of dust. Sneering in mockery, he turned his head back to Sarah. To his astonishment, the three who should have been turned to ashes by his ninjutsu were standing there unharmed. At this moment, with the delay caused by the Konoha ninjas, Sarah had successfully closed the Dragon Pulse. It's time to end this. Minato was about to rush in to create an opening for Naruto when a figure blocked his path. Teacher Minato, let me handle this. You helped Naruto stabilize the Rasengan. Shinchuan stepped forward, voluntarily taking on the task of creating an opening. Minato was taken aback, but nodded. All right, just be careful. He then retreated back to Naruto's side. Shinchuan put away the ninja blade and took out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Imitating the way Minato Namikaze had just done, he threw it out. Could it be that he is going to? Watching his technique, Minato seemed to realize something. Shadow Clone Technique with Shuriken. The shuriken instantly transformed into thousands, shooting out rapidly. However, compared to Minato, it still seemed to lack something, although it similarly left the puppet riddled with holes. The body of Unlushan on its chest did not reveal itself. Just now, when he saw Teacher Minato perform it, Shinchuan couldn't help but turn his head to explain to Minato that he had just copied it with the Sharingan, so he wasn't very skilled at it yet. Minato's expression gradually shifted from surprise to a bitter smile. He had learned it, and there was no way he could make Shinchuan forget it. Besides, it wasn't a particularly important technique. Shinchuan turned his gaze back to the puppet. Without the enhancement of the dragon vein, The speed at which his wounds healed was no longer what it used to be. In that case, Naruto, keep close to me, Qin said in a deep voice. Naruto was a bit confused, but still responded. Just as he spoke, a piercing bird cry suddenly erupted, and Naruto looked incredulously at the scene before him. Is that Chidori? Naruto thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes, but he could still clearly see the lightning in Qin hand. Hey, who taught you Chidori? Such questions could wait until they dealt with the current trouble. Qin ignored Naruto, and the sharp current in his hand seemed to pierce through space, shooting out like an arrow. You guy. Not receiving a response from Qin, Naruto felt a bit anxious, but he understood the importance of the situation, so he followed with the Taiji Rasengan in hand. Qin led the way, with Naruto closely following behind, and Lushan attempted to use his remaining strength to stop Qin, but was repeatedly thwarted by the Chidori in his hand. Seeing this, the distant Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and said a meaningful phrase. It seems these little ones have grown up. As Qin and Naruto drew nearer, and Lushan wanted to obstruct them, but without the power of the dragon vein, he was like a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Finally, a brilliant flash of lightning pierced through the puppet's chest, wreaking havoc and quickly revealing an Lushan inside. At that moment, the Chidori in Qin hand had already been nearly depleted. Qin looked at the gradually extinguishing thunder in her hand with a lingering sense of wanting more. It seemed that the power of Qianbird was still somewhat lacking. If this sentence were to be heard by the ninjas who died under this move, they would definitely sit up in anger. Lacking power? That depends on who it's used against. It might be lacking against puppets, but if used on a person, wouldn't it take them down with just one strike? Not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer, Qin immediately withdrew her hand, pushed off with her feet, and performed a backflip to land back on the ground. After Qin exited the scene, Naruto followed closely behind and accurately struck the exposed Lushan with his Rasengan. Thanks to Qin clearing the path, Naruto had a smooth journey. Boom! The violent energy ruthlessly tore through the puppet's body, completely piercing the massive puppet. No, the history of the 5 great ninja nations should operate as I wish. And Lushan roared unwillingly, his resentment reaching its peak. I will destroy you along with the dragon vein. In the next moment, his body unhesitatingly plunged into the depths of the dragon vein, suddenly exploding, and a powerful shockwave triggered the entire dragon vein, with terrifying energy instantly spiraling out of control. The dragon vein seems to have gone out of control. Qin looked at the ground that showed signs of collapse. Although he knew he couldn't die here, he still felt a bit nervous. Sarah, Naruto shouted loudly to Sarah, who was still on the opposite side, as the ground began to crumble. Hurry over here. Chapter 65, Missing? Ultimately, Sarah didn't possess the strength of a ninja, and his running speed couldn't keep up with the collapsing ground. Seeing that he was about to fall, Naruto immediately jumped over to save him. Wolf and Watergate also rushed over quickly. Qin helplessly rubbed her forehead and ultimately decided to follow along. As expected, Sarah had not been rescued yet, and the entire stone bridge had completely collapsed. Just as the 4 of them were about to fall, Yamato suddenly intervened, using wood release to transport the 4 to the core of the dragon vein. Captain Yamato. Seeing Yamato safe and sound, Naruto was overjoyed. However, the falling rocks from above served as a reminder to everyone that the current crisis was not yet over. Minato looked at Qin and said, Qin, can you give me the flying thunder god kunai I entrusted to you earlier? Qin took out the kunai stored in his ninja tool pouch and handed it back to Minato Namikaze. Minato received the kunai and quickly walked up to the platform. Sail. With a dazzling blue light, the dragon vein was completely sealed by Minato, and the underground, which could collapse at any moment, gradually stabilized. At that moment, Naruto and Yamato began to glow with white light. What is going on? Naruto raised his hands, looking at the white light on his body. Aizawa is dead. The technique has been restored, and you should return to your own time. Minato slowly walked down from the platform. He then turned his gaze to the 2 youngest people present. Qin, Kakashi, you both completed your tasks exceptionally well. Naruto, unable to believe Minato's words, stared at the 2 and murmured, Kakashi-sensei? And Qin and I, you are Qin and I? You know me? Qin looked at Naruto in surprise, not expecting his future self to have the mood to get to know Naruto. Of course, we have a great relationship. When mentioning this, Naruto seemed to recall some sad memory and complained, but ever since that incident, Qin and I, you disappeared. Where did you go? Boom! Qin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had never felt his mind so inadequate before. I disappeared? Why did I disappear? What happened to the Uchiha clan, grandma, and my master? What incident are you talking about? One question after another clogged Qinshuang's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, Minato calmly looked at Qinshuang and said, Qinshuang, calm down. This is a matter of the future. It's not something we should consider. But Qinshuang was no longer in the mood to listen to him. He only desperately wanted to know the answers. In the subsequent conversation, Qinshuang did not pay attention, as his mind kept guessing. To avoid changing history, it's better to erase our memories here. Minato looked at Qinshuang with concern. I have set up a technique to make us all forget each other. Compared to Qinshuang's calmness, Naruto was much louder and more agitated. After calming Naruto down, Minato quickly performed the technique. Erasure. As the gentle words fell, the dazzling white light instantly covered the entire core area. However, what no one saw was that a figure left the area covered by the white light just before it fell and returned to its original position the moment the white light dissipated. Minato felt a bit hazy in front of him, alertly disrupting the chakra in his body, trying to break free from the illusion. But the scene in front of him did not change, making him doubt whether he was mistaken. Strange, I wasn't caught in the illusion. But what was that feeling just now? Minato murmured, glancing at Qinshuang inadvertently, seeing that the other's expression was still normal. He didn't think much of it and assumed he was just too tired and hallucinating. At this point, everyone's memories had been successfully erased. Minato looked at the technique beneath his feet, pondered for a moment, then smiled carefree. Although I don't know why, I'm sure I have my own intentions. In any case, our mission this time is considered a complete success. The crisis in the Douluo Kingdom was resolved, and Sarah became queen with the support of the people, managing the country of Douluo. Witnessing all of this, Qinshuang and the others soon embarked on their journey back to Konoha. What's wrong, Qinshuang? Kakashi looked at Qinshuang, whose brows were slightly furrowed, his cold eyes revealing a hint of concern. You seem to have something on your mind since just now. Qinshuang felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, and after sensing the gazes from everyone, she forced out a smile and said, You're overthinking it, Kakashi. I was just thinking about some things. If you have something on your mind, it's better to say it out loud. Keeping it bottled up can lead to problems. Akimichi Choza patted his belly and said with a smile. Qinshuang's eyes were somewhat dim, but he still shook his head, refusing Chiodao Ding's goodwill. His concerns were, of course, about his future. Just thinking about the possibility of going missing made Qinshuang feel blocked in his heart. When erasing memories, Qinshuang deliberately used illusion techniques to interfere with Bluffing Schumann's perception, aiming for that brief moment of opportunity to evade the coverage of the technique. Bluffing Schumann was indeed sharp. Even while clearing memories, he could sense Qinshuang's illusion. However, Qinshuang's illusion only lasted for a moment, and by the time Bluffing Schumann disrupted his chakra, the effect of the illusion had already ended, leading Bluffing Schumann to mistakenly believe he had misperceived. In this risky situation, Qinshuang managed to preserve his memory of the event, intending to thoroughly understand the circumstances before these matters truly occurred and then change it. Although he had a strong determination, he was actually at a loss, which caused him a headache. However, there was still plenty of time, so Qinshuang could take his time to think it over and wasn't he in a hurry. The return journey was much smoother than the way there, and they did not encounter any careless sand shinobi along the way. When they passed the border between the desert and the forest again, they returned to the camp they had previously swept through, which was still empty. Clearly, after such a long time, the sand shinobi had not noticed that a small team had been wiped out here. This was exactly what Qinshuang wanted. They rested well in the camp for another night before setting off again. After several days of trekking, the five finally returned to Konoha village without any obstacles. Under Bluffing Schumann's lead, they promptly arrived at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted to see them back and hurriedly inquired about the situation. However, due to the techniques Bluffing Shueimin had applied, apart from Chiodao Dingzwa and Yun Shimi, who had been taken down midway, the others had very vague memories of the task process, and of course, Qinshuang was pretending. Unable to get more information, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately learned only about the first half of the events and that the task was successfully completed, while the rest remained unknown. Chapter 66. Letting go, it seems that something significant happened in between. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his eyes inevitably showing some worry, but the outcome was good overall. Yes, Bluffing Shueimin noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen still seemed somewhat uneasy. Although they had forgotten the process, the dragon vein had indeed been sealed by them, and Her Majesty the Queen had already led her people to rebuild their homeland. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. With bluffing Shumen's words, he felt much more at ease. After the task report was concluded, Qin Shuang and the others had no reason to stay any longer. Just as they were preparing to leave the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Hatake Kakashi. "You all go ahead, Kakashi, you stay." Sarutobi Hiruzen first waved at the other four, then put down his pipe. His gaze heavy and filled with various unknown emotions as he looked at Hatake Kakashi. Qin Shuang and the others understood each other and left first, leaving Kakashi Hatake with a puzzled expression. What do you think Lord Hokage wanted to say to Kakashi? The four of them walked in the stairwell. And ever since they left the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze had been frowning. Akidu Dingswa, on the other hand, didn't want to think about such things at all. He had just finished a mission and only wanted to enjoy a hearty meal. How can we guess what Lord Hokage is thinking? Just listen to me. Don't think about it. It's hard to come back, so we should relax properly. I'm just a bit worried, Minato said, listening to Akidu Dingswa's optimistic remarks. And his originally serious face returned to a smile. I just have a bad feeling inside. Sometimes it's better not to overthink things. Qin Shuang suddenly spoke up. This statement was not only directed at Minato, but also a reminder to himself. Throughout the journey, he had been speculating about the future that Naruto spoke of. But the outcomes he considered were not satisfactory. Moreover, since that's what the so-called future is, does it even make sense to exert so much effort to change it? Having thought this through, Qin Shuang no longer wanted to cling to the future, since the future is already determined. All he could do was try to make that future a bit more promising. Maybe Kakashi's abilities are excellent, and Lord Hokage might promote him to Jonin. Qin Shuang smirked and teased. With Kakashi's strength, it's not impossible. Minato thought carefully about Qin Shuang's words, but shook his head. It was still a bit too early for him. While they were talking, the four had already exited the Hokage building. It's been a while since I went home. I should return now. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Minato-sensei, Dingswa-senpai, Shimi-senpai. Until we meet again. Qin Shuang politely bowed slightly to the three people, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then slowly returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. After returning to the village from a dangerous mission, Qin Shuang felt an unusual sense of relaxation in his heart. And even the worries that had occupied his mind during the journey seemed to have been left behind. A warm breeze brushed past, and the fluffy willow catkins grazed Qin Shuang's cheek, causing a slight itch, accompanied by a rich scent of plants. Feeling all this comfort, Qin Shuang's heart was more peaceful than ever. His eyes slightly closed, wishing that time could freeze at this moment, no longer caring about the wars outside. That person, is that Qin Shuang brother? Qin Shuang. Two exclamations came from behind him, and Qin Shuang turned to look back, having just been resting with his eyes closed. You are. Shursui, and Itachi is here too. Seeing the two familiar faces, he suddenly felt a sense of reunion after a long separation, especially with Shursui. Since becoming a genin, they had seen each other rarely, and now seeing that on his face made Qin Shuang feel very close. Brother Qin Shuang, have you finished your mission? Uchiha Itachi walked up to Qin Shuang with Shursui. Although his expression remained unchanged, the slight sparkle in his eyes revealed his feelings. In his heart, his father's disciple had become a figure akin to an older brother. And it would be a lie to say Uchiha Itachi wasn't worried about Qin Shuang. After more than 10 days without seeing him, he was naturally delighted to see Qin Shuang return safely. Yes, my mission is complete. Qin Shuang habitually patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, noticing that the feel was somewhat different than before. By the way, have you grown taller? It seems you haven't been slack in your training. Shursui, who was watching the deep brotherly bond between the two, smiled and interjected. In the days you were away, Itachi asked me to take him training. This guy is indeed very diligent. That's nothing. Uchiha Itachi felt a bit embarrassed by Shursui's praise, turning his head away with a slight blush. Uchiha Shursui smiled at Uchiha Itachi, looking as if his scheme had succeeded, and then shifted his gaze back to Qin Shuang. By the way, how come you have an extra thing on your ear after going out? Shursui pointed at Qin Shuang's ear. Uchiha Itachi also curiously turned his head to examine the pendant on Qin Shuang's ear. In fact, he had noticed it earlier, but since they had been discussing training, he hadn't had the chance to ask. Qin Shuang raised her hand to touch the pendant on her ear. Perhaps only Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi in the entire village knew its true purpose. It was just a decoration. Although Qin Shuang had already appeared calm enough, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was it really just that simple, a mere decoration? He stared at Qin Shuang with a skeptical expression, as if trying to discern some clue. But soon he gave up. There was simply nothing to see. Qin Shuang helplessly spread his hands, his voice carrying an air of innocence. It's really just like that. Forget it, I'll believe you for now. Ji Shui waved his hand. Although he knew Qin Shuang well enough to realize that the other didn't seem like the type to carry such flashy things. He wouldn't press further since Qin Shuang didn't want to talk about it. After all, everyone has their secrets. By the way, are you two together just coming back from training? Qin Shuang quickly changed the subject. Uchiha, Itachi nodded. We were just planning to go back and rest. That's perfect. It's still a distance from the clan's place. So we can go together, Qin Shuang said, not waiting for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Jishui, and started walking leisurely by himself. As if remembering something, Qin Shuang slightly turned his head and happened to catch a glimpse of Jishui, who had already come up beside him, his eyes showing a hint of peculiarity. How come you're so free? Doesn't your team have any missions? Qin Shuang felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw Uchiha Jishui looking so relaxed. Considering he'd been dragged around by Tsukuyumi every day to complete missions right after he became a genin, with not a moment to spare. Chapter 67. Something happened at Kakashi's house. You don't know yet? Jishui looked at Qin Shuang in surprise. Uchiha Itachi quietly listened to their conversation, showing no intention of interrupting. Know what? Qin Shuang felt a bit baffled. Uchiha Jishui slightly frowned, his expression becoming serious. In this period, the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure has already started. A second battlefield has been established at the border between the two countries. What? Although Qin Shuang knew that day would come, he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. This meant that the chaotic battle among the fire, wind, and rock countries had officially begun. Uchiha Itachi also looked contemplative, although he had a clan leader father. Fugaku wouldn't share such national matters with him. So this was the first time he heard about events outside of Konoha. Seeing the shock on Qin Shuang's face, Uchiha Jishui was not surprised at all and paused before continuing. Some of our genin teams have already started to take on logistics-related tasks. Is that so? Qin Shuang unconsciously touched his earlobe and the pendant hanging from it, suddenly remembering his own team. What about Hong and Isoma? I just came back a few days ago. Uchiha Jishui shook his head with a wry smile. Qin Shuang nodded and said nothing more. Looking at the current situation, the Third Great Ninja War had finally broken out completely. Just thinking about this made Qin Shuang uncontrollably recall the battle at the Kimui Bridge, where Obito began to step-by-step become a pawn of Uchiha Madara. In this lifetime, based solely on his relationship with Obito, he absolutely could not let that naive and kind-hearted Obito fall into the role of a ruthless puppet. With this thought, Qin Shuang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. After parting ways with Sure Sui at the crossroads, Qin Shuang returned home and saw his grandmother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The two naturally had a long chat. After their conversation, Qin Shuang began his training again. Although he hadn't trained for more than half a month while on missions, picking it back up didn't take him much time. After finishing his physical training, Qin Shuang continued to develop the derivative ninjutsu of Chidori. After the last two missions, he could clearly feel the strength of his enemies. Although he was nearly invincible among his peers, he felt powerless when faced with true strong opponents or in situations where he was outnumbered. Therefore, continuously strengthening himself and improving his control over chakra was a necessary step he had to take. Before this, he had also bought quite a few water balloons and rubber balls at the shop. To be honest, after seeing Naruto's Rasengan, Qin Shuang felt a bit envious. Anyway, even if he learned it, he wouldn't use it carelessly, so he decided to practice it first. Thus, Qin Shuang spent the rest of his time in training. The next day, Qin Shuang arrived early at the forest to train taijutsu with Might Guy and Might Dai, but until the sun was almost overhead, no one showed up. Sigh. It seems that Guy and Uncle Dai are also on a mission. Qin Shuang felt a bit dejected. He had originally wanted to seek their advice during this free time, but it turned out that they all went to the battlefield. With a helpless sigh, he checked the time and realized he had to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him after waiting for a long time. It was a sunny boy wearing orange goggles. When Qin Shuang noticed him, he also saw Qin Shuang at the same time. Their eyes met, and they each saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Hey, Qin Shuang, when did you come back? Uchiha Obito exclaimed happily, jumping up and running forward to pinch Qin Shuang's cheek, confirming, you really didn't tell me you were back. Qin Shuang clearly didn't expect to run into Obito here, but even so, seeing this unruly guy in front of him made him genuinely smile. I just got back yesterday. Qin Shuang brushed off Obito's hand. And what about you? Sure Sui and the others have missions, and here you are, idling around all day. Are you scared out of your wits? As he spoke, Qin Shuang revealed a scrutinizing expression. Hearing Qin Shuang's doubt, Uchiha Obito immediately protested. Nonsense. How could I be scared? It's just that we couldn't go because Teacher Minato isn't here. Oh, that's true. Shinchuang realized that both Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi had gone on a mission with him, and without a guiding teacher, they indeed couldn't go to the front lines. So what are you doing here? This place was desolate, and apart from Shinchuang and a Might father and son training their taijutsu, hardly anyone else frequented the area. Upon hearing Shinchuang's question, Obito immediately lifted his head, looking proud, with his chin almost reaching the sky. Of course I'm here to train. I'm making an effort. Shinchuang suddenly remembered that she had indeed brought Obito here not long ago. But Shinchuang looked at the sun high in the sky and then glanced at the smug Obito, her mouth twitching. You didn't just wake up, did you? Upon hearing Shinchuang's doubt, Uchiha Obito's expression suddenly became a bit flustered, but he quickly calmed down. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice to ease the awkwardness. It's because I lost track of time while refining chakra last night and ended up sleeping late. Yes, sleeping late. His big eyes darted around as he stammered out an excuse he had clearly just thought of. All right. Shinchuang looked at him as if she didn't believe him at all. Then you should train well. I'll be leaving first. After all, it was rare for this guy to be so motivated, and Shinchuang certainly wouldn't disturb him. With that, she started walking towards the edge of the forest. Hey, wait a second, Shinchuang. Uchiha Obito hurriedly stopped her. Shinchuang looked at the other person in confusion and asked, what's wrong? She saw Obito looking around sneakily, first to the left, then to the right, and, after confirming that there was no one else around, he turned to Shinchuang and said in a low voice, I remember that Kakashi went on a mission with you, right? Shinchuang instinctively nodded, but until this moment, he still didn't understand why Obito was asking this so cautiously. Seeing Shinchuang's clueless expression, Uchiha Obito explained, you just came back and probably don't know, Kakashi's father had an accident. Shinchuang widened her eyes. Who had an accident? Kakashi's father? Isn't Kakashi's father the famous Konoha, White Fang? Could it be? Obito. Shinchuang was somewhat eager to confirm her thoughts. Can you tell me the specifics of what happened? Seeing how concerned Shinchuang was about the Hatake Kakashi family, Uchiha Obito was a bit surprised, but he still nodded and shared everything he knew. Chapter 68, Conflict. Actually, I don't know much either. I only know that Kakashi's father had to abandon a mission to protect his companions during a mission. I heard that this mission was very important. So Kakashi's father's reputation has been quite poor during this time. Upon hearing this, Shinchuang's body shook, and she immediately understood. Isn't this the experience of Hatake Sakomo before his death in the original story? Failing to complete the mission, facing criticism from the villagers, and even being blamed by the teammates he had saved himself, that's why. Although Shinchuang had never seen Hatake Sakomo in person, she understood that this person had made considerable contributions to the village and was known for his integrity and decisiveness. There were even rumors that he would succeed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. However, now that such an incident had occurred, even if the rumors were true, there was little chance of it coming to fruition. That said, since it was a confidential mission, why was it now being talked about so openly? If no one was inciting the situation, how could anyone dare to openly criticize Hatake Sakomo, a person who had made countless contributions to Konoha? After thinking it over, Shinchuang concluded that someone must be manipulating things behind the scenes, and the obvious goal was to tarnish Hatake Sakomo's reputation. This thought led Shinchuang to involuntarily associate it with the unsavory figure lurking in the shadows of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Given Hatake Sakomo's record, even with the emergence of the rising star Namikaze Minato, the position of fourth Hokage was still uncertain. In this case, for Danzo, who was eager to take over the Hokage position, Hatake Sakomo naturally became his greatest threat, providing him with a reason to do all of this. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen had not stepped forward to control public opinion, Shinchuang speculated that Hiruzen might not want Hatake Sakomo's reputation to surpass his own. Otherwise, he might have to relinquish the Hokage position. Thus, he chose to stand by and watch. Regardless, Hatake Sakomo was not only a powerful force for Konoha, but also Kakashi's father. Shinchuang did not want to see such a person die not on the battlefield, but rather in the village he had always protected. With this thought in mind, Shinchuang made up her mind and walked decisively toward the edge of the woods. Since Obito had just finished talking about Kakashi's father, Shinchuang had been frowning in silence, and Obito had not called out to her, as such a significant matter required time to process. But now, seeing Shinchuang stride away, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but speak up. Shinchuang, where are you going? Where was she going? Of course, she was heading to Kakashi's house. Without looking back, Shinchuang continued to walk step by step outward. Uchiha Obito was startled and hurriedly ran a couple of steps to catch up with Shinchuang, grabbing her arm. Wait. There will be many people gathered at Kakashi's door during this time. I advise you not to go, otherwise, you might end up being vented on by them. Obito's face showed signs of unease, clearly indicating that he had experienced such situations before. In fact, ever since the news about Hitachi Tsukumo spread, he had been speaking out for Tsukumo, as he believed Tsukumo had done nothing wrong. However, he was outnumbered, and in the face of the village's greater good, most people had taken a stance against Obito. Chinchuang patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. He and T planned to do anything anyway. Not to mention that his own strength was insignificant. His identity alone didn't allow him to act recklessly. Otherwise, the image that the Uchiha clan had worked so hard to restore in the eyes of the people would be ruined by him. Is that so? Uchiha Obito then released his grip on Chinchuang, but still looked somewhat uneasy. To prevent any accidents, I'll make an effort and accompany you this time. Chinchuang immediately looked at Obito with suspicion, now seriously doubting that this guy was trying to find an excuse to avoid training. It's getting late. We should go and come back early. Obito hurriedly interrupted Chinchuang, grabbing her arm and walking away, making it seem like he was the one suggesting they go to Kakashi's house. You guy. Chinchuang looked at Obito's overly innocent expression, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything, just letting him lead. On the way, Obito revealed his true nature again, chattering nonstop, which made Chinchuang a bit annoyed. When he threw out questions, she only responded perfunctorily. By the way, what mission are you guys carrying out this time? This was already the umpteenth time Obito had asked. Chinchuang felt somewhat numb, with only her lips moving on her entire face. I can't say, it's a secret, and if I say it, it won't be a secret anymore. Huh, why is it like this? Obito Uchiha suddenly felt a bit dissatisfied. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed that the crowd ahead suddenly thickened, and the atmosphere was clearly much livelier than before. Is this it? Although he had never been here before, it didn't stop Chinchuang from guessing that the crowd gathered in front of mansion was obviously their destination. Why are there still as many people as before? At this moment, Obito Uchiha had lost the liveliness he had just shown, gazing at the sea of heads in front of him. Listening to the occasional reprimands and insults that reached his ears, a surge of anger unknowingly welled up in his heart. These damn guys. Obito gritted his teeth in anger, and just as he rolled up his sleeves, he was pulled back by Chinchuang. You really can't stay calm. Listening to the scolding over there, Chinchuang also felt indignant, but she was much more rational than Obito, forgetting what she had just said. Being pulled back by Chinchuang, Obito regained some of his composure, but the worry on his face was still evident. These people were just like this a few days ago. Do they want to drive Kakashi and his father crazy before they're willing to give up? As he spoke, Obito's eyes once again filled with anger. Chinchuang understood Daido's feelings. He too felt it was unfair for Hitachi Tsukumo. The person he once risked his life to protect now turned against him with harsh words. All because of a single mistake. Anyone in that situation would likely break down. At that moment, a fat man standing on the outskirts of the crowd suddenly turned his head, his small eyes, squeezed by the flesh on his face, instantly locking onto Chinchuang and Daido. Were you just defending the ninja in the house? The fat man had an unfriendly look on his face. Daido's voice had not been quiet, and those nearby were casting unkind glances at them. So what if I did? Am I wrong? Although he said this, Daido couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat under the gaze of so many people. However, it was clear that his words had once again ignited the crowd's anger. Chapter 69, Summoning. What does a little brat know? Do you have any idea how much damage he has caused to Konoha? For the sake of one person, risking the safety of the entire village? Such a person is fit to be a ninja? The little kid should just go home and drink milk, stop meddling here. Amidst the surrounding voices of public opinion, Hitachi Tsukumo's actions to save his teammate had clearly become a manifestation of disregard for the village's safety. Chinchuang's eyes revealed deep disappointment. These people were here discussing others' mistakes at length, yet had long forgotten his past achievements. Chinchuang began to doubt for the first time in her heart. Is such a person really worth protecting? You bunch of bastards. How could the inexperienced Obito possibly compete with these people? His face turned red with humiliation, and he raised his fist, ready to punch the fat man in front of him. Chinchuang reacted quickly and hurriedly grabbed Obito, preventing a major disaster. Obito! Although deep down Chinchuang also wanted to give them a good beating, reason told him he couldn't do that. He lowered his voice and looked sternly at Obito, reminding him that they were just ordinary people, although the people around noticed the forehead protectors on Chinchuang and Obito's heads. They only thought of them as two kids who had just graduated from school and didn't take it to heart, seeing that they seemed to be having an internal conflict. everyone focused their attention back on the mansion. Taking this opportunity, Chinchuang finally managed to pull the emotionally unstable Obito away to a distance. So what if they were ordinary people? Do ordinary people have the right to arbitrarily criticize others? Uchiha Obito angrily shook off Chinchuang's arm. I didn't mean that. But you can't use ninja tactics on the villagers, Chinchuang said earnestly. What do you suggest? Now away from the crowd, the redness on Obito's face gradually faded, and his emotions returned to calm. Chinchuang pondered for a while, but still shook her head. The power of public opinion is immense and cannot be resolved by just two people. Moreover, strictly speaking, Chimu Sakomo's actions are not inherently right or wrong. It's just a matter of perspective. The common people, considering the interests of the country and the duties of a ninja, naturally judge his actions as disregarding the safety of Konoha. On the other hand, Obito, from the perspective of a comrade, certainly believes that Chimu Sakomo's act of saving his teammates is justifiable. Both sides hold their ground, and to resolve the public opinion, they can only try to make the other see the situation from a different angle. However, while this is easy to say, it is incredibly difficult to accomplish, as once a person's way of thinking becomes deeply rooted, it is hard to change. Just as the two were troubled by the matter at hand, a figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared. Chinchuang's pupils constricted. Although they were in the village, she became alert. Are you two Uchiha Chinchuang and Uchiha Obito? A voice devoid of any emotion came from behind the mask, the only visible eyes coldly observing the two. Chinchuang nodded slightly. As for Obito, he still hadn't reacted to the situation here. The Hokage has summoned you. Please go to the Hokage's office immediately. After saying this, the Umbu ninja did not linger for a moment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Hokage? Chinchuang found it a bit strange, for some reason. He felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to talk about Kakashi Hitaki. On the other side, Obito Uchiha, hearing that he was summoned by the Hokage, was already so excited that he didn't know what to do, seemingly having completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Chinchuang, is this true? The Hokage wants to see me. Chinchuang watched Obito dancing around, twitching her lips, and couldn't help but sigh at his cheerful personality. He really had no transition period when it came to changing moods. Well, let's see what the Hokage has to say first. Chinchuang took one last glance at the crowd, still blocking Kakashi's door, and helplessly followed the eager Obito. As soon as Chinchuang and Obito walked into the Hokage's office, they saw two figures standing side by side in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Minato and Rin. You're all here, Obito exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he spotted the two. Obito and Chinchuang, it's been a long time. One of them was indeed Namikaze's Minato, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. Chinchuang pouted. They had clearly just met yesterday, but she only said this in her heart, and still greeted him respectfully with her mouth. On the other side, Noera Rin seemed to be a bit off, perhaps worried about Kakashi. She had been somewhat absent-minded the whole time. When she saw Chinchuang and Obito, she only politely greeted them and then fell silent again. It seemed everyone was already gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had called the four together, finally spoke up. I suppose you've all heard about Kakashi's father, right? Sarutobi's gaze was somewhat dim, and no one knew what he was thinking deep down. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito looked at him eagerly, waiting for more information. About a month ago, we noticed a group of elite ninjas from the Rock Village appear at the border and have set up camp without leaving. Unsurprisingly, shortly after that, the Rock Village declared a full-scale war on us. Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally took a puff from his pipe, recalling the events. So I dispatched Sakomo to secretly infiltrate the Rock's main camp to gather intelligence on the distribution of ninjas and supply routes. But at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. The four standing in a row slightly lowered their heads. They had already learned about the subsequent events through rumors. Hitaki Sakomo had abandoned his mission to save his companions and was still being criticized by the villagers. That's basically the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly adjusted his demeanor, his expression becoming serious again. After this infiltration mission, the Rock has clearly placed more emphasis on patrolling around the camp. It will be much more difficult to use the same tactics again. Indeed, the Rock wouldn't make the same mistake twice in the same place, and attempting to steal intelligence from the enemy was almost impossible. Minato Namikaze rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, It seems we only have the option of facing them head-on now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded helplessly, saying, Yes, at this point, that's all we can do. However, I also have an important mission to assign to you. Mission. Upon hearing the word mission, Uchiha Obito's eyes immediately lit up. During the time when Minato was giving out missions, he had been idling in the village, so how could he not be excited now that there was a mission? Please speak, Hokage. Minato Namikaze said solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused slightly, scanning the four of them one by one. I need you to scout the way for the army. Chapter 70. Chinchuan's request scout the way? Minato Namikaze looked bewildered at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's right. Although Tsukumo's mission failed, according to him, there are no fewer than 500 ninjas in the Rock's main camp. But due to the situation on the sand battlefield, the number of available fighters from Konoha is already limited. Therefore, this battle cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, Konoha will. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of seriousness, even with a hint of fatigue. It seems you've been worrying a lot about the battlefield recently. That's why I need you to go and scout in advance, to ensure that the information Tsukumo brought back is accurate, and to identify any potential ambush locations set by the sand. And sometimes, with space ninjutsu at hand, Minato is the most suitable person for this task. So after much consideration, I decided to assign this mission to your team, Minato. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on Chinchuan. And you all know about Kakashi's situation. Since Knight has already gone to the front lines with the sand, I have decided that Chinchuan will temporarily join Minato's team in place of Kakashi until this mission is completed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's expression became somewhat strange. He was worried about Hatake Kakashi's condition, but at the same time, he was genuinely happy to be able to go on a mission with Chinchuan. We understand, Lord Third. Minato Namikaze nodded solemnly. When do we depart? The army is already gathering, and the Rock on the other side is already making moves. You will depart tonight. Yes. The four did not dare to object, and obediently accepted the mission. All right, hurry up and prepare. After the mission is completed, go directly to join the army. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, about to dismiss them, but was interrupted by Chinchuan's voice. Please wait a moment, Hokage. I have a request. The three people beside Chinchuan looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to say. Go ahead, tell us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with great interest. I would like to ask Lord Hokage for permission to meet with Kakashi before we depart, Chinchuan said, staring directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a determined look in his eyes. Ever since the news of Hatake Tsukumo giving up on his mission spread, Sarutobi Hiruzen had secretly ordered that no one be allowed to enter or leave Kakashi's home, which is why those who were hostile towards Hatake Tsukumo were merely lingering at the door. Chinchuan wants to stop Hatake Tsukumo from committing suicide. The method of changing the villagers' opinions is no longer feasible, as she will be leaving soon, and who knows if Tsukumo will still be alive when she returns. Therefore, she can only take a step back. Since she cannot change the people's views, she can only try to persuade Tsukumo. If she does that, is it possible that he might choose not to commit suicide? Chinchuan said it was not allowed, but for now, there was no choice but to give it a try. Sarutobi Hizashi slowly shook his head and said, You know the situation at Kakashi's home. He probably won't be in the mood to see you. However, his words clearly did not dissuade Chinchuan. That's exactly why I must go see him. I don't want him and his father to regret this for the rest of their lives. Chinchuan's words were resolute, and her tone was so firm that even Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze couldn't help but be moved. Just as Tobarama was hesitating, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin stepped forward, both looking anxious. From what they had just heard, they understood Chinchuan's intentions. Lord Hokage, please agree to Chinchuan's request. Yes. Kakashi is an outstanding ninja, and I don't want him to miss his future because of his father's issues. Minato looked at the three earnest children in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly, casting an apologetic glance at Tobarama. Lord Hokage, they're quite straightforward. All right, Minato, I understand their thoughts. Tobarama waved his hand to Minato, his gaze sweeping over the three young people before finally resting on Chinchuan. In that case, I'll give you this opportunity, but how far you can go will depend on yourself. In fact, didn't he also wish that Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi Hatake could overcome this difficulty? After all, Konoha had just experienced a series of great wars, and there were not many outstanding ninjas like them who had no family and belonged solely to Konoha. Perhaps he initially allowed Dans to leak information with the intention of suppressing Tsukumo's reputation, but that was all. If this led to Konoha losing a major general, it was not what he wanted to see. However, some things became uncontrollable from the moment he first turned a blind eye. The power of public opinion is terrifying, and unfortunately, these rumors are all based on facts. Even if he wanted to remedy the situation now, it was already too little, too late. After hearing Chinchuan's request, he considered it and ultimately agreed, feeling a bit hopeful about what this little girl could achieve. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Earth, in Iwagakure, a broad-faced man was anxiously looking at a short old man in front of him. Father, it's been so long. Why haven't you ordered an attack on Konoha? If we wait any longer, we'll lose the initiative. Noki waved his hand dismissively. I know what you're saying, but do you think Konoha is that easy to deal with? KT, although you have good talent and training, you still lack some experience in leadership. KT pouted. He had been lectured countless times already, but he didn't take it to heart at all and plopped down on the sofa in the office. So what are you waiting for, then? Didn't some Konoha ninjas infiltrate the Iwagakure army recently? Noki countered with a question. KT nodded thoughtfully. Of course. He remembered such a big matter. I think one of them was that Konoha's White Fang, but fortunately, they didn't manage to steal our intelligence. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear when talking about it. Yes, it was indeed thrilling. Noki looked out the window towards Konoha. But Konoha is currently held back by Sunagakure, so they definitely don't have extra manpower to deal with us when the time comes. At this point, Naka's old face broke into a sly smile. KT rolled his eyes at his father, who was thinking up mischief again. All right, KT, we must go all out in this battle. You can take this opportunity to gain some experience on the front lines. Saying this, Noki took out a sealed letter. By the way, hand this letter to the East Dead Man. He LL know what to do. KT took the envelope, curiously examined it, and then left the office at Naka's urging. Soon after, KT left Iwagakure, heading towards the border with the Land of Fire. Chapter 71, A Visit for Guidance. Knock. Knock knock. Kakashi Hatake stood outside Tsukumo Hatake's room, looking at the food on the ground that hadn't been touched since it was placed there in the morning. His already desolate face showed even more worry. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard someone knock on the door. Sighing, Kakashi reluctantly went to open the door. What is it? The door opened, and Kakashi peeked out. In his view, the only ones who would come to his house at this time were the Umbu dispatched by the Hokage, so he had a cold demeanor. His voice icy and clearly not fond of those who had blocked access to his home. Hey Kakashi, long time no see. A somewhat cheerful voice came from outside the door. Kakashi focused his gaze and could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them to confirm. Qinshuang, what are you doing here? He never expected to see Qinshuang here, and his cold tone suddenly warmed up. Such a big thing happened at your home, of course. I had to come and check on you. Qinshuang shrugged. Aren't you going to let me in to sit? Kakashi obviously hadn't yet recovered from the shock of seeing Qinshuang. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately opened the door and let Qinshuang in. Once inside, Qinshuang looked around the very desolate room, walked straight to the living room, and sat down without reservation, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Kakashi. In contrast, Kakashi didn't follow Qinshuang, but walked to the door of Tsukumo's room. Father, we have a guest. Yes, my friend. Hearing no response from the room for a long time, Kakashi could only return to Qinshuang's side with a sense of loss. Qinshuang carefully noticed the food at the door of the room and asked, Has your father always been like this, never coming out? Kakashi Hatake nodded helplessly. He was very worried about his father, SHM Hatake's negative state, but being inarticulate, he felt he had no way to help and could only be anxious. Qinshuang, do you have any way to help my father? He can only place his hopes on you now. Kakashi, have you ever thought about what would happen if it wasn't your father who was despised by everyone, but Guy? What would he do? Qinshuang did not answer Kakashi directly, but threw out a thought-provoking question. Guy. Kakashi Hatake clearly could not keep up with Qinshuang's leap in logic. After pondering for a moment, he honestly replied, If it were him, he would probably try his best to prove himself, even knowing that it would all be in vain. Yes, if it were him, he might really do that. At this moment, a stubborn figure naturally appeared in Qinshuang's mind. So why are you telling me this? Kakashi stared at Qinshuang in confusion. Have you ever thought about why he made a different choice than your father? Qinshuang began to guide him gently. Kakashi was taken aback. To him, Guy was a complete fool. How could he ever consider such a question? Because that guy is a total idiot who doesn't know his own limits. He said with a dismissive expression. Perhaps he really doesn't know his limits, but at least he didn't just sit and wait, did he? Qinshuang smiled, raising his voice a little. At his current volume, he believed it could reach SHM Hatake's ears. Or do you think your father's actions were really wrong? Kakashi hesitated. At that moment, he had not experienced his father's suicide and did not hold a steadfast belief that the mission was the most important, but despite this, he still leaned toward this perspective under the pressure of public opinion. I don't know, but just like those guys outside say, the mission determines the fate of the whole village. Compared to one person's life, the mission might be. Is that what you think? Kakashi's response was within Qinshuang's expectations. Anyone who went through such a huge event would probably doubt their own beliefs. But I don't think so. If ninjas only see the mission, how are they any different from beasts that only know how to fight? As he spoke, Qinshuang stood up and, under Kakashi's astonished gaze. Walked to the front of SHM Hataki's room. After a pause, he began to apply Obito's formula. No matter what people outside say, in my heart, Konoha's White Fang is a true hero. Perhaps in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are called trash. But those who do not cherish their companions are even worse than trash. Chinchuang spoke with great passion, using all the recitation skills she had from her past life. On the side, Kakashi Hataki was left dumbfounded, his mind replaying Chinchuang's words over and over. After waiting for a while, Chinchuang still did not hear any movement from the room of Tsukumo Hataki. Feeling a bit awkward, but more so disappointed, it seemed that her efforts had not swayed Tsukumo after all. It appeared that her persuasive skills still needed some refinement. However, having said so much, Chinchuang's mind was now exhausted, and even though she felt a bit unwilling, she had to stop there. Moreover, she had a mission and no time to waste. Before leaving, Chinchuang reluctantly addressed Tsukumo's room. Senior Tsukumo, I don't think you did anything wrong. There may be people who disagree with you, but even so, I hope you can stay firm in your beliefs and not worry about others' opinions. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito are waiting for you, so don't keep them waiting too long. With that final remark, Chinchuang turned to leave. At that moment, Kakashi was still lost in his own world, but a flicker of emotion crossed his face when he heard Chinchuang's words. After a while, there was a creak as the closed door opened. Father, Kakashi, who was deep in thought, was startled. Tsukumo Hataki ignored his son and gazed thoughtfully out the window at the departing Chinchuang, mumbling to himself, a hero. Huh. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Minato, everyone. After leaving Kakashi's house, Chinchuang hurried to the village entrance. How's it going? Rin Noera, who had been waiting there for a long time, couldn't hold back any longer and looked intently at Chinchuang. If it weren't for the third Hokage only allowing Chinchuang to meet Kakashi, Rin and Obito Uchiha would have insisted on seeing him. Now that Chinchuang finally appeared, they immediately approached her, eager to find out Kakashi's situation, and even Minato Namikaze was no exception. Chinchuang felt the three hopeful gazes on her, and she was a bit apprehensive inside. To be honest, after speaking at Kakashi's house, she didn't know how effective it was. However, for now, she could only calm the emotions of the three people in front of her. You all need to stay calm. Kakashi's situation isn't that serious. Is that so? Uchiha Obito's tense heart relaxed slightly. Minato Namikaze comforted Obito and Rin beside him, saying, since Chinchuang has said so, it means we don't need to worry about Kakashi. Right now, we should focus on completing our mission. When we return, we can naturally meet Kakashi. With Minato's words, Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin immediately perked up, igniting a fierce fighting spirit in the face of the uncertain road ahead. You all seem to be in good spirits. Minato smiled as he glanced at the three. Then let's set off. Chapter 72, Abnormality Land of Grass. This is a small country sandwiched between the two major powers of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Although the national strength of the Land of Grass is significantly weaker compared to the five great nations, it barely manages to survive thanks to the existence of the Grass Hidden Village, which serves as a bridge for communication between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Of course, during this time of frequent warfare, its existence has naturally transformed into a battlefield. Since the relations between the two countries have soured, the residents of the Land of Grass seem to have sensed something and have been hiding in the Grass-Hidden Village, fearing to become cannon fodder in the battles between the two nations. It should be around here. Minato raised his hand, signaling the three behind him to stop. They had already delved deep into the Land of Grass over the past 3 days, and based on their travel time, they should be very close to the border of the Land of Earth. Considering this, even Minato's expression grew serious. Although he was powerful, he was still outnumbered. And with 3 lower-ranked ninjas by his side, even if he had the ability to escape, he wasn't sure how many he could protect in a critical moment. It was best to avoid danger altogether. Thinking this, Minato turned his head and instructed, "We're very close to our target now, so you all must stick close to me." The 3 nodded. Even the usually carefree Obito was behaving himself at this moment. Chinchuang. Hearing Minato's call, Chinchuang understood his intention in an instant. She activated her Sharingan and scanned the surroundings. In truth, she felt quite helpless. Clearly, it was her Sharingan, but she was always tasked with doing the Byakugan's job. Old man, Sandaime really can't bear to send a Hyuga ninja over. Despite her complaints, she still worked hard in her actions. At the same time, Minato closed his eyes, bent his legs, and touched the ground with his fingers, fully deploying his sensory ninjutsu. I didn't find anything. Chinchuang shot a questioning glance at Minato. Minato stood up straight and shook his head, clearly indicating that neither of them had detected anything suspicious. That's strange. We should be very close to the rock-hidden village's main camp. Why is there no one around? The calm environment made Minato increasingly suspicious, and he had a bad premonition, but there was no evidence to support it. Isn't it safe? Hearing both of them confirm safety, Uchiha Obito's vigilance vanished without a trace. Don't be so paranoid, Sensei Minato. Obito. Hearing Obito becoming complacent again, Noira Rin put her hands on her hips. The mission is very dangerous, and Sensei Minato is thinking of everyone's safety. I know. After being reprimanded by Rin, Obito immediately became obedient. All right, since there's no danger for now, let's hurry up. Otherwise, who knows what might happen later. Qinchuan also had the same doubts as Bluffing Shuemin, but with the task at hand. There were some things that they had to jump into even knowing it was a trap. Bluffing Shuemin also stopped his meaningless contemplation, placing his palm on the ground and leaving a flying thunder god mark, then cautiously led the four of them forward. Along the way, although it was not as deserted as before, the number of rock ninjas they encountered was pitifully small, with only a few big and small cats, which was far from the level of reconnaissance expected from a military camp of a great nation. It wasn't until the four of them could see the rock-hidden village camp with their own eyes that the surrounding sentries began to increase. What on earth was going on? The situation outside was nothing like what Lord Hokage had said. At this moment, even the dull Obito felt that something was off. Bluffing Shuemin quickly stepped forward, covering Obito's mouth with one hand while signaling for silence with the other. The three of them pressed closely against a large tree, and with the cover of the surrounding weeds, even if a patrolling rock ninja passed nearby, as long as they weren't particularly sensitive to perception, they wouldn't easily discover the four of them. At that moment, two patrolling ninjas happened to pass nearby. If Bluffing Shuemin hadn't stopped Obito in time, his voice would have likely attracted those two. As Obito's voice ceased, the conversations of the two rock ninjas became clearly audible to them. Captain, why hasn't anyone been patrolling the camp perimeter these days? Idiot. The rock ninja, called Captain, immediately slapped the nearby ninja, looking around warily. Didn't I tell you not to mention this outside? The rock ninja rubbed his sore cheek and said indignantly, but there's no one else here. Enough with the nonsense. The rock ninja captain had no interest in discussing meaningless matters and looked impatient. I heard that a few days ago, Lord Tsuchikage's son, Lord Lus, came to the front lines, and the supplies that followed are said to be arriving soon, so pay attention during patrols. If we miss anyone and Lord Tsuchikage blames us, we won't be able to get by. Upon hearing the rock ninja captain mention the high and mighty Tsuchikage, the nearby rock ninja immediately broke out in a cold sweat, no longer caring about the pain on his face. Yes, Captain, don't worry. Seeing the rock ninja's respectful and obedient demeanor, the captain's vanity was greatly satisfied. He patted the rock ninja with satisfaction. Do well, and when we take the land of fire, we can surely get you a position. The rock ninja's eyes lit up at the thought of being able to gain an official title just from patrolling, and he eagerly flattered the rock ninja captain, who enjoyed it with a grin that never faded. After the two walked far away, the four finally peeked out. With such a quality, they still want to get promoted. Uchiha Obito sneered at the retreating figures of the rock ninjas. In his view, to have a certain status in the village, one must at least experience the bloodshed on the battlefield. Those who only daydream like this would always be at the bottom, whether in Konoha or Wagakure. However, what he didn't know was that there were indeed people in this world who were promoted through connections. From what they said, it seems that supplies will be delivered to the camp in the next few days. Should we? Qinchuan quickly grasped the key information from the conversation. The implications of intercepting were clear. No. Bluffing Shuemin quickly rejected Qinchuan's idea. Our task is only reconnaissance. As long as we figure out their supply route, that's enough. We shouldn't think about anything extra. By the way, who is that Lord Lus they mentioned? Noira Rin muttered, puzzled by the name she had never heard of. I don't know much about Lus either, just that he's the most favored son of the current Tsuchikage. It is said that he has completely mastered all ninjutsu except dust release, making him the undisputed genius of a Wagakure. When Lus was mentioned, Bluffing Shuemin's expression became heavy. He hadn't expected that a Wagakure would deploy such a figure in this attack on Konoha. Chapter 73. Sage Mode. Speaking of which, they seem to be very sensitive about the lack of patrolling ninjas around the camp. The two rock ninjas had already walked far away, and the absent-minded Obito finally returned to his thoughts. It was indeed strange. Logically speaking, after the incident with Kazuki-senpai, the patrols around the Wagakure camp should have become stricter. Why would they withdraw the perimeter patrol personnel? Qinchuan also found it puzzling and felt that this would lead to something significant. Noira Rin poked her lips and blinked, saying, could it be to protect that supply? Qinchuan thought for a moment and found that Yuan Lin's words made sense. At this time, It was crucial for the Iwagakure camp to be alert for incoming enemies. It seemed that the only way to withdraw all the patrolling ninjas from the periphery was to ensure the safe return of the supply convoy to the camp. Which made sense. After all, supplies are the foundation of the army's survival, if food is not in place. The ninjas on the front line cannot fully exert their combat power, so it is understandable to prioritize supplies. After pondering for a long time, Namake's Minato could not find a better reason and ultimately had to agree. What should we do next? Following Qinchuang's words, the other two also turned their attention to Namake's Minato. After all, he was the captain of the entire mission, and they should all follow the captain's orders. First, let's investigate the number and strength of the ninjas inside the Iwagakure camp. With that, Namake's Minato sat down cross-legged on the ground. Qinchuang asked in confusion, "Aren't we supposed to be gathering information? What are you doing, Teacher Watergate?" In his understanding, the reconnaissance task mentioned by Minato Namake's was supposed to be done by him using the Sharingan, as it had been since the Lulon mission. However, this time, Minato shook his head. "No, whether it's my sensory ninjutsu or your Sharingan. Trying to detect such a large area of people will not only require shortening the distance, but will also consume a lot of chakra. Could it be that Teacher Watergate has a better method?" Lin Yuan asked in confusion from the side. Meanwhile, Qinchuang appeared to understand, from Minato's actions and his earlier words. He had vaguely figured out what he was planning to do. As the father of Naruto Uzumaki and a disciple of Jiraiya, Minato had naturally also learned the sage art of Mayaboku, mountain passed down by Jiraiya. It was said that in sage mode, one could sense the chakra of the outside world through natural energy, so it was not surprising that Minato was planning to enter sage mode. It must be said that this is indeed a method of waiting to take advantage of the situation, which could save a lot of time. But the drawbacks were also obvious. Minato would need a long time to absorb natural energy during which he could not move or be distracted. Otherwise, he would easily suffer a backlash. It should be noted that they were near the main camp of Iwagakure, with countless patrolling ninjas wandering around. Avoiding disturbance from IWA ninjas during this time would likely be a significant test for Qinchuang and the others. Sure enough, Minato's next words confirmed Qinchuang's thoughts. "I will now enter sage mode. In this state, I can easily sense all the chakra nearby, but before that, I need a preparation time, and during this time, I must not be disturbed." With that, Minato fixed his determined gaze on Qinchuang, clearly indicating that among the Konoha ninjas present, besides himself, Qinchuang had the greatest ability. Qinchuang shrugged his shoulders. In order to finish the task quickly, he had no other choice. "We will do our best, but I must say in advance, if we really can't hold on any longer, I will immediately stop absorbing natural energy." Before Qinchuang could say more, Bluffing Shuemin had already understood his meaning and firmly replied. Qinchuang nodded slightly, not saying anything more. What needed to be said had already been said, and now he should do his best to hold on until Namake's Minato succeeded. Minato also did not delay. He closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state. It could be seen that strands of natural energy were surging into his body. Seeing this scene, Qinchuang was amazed. Even though he wasn't experiencing it himself, he could still slightly sense the ferocity of this natural energy. If he wasn't careful, he would likely be overwhelmed by this powerful force. This made him marvel at the few individuals in this world who could enter the sage mode. He wouldn't dare to absorb it recklessly without guidance. Soon, after the two rock ninjas from earlier, another rock ninja approached them. However, this time was different from the last. Previously, they had all concealed themselves in the shadows and suppressed their presence, making it difficult for even skilled sensing ninjas to discover them. But this time was different. Minato's process of absorbing natural energy was completely unguarded, and any ninja nearby capable of sensing chakra flow would easily notice their presence. Therefore, Qinchuang and the others did not deliberately hide their figures, which led the approaching rain ninja to spot them immediately. Uchiha Obito quickly stepped in front of Qinchuang and Noera Rin, forming hand seals. Before he could finish the hand seals for fire release, Great Fireball, Qinchuang had already grasped his crossed hands, preventing him from continuing, leaving Obito in a state of confusion. In Qinchuang's mind, Obito's large-scale Great Fireball would likely attract nearby rock ninjas, so to buy more time, he chose to resolve the situation with simple close combat. Qinchuang did not explain. In fact, he didn't have time to explain. At this moment, his Sharingan had already been activated, and in the instant he made eye contact with the rock ninja. He trapped the opponent in a Genjutsu. The next second, Qinchuang decisively drew his knife, and the rock ninja immediately met his end. Qinchuang shook off the blood from his knife and sheathed it again. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and he only now had the chance to explain. But as he turned around, he found the two people behind him pale and looking quite unwell. "What's wrong with you?" A big question mark hovered over Qinchuang's head. The rock ninja had been cut down before he could even say a word. There was no way he had time to launch a ninjutsu, right? Could there be others? Thinking of this, Qinchuang cautiously looked around. Anyone who could evade his perception was definitely not an ordinary person. Just as he was preparing to find a chance to interrupt Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin finally couldn't hold it in anymore and began to gag. "It stinks. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable." Qinchuang's expression froze. Seeing the reactions of the two, he understood that it was clearly just a rejection reaction from seeing a dead person for the first time, although he himself wasn't much better off in that situation. With this in mind, he finally let out a long sigh, feeling a bit awkward, but as long as the outcome was good, it was fine. Chapter 74. Siege Cough Cough. Uchiha Obito pressed his hand against his chest, barely suppressing the rising stomach acid. Did this guy really just die like that? Clearly, he still couldn't believe that Qinchuang, who had a good relationship with him, could be so decisive and ruthless when it came to killing. Yahiko Rin also looked at Qinchuang with some fear. "All right, don't look at me like that. I was similar to you guys the first time." Qinchuang spread his hands. But as he spoke, his voice became serious again. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. If they wanted to survive and go back, they had to always be ready to kill the enemy, or it could very well be themselves who got taken out. Obito and Yahiko Rin clearly weren't prepared yet. But at this moment, they had to act. Qinchuang could only remind the two as much as possible. Although their faces were still a bit pale, they understood that Qinchuang's words made sense, so they gathered their spirits and stood guard beside Minato Namikaze. They needed to secure this area. The chakra from that ninja had just disappeared here. At this moment, a faint sound came from a distance. Although it was weak, the sharp Qinchuang picked it up. Not good. Qinchuang was alarmed. From this brief dialogue, it was easy to hear that a Wagakure had already noticed their situation. Sure enough, the next second, 3 Idai and ninjas appeared before Qinchuang and the others. However, this time, it was clear that the enemy's target was them, who had already exposed their whereabouts. "There are intruders. Capture them." Dutonos. The 3 IWA ninjas did not let their guard down, just because their opponents were children. The three of them joined forces to use the same ninjutsu, and 3 sharp earth lances simultaneously attacked Qinchuang and the others from different directions. Obito, Rin, protect Sensei Minato. Qinchuang did not choose to retreat, but instead faced the opponent's ninjutsu head-on. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but because behind him was the charging Minato Namikaze. So he had to block the attack in front of him. Lightning release, Chidori stream. At this moment, Qinchuang had no intention of conserving chakra. The swift lightning spread out from Qinchuang as the center, shattering everything in its path, whether it was rock spears or the ground, by the overwhelming current. In the nature clash of ninjutsu, lightning release already had a certain degree of restraint over earth release. Not to mention Qinchuang was fully unleashing the A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori stream, causing the earth spears to crumble and disintegrate the moment they made contact. Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin stood in front of Minato Namikaze, both looking worriedly over. Although they wanted to help, they had no means to intervene seeing the powerful ninjutsu Qinchuang unleashed. They could only stand by as spectators. The 3 IWNeen were also taken aback, as their seemingly guaranteed attack was unexpectedly blocked by this young boy alone. Fire release, great fireball technique. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary daze, Qinchuang did not hesitate to spit out a burst of flames. Caught off guard, the 3 IWNeen were instantly turned to charcoal. Even if they miraculously survived, they had already lost their combat ability. It should be noted that while Qinchuang had made achievements in fire, wind, and lightning release, if he had to pick one he was most adept at, it would be the fire release that the Uchiha clan took the most pride in. Chitafang is no different. His current mastery of fire release is already on par with his teacher, Fugaku, which allowed him to easily defeat the enemy with a single great fireball in the recent battle. Although Chitafang effortlessly dealt with 3 rock ninjas, the immediate crisis was far from over. Their earlier commotion had completely attracted the attention of the rock ninja camp, and in an instant, a large group of ninjas had rushed over. Looking at their forehead protectors, they were ninjas from Konoha. Without further ado, those who killed our comrades will have to pay with their lives. A group of at least 10 rock ninjas surged forward, and although they were still some distance away, a barrage of kunai and shuriken began to rain down like a violent storm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito, who had been watching the fight, suddenly stepped forward. Releasing a fireball smaller than Chitafang's but still surging forth, the intense flames sweeping away all the projectiles aimed at them. "Well done, Obito." Chitafang glanced at Obito in surprise, not holding back his praise. Of course, Obito puffed out the remaining flames at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat smug. His hard training had not been in vain. "I didn't expect these two kids to be quite capable. No wonder they could take down 4 of us." The rock ninjas mocked the Konoha ninjas in front of them, as if they were already in their grasp. Despite their taunts, they showed no mercy once the fighting began. The first few drew their kunai and lunged towards Chitafang's vital points. "Obito, be careful." With a warning, Chitafang could no longer hold back. He drew his long sword and engaged in combat with several of them, relying on his superb swordsmanship to not fall behind. However, things were grim for Obito on the other side. He was being forced back by the attackers. In a short time, several cuts had already opened on his body. Even so, he gritted his teeth, holding a kunai in each hand, his eyes wide open and unactivated Sharingan, frequently parrying the incoming attacks. "Obito!" Seeing the bloody wounds on Obito's body, Rin Yahiko called out softly, feeling a bit pained. While she wanted to help, she had to stay in front of Minato to ensure his safety. One of the rock ninjas attacking Obito heard Rin's voice and looked at her and the seated Minato with a strange expression before disappearing silently from spot. "Obito!" Chitafang glanced at the dire situation on Obito's side, no longer holding back. He activated his Sharingan instantly, releasing a cold and sinister chakra that caught the rock ninjas off guard. "What? Those eyes are not good." A cry echoed, but it was already too late. The overwhelming chakra surged into their minds at the moment of eye contact, easily breaking through their mental defenses. They felt as if their bodies were shackled, unable to move no matter how hard they struggled. Having controlled the enemies, Chitafang did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he used body flicker technique to quickly appear in front of Uchiha Obito, swinging his cold blade with a searing aura. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. The intense heat wave caused the rock ninjas to change color, and unprepared, they did not dare to confront it head-on, quickly distancing themselves from the two. At this moment, Obito, who was no longer in immediate danger, finally had a chance to catch his breath, leaning on his knees and gasping for air, his face showing signs of lingering fear. Chapter 75, Sage Art. After forcing back the rock ninjas, Chitafang didn't pause. He plunged his long sword into the ground and quickly formed hand signs. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A massive amount of chakra surged wildly in his throat, and a terrifying torrent of fire roared forth like a tsunami, making even the experienced rock ninjas gulp hard. Although they found the sight of a kid spewing a sea of fire somewhat ridiculous, they had no time to think about it. Earth release, earth flow wall. After a brief shock, the remaining rock ninjas quickly joined forces to perform a ninjutsu, raising a thick earthen wall to completely separate the sea of fire from the rock ninjas. But how could Chitafang's fire release be so easy to handle? The surging flames crashed against the earthen wall, instantly melting gaps into the wall, where chakra was sparsely distributed, the intense flames gradually eroding the wall through these breaches. "No, we can't hold it back." Quickly use water release. The fire flowing through the gaps caused a series of wails from the rock ninjas, especially those who hadn't yet broken free from Chitafang's genjutsu, helplessly watching the flames consume their immobile bodies, enduring the torment inflicted on their minds. Slowly exhaling a breath of scorching air, Chitafang's face had turned slightly pale. His earlier display had consumed a massive amount of chakra, and even he was starting to feel the strain. Although Chitafang was born into the Uchiha clan and possessed many techniques, his chakra volume was not much different from that of ordinary ninjas. Using several high-consumption jutsu could easily deplete his chakra, making it hard to sustain prolonged battles. This was not comparable to those from the Uzumaki or Senju clans, who had tailed beasts or inherently large chakra reserves. However, for the time being, Chitafang had no quick methods other than to continue refining his chakra. As the sea of fire dissipated, the charred bodies of the rock ninjas were revealed. More than half of them had perished in Chitafang's attack, and the remaining ones fared little better. The pain from their burned skin made even ninjas cry out in agony. And for a moment, no one dared to confront Chitafang. So impressive. At this moment, Obito seemed to have forgotten to breathe, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. Although he had watched Chitafang fight before, this time was different. Only at such close range did he truly feel Chitafang's power. That vast, searing sea of fire seemed like something he could never hope to touch, even if he gave it his all. Has Chitafang really reached this level? Just as he was lost in thought, a startled cry snapped him back to reality. It was the voice he was most attached to and familiar with. "Rin." Obito urgently turned and rushed out, while Chitafang also turned back at the sound. But no matter what they did, it seemed too late. A rock ninja had appeared behind Minato, and when Rin noticed the anomaly, she raised her kunai and lunged forward. But such a meager attack could hardly shake the rock ninja. He had already seen the predicament of these four Konoha ninjas clearly. The three kids were obviously protecting the yellow-haired youth sitting cross-legged, although he didn't know what big move they were hiding. In short, interrupting him was the right thing to do. With that thought in mind, the rock ninja's grip tightened, and he thrust the kunai straight towards Minato's vulnerable neck. Minato-sensei. Chinchuang did not dare to be negligent at all, frantically squeezing the chakra within her body, and lightning began to flicker in her hands. Just at that moment, the figure of Minato Namikaze suddenly disappeared without warning, causing Chinchuang's actions to come to a halt, and the kunai that was aimed at him missed completely. Feeling the unexpected emptiness in her hand and seeing the fleeting golden light in front of her, the rock ninja was now completely panicked. With his experience, he couldn't understand what was happening at all. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The space in front of him twisted again, and another golden light flickered. The previously seated yellow figure was now half squatting in front of him, holding up a familiar, yet significantly larger spherical Rasengan. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Without any hesitation, Minato Namikaze smashed the Rasengan into the rock ninja's abdomen, and the violent force seemed to tear everything apart, sending the rock ninja's body flying. Sorry to keep you waiting. Minato turned around, and only then did everyone notice that two orange-yellow shadows had appeared around his eyes, and his pupils had taken on a shape resembling that of a toad. Minato-sensei, your eyes. Naira Rin, who was closest, looked at Minato in surprise. Obito Uchiha also noticed the change in him, his eyes filled with envy. Only Chinchuang maintained her usual composure, having anticipated this long ago. Well, let's explain that later. Minato knew exactly what Naira Rin was referring to, awkwardly touching his eyes with his fingers. First, let's deal with these rock ninjas. He then looked towards the direction of the rock village's main camp. In just a few minutes, a second wave of rock ninjas had arrived. Altogether, let's take down these damn leaf ninjas. These ninjas did not even glance at their fallen comrade, who had been turned to charcoal by Chinchuang, and charged towards the four of them like madmen. It seemed to them that these four leaf ninjas had not only infiltrated near their camp, but were also slaughtering them at their camp's entrance, which undoubtedly angered them. If looks could kill, Chinchuang and her companions would have been killed countless times by the fierce glares directed at them. Watching the approaching rock ninjas, Chinchuang immediately helped the swaying Obito and retreated to Minato's side, her expression unusually serious. Minato-sensei, what should we do next? I've gathered enough information. Let's leave here first. When mentioning the information, a strange expression flickered in Minato's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Understood. I'll stabilize Obito, Chinchuang said, just about to dash out when Minato stopped her. Chinchuang, you take Obito and Rin and leave first. I'll handle holding them off. Minato's eyes were fixed on the approaching rock ninjas, filled with intense confidence. He gently raised his right hand, and amidst the swirling chakra, a Rasengan several times larger than the previous one appeared in his palm. The moment Minato raised his hand, Chinchuang already understood the outcome of this battle. Originally, one Minato was not something these minor ninjas could handle, and with Sage Mode activated, Chinchuang was no longer worried about their safety. She immediately left the dangerous area with Obito and Naira Rin. Minato noticed the three leaving from the corner of his eye and looked at the rock ninjas with a fierce glare. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The rock ninjas, realizing the danger, tried to dodge, but how could they escape once Minato had locked onto them? A tearing hurricane descended, and they didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 76. The confidence of East Death people in the main tent of the Rock Village's camp. Report. Lord East Death, Lord Yellow Earth. Leaf ninjas have appeared near the camp and killed over 10 of our ninjas, and they have safely escaped not long ago. A rock ninja hurried into the tent, his head lowered, his expression careful, not daring to look up at the two important figures sitting before him, fearing their anger. After all, their own troops had been attacked by enemy ninjas even before entering the battlefield, resulting in the loss of more than 10 men, who wouldn't be unsettled. As expected, Yellow Earth lost his composure the moment he heard the report, slamming his palm on the table to vent his anger. How outrageous. Are you all useless? Letting them run right under your noses? I'm sorry, Lord Yellow Earth. One of those leaf ninjas had an exceptionally powerful wind release technique, using a technique we had never seen before that left us unable to defend ourselves. We have already sent people to pursue them. The rock ninja's voice grew quieter, his head instinctively lowering even further. All right. Seeing that Yellow Earth was about to explode, East Death people leisurely intervened, since it was a reconnaissance team sent by the Leaf. It's natural that we couldn't catch them so easily. As he spoke, his calm gaze turned to the reporting rock ninja, causing the latter's heart to tighten. Have those who went after them come back. The most urgent matter now is resupplying. We must not let anything go wrong with the supplies. The reporting rock ninja nodded heavily, and under East Death people's gesture, he hurriedly exited the tent as if granted amnesty. Watching the departing rock ninja, Yellow Earth's anger was still difficult to quell, and he once again directed his ire at East Death people. You're still able to sit here calmly while they are attacking our camp's entrance. His eyes widened in rage, his frustration reaching its peak, feeling that he had never been so humiliated in his life, and his dissatisfaction with East Death people, who was in charge of the operations, had also reached a breaking point. East Death people shook his head at Yellow Earth's overreaction, seemingly used to it. You're always so impulsive. East Death people took out an already open letter from his pocket and handed it to Yellow Earth. It was the letter that Inoki had given to East Death people to pass on to Yellow Earth. Yellow Earth glanced at the letter, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Although he was the son of the Tsuchikage, he wouldn't dare to casually read such a classified letter. Therefore, from the time Inoki entrusted it to him until it was passed to East Death people, he had never seen the contents of the letter. Now that such a humiliating incident had occurred, East Death people's face showed no signs of worry, gradually making Yellow Earth curious about what his father had written in the letter. After hesitating for a moment, Yellow Earth accepted the letter and began to read it. East Death people watched with a slight smile as Yellow Earth's expression changed rapidly from curiosity to shock as he opened the letter. Is this the reason for changing the supply route? Yellow Earth looked back at East Death people. The previous dissatisfaction in his heart completely vanished. East Death people smiled confidently, his deep gaze drifting towards the outside of the tent, as if he wanted to see the distant Leaf village. This time, we will definitely be able to crush the Leaf in one fell swoop. All right, let's stop here for now. No one is chasing us anymore. Far away from the outskirts of the rock-hidden camp, Minato Namikaze sensed his surroundings before finally feeling at ease to exit Sage Mode. Upon hearing this, Obito Uchiha sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Already injured and having run for so long, he was utterly exhausted and didn't want to move anymore. Rin Noera saw that Obito was still exposed to the air with his wounds having dried up, so she immediately took out the bandages she carried with her from her bag and walked over to his side, actively helping him to bandage his wounds. Chinchuang originally wanted to use the palm healing technique to treat Obito, but seeing the way he was enjoying being bandaged by Rin Noera made him twitch his mouth and abandon that thought. Turning his head, Chinchuang noticed the strange expression and contemplative gaze of Minato Namikaze and walked over in confusion. Teacher Minato, how is the information gathering from Awagakure going? The voice of Chinchuang entered his ears, and only then did Wave Wind Minato exit his state of contemplation. After entering Sage Mode earlier, I had already sensed the entire area of the Rock-In camp. I discovered that the chakra distribution in the northwest direction was significantly higher in both quantity and intensity compared to other areas. Surely, that must be the location where the rock ninjas receive their supplies. Wave Wind Minato's discovery made Chinchuang feel a sense of joy. All the effort to delay time had not been in vain. However, seeing Wave Wind Minato still looking strange, Chinchuang felt a bit puzzled. What are you thinking about, Teacher Minato? Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to figure out the supply routes of the Rock-In? Wave Wind Minato shook his head, looking somewhat troubled. In fact, the number of rock ninjas I detected in the camp is only about 200, which is seriously inconsistent with the information brought back by Kakashi-senpai. It's not a big deal. It could very well be that Kakashi-senpai's intel was mistaken, but for some reason, I can't shake off this feeling of unease. 200? Chinchuang was stunned. Although the original work did not elaborate much on the Third Shinobi World War, just from the duration of the battles and the heavy casualties, it was clear that Awagakure could not possibly have sent only 200 people. He believed that with Minato Namikaze entering Sage Mode, there was no way anyone could hide from him. Therefore, it was certain that there were indeed only 200 people in the main camp. But where were the remaining forces that should have existed? Were they being dispatched from Awagakure? Then why did the information brought back by Kakashi Hitaki mention 300 more? Chinchuang felt that an answer was vaguely surfacing in her mind, but just as she tried to grasp it, that fleeting insight vanished without a trace again. Boafeng Shuimin watched Chinchuang, who was troubled by his words, and he couldn't help but smile wryly at himself for being too sensitive. so he didn't delve deeper into where his unease came from. In any case, we must go to the southwest of the tent to confirm things. And if everything checks out, we need to investigate the supply route of a Wagakure as thoroughly as possible. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's wounds had already been treated by Noera Rin, and as the two approached, they heard Bluffing Shumen's words. No way, we still have to go. Hearing that they would have to make another trip into a Wagakure's territory, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of resistance. Although Noera Rin didn't say anything, her dim expression already revealed her state of mind. Bluffing Shuemin understood Obito's feelings, but still said, "There's no other way. We must go to investigate." At this moment, Qinchuang also came back to her senses. Teacher Shuemin was right. We must go take a look. Since thinking wasn't working, we should seek the answer ourselves. This was Qinchuang's truest thought. Chapter 77. Chisuna no Sasori. Thus, under Obito's extreme reluctance, the four still chose to delve deep into the territory of the Land of Earth. However, this time they were very cautious, avoiding close proximity to the Iwagakure camp and circling around while maintaining a certain distance. Along the way, their actions were quite smooth, and they didn't encounter any IWA ninja. After several days of travel, they finally reached the area with dense chakra that Bluffing Shuemin had mentioned. As expected, there were indeed batches of supplies being transported into the camp. It really is supplies. Bluffing Shuemin's lips curled into a slight smile. If they continued to investigate in this direction, they would soon figure out a Wagakure supply routes, and at that time, the initiative would be entirely in the hands of Konoha. What are we waiting for? After some time of recovery, Uchiha Obito's injuries had healed considerably, and he began to feel lively again. Let us follow this path and take a look. Once we finish the mission, we can hurry back to the village. He didn't want to do such nerve-wracking tasks any longer. Bluffing Shuemin nodded and led the three of them through the forest, continuing to infiltrate along the route the supplies were coming from. Along the way, they encountered several more teams transporting supplies, and after several days of reconnaissance, they finally grasped the general direction of the route. Great. It seems the route is basically clear now. I'll hurry to relay this information back to Konoha. Having completed the mission without any major danger, Bluffing Shuemin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Uchiha Obito cheered out loud. Is it a bit too smooth? Noera Rin showed a hint of worry. Her intuition told her that something fell off along this route. They were clearly in a Wagakure's territory, but hadn't encountered a single IWA ninja. What's wrong? Rin, you're just overthinking it, Uchiha Obito said, his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. As they were about to head back, he couldn't help but feel joy and didn't want to consider those trivial matters. Watching Obito's carefree demeanor, Noera Rin helplessly rubbed her temples, unsure of what to say, hoping she was just being paranoid. In fact, Qinchuang felt the same way. And combined with the previous doubts, he couldn't help but start to suspect that the four of them had fallen into a Wagakure's trap. Teacher Shuemin, I also think something is strange. Qinchuang leaned closer to Bluffing Shuemin, casting a glance to hear his thoughts. Bluffing Shuemin showed a contemplative expression. If Qinchuang could notice it, how could he not? Although things felt strange, there was no substantial evidence. Moreover, calculating the time, Konoha's army had probably already set out. We cannot afford to waste time. Bluffing Shuemin was conflicted, but after much thought, he made a decision. In any case, let us bring the information back to Konoha first and then decide. Bluffing Shuemin spoke, and Qinchuang didn't say anything more. The four began their overnight return journey. Teacher Shuemin, I'm so tired. Let us rest for a bit. As they got further away from the IWA ninja, Uchiha Obito finally couldn't help but wail. The long journey had made him feel despondent. In contrast, Qinchuang, after long-term training, felt no pressure from this level of travel. Noera Rin was also quite exhausted at this point, but she still encouraged, hang in there, Obito. We'll be out of the Land of Earth soon. Rin was right. Bluffing Shuemin looked at Obito, who seemed to have turned into a puddle of mud, and gave him some encouragement as well, just a bit more effort. Reluctantly, Obito could only drag his heavy legs and struggle to keep up with their pace. If you had trained properly usually, although Qinchuang spoke harshly. He kindly walked behind Obito, gently pushing him. Obito felt Qinchuang's actions and was deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears. Qinchuang, you're so good to me. Watching the other's silly expression, Qinchuang couldn't help but kick him from behind. Keep up the pace and stop being ridiculous. Watching the friendly scene between the two, Bluffing Shuemin couldn't help but smile from the heart. Look, at that moment, Noera Rin's voice tightened the mood of the three. As it seemed there were people fighting over there, Looking closely, they could vaguely see several figures in the woods, entangled in a fight, moving towards the direction of Qin Shuang and the others. Qin Shuang lifted his eyelids, and his black pupils turned blood red as 3 Tomo slowly rotated. He could see clearly now. Qin Shuang was shocked by the scene of the battle, not because of the strength of either side, but because he saw someone he never expected to appear. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the young man's hair flew like red silk, his eyes resembling a block of ice that had frozen for years. Cold and devoid of any warmth, even when engaged in combat, his expression remained unchanged. At the same time, his strength was formidable. He could hold his own against an entire team of rock shinobi without losing ground, as chakra threads flew from his hands, controlling the puppets on the other end to unleash a series of deadly moves, leaving the opponents unable to defend themselves. Amid the back and forth, the 3 of them from the Namikaze clan finally got a clear view of the situation. Bastard, who the hell are you? This is the land of rock. Do you know what the consequences are for causing trouble here? An entire team was being completely suppressed by a young man, and the ninjas of the rock team shouted angrily at the opponent, as if trying to force him to retreat under the pressure of a Wagakure. However, throughout it all, the red-haired youth didn't even bother to speak or change his expression, as if he was determined to subdue this team of rock shinobi. Only when he noticed the 4 from Konoha coming towards him did he slightly furrow his brow. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He caught the glimpse of crimson in Qin Shuang's eyes, and a strong sense of greed made him involuntarily lick his lips. Realizing the change in the opponent's expression, the rock shinobi finally noticed the Konoha ninjas and instantly felt despair. With wolves in front and tigers behind, they probably wouldn't make it out alive. Don't joke around. This is the territory of the land of rock. Some of the rock shinobi had begun to panic, shouting as they charged towards the red-haired youth. But the latter didn't even glance at them. With a snap of his fingers, the panicking rock shinobi met a gruesome fate. At this moment, the youth finally spoke. I originally wanted to use you as materials, but now it seems there are better options. His gaze never left Qin Shuang's eyes, as if he were admiring a perfect work of art. How could Qin Shuang not feel that unabashed gaze? Even with Namikaze Minato beside him, he was already prepared to fight to the death, because that red-haired youth was none other than the instigator of this war, Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 78. Sasori's covetousness. Be careful, Qin Shuang. This guy seems to have ill intentions towards your eyes. Namikaze Minato also sensed Sasori's gaze and solemnly positioned himself in front of Qin Shuang, warning him. Damn it, who is that guy? Uchiha Obito looked at the ease with which the opponent was handling the situation and swallowed hard. But he still mustered the courage to stand beside Minato in front of Qin Shuang, to be able to easily suppress an entire team of rock shinobi. Even Qin Shuang at this moment probably couldn't achieve that. At this time, the news of Sasori being a rogue ninja hadn't fully spread, so Namikaze Minato didn't recognize the red-haired youth in front of him. Nevertheless, he could already guess the general idea from his attacking methods. Puppet jutsu? Looks like you should be a sand ninja. Hey, you little brat over there. Sasori's gaze swept over briefly and didn't linger on the other Konoha ninjas. Are you from the Uchiha clan? He had stopped his attacks, causing the rock shinobi on the other side to feel a bit lighter. The relentless assault finally ceased, and the rock shinobi breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that Sasori's attention had fully shifted to the Konoha ninjas. They didn't dare stay any longer and immediately fled into the distance. How rude. When did I let you leave? Sasori's peripheral vision casually glanced at the direction the rock shinobi escaped. His purpose for this action was to find suitable ninja to use as materials for his puppets, and he happened to encounter a group of rock shinobi at this border, leading to a confrontation. Who would have thought that now a team of Konoha ninjas would show up? Among them a young Uchiha who had awakened the 3 Tomo at such a young age, prompting him to decisively change his target. However, even with a change of target, he did not intend to let that team of rock shinobi go, as that could very well expose his whereabouts. He flicked his fingers, and the chakra threads moved irregularly, driving the puppet in front of him to swiftly charge toward the rock shinobi. The puppet's arms extended sharp spikes, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the rock shinobi. Don't underestimate us. The rock shinobi were unwilling to be taken down so easily and fought back against Sasori's puppet. In their view, Sasori could only suppress them at close range, not kill them. Now, with a significant distance between them, they believed their resistance had a high chance of allowing them to escape. But in reality, this was completely their delusion. The puppet's hand opened, and countless flying needles shot out from its palm. Accompanied by a thick purple mist, it was evident that these needles were poisoned. The sudden change from the puppet caught the rock shinobi off guard, and several of them had already been struck by the poison needles due to their carelessness. Did you really think you had the capital to contend with me? Sasori's voice was filled with disdain. Earlier, he had held back to avoid damaging my valuable materials. But now, you have all outlived your usefulness. Before his voice fell, the puppet struck down, and all the rock shinobi who had just risen in resistance fell into a pool of blood. Hiss! Although Uchiha Bido and Noera Rin had seen many killings during this time, they still couldn't help but gasp at the horrifying scene before them. All right, the annoying flies are gone. In less than half a minute, Sasori's gaze refocused on Qin. This made Qin body tense up. He believed he could achieve what Sasori just did, but the premise was that the puppets in Sasori's hands were not what he was familiar with. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he could assert that this puppet was definitely not the third Kazekage. Otherwise, Namake's Minato would have recognized it as well. Who exactly are you? Namake's Minato squinted his eyes. He could certainly see the terror in front of him, so he didn't believe this person was an unknown figure. Who I am is not important. What matters is I want him. Sasori didn't recognize Namake's Minato and regarded him as an unknown Genin from Konoha, arrogantly pointing at Qin. Beside him, Obito could no longer contain himself and shouted, "You bastard! We will never let Qin fall into your hands." It was clear to anyone with eyes that Sasori had set his sights on Qin's Kekkai Genkai. Noera Rin also mustered her courage to declare, "That's right. We won't let you take him away." Sasori coldly glanced at the two, his gaze filled with resentment and a hint of jealousy, sending a chill down Obito and Rin's spines. Sasori was the grandson of Chiyo, a high-ranking sand ninja, and had been in a revered position since childhood. Additionally, having lost his parents to the hands of the great ninja Tsukumo Hitaki during the Second Great Ninja War, he developed a reclusive personality. Everyone regarded him as a genius of the sand, which meant that any peer interacting with him would do so with admiration, leaving him without a true friend. Now, seeing that fellow genius Qin actually had partners backing him up, a flame of jealousy ignited in Sasori's heart. You won't be allowed to have this. The more this was the case, the stronger his killing intent towards Qin became. The blades on the puppet's arm instantly split apart, and with a flick of its arm, beams of white light shot towards Qin like arrows released from a bow. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Bofeng Mizunoto immediately raised a wall of earth in front of him, and the incoming blades were deeply embedded in the wall, halting their advance. Scorpion's lips curled into a cold smile. With a twist of the puppet's wrist, the blades connected by iron chains were suddenly pulled out with great force, causing the tall earth wall to collapse instantly. Needle 8 waves. The puppet extended its palm again, and the poison needles shot out with the same technique as before. Bofeng Mizunoto looked at the incoming poison needles without panic. He had already thought of a countermeasure since Scorpion used this move. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent hurricane easily blew away the poison needles along with the poisonous mist. TCH. Scorpion clicked his tongue, controlling the puppet to advance instead of retreating, and the blades on its arm slashed towards Bofeng Mizunoto at a tricky angle. Bofeng Mizunoto raised the kunai in his right hand to defend, while his left hand did not stop, immediately beginning to gather chakra. Rasengan. The sky blue Rasengan formed in his hand, and Bofeng Mizunoto was about to push the sphere towards the puppet. But at that moment, the puppet suddenly opened its menacing mouth, and a thick tube extended from it. Not good. From the moment the puppet opened its mouth, Qin sensed something was wrong. Quickly forming hand seals, lightning surrounded his hand. Chidori Sunban. This was a technique he had recently developed, transforming Chidori into the form of Sunban and shooting them from his hand. Not only was it extremely fast, but it also had the penetrating effect of Chidori, making it perfect for urgent situations. Sure enough, the spikes shot out from the puppet's mouth were intercepted by Qin's Sunban in midair. Watching the lethal move being thwarted, Scorpion's eyes showed no sign of regret, but instead revealed a strange smile. Chapter 79. The Intelligence is Wrong Manipulation. Human Body Control. Unbeknownst to Win, Scorpion had switched to one-handed control of the puppet, and the chakra thread from his other hand had already targeted the unsuspecting Uchiha Bido. Immediately, amidst Obito's exclamation, his body uncontrollably drew out a kunai and unexpectedly turned to stab Qin behind him. Hyung Sung-kun. Noera Rin's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene, but there was no time for her to stop Obito. That bastard. Obito struggled in vain, but it was of no use. He could only shout wildly at Qin. Get out of the way. At that moment, Qin had just finished his Chidori when he heard the sound of blades rushing towards him. For a moment, even he had no time to react. Flying Thunder God. At a critical moment, Minato Namikaze decisively abandoned the Rasengan in his hand and activated the flying Thunder God Seal that he had left on Qinshuang, instantly appearing in front of the two. He grabbed Obito's arm with one hand, forcibly changing the trajectory of his attack, while with the other hand, he tightly gripped the kunai, cutting through all the chakra threads behind him. Feeling the kunai whizzing past his side, Qinshuang felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell, clearly sensing his wildly beating heart. That was close. Freed from danger, Obito slumped down onto the ground, shaken by the recent encounter. And even now, thinking back on it sent chills down his spine. At this moment, Scorpion was immensely shocked. He never expected that this seemingly insignificant Leaf Jonin would possess such speed. But being shocked didn't stop him from acting. With Minato no longer in his way, the puppet wielded its blades and charged forward again. Qinshuang, whose heart was ablaze with anger and had nowhere to vent it, immediately drew his ninja sword and clashed with the puppet. Chidori Flow. Fearing that Scorpion might use some unexpected trick, Qinshuang gave him no chance to strategize, sending a powerful current through the chakra threads to Scorpion. Although Scorpion was quick and managed to cut off the connection with the puppet in time, he was still slightly paralyzed by the current. That brief moment was enough for Qinshuang to accomplish a lot. Sensei Minato. Minato understood without hesitation and once again formed a Rasengan in his hand. By the time Scorpion regained his senses, his puppet had already been blown to pieces by Minato. Damn it! The destruction of his puppet filled Scorpion with immense humiliation. Burning with rage, he reached for the scroll in his pocket. But his hand hesitated mid-air. This scroll contained his current trump card and was his greatest secret. Once used, he would have to kill all the Leaf Ninjas in front of him, or else news of him killing the third Kazekage would surely leak, and he would likely face pursuit from all major nations. Considering the speed of that Leaf Jonin, it would be exceptionally difficult to keep him from escaping, and he could very well end up being counterkilled, especially since that Uchiha had a decent lightning release technique. Realizing this, he lowered his hand again, already feeling the desire to retreat. He cast a deep glance at Qinshuang and Minato, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness. I'll remember you too. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Seeing the opponent about to leave, Minato quickly threw a kunai at him, but Scorpion easily caught it. Then, with a flash of golden light, Minato appeared right in front of Scorpion, the Rasengan rushing toward his abdomen at lightning speed. However, instead of the anticipated gory scene, Scorpion's entire body instantly transformed into sand, and the Rasengan merely blasted the scattered grains away, while the real Scorpion had long since vanished. Did that guy die? Obito had stood up, and because Minato's body was blocking his view, he did not see Scorpion's transformation into sand. His eyes were filled with anger, wishing he could tear Scorpion apart. Minato turned around, shaking his head with some regret. He escaped after all. I only hit a sand clone. Hearing that Scorpion had fled, Obito was immediately furious but felt powerless. Minato walked up to Qinshuang and asked, Qinshuang, do you know who he is? His question was not without basis. From a moment Scorpion appeared, he had noticed Qinshuang's expression. That look of surprise wouldn't appear on the face of someone who didn't recognize the person at all. So he guessed that Qinshuang had figured out the opponent's identity. Qinshuang did not intend to hide anything, nodded, and answered truthfully. That is the Red Sand Scorpion from Sunagakure, who is said to have a very high talent in puppetry. And he is also Chiyo's grandson. He did not mention that the Scorpion had killed the third Kazekage, as he couldn't explain it clearly. I see. No wonder he is so powerful. Minato Namikaze realized that the opponent was a rising star among the Sand Ninja, which explained why he was strong, but had never been heard of before. What is so great about this guy? With the crisis averted, Obito Uchiha began to talk tough again, saying, he was driven away by us. While saying this, he also waved his fist. Qinshuang helplessly glanced at Naira Rin, implying that this guy had such thick skin before. Naira Rin pouted, seemingly embarrassed by Obito, and turned her head away, inadvertently catching sight of the rock ninja that had been taken down by Scorpion. What about the corpse over there? Naira Rin asked, pointing at the rock ninja's body. After all, this was within the land of rock, and if discovered by passing rock ninjas, it could lead to trouble. Leave it to me to handle. Minato Namikaze pulled out a blank scroll from his pocket and walked over to the pile of rock ninja corpses. Wait a minute, Teacher Minato. Just as Minato was about to unfurl the scroll, Qinshuang timely stopped his actions. Qinshuang quickly approached a rock ninja, half squatting in front of him, and looked through her Sharingan. This ninja still had a trace of chakra left, evidently still alive. What are you going to do, Qinshuang? Minato Namikaze asked, somewhat puzzled. This rock ninja, who still had a trace of life, was clearly beyond saving, and he didn't understand what Qinshuang wanted to do. Qinchuang did not respond, but focused on her own spirit, her pupils narrowing as the surging power of her gaze flowed forth, a massive amount of mental energy instantly invading the brain of the rock ninja. After a while, Qinchuang rubbed her head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and slowly stood up, her eyes regaining clarity once again. Sure enough, Qinchuang looked at the three who were also casting their gazes at her, a look of certainty on her face. The intelligence we received has problems. Chapter 80. Qinchuang's misunderstanding what? The three were startled by Qinchuang's assertion. Uchiha Obito even stepped forward and touched her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? In his mind, all this intelligence had been painstakingly uncovered by them. How could it possibly be false intelligence? Qinchuang, can you clarify a bit more? Namake's Minato also found it hard to believe, but his intuition told him that Qinchuang's discovery would hold the answers he needed. Qinchuang impatiently swatted away Obito's hand, her expression becoming serious again. I just searched through the memories of this rock ninja, and recently, after the arrival of the Yellow Earth at the main camp, the East Death had sent nearly half of the people in the camp away and temporarily changed the supply routes. But the reason remains unknown. However, based on the anomalies along the way, he is likely trying to mislead us. The eyes of Minato Namake's lit up, rubbing his chin as he fell into thought. What? Obito Uchiha widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that the intelligence he had painstakingly gathered was actually false. Lin Noera also realized. So that's it. Teacher Minato. After a moment of thought, Qinchuang said to Minato, now that we know this, I think we should hurry back to Konoha. If this is true, it proves that the intelligence from Tsukumo Hatake was not wrong, and there are indeed around 500 rock ninjas. Rock is clearly trying to mislead us so that we return to Konoha with false information, catching Konoha off guard. Therefore, the urgent task is to deliver the information to the Konoha military camp as soon as possible. A short while ago, Rock had already obtained supplies through that temporary route, so they probably won't reveal the real route anytime soon, meaning we can only temporarily set this information aside. After some contemplation, Minato agreed with Qinchuang's words. If that is the case, we must act quickly. With that, Minato didn't hesitate, opening the sealed scroll to pack up all the rock ninja corpses to take back for Konoha's research. Afterward, the group traveled tirelessly through the land of grass. Along the way, even Obito didn't make a fuss during rest, as all four were tense and only truly relaxed once they stepped into the land of fire. Not long after returning to the land of fire, Qinchuang and the others found the Konoha camp that had already set up a preliminary base at the border. Although in terms of numbers and scale, it couldn't compare to Rock, it was still the largest country in the ninja world, with ninjas of outstanding quality and morale. Upon hearing that Minato's team had returned with intelligence, Nara Shikaku, the commander of the army here, personally welcomed the four. Minato also shared their findings, experiences, and deductions with Nara Shikaku. As expected of the Nara clan's brilliant strategist, Shikaku quickly sorted through the information and thought of a counter-strategy. However, these matters were no longer Qinchuang's concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed a message to Qinchuang through Nara Shikaku, stating that Kakashi Hatake had already returned to Konoha with Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, and that Qinchuang should rejoin the team after this mission. As for Minato's team, they would remain on the battlefield with Rock for now. So that night, after spending the most peaceful night in the camp in days, the next day, Qinchuang, under Obito's reluctant gaze, bid farewell to the three, carrying a letter entrusted to her by Nara Shikaku to the Hokage, and set off on the journey back to Konoha. Although she was alone this time, Qinchuang felt less worried, as this was within the territory of the Land of Fire. Even if spies from other countries encountered her, they would have to take a detour. Upon returning to Konoha, Qinchuang did not go home or seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi, but instead headed straight to Kakashi Hatake's doorstep. There was no longer the crowd and insults from her memories. Everything had returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Qinchuang leaned her head in to take a look inside the house. She didn't find anything unusual. The room looked just as it had when she first visited, still cold and empty. At this point, Qinchuang's heart sank halfway. There was no one there. Surely, Hatake Tsukumo hadn't still not come to terms with things? A wave of guilt surged up in her heart, and she didn't even notice that someone had appeared beside her. Qinchuang, what are you doing standing at my doorstep? The sudden voice startled Qinchuang, and she quickly stepped back. Turning her head, she saw a white-haired boy standing there with a basket of groceries. Kakashi? Qinchuang didn't react for a moment. When she came to her senses, her gaze towards Kakashi was full of apology, feeling guilty that she couldn't save Hatake Tsukumo. I'm sorry. Your father. Hatake Kakashi looked at Qinchuang's dejected appearance and was momentarily puzzled. After hearing her words, he finally realized. Ah, you mean about my father? Kakashi smiled. And speaking of which, I haven't thanked you for coming to my house last time to help me and my father. Qinchuang still slightly lowered his head. What use is that? In the end, it couldn't change the fact that Senior Chimu committed suicide. In his eyes, Chimu Kakashi's smile just now was clearly forced. And in reality, he was very sad inside. Chimu Kakashi was instantly filled with question marks. Although he completely didn't understand what Qinchuang meant. He did hear one thing. Qinchuang said his father committed suicide, but his father was clearly alive and well. He thought it was just nonsense from Qinchuang, but even so, the corner of Chimu Kakashi's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently, and the gratitude that had just arisen in his heart towards Qinchuang vanished instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Chimu Kakashi glared at Qinchuang unhappily. Who told you my father committed suicide? Ah. Qinchuang's almost tearful expression suddenly froze there, for a moment. He seemed to suddenly realize that he had misunderstood something. He hurriedly asked cautiously, So, how is your father, Senior Chimu? Chimu Kakashi glanced at Qinchuang indifferently, opened the door while walking forward, and said, Thanks to you, my father is doing well. He went back to the front line again yesterday. Upon hearing this, Qinchuang's eyes immediately brightened, and the earlier guilt vanished without a trace. Hatake Tsukumo was still alive. He hadn't heard that Hatake Tsukumo had gone to the front lines before his suicide, so if there were no accidents, it was likely that what he said that day had made a difference. Hatake Kakashi looked at Qinchuang, whose expression had shifted from gloomy to sunny, with confusion, wondering, could this guy have messed up his head while on a mission? However, Qinchuang paid no attention to Kakashi's ominous gaze. Knowing he had changed Hatake Tsukumo's fate made him feel great, and he cheerfully patted Kakashi on the shoulder, having already obtained the answer he wanted. He was ready to leave. All right, Kakashi, I need to go see Lord Hokage, so I won't say much more. With that, he left Kakashi standing there with a strange expression. Chapter 81. Jonin, after bidding farewell to Kakashi, Qinchuang, in a rare good mood, arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Knock. Who is it? A familiar aged voice came from the other side of the door. Qinchuang did not delay. Hokage-sama, it's me, Uchiha Qinchuang. Upon hearing the visitor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice clearly softened. Ah, it's Qinchuang. Coming quickly. Qinchuang pushed the door and walked into the office. How is it? Is your mission going smoothly? As soon as she entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a slightly heavy expression. This matter concerns the survival of the nation, so he couldn't afford to take it lightly. Our mission has been going relatively well, Qinchuang replied, then repeated what she had said about Nara Shikahisa to Sarutobi Hiruzen and handed him Nara Shikahisa's letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter and glanced through it, and his expression finally eased. Not only Anoki's son, but even Chiyo's grandson has appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, looking at Qinchuang with undisguised admiration. It seems that uncovering the conspiracy of a Wadakure was thanks to you, Qinchuang. Qinchuang lowered her head in fear, humbly saying, I don't deserve it, Hokage-sama. This is the result of our team's hard work. Hearing Qinchuang attribute her accomplishments to the entire team, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more recognition for Qinchuang's will of fire, and his admiration for her deepened. No need to be modest. Your efforts are beyond doubt. Sarutobi waved his hand. You worked hard on this mission. Now, you should take some time to rest in the village. Also, make sure to improve yourself. Qinchuang was somewhat surprised. He initially thought that during this tense period of war, Sarutobi Hiruzen would immediately arrange for him to go to the battlefield. But unexpectedly, he was told to rest. Sarutobi seemed to see Qinchuang's confusion and explained, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. You young people are still not mature enough. So it's a good opportunity to hone yourselves. Upon hearing about the Chunin exams, Qinchuang was taken aback and asked, but Lord Hokage, I remember you seem to have canceled my exam slot. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled mysteriously and said, both Yuru and Minato have a high regard for you. And I also believe that you have already reached the level of Jonin. Therefore, with the unanimous decision of the elders, we plan to promote you to Jonin out of turn. What? Even with Qinchuang's composure, he couldn't help but freeze in place. A Jonin? There were fewer than 50 Jonin in the entire village, and now he had inexplicably become one of them? Qinchuang felt a bit unreal for a moment. It's not that she lacked confidence in being promoted to Jonin. It's just that a Jonin at around 10 years old is truly shocking to hear. Even Kakashi Hatake is still just a Chunin right now. Qinchuang thought for a long time and felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen must be plotting something in his heart. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did have his own motives. As a high-ranking official, he certainly understood the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. He had previously revoked Qianchuan's qualification for the CHNIN exam to suppress his presumptuous behavior, but now that Qianchuan's performance was very satisfactory to him, how could he let go of this Uchiha boy who inherited the will of fire? With Qianchuan's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed against the majority opinion and secured the title of J-Nin for him. In his view, having given Qianchuan such a significant benefit, Qianchuan would surely be grateful and would follow him as Hokage in the future. Even if he didn't leave the Uchiha clan, he would at least be like Sure Sui, always prioritizing the village. Moreover, Qianchuan was also his son Asuma's teammate, which would greatly benefit his son in the future, killing two birds with one stone. However, what he didn't know was that Qianchuan was currently speculating wildly about his intentions. This didn't seem right. After all, Qianchuan was a bit suspicious and didn't believe that the elders of Konoha would give him a green light. But before he could finish his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. During special times, there must be special policies. With your strength, you are more than capable of being a J-Nin, although doubtful. Since the other party had said this much, Qianchuan organized his mindset and put on a grateful expression. I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, finally revealing a kind smile. You've worked hard during this time. Go back and rest. Qianchuan respectfully replied and left the office. After stepping outside, Qianchuan walked down the road, deeply contemplating and concluding that Sarutobi Hizashi probably wanted to buy her loyalty, which was why he directly offered her the title of Jonin. If she weren't a time traveler, she would have likely fallen into this trap. Fortunately, she was, and that old third generation's plan was likely to fail. I accept the Jonin title you offered, but my loyalty is absolutely impossible for you to have. With this thought, Qianchuan couldn't help but curl her lips into a cold smile, appearing somewhat sinister from a distance. Qianchuan, from afar, a figure that still looked youthful but already possessed some charm, waved excitedly in Qianchuan's direction. With light steps, bringing a faint fragrance, she happily approached Qianchuan. Red? Speaking of which, it had been more than a month since the two had last met, and it must be said that Qianchuan missed her quite a bit. Seeing each other safely in the village brought an indescribable satisfaction to both of them. It's been such a long time. In their previous team missions, their relationship had already grown quite close, but after such a long separation, Qianchuan suddenly felt a bit of distance. However, this distance was quickly broken by Yuhi Kurenai. Really? You're never around when I come back from missions. Yuhi Kurenai pretended to be angry, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Qianchuan. Heaven knows how uncomfortable she had felt during her missions without Qianchuan by her side. When Qianchuan was present, she hadn't noticed it, but once separated, she realized how reassuring it was to have someone standing in front of her during dangerous times. Faced with Kurenai's feigned scolding, Qianchuan could only chuckle awkwardly. Kurenai soon noticed the changes in Qianchuan's appearance, her eyes lighting up, fixated on the glass pendant hanging from Qianchuan's earlobe. Wow, it's so beautiful. Kurenai stared for a while, then noticed Qianchuan's half-smiling expression. Her cheeks flushed as she realized she had made an ambiguous comment. What I just said was that the pendant is beautiful, not you. She pouted and turned her face away in a haughty manner. Qianchuan looked at the other person's cute appearance and smiled sincerely. He understood the meaning behind Xiron's expression. He was just teasing her a bit. In fact, about that pendant, I once gave it to you. Qianchuan raised his hand to touch the one on his ear. Do I have one too? How come I didn't know? Xiron scratched her little head, a big question mark appearing above it, and then looked closely at Qianchuan's pendant, suddenly realizing, this is the hero you gave me before. Before she could finish, Qianchuan covered her mouth. My dear lady, keep your voice down, as if you're afraid others might not know. The two were very close, and the warm breath that Qianchuan exhaled accurately hit Xiron's ear, instantly giving her ears a hint of blush. Chapter 82. The calm before the CHNIN exam until Qianchuan pulled away the distance between them again. Xiron had not yet recovered from her flushed state. Realizing his own awkwardness, Qianchuan felt a bit embarrassed and said, Sorry, Hong. Xiron shot Qianchuan a fierce glare, seemingly trying to hide her shyness, and hurriedly stepped forward, not looking at Qianchuan, changing the subject. What missions have you been on recently? Actually, it's pretty similar to what you guys have been doing. I went to the front lines of a Wadikure with Teacher Minato this time. Qianchuan naturally kept pace with Xiron, walking side by side, one on the left and one on the right. He did not actively mention the dangers involved, merely glossing over it casually. Is it really just that? Xiron scrutinized Qianchuan, saying, I heard from my dad that your mission seems quite important. Qianchuan felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of Sunset Hong and hurriedly said, Well, Although there were some twists and turns, we still completed the mission safely. Oomph. Sunset Hong curled her lips, non-committal, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief for Qin. No matter what, it was good that Qin was back alive. By the way, why did you suddenly come here? Qin asked, somewhat puzzled. In his impression, Sunset Hong's home wasn't near the Hokage Tower, so he didn't understand why she just happened to appear here, let alone why she was walking with him. Sunset Hong shot him a somewhat resentful look, secretly cursing Qin for being dense. I heard from others that you returned to the village, so I specifically came to see you. Now, among the Leaf Village ninjas, most people had heard of Qin, the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, so with her father's connections, it was easy for Sunset Hong to find out about Qin status in the village, which led to their recent encounter. Qin felt a warmth in her heart. Speaking of which, you probably don't know, but the Chunin exams are coming up soon, so we won TB leaving the village during this time. At this point, Yugao suddenly looked a bit down. If only Lord Hokage hadn't canceled your exam eligibility, then we could take the exam together again. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression became somewhat strange. Just a short while ago, she had already been informed by the third Hokage that she was being promoted to Jonin. Not to mention the Chunin exams, she didn't even need to take the Jonin exams now. Yugao. After thinking for a moment, Qin decided to gently inform her of the truth. Actually, I just met with Lord Hokage, and he said, what did he say? Hearing Qin hesitate, it piqued Yugao's curiosity, her big eyes blinking. He said that I performed well on the mission. So? Qin closed his eyes, really unable to think of a way to say such astonishing news delicately. He simply gritted his teeth and said it directly. I've been promoted to Jonin. So, Qin has been promoted to Jonin. Yugao nodded and ultimately repeated it softly. But as she thought about it, she finally realized something was wrong. Jonin? What did you just say, Qin? Yugao thought her ears had misheard and wanted to verify with Qin again. But Qin's answer remained those two words. Although it was hard to believe, I was indeed informed by the third Hokage that I have been promoted to Jonin. Surprisingly, even though Yugao looked shocked, she didn't show any greater reaction, leaving Qin a bit puzzled. When he asked for the reason, the answer left him both amused and helpless. After all, it was Qin. Even as a Jonin, I didn't really feel that surprised. Yugao shrugged her shoulders, showing a quirky expression. How long will you be staying this time before you leave? Suddenly, Yugao's smile vanished, and a cloud of worry rose on her face as she stared at Qin. Now that Qin is already a Jonin, he naturally couldn't stay just for the mere Chunin exams. Who knows when he might be called to carry out a mission, and it could be a long time before they meet again. Qin was somewhat moved. How could he not see that this was her reluctance to part? Looking at the slight glimmer in her eyes, he couldn't help but gently pat her head with a sense of tenderness. Rarely, Sunset Red did not shy away, and the two of them stared at each other in a daze, the air gradually filled with a hint of ambiguity. Suddenly, Qin's gaze snapped back to clarity from its daze. He lightly patted her again, a faint smile appearing on his face. The Hokage said that I can rest in the village until the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, Sunset Red's eyes lit up, and she excitedly cheered, then immediately wrapped her arms around Qin's. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly at Qin. Then it settled. You have to coach me in my training every day from now on. Huh? Qin showed a troubled expression. He wanted to take advantage of this time to improve himself too. Has Sunset Senior gone to the front lines? Although Qin had some suspicions, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Sunset Red nodded. Qin was still unconvinced and continued. What about Teacher Moonlight? He must be more suitable than me. After sending us back, Teacher Moonlight returned to the front lines. A glimmer of cunning and the joy of a victor appeared in Zai Hong's eyes, as if she had already concluded that Qin had nothing more to say. Ultimately, under Zai Hong's persistent persuasion, Qin raised both hands in surrender and accepted the task of accompanying Zai Hong for training every day. Thus, for a long period afterward, Qin returned to his ordinary and fulfilling daily life. Every day, besides diligently completing training tasks, he would spend time with his grandmother and occasionally visit teacher Fugaku to correct Itachi Uchiha. Of course, he would not forget to help Zai Hong with her training. Under Qin's guidance, Zai Hong not only improved her already strong Jinjutsu skills, but also made significant progress in her weak area of Taijutsu. However, the cost was that Zai Hong would be exhausted from training every day. But Qin euphemistically called it comprehensive development, with the sweet taste of training. Zai Hong gritted her teeth and persevered. The two also encountered Asuma Saratobi during their training, and seeing their increasingly close relationship made Asuma's eyes turn red with anxiety. However, thinking about how Qinshuang had not only saved him during a mission, but also shared his hard-earned hero's water with him, Asuma couldn't bring himself to cause trouble for Qinshuang. Helpless, he could only distance himself from the two, out of sight and out of mind, but this only made his heart suffer more, leaving him in a daze all day. Gradually, he began to entertain thoughts of leaving Konoha. Chapter 83. The obstacle of root ninjas. In contrast, besides these activities, Qinshuang also took time to visit the Konoha hospital. Currently, during this time of war, the number of injured patients in the hospital had increased several times compared to before, and Qinshuang was shocked when he first arrived. The large hospital seemed a bit crowded with all these people, and the number of doctors was insufficient. Realizing this, Qinshuang didn't dare to delay and quickly found Yakushi Nanoyu, who was treating patients. Upon her recommendation, Qinshuang joined the ranks of those helping the injured. Since then, Qinshuang would regularly go to the hospital to lend a hand, and over time, it became known in Konoha that there was often an Uchiha boy helping out at the hospital. Additionally, he finally completed the development of the Chidori-derived ninjutsu during this time, and his control over chakra became increasingly proficient. Just as Qinshuang was feeling pleased with himself and planning to keep pushing forward, the Sage exam quietly approached, and along with it came a summons from the third Hokage once again. "Hokage-sama, you called for me?" After obtaining Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission, Qinshuang pushed the door open and walked up to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were deep and serious as he took a slow puff from his pipe, surrounded by swirling smoke. After staring at Qinshuang for a while, he finally spoke. "The Nin exam is in a few days." Qinshuang nodded slightly. From the other person's gaze, she could guess many things. Was the situation on the front line not optimistic? After thinking it over, the only thing that could make Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage, wear a worried expression was the matter of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and sighed. Nowadays, it's not just the wind and rock countries. Even the cloud ninja seem to be subtly preparing to make a move against us. The pressure on the front line is indeed quite significant. I have already arranged for 100 ninjas from various clans in Konoha to be dispatched. Qinshuang, you should go with them. After all, you are already a Nin now. Qinshuang rolled his eyes. He had anticipated this. Sarutobi Hiruzen had promoted him to Jonin with the intention of forcing him onto the battlefield, so he had already prepared for it before coming. "I understand now, Hokage-sama. I will go back and prepare." Sarutobi waved his hand, not keeping Qinshuang any longer. After returning home, Qinshuang informed his grandmother about the situation. Under her worried gaze, Qinshuang repeatedly assured her that he would take good care of himself, which finally made her accept that he was going to the battlefield. At the same time, Qinshuang wrote a letter that day, entrusting it to Obito, who had just returned from the Wagakure battlefield to participate in the Chunin exam, to pass it to Yuhi Kurenai. He was concerned that his departure would affect Kurenai's exam, so he specifically instructed Obito to deliver the letter to her only after the exam was over. After taking care of everything, the next day, Qinshuang joined many other ninjas heading to the battlefield. There were nearly 300 ninjas in total, divided into two groups heading to two different battlefields. As for Qinshuang, he was going to the Land of Rain, the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure. Among the accompanying ninjas, even the youngest was around 20 years old, so Qinshuang, who was noticeably shorter than the others, stood out in the crowd. Where did this kid come from? At such a young age, he dares to come to the front lines. We don't have the energy to protect a little brat like you on the battlefield. It would be wise for you to go home and let your mom feed you. A loud voice made no effort to hide its disdain. As soon as the words were spoken, the air was filled with laughter, some sneering, and some mocking. It must be said that compared to the frontline ninjas, these reinforcements were lacking in strength, quality, and even perspective. At least Qinshuang would not easily make enemies without knowing the other party's strength and background, as that could very well cost him his life. Just like now, being young and having his strength questioned was understandable. Qinshuang had no intention of paying attention to this guy, who could only talk big because he would shut their mouths on the battlefield. But he absolutely could not let it slide when they mentioned his mother. Qinshuang's mother passed away when he was 3 years old. In his memories, every word and action of his mother is filled with warmth. He would never allow anyone to insult him using the image of that kind and gentle mother from his memories. Absolutely not. A cold, killing intent spread out, causing the lively ninjas around to shiver involuntarily. Before they could identify the source of the chill, Qinshuang's body had already moved. His pupils swirled with blood, and his body became a series of afterimages as he moved rapidly. At this moment, The ninja who had mocked Qin was still laughing, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. By the time he wanted to react, it was already too late. The sound of a fist whooshing through the air echoed as Qin delivered a heavy punch straight to the ninja's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile. The immense force lifted his entire body off the ground. Other than not drawing his blade, Qin had almost used all of his physical prowess. How could this ninja possibly react in time? Without any intention to stop, Qin reached out and grabbed the entire face of the opponent, slamming it down hard against the ground under the influence of gravity. The earth cracked, and the pit where the ninja's head landed became the center of numerous fissures. The ninja was left dazed, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. This was still a result of Qin holding back. Otherwise, this single blow could have taken his life. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding ninjas watched in shock as Qin held the ninja's head with one hand. Unable to believe that the boy they had just been teasing turned out to be such a ruthless character. With one hand pressing down on the opponent's head, Qin finally had time to carefully examine the ninja before him. However, after looking for a long time, he still couldn't determine which clan he belonged to. According to Sarutobi Hizashi from yesterday, this batch of ninjas was supposed to be from prominent clans. If they were from prominent clans, they should have corresponding characteristics. For example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the large physique of the Akimichi clan, the black sunglasses and low presence of the Yamanaka clan, and so on. Suddenly, Qin Sharingan caught sight of the ninja's mouth and unexpectedly discovered a faint seal on his tongue. Could this be the seal for suppressing tongue disasters? This was a binding curse mark used by Danzo on members of his root organization, not only designed to extinguish emotions in those within root, but also to ensure they kept their mouths shut about any information. Otherwise, they would face death. It was only now that Qin finally understood. It seemed that Danzo had sent this person to set him up, but he didn't expect to catch him red-handed right from the start. Staring at the disoriented root ninja he had just smashed, Qin lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 84. The gaze of Orotoru. Hey kid, no one to stop. After the initial shock, the surrounding ninjas looked at the ninja being pinned down by Qin. Their expressions turned unfriendly as they glanced at Qin. After all, they had just been mocking him. In a sense, they were also accomplices. Qin brutally beat the ninja in front of them, making them all feel as if they were being slapped in the face by Qin. Suddenly, all the blame was directed at Qin. Feeling the unfriendly gazes around her, Qin's heart remained unfazed, as if she hadn't heard anything. Damn it, I'm talking to you. The ninja who had just reprimanded Qin was furious. After all, he was from a prominent family, and now he was being ignored by an unknown little brat, which made him feel both angry and humiliated. He wanted to step forward and grab Qin by the collar, but after just a couple of steps, his hand was forcibly stopped in midair by Qin's gaze. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat had formed on his forehead without him realizing it. That gaze was cold and devoid of any emotion. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was the fact that there were 3 tomo slowly rotating in Qin's pupils. This is the Sharingan? How is that possible? This little brat is actually from the Uchiha clan. The surrounding ninjas stared in shock at Qin's eyes, secretly relieved that they hadn't antagonized her earlier. The ninja who had stepped forward to reprimand Qin was filled with regret. After all, Uchiha ninjas were notorious for holding grudges. He had been specifically warned by the elders of his family not to have conflicts with other ninjas in the village, especially the Uchiha. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he widened his eyes and pointed at Qin, saying, You must be Uchiha Qin. Upon hearing this, there was a significant commotion among the surrounding ninjas. Who is Uchiha Qin? As ninjas from prominent clans, they had all heard of her. She was the disciple of the Uchiha clan leader, and not long ago, news had spread that Qin had uncovered the Iwagakure's conspiracy on the front lines. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the most talented ninja of the younger generation of the Uchiha. Is this ruthless little brat really Uchiha Qin? They looked at her with doubt, but when they saw that Qin remained unfazed, they suddenly understood most of the situation. What? You also want to step up? Qin slowly released her grip on the previous ninja, staring coldly at the one who had spoken out, feeling no goodwill towards him at all. Under the gaze that felt like that of a predator, the ninja's eyes clearly began to dodge. No one among the surrounding ninjas was foolish enough to offend the most talented youth of the Uchiha for the sake of helping someone completely unrelated. They all adopted a look of watching a show. Just as this ninja was hesitating and stuttering, several ninjas with a flaming fan pattern on their backs squeezed into the center of the crowd. Senior Inahibi, Senior Tetsuhibi? Chinchuang immediately recognized the two leaders, as he often saw them around Uchiha Fugaku, and they had become familiar with each other over time. Chinchuang, what's going on here? Uchiha Inawo asked upon seeing Chinchuang, his icy demeanor softening slightly. They had just arrived at the meeting point and found a crowd gathered, with Chinchuang prominently standing in the center. It was only then that they joined in. After all, before they left, the clan leader Fugaku had entrusted them to take good care of Chinchuang, and besides, they had a very high regard for this young junior. Chinchuang coldly glanced at the bold ninja, then pointed at the root ninja still lying on the ground. It was actually nothing serious. It was just an inconsiderate guy who showed up. Chinchuang spoke lightly, but the Uchiha's eyes were incredibly sharp, just by observing expressions. They already understood most of it. Speaking of which, Senior Inawo and Senior Tiewa, why are you both going to the front lines as well? Chinchuang spoke calmly, as if she were not being watched at all, and naturally chatted with the two fellow clansmen. Uchiha Tiewa patted Chinchuang's shoulder, looking at him with a half-smile. It's just that the clan leader is worried about you, so it's good for us to be here to look out for you. As he spoke, he casually glared at the already stunned ninja. All right, let's discuss the other matters on the way. Uchiha Dahua timely interrupted their conversation. Their purpose was merely to intimidate those with ill intentions, and there was no need for unnecessary words. Chinchuang looked around and realized that most people had gathered. It wasn't until Uchiha Inawo took Chinchuang to the side that the ninja who had scolded Chinchuang finally slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. As Chinchuang left, this farce came to a conclusion with her victory. As for the root ninja, he was still lying on the ground unconscious, completely ignored by everyone. The main force did not linger too long because of this farce. Once everyone had gathered, the army marched towards the battlefield in great numbers. By this time, the root ninja had woken up, walking on the edge of the army, his gaze full of humiliation as he stared at Chinchuang. However, due to the Uchiha ninja beside him, he did not dare to act, only able to glare. The journey from the land of fire to the land of rain was quite long, and during the trip, Chinchuang could only pass the time by training. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan members around him made the journey feel less dull. Upon entering the land of rain, the weather in the sky was completely different from that in the land of fire. Whether it was day or night, there was always an unremovable haze in the sky, as if it were perpetually soaked in gray ink. There was also a persistent dampness in the air, with rain falling from time to time, making Chinchuang, who excelled at fire techniques, feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a few more days, Chinchuang gradually adapted to this humid environment, and the main force finally arrived at the Sand Ninja battlefield. At the main tent of the Leaf Village's camp in the Sand Ninja battlefield, a ninja was sitting upright, staring intently at the terrain map in front of him. His pale, enchanting face revealed an incongruous seriousness. A ninja hurriedly approached from outside the tent. Lord Orochimaru, our reinforcements have arrived. Here is the list. The ninja respectfully handed a list to Orochimaru. Upon hearing about the reinforcements, Orochimaru's slightly heavy expression eased up. He took the list and began to read, waving his hand to dismiss the ninja from the tent. When he saw the last few lines, he was surprised to find the name Uchiha Chinchuang, which made his eyes light up as if remembering something, and his sharp tongue uncontrollably licked his lips. Is this the Uchiha Chinchuang that Danzo spoke of? Orochimaru's face showed a look of great interest. Let me see where your wind can blow. Chapter 85. Under currents as the war intensified, the fire, wind, and rock countries suffered daily heavy casualties. The rain country, caught in the middle of the three nations, had long been covered by endless flames of war, which infuriated Hanzo, who was in power in the rain country. He couldn't control the outbreak of war among the three nations, but they spread the flames of war to his territory, which was intolerable. He immediately dispatched multiple envoys to negotiate with each country, hoping they would not extend the war to his land. However, the envoys failed in their mission and instead returned with information that enraged him. At some unknown time, an organization called Akatsuki had emerged within the borders of the Rain Country, gathering a large number of Rain Country ninjas while promoting justice under the banner of the Rain Country. This made Hanzo feel as if he was being usurped. After all, he was the ruler of the Rain Country, the great demigod. This group of inexperienced kids was actually using his name to swindle others. Although the power of the Akatsuki organization was still very small, he had already developed a great wariness towards it. This forced him to closely monitor Akatsuki's actions, even temporarily setting aside the ongoing war among the three nations. At the Sand Ninja Battlefield's Leaf Village camp, Chinchuang walked out his tent, feeling somewhat bored. He had been on this battlefield for several months and had lost count of how many missions he had experienced. From the initial, simple reconnaissance to the later fierce battles, Qin had brushed past death countless times. Even during the toughest times in combat, he had gone almost an entire day without closing his eyes, fighting on the front line during the day and using medical ninjutsu to heal the wounded at night. Despite this, countless lives continued to disappear before his eyes every moment, making him realize that on the battlefield, human life was the least valuable. After more than half a year of trials by blood and fire, Qin had undergone significant transformation both internally and externally. He had grown to about 1.7 meters tall, his whole demeanor now more restrained, lacking the youthful bravado he once had. Yet, within his deep-set eyes, there was an indescribable calmness and composure. His once slightly childish face had matured, and his long black hair fell to his shoulders. His hair did not inherit the Uchiha's characteristic spiky style, but rather resembled Itachi Uchiha's soft texture. Although it was simply tied back, it gave off a capable impression. "Are you going to take a break?" Uchiha Naoto approached Qin, looking at the young man before him, who had gradually transformed into a youth. He felt an indescribable admiration. As an observer, he could deeply appreciate the significant changes Qin had undergone over such a long time. Some of his peers probably hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy, and even those who had gone to the battlefield were likely only doing logistics, at most just scouting. But Qin was different. On the battlefield, aside from being a bit shorter, he was no less effective at killing enemies than a normal J-nin. Having such an outstanding junior made Uchiha Naoto feel somewhat ashamed, but more so, he felt a sense of pride as a member of the same clan. "Senior Naoto, during this time, I've received a lot of care from our clan. Although the Uchiha clan can be a bit extreme at times, they really treat their own well," Qin remarked. "It's been unusually calm lately. I'm feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. Previously on the battlefield, everyone wished they could split themselves in two to be more useful. But these past few days have been surprisingly quiet. Qin hasn't received a mission for some time now, which makes him feel a bit uneasy. After all, as the saying goes, an unusual situation often indicates something unusual." Uchiha Naoto nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is said that the activities of the Sand Ninja have become increasingly frequent during this period, but there are no signs of an attack. Perhaps the next battle will be the decisive one. Qin heard the words decisive battle and fell into deep thought. She looked up at the sky and saw a raindrop the size of a bean fall, followed by a second and a third. Far behind, in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been closely monitoring the situation on the front lines of the two battlefields for the past 6 months. Compared to half a year ago, there were more gray hairs at his temples, and his aged face had developed quite a few age spots. "Lord Hokage, the reinforcements we organized, along with nearly 100 medical ninjas dispatched from Konoha Hospital, are fully assembled and ready to depart at any moment." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's slightly weary face revealed a hint of relief. Time is of the essence. The IWA and Suna ninjas are becoming increasingly aggressive. Get the reinforcements to set off immediately and ensure they reach the front lines as quickly as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, his commanding voice leaving no room for doubt. "Yes." The reporting ninja strode out of the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen then stood up and walked to the window, looking at the vast assembly of reinforcements gathered in front of Konoha village, his eyes revealing a trace of seriousness and fighting spirit. He then shifted his gaze towards the direction of the rain country on the other side. "It seems the Suna ninjas can hardly contain themselves. You better not disappoint me." Orochimaru. At that moment, in the main tent of the Sand Ninja battlefield, a stranger's face appeared. "Ah, I was wondering who Sarutobi-sensei would send. I didn't expect it to be you, Sakumo." Orochimaru looked at the man before him, who seemed to have endured many hardships, with great interest. "Long time no see, Orochimaru. I come on behalf of Lord Hokage to assist you." Hitaki Sakumo stated the situation directly, showing no intention of bantering with Orochimaru. In addition, Lord Hokage has dispatched a batch of reinforcements that are on their way here and will arrive at the latest in a week. "I see, you've really worked hard." Although Orochimaru said this, his gaze remained sinister, and he leisurely picked up his teacup to sip his tea. Noticing that Hitaki Sakumo did not respond, Orochimaru continued. "I heard you encountered some problems during a mission recently. I haven't had the chance to check in since you're stationed at the front lines." Hitaki Sakumo remained unfazed upon hearing this. He was well aware of Orochimaru's malicious intent. Both were well-known figures in Konoha, and although they did not explicitly state it,